The splash rack pick from Vici Gaming was really good. Like, throughout the Dota history, it was always a good pick. Against Slark, you have this insane amount of damage.
And he's lassoed up, and there is so many stacks on him. He'll end up dead to Bach. They get this kill, Natsumi jumps in, immediately disrupted.
Yopaj thinking about going in.
He's got his BKB, so now they're going to try and go to the Shadows team, and he's still alive for the moment, and he's just not even going to die at all. They time walk in, they've got themselves the BKB from Bach. He's looking around, looking for a kill to find Tims and Scam. Shiro gets that one, and now they're going to look over at Natsumi, who's forced to pop that ult and run. Gotta try and get back to his side of the base. Split Earth lands for a second, but Natsumi able to get up out of the high ground. They're still going forward. They've got the rebound. They have the silence. And Natsumi's in trouble. They got the kill on Yopaj. It's a full team wipe for Vici. Never satisfied with whatever the build is from some of these heroes. Smokes are going to end up breaking, blink into the avalanche. Yopaj is going to be the first one to be spotted. Snowball comes out for the side. They got XM locked up for a moment, and now he's going to be in some trouble away for the rest of the fight. Yeah, time lapse early on. Tims is low. Bach goes in. He's got the black hole. He's pulling at Scam. He's pulling at everybody. He's got the Aghanim. Something they go and throw the roar. It's going to be out of this. Shadow Feed, do they have the damage to get the kill? They get the kill on Bach. Another BKB. This is Shadow Feed standing his ground. XM's gone. Down goes Innocent. Shiro, he does not have the survivability, and it's a full team wipe for OG.
You know, like the ultimate bully. Doesn't even have to do a lot. The Talus.
Oh, they got the Yules, Bottega. Okay, we'll get the BKB off at least. Raw's still going to be there from no one. The supports are once again doing a good job to try and protect them, but is he actually going to be able to make it away? No one did go a bit deep inside the base. They're going to get a buyback out of the Earth Spirit, but still with the death, some of the heroes aren't available. They're off in a couple of seconds. No problems. But we actually kept the Zeus live. Triple S is trying to get the last little bit of damage, and he will be able to do so. Zeus is gone. That's a dieback out of your Earth Spirit as well. And meanwhile, some of the other members of PVISION, they're just happy with dealing with the objectives. They will have the Fiends Gate out to hold them into place. Scouting out some extra heroes that's playing behind Makoto, because they're actually looking to try and mount a defense. They did just complete the pipe. We're gonna have this inside the team fight. Meanwhile, though, they started once again. Chrysalis, it could be back-to-back deaths. They're gonna do a good job to try and keep him alive now. WS is gonna charge to deal with Salary. Now without the life drain, Chrysalis is gonna be in some trouble. The roar is out. WS taking the full brunt of the force. Yes, you got the one kill, but you're not gonna be able to live to tell the tale. For Gorn, and Boom's gonna join them in the afterlife as well. It's a bit more of a difficult kill with all the atrophy aura that he's working with, but finally they'll dwindle him down. Mid one's going to be able to get the speed, but of course Chrysalis ready to fall up as well. A different start to the team fight. WS a defensive arena, but the hook shot's even better. Immortal Faith controlling 3 heroes in the backline. V2 will turn. They've lost him. Chrysalis is gone.
WS is
but the
alive.
DK's just gone. It's at the team fight, and mid one as well is going to be ran down. What is happening? Back-to-back team fights, and it's almost similar to last game as well. With triple kill for V2, and then with all the damage they're going to have, these buildings will fall pretty quickly. They need a buyback. Chrysalis is going to be into the middle, but Chrysalis is about to be a dieback. Oh, MOUZ, what have you done? You gave a rampage over to V2. The stand-in has done it.
Looking for their chance encounter to make something work. Dream Coil comes in immediately. Two-man Coil, they'll go and find that hitch a ride for a second, but FY is already dead. Dream Coil again. Waro, now the refresher from Collapse, the Primal Roar. Ame's in, but he's doomed up, and that's a problem. X-Nova, FY, XXS already dead. GG is called before the fight is completely over, and that will be game one going the way of Team Spirit.
By 23 on the Muerta, just doomed up. She pops the ult, trying to do what damage she can, but look at the effort here. Just deletes both of the support. Skidder now falling off, forced the BKB. 23's done a lot of damage, but his ult is now expired. His BKB is expired. Can they get out of the fight with the kill onto these heroes? No, 23's dead. Ornum is still quite healthy. Doom.
A less hostile ecosystem.
Step forward here with Nisha. GPK, the answer! Right in with a crush, inside the arena. They'll try and grave and save, but Ace is gone. Nikkei will spin. Try and get some damage back on the Curatage here, but the Ursa enrages and swings back real hard. The poor little birdie, he can try and dodge and run with Tofu by his side, but the dive in forward, the damage over time, and GPK! GPK is all the way in the top left corner. And Liquid have scanned this. So they know there's people in behind Curatage. They're going to get the torrent from Miero on the jump.
Oh no.
That's beautiful. Now Curatage, he's tossed in, but his BKB blade mailed up. Nisha on the run back. As this Murder's popped the ulti up. Evil's there to try and slow the advance from Kunkka. GPK is being focused though. Nisha gets the combo down. Puck is gone. In comes the boat across from Miero, trying to connect on this tiny little bit better, but Curatage has been zoned away by Ace. Saving the back, casting his spells on Boxy and Mickey, but disposed into death. And Curatage, another avalanche, will finish off his life, while Miero a tree his way, and Ace will jump in.
Low where Largo should be weak, and they have been strong.
Yeah, they've been pushing forward. This is good though. Another kill. Oh, the Lotus play. Can he get Nisha out of here? He's barely surviving. Reference away. No chance. Oh, God. He's put a remnant back forward to sear them up as well. Caught in the chains. Curatage and Kataomi trapped and slain.
Whisper, well, I'd say he's found a target, doesn't want to commit too far though. On the other side of the fight, they managed to find DM. He is all alone. Focus fire into the snowball. In comes so much damage, but there's the Chronosphere. Can they keep him alive? It's going to be a blind, and the March of the Machines is just destroying them. Oh no, Watson can't play the game.
The supports are dead, there's no dust.
Zayas wants to roll back in. Parker out in the open, trying to disengage, dropping low. No backup coming in though. Parker doesn't even kill off Zayas. And the poor Bruling is getting blasted by this. Got the Juice Weaver. A couple more hits here. 33, the Earth Panda getting towards high ground, throws a pebble at the bug.
Oh.
Let's see if we can get out of this one with Niku's gap close. He does get hexed up and a toss under tier 3. Na'Vi are diving incredibly deep.
No,
what's happening? 33's dead. There's a tier 3 tower there. But Shadow Shaman's getting blasted by a Kez. We're 20 minutes in. Na'Vi role-playing her both diving with freaking Gyro.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We got day 2 here of PGL Wallachia. We're going to be moving on 1-0-0-1 series here for the Swiss stages. Lizard, how are we doing today?
Doing fine, doing fine. Was woken up like 15 times last night by my cat, but overall doing fine. Looking forward to the games today. Had a lot of fun yesterday, albeit like short fun. Best fun, I guess. The games were really quick. Hopefully, maybe we get the games that aren't as one-sided today.
Yeah, it looked like on the B stream we had all 2-0 games by the looks of it. So we'll see. There were definitely some exciting ones, like you said. You know, some were a little bit more fast-paced. We can even take a look at kind of what the position we are in currently at the moment. I don't know if there's any big surprises. Maybe Na'Vi beating Tundra, but then again, I mean, we know Na'Vi can take series off anyone, and we just know how competitive right now Dota is at the moment. You know, what we go from Tundra, of course, winning Dream League, then Liquid winning Blast. You go back last PGL, MOUZ won that, and we just kind of go back and forth on like a new team at a new tournament who's doing well and winning.
Yeah, especially when you take in consideration that there's always someone missing from some team in every event. You know, there's always someone having some issues with visa, unfortunately, or you know, just having to just completely dodge out. And it kind of brings us to this stage in Dota in which every team is more or less equal when it comes to not having their full strength at all times. What that also means for us, though, is that we get a lot of fun. You know, we see Dota as it truly should be. You know, back in the day when teams were shuffling all the time, when you had like some crazy stuff, when you didn't like, it's like, okay, guys, we need +1, anyone available in the lobby, you know, and someone joins from. I'm going back, way back, by the way. I'm going to Garena days at this point, but yeah, when it comes to the schedule upcoming, what do we have? What's happening for us, Aries?
Yeah, we got Xtreme versus Nemesis. We're going to be kicking off on Stream B. Then we got OG versus BetBoom, which is going to be exciting. We'll see how Tundra go versus Yellow Submarine. Of course, definitely the favorites. And then I think the last series is going to be pretty close as well between Yandex and MOUZ. So that's at least on Stream B. Stream A, of course, they're going to have their own 4 series going at it. Some really, really fun series over there. Honestly, all of them are looking great on either stream, to be honest.
No, absolutely. I would. Our series are looking great. These games on Stream A as well, like a lot of high skill, a lot of teams that know each other. Heroic, let's see how they do versus Aurora. They're looking kind of good right now. All of the winners, of course, are here. The 1-0 teams. So we'll see as well. Vici Gaming, it's a team that I'm rooting for. Like I'm rooting for every team that's not European. Basically, I'm rooting for any other region. Well, when I say European, I include Eastern Europe. You know, CIS. So I'm I want to see other regions thrive. I want to see some SA Magic. I want to see some Chinese teams. So more than anything, I'd like to see SCA teams, perhaps like Nemesis, doing well.
Yeah, we get to see some of the boys themselves, the beautiful faces from Southeast Asia. So we'll see, you know, how they're going to be able to perform. Of course, we're waiting for. We're waiting for that showing, you know, the breakout. South America, they had their own tournament a while back with, I think it was second or third PGL Wallachia, actually. So, you know, it's been a little bit since then, since that they've been able to, you know, have the performances they're hoping for, led by Macho with Team Nemesis is definitely kind of the big coach that is always improving whatever Southeast Asian team he's on. So they've got some guns on this roster. Mac, the guy on the far right of the screen, however, is definitely, for me, who I want to be looking out for. He's always impressed. And, of course, he's going to be leaning up against Nothing to Say, who's been pulling out some crazy picks. The Tinker is something we've been seeing lately.
Yeah, I feel like Tinker is in a pretty good spot. That versus good teams, you see it banned out. Versus this team as well, we might see it banned out because they have somewhat of a Tinker player as well on their side. So it's an interesting hero, interesting character right there as well, by the way, with his paper, the drafter, the coach that has been around, I feel like for as long as Dota has been around. So when it comes to this matchup of China versus SCA, China has almost always had an advantage, right? Like in almost every single meta. And there you go. That's the Tinker that you mentioned, by the way. He's out.
First phase. Really? Is it like... I mean, I know I've been seeing this hero picked up a little bit more frequently. Of course, again, I was speaking about Nothing to Say, but is this hero like really first phase ban? Is it that strong at the moment?
I guess it's that strong in certain players' hands, like Nothing to Say, right? Like that. That's why I mentioned him. I alluded to it. I didn't mention him. He's probably the most renowned Tinker player right now in the tier 1 scene. There's like some Tinker players that might be better than him that are playing for tier 2, tier 3 teams, but they're not playing other heroes on the same level, so it's kind of different. By the way, I gotta admit, like I've been shilling a lot of hate towards Huskar. You know, I'm part of a small wave that's trying to get that hero nerfed. I am my own wave basically, but I'm pushing. Like I'm pushing a bus alone, but it's an honest effort. Tinker in the right hands, and in a lot of games where you don't have a way of dealing with him, looks absolutely ridiculous. Like the Translocator Tinker right now, at some point, nothing you buy makes a difference. Like if you don't have a hero like Shadow Demon, I feel like you cannot play against him. Like you have to have some built-in continuous purge to be able to deal with the Tinker. If you don't, it's like he blinks, then he blinks, then he blinks, then he blinks again, then you try killing him, but because you're hitting him, he blinks. It's like, I don't know, it's the silliest thing. It's super annoying. But yeah, we're not gonna see him. Instead, we're gonna see a Beastmaster, we're gonna see a Warlock. This Warlock can be paired up and played with something like a Gyro in the lane if you were thinking Beast is offlane, but that's usually not the case, right? Beast is currently more or less almost always mid.
Yeah. I think if you compare the openers so far from day one, I mean, Xtreme got to be pretty happy with his Warlock. I think I saw he was 7-1, and then the Beast was 3-4, I think. So if we're going by... You know, we're going by win-loss here. I don't know. This Warlock here, he's been looking good on day one.
It is. It's also about the teams that play it, of course, but it's also about the fact that there's like 3 safe laners right now that we mentioned earlier as well that are looking absolutely crazy strong. That's the Treant, that's the Jakiro, and that's the Warlock. Jakiro for a couple of patches now. Warlock is the new addition to the squad. Yeah. I feel like you just don't lose lanes for Warlock. This hero used to be, okay, I'm gonna come into the lane and just spam Shadow Word. right now he comes in, yeah, he uses Shadow Word, but he also Fatal Bonds everything, and you're taking too much damage level 1 already. When you combo that up with something that likes to push the lanes, it's scary.
Yeah, I think what we've seen, one negative of Warlock is just his inability to deal with like wave cut, where if you have like this double melee lane, or if you have a lane that's maybe not as strong, your teams can just play away from that. They actually don't have to play into the Warlock +1, so that you're compared to like the Jakiro, for example, where he's far better at being able to deal with some of the cutting shenanigans.
That's true. That's absolutely correct. It is his sort of, not sort of, it is his weakness, but there are some things that you can do against that as a carry, not as a Warlock. You take the enemy wave, you connect it to your own wave under your tier 2 tower, so it's like, it's manageable. If I want to sing more praises to the Warlock, this hero out pushes waves with everything. Like, he farms well. Like, he always has a lot of utility. Like, if it's like, you can push the wave with Shadow Word, you can push the wave with Fatal Bonds, you can push the wave with Upheaval, you can push the wave with Warlock Golem if you really want to, and farm some jungle stacks as well while you're at it. So it's a good hero. It's a very good hero.
Absolutely.
It's going to be Warlock and Puck. Puck going to be answered by the Shadow Shaman. One thing that Warlock does not have is any catch. Puck brings a lot of that with Dream Coil, with silences. On the other side, Team Nemesis, they're kind of set, right? Like, you've got yourself a Roar, you have your Tiny with Blink Toss combo, Avalanche, Shadow Shaman with Blinks as well. I wonder, though, is this a Shadow Shaman 5 now, or is this an offlane beast with a Tiny mid? What do you think?
That is a good question, actually. We're gonna find out. I think Tiny mid potentially, but then again, you have this flex. Mac can play the Void Spirit if he wants to. If they want to put the Tiny on support, I mean, Q Tiny is back on your previous days on other teams. Your ex Aurora, ex Talon. Q's Tiny was probably his best hero. So regardless, it's a pretty good hero to be able to play into the Puck with the Avalanche. You've got a lot of burst potential, got the Shaman to play with, so they have options here at least.
Yeah, I'm asking because Shaman isn't really the best 5, and I think they probably have revealed their hand that the Tiny is mid and offlane Beast, because Beast and Tiny is a bit better into Puck, I would say. Beast right now is, like, all of the lanes that I have watched, Beast versus Puck, Beast has not been doing well. It's like, it's one hero that can pressure him, zone him out, and we see a Brewmaster. All right, cool. I mean, I am a Brewmaster enjoyer. Some games, though, I've gotta admit, like, lately I've felt that my ulti does nothing even with the Ags. Like, people have started adjusting their playstyle to the Aghanims quite a lot and started anticipating the damage that it brings. Like, but also those games are usually the games where everyone else is getting crushed on the map, so the Brew can't really do a lot. I've been spamming a lot of Largo, I've been telling you that, so I have a very high expectations from what my offlane should be able to do. And there aren't many heroes that can't do as much as Largo. You can't heal damage, top heal, top DPS every single game.
When you have been playing some Brood games, what are some supports that you've been you feel like it helps the Brood? Is Hoodwink one of them that you kind of nice to play with?
Literally do not care anymore, because this hero used to be all about Cinder Brew and igniting and having a good combo. If you don't have a good combo, you're kind of done. Right now, if you want to creep skip while I'm playing Brew, sure, creep skip. If you want to pressure with the Brew, we can pressure. Like, you can basically build a 0-4-0-4 right now. You can build him 1-4-1 if you want to as well, and max out the Cinder Brew. It's like, you just have a lot of options. You can go Midas Ags, you can go Earn, you can go Rush Ags. It's, yeah. As long as you get Aghanims, I feel like this hero is solid. But I really think that Aghanims is a must. So Timber picked up. It does solidify then Tiny as a support, I assume, right? And Timber off with Beast mid.
10 seconds.
Yes, I think that would be the case. I mean, again, we've, of course, third time we've seen this Beast Puck matchup, but the Beast is, plays pretty well. Into in particular, we're going to have to see the supports, though. Like, at the moment, Xtreme, I feel like they line up pretty heavy team fight. You've got good supports to be able to provide some damage early. Nemesis maybe relying on blinks to do stuff on the map, but the Tiny and the Shaman, I think, stacks as well for the Timber and the Beast. So, maybe, you know, do you feel like Xtreme have the ability with the lineup to be able to maybe contest some stacks? Would you like a more like aggressive hero for Arme? Although with that being said, Arme, you know, he doesn't traditionally play these kind of more aggressive, active ones.
I think their pick is Ursa or Gyro. Ursa has been banned out. Gyro is left in the pool. I think that's the one they need to eliminate next. It's pretty, I would say it's pretty straightforward what they need. Like you said, you are playing with Puck as well, so, and Brew, so you don't need anything super greedy. Like you can you need something that does well into the Timber lane anyway. But that same Gyro will be banned out like 99%. I think this is the ban. I don't know if there's anything right now that's a lot better that they could go for, especially when you think about Fatal Bonds and Dream Coil. There's not and the hero that deals well with the Beast, with the Timber. It's maybe there is something I'm not seeing, but yeah, it's Ursa and Gyro. It's very straightforward. Like when it comes to the other heroes that are left in the pool that they could play with, like I gotta admit, I'm kind of struggling to find what can deal well with everything that they've got on Team Nemesis. I'm sure there is something, and they will showcase it. It's just that these two heroes that just got banned out are possibly the best at it.
What do you look at 23's options as well? Of course, Sven has been a typical way to deal with the Brewmaster, and I don't know that hero is not really the best at the moment. People aren't playing it as much. So there's some others that come to mind. Weaver's not bad.
Weaver is the best probably, even though they had Puck. Weaver is the best into Brew. There's Lifestealer that can deal with him. Sven as well that you mentioned that isn't that bad. On both sides, Windranger is, by the way, still in the pool if you want to be a little bit more elusive, but it's not a bad hero versus like the Brew in the lane. Later on, it's a bit annoying. Yeah, I feel like Lifestealer and Sven are kind of high ranked by both teams. And TA, by the way, is she banned? I think TA is really good for Xtreme. I mean, Nemesis could snatch it up as well. Yeah, I feel like it's a pretty good TA game.
Xtreme Gaming's
Oh, we didn't think about carry Beast. Is 23 playing Beast?
I think so. I think so. It could be like we have seen back in the day a carry Void Spirit as well, didn't we?
We
it has been
have,
played a bit.
I feel like that's less likely.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know. Well, interesting with the Beast, at least flexing it. Potentially, who knows? We'll see. Now Arme gets his decision on what hero he's going to want. This is going to be a very, very fast-paced lineup for Nemesis once they kind of hit like 15 minutes in when the 3 cores have items. So
I think TA is still pretty solid here. Like a straightforward pick. Yeah. I mean, when you look at the heroes that are being played right now, and just from the strengths of these heroes, I think TA is the most natural approach. I feel like Xtreme Gaming draft, when you look at it, you kind of understand what they were going for. You see the meta that they're playing. You understand the meta. When it comes to Team Nemesis, though, yeah, they're playing the carry beast that we haven't seen in a bit. Is it a bad draft on Team Nemesis? Definitely not. I feel like this draft is also very playable. But let's see how much they can do. Like, they have the Void Spirit into the Puck, which isn't bad lane, right? Like, it's a solid lane for Void Spirit. Down the line, it can be a bit rough versus Dream Coil, but overall, they don't really have a lot of catch on Xtreme Gaming as well. Like, what are you actually playing with here? You're playing with Puck with some silences and then Hoodwink. Basically, any sort of a defensive item on Nemesis, and you're basically free on Void Spirit. You need one defensive item though, and the game is free. On the other side, though, you're playing into Shadow Shaman, into Beast, with Roar, into Tiny. Like, no one is free here. Even a Brewmaster that is like in Earth stance, brewed up, can be brought down. Eventually, Void Spirit with the Naganims too. So, overall, yeah, I do think the Team Nemesis, they might be the underdogs here, but I think they have a very solid chance at taking this game 1.
Now, what heroes is that off the back of that needs to have a good start to the game?
I think it's not necessarily off of a singular hero. I think they need to like combo their strengths up very nicely in the post laning stage. And I gotta say, I would really like to see their supports do well. So you get some nice blink daggers, because their supports are pretty greedy. Like, you are playing with Shadow Shaman and Tiny, and that's one thing that I'm seeing as a weakness from them. A weakness that is somewhat alleviated by the fact that you have basically 2 offlaners on your side, right? So you have 2 heroes that are naturally played as offlaners, which means that they are strong in the lanes. So I feel like that could activate the supports that are usually played as position 4s.
All right, let's find out. Let's see how these 2 teams are going to be able to go at it. Of course, again, previously yesterday, Nemesis a 2-0 defeat versus Falcons, and then we saw Xtreme losing in a 3rd game affair versus Team Spirit. So a difficult opponent for them to go up against in round 1. This is a team that, of course, as well, did just place pretty decently at Dream League. I mean, 4th place, where they got knocked out, I believe, by Aurora, it was, in the lower bracket of the playoffs. So, you know, this team is starting to click, of course, with FY recently joining. You know, some changes as well with, what was it, FY and Nothing to Say. Of course, replacing Shinkyu and XM. So it's a game where I want both. Unfortunately, I want both teams to win. I want C to do well. I want China to do well. We don't come with any bias, but I do want both these teams to have a good showing here at PGL Wallachia. So someone's got to win. Nemesis, of course, was able to get a 3-2 victory over Vici Gaming in the qualifiers as well. So they did beat out in China there. See if they can do it here as well.
Let's see. They are... I would say, I don't know if you would agree, but yeah, Xtreme Gaming for me have more or less always been favorited almost versus any SEA team. Right now, OG is looking kind of strong, but yeah, in general, Xtreme was able to take the dub. But once again, it's a nasty draft that they're playing against, and I love this from Nemesis. I really like it. I feel like if they play the game fast enough, around the Void Spirit and the Timber, if you buy enough time for the Beast, yeah, like it could be a fun game. Top lane as well will be very interesting to me. Like Brewmaster into the Beast Master, 2 masters facing up.
You mentioned that the Brew skill build can be pretty versatile in a lane like this versus the Beast and Shaman. Do you feel like there is one that you're preferring a bit more?
In general, I prefer the build without Cinder Brew early on right now. But I feel like you might have to get it because you'll be able to just deal with the boars a bit easier. Maybe, if nothing because of that. Like some Cinder Brew into Bushwhack could be useful.
We'll see what XSS wants to do. Some of the levels. Bottom is just going to be some pulling shenanigans like we spoke about with the Warlock, and if you go double melee. So, of course, this is one of the more rougher matchups as well in the lane, Timber versus Templar Assassin. So, mid as well is going to be that skill-based matchup, right? With the Puck and the Void Spirit. You'd say the Void Spirit, of course, is going to be a little bit more favored. We'll see how many stats Mac wants to go for in a lane like this, but should have a bit of a better time.
No, absolutely. Mid lane, Void Spirit a bit stronger. Bot lane, TA will force them to creep skip. And that's it. Like, there isn't really a lot more that you can do. Tiny not great into TA. And so neither is Timbersaw, of course. He's also going to not have the best lane early on. Plus the Warlock to alleviate all of that. This top lane is kind of funky, by the way, because they did go for Cinderbrew. But there is one interesting thing here. You cannot ignite it with Acorn Shot. You have to ignite it with Bushwhack, which makes it a little bit harder to play around. You can ignite it with Clap, though. You just run up to them, use Clap. The problem is, whenever I see this kind of a build, though, is mana. I feel like you trade your own resources for the enemies, but you also may trade your farming speed for taking the resources from the enemy carrier, whoever, for a bit extra pressure. Because this hero actually farms quite quickly now with the Drunken Brawler maxed out and the Clap. Like, all you gotta do is just Clap and Drunken Brawler. You don't even have to ignite the creeps.
Do you need a mana sustain item for the Brewmaster, or is that you just play off clarities?
Nah, if you're doing the Clap build, just the yeah, they're throwing Cinderbrew. I honestly, they're making a little bit of a mess on top lane. I don't think they completely thought this one out, like, because the spells are not connecting. Like, they use the Cinderbrew after the Bushwhack has already ended, and then they have nothing to ignite with.
Yeah, it's going to get a little bit messier as well with some of the trees getting cut down to FY. Have a bit more of a difficult time with the Bushwhack. Well, it'll depend, of course, on 23 Savage's positioning. He's having a fine time. Mid as well, nothing to say. He's actually doing really well. 21-2 compared to the 21-1. Q will be able to at least take the water rune away from nothing to say, so a bit more difficult for him to play without some of the resources. I suppose this is kind of how the puck is able to, keep up with some of the last hits, is just with the orb damage. It's pretty easy for you to be able to sustain with a conservative amount of spell casting, so it's fine.
Not too bad for both teams right now. The lanes are very, very even, I gotta say. I feel like Timber and Tiny have done a pretty good job at laning versus the TA, but like you said, Warlock, there's one weakness that he's got, and that's creep skipping shenanigans. And also, by the way, I feel like this is a game in which Timber can literally just go behind the tier 1 tower and farm there. They're trying to deal with the force this time. They will be successful, but there's a TP.
Have we got a shackle? Genuel, he went for the Ether Shock first. Now we'll turn with the shackles that holds the Hoodwink into place. So we got a first blood. It's going to require Q to leave bottom, but he's able to do so because Jabs has got a full wave safely under his tower, so he's not going to need the support to body block him or bodyguard.
Yeah, I don't think you need to guard the Timber anymore. Like I said earlier, I feel like if the lanes are not pushed in like this, he might just be able to go behind the tier 1 tower and farm there. But I feel like FY has read the same thing. Now he has rotated bottom to maybe get a kill on the Timber.
If they're able to catch him in this position, the Bushwhack has lots of options with the trees, but Jabs has got 1 point up in the Timber chain, and unfortunately Alme was a little bit too far away. But nonetheless, we do they showcase that the support is down bottom, and they might be a bit too late to contest the rune. Mac has got the level 6 as well, but so too does Nothing to Say, who's going to try and drop the coil. But the Void Spirit's pretty survivable at the moment. 16-1 charge with the Fairy Fire, so Mac's actually going to jump over onto FY. A second kill for the boys on Nemesis, and now they'll even turn their attention over to X-Nova as well, as the Warlock 2 will be ran down. Now, Nothing to Say also has to be a bit more careful. He's going to look to try and TP out after the jaunt away, but Nemesis doing a really good job to bring their supports to play with the Void Spirit.
They had a kill on Puck there as well, but Januel, he used Shackles just as Hoodwink was dying, like last second. It wasn't really necessary. Maybe they could have taken down the big boy as well and Puck, but this is still very good by Januel, by Tiny. Good rotation, saving the Void Spirits. Not really saving the rune. Puck still gets the rune, but saving his life, giving him a couple of kills as well. A couple of earn charges too.
Bottom lane Arme actually, maybe? Stepped inside the bottom river. Wanted to try and contest the wisdom. Jabs has got his ultimate up, so they're going to be able to deal with the refraction pretty easily. And Mac even TP's down just in case some of the supports were playing behind Arme, but that actually wasn't the case. So 4-0 start here for Nemesis.
Beautiful. They do have 3 very strong laners that can be left alone. Which means that the supports can rotate, which means that they have high levels, which is one of the reasons why TA dies, right? Timber is just able to check from her and hold her in spot. Like, very nicely done so far. They have Aurora available as well. If they want to play around the beast, they are able to.
Yeah, I think even... Would you say a bigger ultimate, though, is the Brewmaster? Like, I guess it probably depends on who gets their ultimate off first, right? You pop split, then your Raw's not going to do anything, but if you gank on some of the supports, maybe they have the damage to blow up XSS.
Well, Brew's ult right now is basically like... it's not really a defensive tool. It's kind of a... It's kind of a tool where... Okay, Brew has ult. Do we go in and try to fight him? We don't, because if we try and fight him and he splits, we're doomed because we have to waste some spells, right? It's kind of a defensive tool in a way, which allows you to pressure top, which allows you to be offensive, if that makes sense, right? It's like an enigma with the black hole, you know?
Yeah,
okay, we
right.
cannot fight. It's just the threat that is.
And this is a first-hand experience, right, of what the threat actually is. Nemesis completely sacked this top tower. Like, Savage will finally start to come a little bit late. Who may be in trouble. A defensive roll, but FY is going to hold him into place with a bushwhack. They even feel like they need the shackles as well to stop XXS if he wanted to try and run down 23 Savage. Now, they do have nothing to say moving on over with an amplified damage as well. And this, by the looks of it, is going to be their first kill of the game. They feel it's necessary to use the Primal Split. But not needed in the end, unless he can find a +1, but won't get the Shaman on the TPR.
He was probably dead. One thing that I don't really like from Nemesis is that they let this tower go so freely. I think that if Timber is here, he can be like a stone, a rock in front of the tower, even versus Brew at this point, because Brew's level 1 ult truly isn't that amazing. It's good, of course, but they have Ancient Stack stop. That's why I'm saying that. This tower usually, yeah, you can let it go, but they have some triple Ancient Stack too for the Beast.
So now it's a bit easy for them to invade if they want to.
In his room, mid.
See. And Mac, they got the burst. Okay, well done. They
That
pick up the
looked way
rune,
too
they get
easy.
the kill. And Mac is someone I was kind of beginning to highlight. We're getting the play intros heading into this series. Is someone I've always been impressed by, with no matter what team he's on in Southeast Asia. 1-0-3 at the moment, so it's off to a pretty good start, but of course, as expected. There's not really a whole lot that he has to be concerned about this game. Like you mentioned, maybe the coil as the game goes on can be a little bit frustrating, but he will itemize more defensively with the first item, Yules.
Oh, he's going Yules first. Okay. I mean, he only needs one defensive item, and that's it. I'm surprised he didn't go full Vessel. I think it's a pretty good... It's not like an incredibly good Vessel game. I take that back. But every game is a decent Vessel game when you're playing mid Void Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, that item's stupid.
Yeah. In any case, just one Dispel of any sorts, and I think he's free. Like, the game is absolutely free for him.
Looking like a good angle, though. XG potentially have read this. FY is starting to put himself on the left side. Absolutely, he's read this. Great awareness from him. We're going to try and TP in to take the smoke, and in fact, doesn't even need to die for it as well. So now he's already set up for a potential defense. Now, Arme is still stepping forward.
Oh, Bushwhack.
They'll get the TP out. The bushwhack didn't actually land, but with the threat of the puck rotating, now it does cancel. Do they just go on Nemesis now? Like, you saw that not that they cancel the TP. They're going to run into FY inside the tree line. Now, Arme, does he get away as well? Looks like he's fine.
These moves from Nemesis are genuinely much sharper right now. Like, they're taking a lot away off the map. This is a decent Warlock Golem, I think, probably.
I guess the creep, what? Ain't the Remnant? It didn't look like it. Q's is actually just going to go down. Mac will get a return kill, probably. Be the case. He loses the power rune, unfortunately.
Shadow Shaman is DPing, but I don't think they have a kill on Puck right now.
No. I feel like Mac might even die, actually, if they go for it.
I doubt he... Yeah, maybe. They're just trying to defend, right? Like, get rid of this golem, make sure that the tower doesn't fall, zone the puck out. Like, overall, yeah, it was not a bad golem, especially because it was used before the coil. Like, it was the golem and then the coil, not really the classic combo.
Oh, the tower will end up going down in the end. FY is going to catch Q on the escape. It looks like the Tiny is just the only kill that we're going to have. So the casualty for Die. Of course, the bigger one is that objective that finally Xtreme were able to get with the assistance of the Golem.
It's the threat of the Brewmaster once more, right? Like, this is farming really quickly, by the way. This is a very farmed up brew. Like, brewed up, farmed up. He's going for his Aghanims, which will be there very soon. Especially when you consider that he's got Midas. So it's like, this is looking like a minute 16. Midas plus Ags. It's pretty solid. What I really like about the Midas build is the attack speed that you get for your fire stance. You farm fast. Like, Midas usually is a farming tool, right? But specifically on Brewmaster, because you crit more, you attack faster, and on top of that, of course, you get the active, which is also very nice. Unfortunately, you don't get the experience, the bonus experience like you used to, as it would have been absolutely broken on Brew.
Yeah. How do you want him to itemize in a game like this now? Now that he has this Midas and Scepter pretty shortly, is there kind of an item build that you continue to follow in a majority of games, or is there some items that you feel like could be better in this one?
I don't think that this hero post Aghanims has like a clear build.
Breaks the coil. Already used the silence, unfortunately. Now Mac has got the regen in the bottle and will use it to try and help with the escape. At least they force it out. Bottom as well, Timber. Oh, we cut down his tree, so does it get the chain away? Bit of a mistake from Jabs.
Uncharacteristic for his Timber, but... yeah, they do get a kill on Timber, they don't get a kill on Void Spirit. I feel like Hoodwink needs to be the one that connects to every single kill. If you want to make a kill, Hoodwink needs to be around. If she's not there, killing these cores is kind of hard. How's our Beast doing, by the way? Our Beast has an Aghanims. He's going towards the Blink Dagger, of course. Stock standard build, nothing crazy. We'll go Manta after versus TA. Not too shabby.
They're eyeing up XXS to top lane. Let's see if they're going to have the damage with the Void Spirit starting. Oh, a little bit awkward. They chain control with the Roar, but it's not going to matter in the end. These two are fine. Serpent Wards has to be used, but it is a kill though. XXS, they're going to be able to finally slow down this Brewmaster.
Yeah, unfortunately he wasn't brewed up, but he was so damn quick. Like, I was looking at his hero, he was so damn quick to go from his wind stance into earth stance. By the way, it was like, damn. As the Roar is flying, he's already switching up the stance. Because, by the way, right now you can switch up stances when you're silenced, but not when you're stunned. So he had to be extremely quick there. Still dies, of course, because he's not brewed up, but... yeah.
So we did see the early game, at least post-laning stage, Nemesis were making some pretty good moves out of their supports, you know, Genuel and Q in particular, but really lately it's been XG that have been the ones that have been more successful with some of their plays. This 2K lead was 3K previously. So they're pretty happy with the time that they have. But you were mentioning Dire playing with kind of 2 off lanes is going to look pretty scary around this stage of the game. Do you feel like they're ready to go and actually can contest this, even though they have this lead?
I think they should. If not now, then when? Like, you are playing into a Midas. You are playing into like a normal carry, which is the TA. You're not. So they can take it late if they trust their. Okay, when I say late, I mean a little bit later, like start playing in a couple of minutes. But I feel like they already have the blink on Tiny. That should be enough to activate them. That should be enough to make some plays. But instead, they're the ones getting gone on as Brew has an Aghanims already.
And Mac's going to be the first point of contact, running straight towards XG with the smoke. I'll drop the coil. They surely will have the damage, right? 23 Savage with the Raw is going to come out, but there's no extra fall. But the Avalanche will enable the Wade Spirit to leap away, but not that he was waiting. He doesn't have the damage, though. So Mac gets away.
Nice
the split along with the pushback. Nicely done from SY, but the toss is even better. Savage might still die, though. The meld is a big hit. He's got the health pool to be able to stay alive. No casualties just yet, but finally, we've got our first death. And looking for a second. Jabs will make it up on the high ground, though. So in the end, it's actually just the Tiny that goes down. We're so close from XG to getting more valuable kills, but unfortunately weren't able to convert.
Yeah, they were saving their spells. They might get countered now.
They will. Okay, 1 for 1. You're going to be pretty happy then with Radiant using some big ultimates. You know, Split, Rock, really the big ones in particular. I think Claw's already back up.
Yeah, they used everything. It was only level 1 ult from Brew, but I don't even think this was about the level of the ult. It was about the time he used it. It was a bit too late. That's how it looked like, at least to me. Like, if he insta-pops it, I still don't think they killed the Void Spirit. But maybe that was the idea, to bait them, to bait the beast into using Roar, and then after it you can use the split. In any case, it gives an opportunity to Nemesis to maybe make a play, and finally, yeah, they're smoking up with this Blink Tiny. There's a Tormentor, of course, up in about a minute, so maybe something that you can go for.
Who is priority for these heroes on Dire? Because you have the double blinks and the Void Spirit that can initiate easily. Who do you feel like they need to jump?
I think you can blow up the puck.
Okay.
This isn't a free puck game. If the game is not free for puck, he's almost always the first target to go for. If you have heroes that can take him down, and they do, I feel like Brew is your best option to kill before ulti, but it's also the most unlikely hero that you will kill if you go on.
1900 health doesn't make it too easy. You get 2k now with the level up, so they try and bring the tower down before the Tormentor fight with the wards. Won't be able to do so. Let's see if they still stick around, because it did place a bit more of an aggressive ward. They don't currently have jabs for maybe some of the nuke damage that they need to deal with XXS, but they're going to go for the backline. It's a nice combo from Q. They find both supports with a vision advantage. The haste is going to be there from Mac. It will be dispelled off, so he's going to have a bit of a difficult time of actually running away. They got the damage before any escape. They will. No, dissimulate or Astral Step, and 23 Savage. They got a glimpse of him over the right side as well. Arme making quick work of some of the cores on Dire. Jabs was too late to the fight. They're going to try and go through the portal. Is this going to work? Oh, the Rock gets both of them. X-Nova just in range. They don't have any stuns, though, to stop Jabs from making his way back through. So he will live, but what a beautiful fight from XG, even though it started well from Nemesis getting that initiation.
Did they even kill a single support? That's crazy. Like, they killed FY at least, right? Like, that's crazy that you catch these two heroes. Like, you catch the two supports and you cannot kill them quickly enough. They just didn't commit. Some of them committed, some did not. Like, you had a perfect toss onto the two supports into an Astral Step. Just look at how this starts. Like, two supports are caught, but it's only the Void Spirit and Tiny that are doing any work. It's only the two of them. The rest of the team is not there. Timber is too far. Beastmaster is trying to actually bail already. He's running to the right, but he still gets caught by the Spirit Panda, like the Air Panda. You get cycloned.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think the fight itself could have been good if they were all together at the right time. Timber was a bit late and so was the Beast, so it didn't really convert into anything in the end.
Which is a bit worrying then, considering again you go for these blinks on Dire, and we're still yet to see the value out of them. They haven't been able to get these kills or pickoffs. We have some fresh items though with the Lotus Orb completed now from Jab's Veil as well on Knack, but they're down 9,000 gold. They've got a nice ward. Q once again we saw previously found a good combo, but they're going to be able to find the initiation first over to the right side, and look at the damage, man. Army is just tearing apart some of the members, even XXS when he gets his ultimate out. So this is an easy kill into an even easier Roshan.
Yep. There's one thing about TA that we didn't really talk about. We said that they have like these 3 semi-carry, semi-cores on Dire, that you have basically playing with 2 offlaners when you're playing with Beast carry, right? TA she's a tempo carry. Like, this hero plays extremely fast. She takes objectives very quickly as well, and one of the main reasons why she's picked right now is because her numbers are just insane. Like, the damage that you deal with this build is way too high. Beast just doesn't come online fast enough for this.
Yeah.
They're still waiting for his BKB.
When he does come online though, we are going to see again Radiant, they don't have the survival toolkit like with some built-in saves, so you're going to be relying on maybe some itemization. Solar Crest kind of helps out a little bit from X-Nova, Lotus as well, but we'll see if they're going to be able to get the jump. But the problem is now, like, you're going to have the TA that's just playing in the front with Aegis. It's far difficult for you to go past the Templar Assassin. You want to deal with the supports, but if you don't control Arme at the same time, then we've of course seen what has been happening in these fights.
No, absolutely, but the best way to survive for Xtreme Gaming is to kill heroes, right? Like, maybe you don't have to stay alive in a traditional way by glimmers, solar crests. You can just right click them down first and faster. They might go on brew mid. Beastmaster is setting up, he's got the BKB, they are smoked up, but he knows.
Yeah, and the team knows as well. They're playing a little bit closer towards XXS location. They're going to try and jump in with a rock. Might disrupt them, it's not enough. They got the big kill, but they had to commit pretty heavily. The Shackles is going to stop some of the damage coming through from Arme, but it doesn't matter in the end. You'll deal with the Aegis. Are you going to be able to get out to live the tail, though? Because off the back of the respawn Arme, he's going to want some revenge. We're starting to run over towards the right side, but still, X-Nova actually might have a target on his back here, trying to swing back into the middle. He's going to be fine. And now the retreat needs to be caught from Nemesis. But the Atos is going to hold the Void Spirit into place. Mac is still got to dissimulate to work with, but Arme pretty much goes untouched inside this team fight. Triple kill for him, and it's another fight that just goes pretty convincingly for XG.
It's another fight that is kind of enabled by the sheer strength of this TA. Like, you take top tower so quickly that you are able to connect to the brew. They were baiting on the brew. They knew exactly what they were doing. I think he might have even seen the drums from Beast, like the animation, as he was hitting the creeps. But in any case, he switched to Earth Stance immediately. He bought enough time. He didn't survive, of course. They blew him up. This is like, you asked me earlier, like, what's the best target to kill? If you can kill the Beast like this, it's fantastic. Unfortunately, they had Aegis, right? So you kill the Beast, you kill the TA, but then you have to deal with her again. If this was a TA without an Aegis, this fight could have been really good for Nemesis. But of course, yeah, they wouldn't have taken this fight if they didn't have the Aegis.
I guess one thing now for Nemesis, you don't have to worry about it for a little bit longer, but unfortunately with that Aegis advantage, we're up to a 13-kill lead now for XG. They're well and truly in the driver's seat. They're even looking for another fight up top. Nothing to say. Just a little bit closer towards Januel, who both supports. Both fives are actually going to run into each other inside the trees. So nothing too crazy. It means that Savage is going to be able to scurry on away. He's under a ward though. It's fine.
Yeah, he's got this BKB, by the way, and level 18 on Beast. So his farm is... He's keeping up. It's not great. Like, he's 5k net worth behind the TA, but his team is 14k behind. So he's comparatively doing fine. But I feel like this hero right now doesn't really do a lot. Not in the current state of the game, at least. Because you have to play against the Warlock Golem. Your BKB will mostly be negated. Refresher, by the way, next on Brew. This is... I feel like if there isn't like a specific item to go for, this is the best build. Sometimes you have to go for Blink. You don't... I see a lot of players going Blink right now. And just playing the good old school Brew, Blink behind the enemy lines. But Refresher, it just feels nice.
Yeah, with the potential of, what, 48 seconds. Your ultimate, if you're able to get doubled out inside a team fight. If the fight does even last long enough, which, you know, again, probably for Dai, you're hoping it doesn't, considering they have a lineup that is pretty committal with the nukes. You know, the Raw, with the Timber. I mean, Tiny doesn't mind, of course, as a support, being able to get a couple combos out, but...
Octarine is also very nice, by the way, on Brew. If you were going for this Refresher. I'm just saying that because Refresher did get nerfed a little bit, but Octarine was always a build on Brew. He's still not level 18. Keep in mind that with the Aghanim's, he does get one extra level of his ult. So.
Well, they do scan their own wisdom, so a couple of heroes going to try and TP back, while Arme just cleans up the objective. So it'll just be a measly shaman that's hanging around.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Release trade some objective towards the mid lane, though. Finally, this T1 tower is going to go down 28 minutes in. So again, Nemesis are still struggling. Ooh, 23 Savage. Okay, but what now? He's going to BKB himself and tip out. Army. Oh, boy. Oh, man. That's a rough one.
That's roughy right there. Definitely. TA has a Lincoln's flying out very shortly after this kill. Needs 1,000 gold more. That's not how you want to see your carry dying, right? Using the ward to get an enemy position 5.
Potential frustrations trying to let loose on the ex-teammate. Chatting up a bit before we got ourselves underway here, Savage and X Nova, but no tips there for the solo roar into the death as a one. Meanwhile, Radiant, they're going to sweep through the portal, looking to try and once again potentially get Januel. He's doing a decent job to be able to put himself in the firing line. Someone's got to be dying. Unfortunately, you don't want it to be your carry, of course. The big thing is that the fact that he loses another ward. I think 2 D wards back to back over the last minute now, so this map is going to continue to get even more difficult to play. There we go. Last ward now removed, so they've gotten plenty of value out of the gem. From nothing to save, because Mac is holding his own, but it's difficult for him to be able to get rid of some of the vision. And we are, I suppose, just waiting for Roche. I mean, Tormentor's up as well, so Radiant are very methodical from XG. You know, any objectives that they're playing around as a unit, we saw that Wisdom scan as well. They made sure just 2 heroes didn't TP by themselves. They kind of all TP just in case there was a counterplay going on the other side. This is the discipline that you would expect out of the talent on this lineup. They are starting to move on over towards his bottom side as well. Scan's gonna go red, but it looks like Nemesis wanting to try and leave the stronghold of this triangle. So Radiant get full control. They can take the Tormentor, so they can take the Outpost if they want to make this Roshan easier, but
It's free.
it's looking...
It's free rush. Yeah. I don't think you can contest this one. TA has too much damage, and you truly need a couple of extra items before you take these fights. These upcoming fights, that is, I think Whisper at least needs the Aghanims. He's 900 gold away. It will buff him up a little bit. He's getting a bit tankier. He will have Shivas plus Ags for the next fight that is most likely going to be around the high ground. Maybe the tier 2 mid that they can def as well, but every upcoming fight is going to be heavily XG favored. 17k ahead, BKB on top, Parasma, just a lot of big items. I'd like to see them. I'd really like to see them get a pick off. Maybe split the map somehow. You know, with the beast, perhaps it is an option if you can force them into a 4v5 engagement. But versus a team like XG, I doubt they're gonna bite the bait on an illusion top pushing with Boars.
Yeah, no, and it seems like they're kind of sick of the current map state. Nemesis have done a decent job to be able to stall out the past minute or so, but finally Xtreme have got the map in a position where they're feeling pretty comfortable to maybe start to threaten the high ground, and they can do it in multiple ways. I mean, XXS, like you're seeing, if he wants to commit with the split, you can just put Arme forward. You can also do both. So now, how do you mount a defense? Januel, well, he's, by the looks of it, not going to be around. So you're already going to have to be holding your base with a 4v5 disadvantage, and it was already pretty difficult with 19k deficit as well. Savage hasn't TP'd back just yet, so...
He's still farming. I don't think he's going to get this next item. He needs to go base.
They're gonna get the toss back, man. Into the 8th run then as well. They pop the Lincoln's Arme. Surely he's gonna die, right? No, what? Arme? How is he alive? Someone kill him. Arme's able to get the blink away. It looks like the Roar was actually what popped the Lincolns in the end, so they didn't control him long enough. And Arme still lives.
They still have Roar, by the way. It's
Oh, they didn't use it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think they used it. It's just a level 25 TA with 1 billion, trillion, gazillion refraction charges. They didn't get her. And Solar Crest, I believe, was applied as well on her. What's really, by the way, entertaining me, and what I really like about the item builds that we are seeing in this game, is the Aghanims on Hoodwink. Like, I low-key think this Ags is pretty good. I know it's not being bought by almost anyone else, but FY. But I really like it. I'm a big Ags enjoyer.
Apparently you just need a 24k lead for this item to be considered. You've been asking for it. You've been doing some tournaments, online stuff. I feel like the LB's Wizard would make you every now and then. It's kind of mentioning like, hey guys, is this Scepter? I know the Shard's good. I know some of the other items are not bad, but the Scepter is pretty good too.
The Shard is a must. The Shard is an absolute must. Axe is a meme. It's absolutely a meme, but it's a good meme. It's like there are some memes that are just bad, like in Dota, but I feel like this is a good meme. You can play around it. It's like it gives you another disable. It gives you another sort of maneuverability. Like you can debate spells as well.
Okay, Q just runs past 5, blinks over the top, and apparently he's in the base. He still hasn't bought out just yet on FY. Come on. Let's see this scepter before the game potentially ends.
24k lead, but I feel that the defense is possible now for Dire. Like, you go double war. Let's see.
Well, there's the toss back. They don't get that much distance. Arme still falling pretty low. Savage wants to jump to backline support. He's going to be careful about the damage from Arme. Has a refresher. Second roar is going to be an opportunity for them. But of course, Arme's still got ages for another 10 seconds. They won't be able to keep him alive long enough, but Puck's gone. Johnny well with the shackles, and now as well, it's a pretty decent rock to do their best to cover Arme, but it doesn't matter. Finally. Then where was his Nemesis in the past couple of fights?
No, like, I'm telling you, I was looking at their items and they looked scary when it comes to high ground defense. I think Xtreme Gaming tried to force it a little bit too hard, with the brew split being used first, exposing their supports in the back. Specifically Hoodwink, without, if she had Aghanims here, if she used the Ags immediately, maybe Beastmaster would have been baited on the decoy, but yeah, no such luck. So they can't just absolutely eliminated them. There's no BKB on TA, by the way, keep that in mind. It's not really the best BKB game. So once you go on her, once you get her controlled, she's as good as dead. Very nicely done. That 24, 25k lead is now 15k. That's a 10k swing almost.
That's massive. You got a 2-2 tower mid lane as well. You got to buy another gem here for X-Nova. A little bit more investment out of the supports. And the probability is even, you know, well, we're down to, it's only 84%. It was, I think, peaked at 96. But they put themselves in a pretty decent position, and they've shown now in a couple of fights. Like, we've got to remember that previous attempt at the top lane as well, not just the most recent one, but that toss back with the Roar didn't actually come through from Savage. They were really close to killing Arme. So
do you always go 25? You don't always go, for sure. Like lately, I feel like people have been going more for primal roar food. I mean, not lately, always they have been, right?
Yeah, I've seen it a little bit more lately, the axes. I was also confused.
Okay.
I thought the roar was, I don't know, I thought 25-second roar cooldown was pretty dumb always, but
it is. There's, I mean, the BKB piercing absolute disable without any saves, to me at least, seems like a game-breaking thing to have. Like 3 roars in a single fight seems kinda silly.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
okay.
I wonder with this item build, like we are seeing a bit more of the Beastmaster, right? With this carry build where you're going some unconventional, you know, with the Disperser, Manta, he's got Overwhelming Blink, I think, queued up. So I don't know if that extra, like, if it gets 2 axes with the damage amp, like, maybe it's more worth it. I don't know. I'm just, who am I?
Yeah, but then you're not right-clicking. You're spamming axes. Let's see how it works out. So far, so good for Nemesis. I think they made a huge comeback. Of course, they did make a huge comeback on that high ground.
Alright, looking like it's going to be a pretty easy start as well with a clean pick-off on the support. Now, they will run into Arme, and we see this time, if they're not getting the toss back on Arme to reposition him, then they kind of don't want anything to do with the TA.
He's making my memes stay dreams. Like this Aghanims on Hoodwink, he's not using it. Like, this is a couple of times now where decoy was absolutely magnificent if used. Could have been amazing, but yeah, didn't get the chance to click it.
I think he's regretting the scepter now. Back-to-back deaths. It's like, what have I done?
I think they might be regretting not having some extra Lotus Orb, you know, for the TA or for himself even. Maybe some extra, any sort of an extra utility item. Like, you can see Crit and other Hoodwink players just, after the shard, they didn't really care what they buy, so they just get like a Vlad's. You know, you just get like any sort of a utility item. Aghanims is, look, it truly is a 4.2k gold investment, so it's pretty big. If it doesn't work, you could have bought 2 utility items for that price.
Right, we're gonna see this value that we've been hoping for with it. Potentially in this fight.
I have faith. I believe. I believe.
Blink online now for the Shaman makes it a bit easier for him. So Genuel, gotta be careful. There's lots of things that can cancel the Shark, but maybe if he can jump in and get that Hex, importantly to pop the Lincolns or Ether Shock as well to help Savage. It's still, again, really, it's all been on cue. His tossbacks, especially on the Templar Assassin, have enabled them to threaten Arme. Even though Arme's only got 2 deaths, we have seen he's been a little bit more cautionary with his position. Actually, they will be able to walk up this high ground going from a bit of a different angle. Smoke's gonna pop as well, Savage. Instantly jumps in with the BKB. Savage is stuck! Oh, he's stuck! Okay, it's okay. Not a big deal. He's gonna get down, nothing to say. Bit of an awkward coil usage as well. No one's here. Like, no one is there to follow up. Nothing to say. Almost gets caught as well. They're gonna be able to land the silence. Is there any extra control afterwards? XXS, another round of the Primal Split. Raw 23 Savage doesn't find it. They're gonna drop the rock to try the shot. They will toss in Arme, but the damage Arme was happy now to be in the middle. They buy back out of 23 Savage, but it's gonna take him a little bit of time to get to the middle of the team fight. The team fight might be over before he's in there. Mac is now getting ran down as well. He's got no ultimate charges. Silence to prevent XXS. It's not gonna matter. They're surrounding the Void Spirit, and I mean, Nemesis clawed their way back into this game, but that fight was really chaotic.
Yeah, I feel like there was some choking involved maybe by Nemesis in this fight. They used so many defensive tools. Beastmaster was Locust and he was Lincoln's, right? Like they used Lincoln Sphere on him, they used Locust on him, and they still kept on running with the Beast. I feel like at that point, you just gotta turn and roar the puck. Like, it's not like the puck has Lincolns or anything. He had the BKB. I feel like it was necessary to just insta-turn on him. Like, who cares if you get jumped? You're getting jumped anyway, and Dream Coil was used. Plus, the double roar was available. Then in the end, the roar went on to a primal split panda, if I'm correct. Like, it was a little bit messy on my screen. But I feel like one of the brawlings just got roared, and that's it. And the Beast was completely out of position at that point, so he just got deleted. Unfortunate for Nemesis.
Yeah, because I mean, they were very close to making this one a far more exciting game with a potential late game, with it being pretty even between the two. But now, actually, once again, they get the fight. Now they get Roshan as well. So we got... where's the refresher shot? That's actually in the hands of Nothing to Say. You get the Aegis on Arme. I was going to mention that I would kind of like to see Xnova honestly hold the refresh. I feel like this rock has been pretty important to reset some of the fights. When you jump in, it can cancel the shackles. It can kind of disrupt the roar from 23 Savage, so we just can't get that full duration of damage out.
Well, they have 25 in pot. I think that's why it's on him.
Yeah, there's the 25 coming into play. And Jabs, he's super vulnerable inside the coil. They're going to do whatever they can to protect him. He's got a buyback. We'll look to try and rejoin instantly. Mac as well is going to be fine. They do get the roar. Puck's going to be controlled, and they should have the damage to be able to secure the kill. An instant buyback coming through, but meanwhile, Arme's inside the base. Arme off the respawn. What have they got to protect him? XXS is going to try and run interference. But the BKB is going to be activated. Arme can now turn, just crits down the Beastmaster. Savage not available. He just calls it. They know this last fight, there is no possible way for them to take it 3v5 without 23 Savage. And finally, XG are going to be successful in this game one.
A cool game one. Like, not straightforward, something that we kind of wished for, right? Like, not a game in which one team just ran away with it. Like, you could argue that Xtreme Gaming were in control for the majority of the game, but Nemesis as well. They did put up a fight in that second to last high ground push. They had some good things going for them, but this last fight was just way too messy. I feel like they just kept on running, and they reinitiated maybe a little bit too late and maybe a little bit too wrong on the wrong targets. This last fight had to be cleaner, and I'm kind of sad for them. This is it. Like, I'm annoyed a little bit by the fight. Unfortunately, Xtreme Gaming, of course, is being a little bit too good, knowing when and where to strike and how to strike, and just popping that brew ult, running them down with the puck and brew, forcing them to make a mistake. Yeah, solid game from Xtreme Gaming. Solid draft from Team Nemesis. Solid idea. Back to the Beastmaster 1. Void Spirit as well, Mac. Like you sung some praises. He did really well early on. This combo of Void Spirit and Tiny managed to kill Puck a couple of times early on, but there was one fight around the Tormentor top, if you remember, where they didn't have all 5 heroes. I think that was the crucial, like, game-breaking play. Like, if they had all 5 heroes there with the toss on the 2 supports, maybe they could have slowed down this tempo from TA, because this hero, if you allow her to play her own tempo, like, you're not gonna get any objectives. Every Tormentor is hers, every Rosh is hers as well.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, right, this is a hero that when you do get the items can be one that is just incredibly fast-paced. It just needs a couple, but those items aren't, you know, too expensive, especially with how fast you're able to farm. But, you know, whether it be Deso Blink, your Deso Blink +1 afterwards, or Dragonlance if that's what you want, you just completely take over the map. It's perfect timing with all these objectives around the mid game, and you know, we saw they kind of there were some fights, but still in the end, Xtreme, something you would expect as well, of course, from China. Man, team fight execution for them is always been kind of the big benefit of this region.
Yeah, they have team fight practicing lobbies there. You know, you just enter a lobby and it's like one big thing. You know what? Like, you just gave me a pretty good custom game idea. How about, like, I'm throwing it out there to anyone that wants to create this. I know there's a lot of you enthusiasts, custom game mappers. Create a custom game where you can choose a team fight at the beginning, like one famous team fight, and then the 10 of you play it out. Like one of the team fights from like TI finals or something, you know, like the Echo Slam or the Coil or the Naga Song into the Black Hole, you know, just allow people to play 5v5 and see how they would execute. I actually think it would be kind of a fun thing to even give to pros, you know, like a content piece to let pros play this. Just give them, to put your current pros into some like old school team fighting situations.
Yeah, go back and relive potentially some of their, you know, potentially some of those fights that they were involved in, right? You know, in previously. This is an exciting idea. We're gonna have to get someone on board here to cook it off. So we'll see. If you come up with some more ideas after the break, you're gonna have to let us know. We'll use this time. You know, the viewers as well, they can use this time, the break time. You know, you don't worry about getting food or water or anything. You guys should be coming up with some custom ideas to add on to this. But nonetheless, so actually a solid game 1 performance from them. They're going to be, of course, with the advantage here now heading into game 2. Let's find out what we have in store for us after a quick break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Mai iubit
A quick break and we are ready to go for our second game here. Xtreme starting off well. Took a little bit of time for them to get that victory, but they were able to find it nonetheless in the end. That, of course, is the main objective here. But, you know, it's the side objective. The main one is getting the series victory. That is their, of course, primary one today. Tomorrow they can look for a different opponent. Still need to come forward here with a Game 2 victory over Nemesis. We saw, it was a game where Nemesis, you know, there were some moments where we saw some signs of life for them, but nonetheless, it was XG that looked pretty good from start to finish.
They did. They had a couple of hiccups here and there, right? And Team Nemesis, they did show some strength, but in the end, I feel like Xtreme Gaming just executed a bit better in general and did fewer mistakes. And I think that's usually the team that wins. It's the one that does less mistakes. I would like to see Nemesis execute a similar idea, but unfortunately Beastmaster has been banned out, so they won't be able to just first phase that hero and then you know, maybe put him mid, maybe put him off lane, maybe put him safe lane. Instead they will get themselves a Phoenix. Interesting, like Jakiro was left in the pool, but instead they still go for the Sunshine, for the egg, which is nice. You know how much I like the Phoenix. I feel like out of the two position 5s, I'd probably be happier with Warlock right now, though.
5 seconds remaining.
Yes. Like, when do you feel like Phoenix thrives? Like, he's more lineup dependent, right? You feel like you kind of need a draft with the Phoenix where you are utilizing the egg, whereas Warlock kind of doesn't need maybe some heroes that are also drafted with him?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, when you're playing Phoenix, you need heroes that protect the egg, and you need heroes that keep the enemy heroes in check. And usually those are one and the same. It's like your Marses, your Beastmasters, your Tinies. You just give him area control and give him stuns, and he's happy. Something like a Puck as well comes to mind. So yeah, for Warlock you can play it basically every game first phase, and you can play it versus anything and with anything. It doesn't really matter what this hero plays into. It's just a very stable support. Also, like there are heroes that when you're playing Phoenix as a 5 or any other position, there are heroes that he's better against and heroes that he's worse against. I know that Jabs played Phoenix, by the way, and so maybe this is like a slight flex for them too, but I'm a big hater of offlane Phoenix. I don't like that hero on offlane at all. I think the biggest issue with Phoenix being offlane is that a different offlane isn't offlane. If that makes sense.
Right.
Like, because Phoenix, he needs a standard offlane hero on his side, on his team. I think this hero is actually more legit on mid than on 3.
I was just going to ask, honestly. I was going to say, can we mess around and dabble with the mid Phoenix instead, or no?
I think you can. I am doing it, like, constantly.
Oh, if you're doing it, then let's do it.
In the past, when Phoenix was played mid, I might have been the one that suggested it to some players to test it mid and play it, and they did somewhat all right with. I feel like this hero is one of the easiest heroes in the game to play, but to play like on a normal level, but it's kind of hard to max him out, especially on core roles.
What is it? Well, specifically, what do you feel like is the difficult thing that it takes so much time to be able to kind of learn?
I think it like just recognizing what build you need for a certain game, and how and min-maxing your dying light, and min-maxing just how much impact you can have in the game early on. When you're like a lot of supports, at least on this hero, don't rotate with the bird at all. Meanwhile, this hero is not that bad at rotating if you're low HP. If you're high HP, you're kind of trash. But if you're playing around the dying light, you can do a lot. In any case, this is most likely going to be our support. We have the Phoenix, we have the Puck. The combo is already there. On the other side, you have the Mars Warlock combo, which is also not too bad. They get themselves the Shadow Shaman versus the Puck. And this is a different Shaman now. Because in the last game, it was a 5 Shaman that had to go like Glimmer. I don't know if he even had a Blink.
At the very end, I think.
At the very end, maybe, yeah. But this Shaman should be a bit bigger. He should have his Blink a little bit earlier as well.
Yeah, pretty decent lane as well. Mars Shaman, some kill threat depending on what the carry is going to be. A classic XXS hero as well. And we'll see how he wants to itemize to play with the Puck. Of course, already thinking about some MOUZ scepters in a game like this, but let us see what 23 hero we get. They're actually... Alright, we're kind of dabbling a little bit with some of the same heroes we got previously. Really just the change-ups right now of the MOUZ.
Yeah, let's see how Xtreme counters the Brew on the carry role, because they have the next pick. And honestly, it looks like a pretty solid Weaver game, just straight up picking it. What are the problems? Problem is a Puck, maybe, with the coil, and they can pick something here like a Lion, or, you know, these kind of heroes that can actually catch you. I'd like to see... Okay, they go for Jakiro instead.
Does this make Weaver more enticing?
I think so. This means Phoenix is a 4, most likely with Brew. I mean, Weaver plus Warlock should demolish that lane. And then it's only Puck that you worry about. I truly think, if it's not Weaver, what is it? Like a Faceless Void? I mean, he struggles from the same things, but I think Weaver is stronger. It's like Puck with silences and Dream Coils and stuff. It's annoying.
Do you know how Kez matches up versus Brew? I only suggest it because I know actually I've been playing a lot and it got banned out last game.
Kez is also a good option. It's not only versus Brew. Your Falcons Rush works on the egg, so you can kill it off as well.
Okay.
And you're decent versus the Brew. I don't think you're as strong as a Weaver, but you're also solid. This
seems like they're... Sorry, go.
No, I just wanted to say the Nemesis lacks catch. Like, they have Puck. You have Coil, you have Silence, but that's it. Like, your supports don't really contribute a lot when it comes to getting heroes, keeping them contained.
I wonder if there's an argument where you pick your mid here, because what are your options with the Puck? Because Void Spirit's already banned out.
Oh!
Well.
There you go.
So it's similar vein, right? Where we're mentioning about the lack of control from Nemesis. I mean, Puck is not bad to be able to get the Tinker. I think the Brew's okay as well if someone can get on top of him first. But really, you touched on it previously, right? You feel like this Tinker hero is kind of just absolutely stupid unless you have a constant purge on him.
Yeah. I think you need the purge on him. I think you need a lot of control, and I think that Puck alone is a step in the right direction, but it's not enough. That's why they banned out the Faceless Void. From Nemesis, I expect... What do I expect? I expect like a Weaver ban, and there's a lot of options left after. Like, Weaver is banned out. That's the easiest hero to ban, and now the next one is what? Like a Gyro?
Nemesis, turn to ban.
Maybe.
Sven too.
Sven, yeah. Another option. There's a Life Stealer option, by the way, as well. You just get the tanky hero with a built-in BKB versus all of these guys on the other side versus Brewmaster. Something that plays fast enough. Because you have Tinker now, right? Like, you don't necessarily have to look at the position 1 as the end-all be-all hard carry win condition. Like your position 1 can just be like a space creator for the Stinker.
I think that's why I suggested the Sven. I mean, I know I suggested last game with the Brew, but even like it a bit more just because of your ability to play more up in the face. Maybe it's not a hero that deals with the egg, whereas some of your other suggestions, the Gyro especially.
I think Gyro was the best one. Why I said Gyro first is it's just easy to play. But damn, I forgot Ursa is still in the pool. I forgot this guy is still out there. Not as amazing versus Brew like these other two, because you can just get cycloned and it is a bit annoying. Like, there is a built-in Yule Scepter on the enemy team. A Yule Scepter that lasts for a really long time. So, your Enrage or Satanic down the line can be negated by the Brew. But overall, I do value Ursa quite highly in almost any game.
So what carry options then we get for 23?
Lifesteal?
Does he want?
Okay.
Yeah.
Not the worst matchup. You can play into the Mars as well. You've got Puck Bomb. Maybe an option for them. Like, this Tinker is annoying for a lot of carries. There you go. Your Sven is finally there. On the other side, though.
What is the Sven? Kind of what are you seeing with it in a game like this? What do you feel like the reasoning was for the Nemesis to go for it? A stun? Okay.
Yeah, like they had no stuns, man. Like you had Dream Coil and Ice Bat. That's it. Like they desperately needed another stun, something to protect the egg, something to play around. By the way, Johnwell is going for Hotspot. I'm not even sure why in this game. I don't think Hotspot makes too much sense to me in this game, but yeah, you can use it in the arena, which is nice. You know, get that Sunray going. There's nothing. Why am I saying that? Because there is nothing like crazy tanky on the other side as well. Ah, there we go. He switched it up to Dying Light. But yeah, he probably had it from some other game on default. It didn't look like a good Hotspot game, that's all.
So yeah, just back to this venue, just a stun. Kind of simple as that. You just wanted a stun from Nemesis. You didn't really have many others. You got some Tinker problems.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be 5-head. You get the stun from your carry. It's like the matchup versus the Ursa is, I guess, playable. I think Ursa is maybe a bit better right now. Versus most carries that historically could have been good against him. I think you also get a Blink Initiator on the Tinker, so you can follow up with Puck. If Puck jumps him, you can jump as well, and you actually have so much damage that you can kill him before the first rearm. So but overall, yeah, you get the stun. The most important thing. You didn't have one, now you have one. But you think I'm being sarcastic? I'm not. Like, I hate seeing a team that has this kind of a draft and then ends it with like a gyro or a TB or something, and then you literally cannot get any TP cancels on your side.
No, I know you're not joking. I understand it. This is anyone who's stunned becomes a Herald player, my friend. You're no immortal. You're no pro player anymore. Stunned, what are you gonna do? Hold in place? You start smacking them away.
You lose 1000 MMR for every stun you're missing in your team. True. So 5 heroes without stuns is minus 5000. You go from 17k position 1 rank 1 player into a 12k pleb.
Yeah, it's a big drop off. You gotta drop some stuns. Simple as that. Savage, what are we doing? Why are we just... Well, we're on the days of level 1 Roche. Like, why don't we have crazy lineups to do crazy shit again?
He's too strong, man. Roche is just way too strong. We don't have Wraith King plus Ursa taking Roche level 1 anymore. Feels bad, man. Good times.
Good times. It's an interesting maneuver from XG. Caught up on the kind of 2 on the low ground. Sorry, 2 on the high ground, 1 on the low ground, so...
Yeah, 3 bounties for them. They didn't really break the smoke with their own smoke on carry. I think that's why they're losing this one. And it's gonna be late to the lane this way, but at least Phoenix is there to maybe block off the dire side wave a little bit.
I mean, even XXS is kind of just interfering from him entering the lane as well. He pop up very far.
Yeah, I think that
very
was a misclick.
Haha, bro, he's...
There's a bit of tilt.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not what I want to see. My carry get blocked away from 2 last hits in the lane, then eats a fairy fire too.
Good start. Good start. They're laning, by the way, Brew and Jakiro top. I think this is a very solid lane, even into Ursa. Because now you can all... it's much easier. Like, if you remember, last game, it was kind of hard to ignite. But in this lane, with the Jakiro, you actually can play around Cinderbro. And I think you can out-damage the Shadow Word.
How much of it is like Fire Spirits as well versus the high attack damage from the Shaman? Does that matter? But because I know Jakiro has his own attack speed slow as well.
I think this is just a stronger lane. I honestly think this is just a stronger lane on top. So playing Jakiro top makes more sense. Phoenix is just a weaker laner, and Sven should be able to farm under the tower. Like you said, Fire Spirits are decent, but not a lot would have changed if they swapped out Phoenix and Jakiro. It's just that your top lane would be a bit weaker.
And meanwhile, mid lane though, Mac is having a very good time. 12-5 compared to the 6-1 currently.
Doubling up. Yep.
Absolutely. As we see, the Tinky can be a bit frustrating here with the laser, at least guaranteeing some CS, but because Mac can kind of do that as well. One hero that doesn't particularly matter too much about the blind. Bottom lane, Savage is going to eat a little bit of damage now. He, by the looks of it, pops the stick to get some health back. The Fire Spirit attack slow, unfortunately, is not going to be enough, so XXS is the person to draw first blood in our second game.
He was a bit deep, especially around the Lotus Pool time, right? Of course, they're going to be in the lane, pressuring, trying to get the healing Lotus as well, which they do. So a very good start right now for XG on the bot lane.
Do you anticipate the supports to play as much around mid this game from Nemesis as what we saw previously? Because we did see that Q and Genuel were kind of assisting Mac a bit more in game 1.
You know what? I would really like to, but I like that they did that, but I kind of struggle to find the ways of Jakiro and Phoenix actually contributing until Puck is 6. So maybe after Puck is 6 you can, but up to that point it is a bit difficult. Like, Phoenix and Jakiro, 2 extremely slow heroes when it comes to movement speed, and on top of that, 2 heroes that don't really contribute a lot when it comes to rotating. Like, they absolutely can, but you gotta find the right angles. Dude, top lane!
Yeah, I don't know what that was. The Wild Wing Ripper kind of helping Ame, put him a little bit closer to Q.
What the hell? There's a 11th player in this game, and I swear, he just falls asleep every now and then, but sometimes he makes a difference.
If I died because of that, I would be full on tilting. It's like, are you serious?
It happens. Like, it actually happens often that you were put out of position by this guy. It's super annoying.
Luckily enough, no casualties here from Q and Jabs. As a result of that, really kind of the big loser at the moment is bottom. 23 Savage Once again, kind of getting going on. Genuine does a pretty good job, though, to strike back with his own damage. In fact, might be able to get a solo kill onto F5. The Storm Hammer. They need one more right click, and they're going to be able to get it, but XXS should be able to clean up. So, 1 for 1 in the end.
Yeah, not too bad for XXS Mars, right? Getting the solo experience as well.
Yeah, maybe a bit more important, honestly. Get that ultimate up a little bit earlier. Having a bit of mana problems at the moment, of course. We'll see if he goes Soul Ring now, if he completes the phase with the early arena he's going to get with that solo experience. Will be the phase. It's his choice. Not that it's still struggling a little bit in the CS as well, so it hasn't caught up to Mac. How does this Tinker kind of play the early game as well once the lanes dissolve and the team around him? You say he's a pretty slower hero?
Yeah, of course. It's a Tinker with Translocator, right? Like, this is maxed out March of the Machines. What do I expect from him? I expect some stacking to maybe happen. I expect him to be jungling a lot. You don't really have to make a lot of moves. It's like Kaya Yasha into Aghanims, right? Like Blink Dagger. This is usually what you see. Meanwhile, it's on... The onus is on XG to pressure to try and slow down the Tinker.
Wait, what?
What?
I've never seen this. Hang on, I'll speak about it after. I think bottom lane. Something going on here. Potential dive that they're trying to set up. I didn't know that because they removed the puck phase shift, right? Where you can't get the health back from the tower, right?
Yes.
So he was invised up and he kept running in tower range and then running out, and it was working that way. Because it was disjointing.
Yeah. That's weird. That's probably a bug. That shouldn't be the case. If it was, it shouldn't be like that.
You were mentioning about the Tinker kind of playing a little bit more passively. You're a slower based hero. How is this for Radiant? You want to see them be pretty active with their ultimates, or do you think they don't have some of the heroes that can maybe up the tempo while Tinker is not at his full strength?
It's Puck, like he's the ultimate tempo. You just have to play around the Puck. The supports are pretty slow, absolutely, but Puck might be the alleviating factor, and maybe you can play around him and go into the triangle and prevent this from happening. Honestly, even just going there with Phoenix right now and blocking the camps would suffice. It's another way that you can play against the Tinker. Just block out the camps, use some sentries, some wards. Make sure that he doesn't have an absolute free game.
This is a lot of damage on Savage. They're going to be able to run him down. It looks like they will, but the Blood Grenade's slow. And these two heroes, even without Arena, are actually able to find another kill on a 23 Savage. So not only does he have 2 deaths, but he still has the lowest last hits in this game.
What's also sad is Phoenix wasn't there because he was stacking, and both of the stacks that he was trying to make failed. So you don't stack for the Sven. And he also dies. These stacks were already there, by the way. It was a double stack on both of those scams.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's a rough one. What am I doing now? My carry's just dying. I'm trying to go back and help him out, and then maybe I'm like getting distracted because my carry's calling that he's getting ganked.
Pretty much, I guarantee that's what happened. It's like he tried to go a little bit too quickly back to the lane so that maybe he can help the Sven. Didn't work out in the end.
Well, now, like, 23 Savage really can't enter this lane. At least he has 6 so he can farm back the jungle and take the double stack that was there to help get him a couple more points in the Great Cleave. But let's see. How do you play with the second catapult that's going to come out pretty shortly? Because you'll have Arena as well on Xtreme. Do you feel like you just sack this bottom lane? Your Nemesis?
Maybe they can still fight with the Puck. It's a good spear.
Maybe helps F5 get far enough away. Maybe we can get close to the Waning Rift and Coil. Won't matter. 23 Savage. Gets some revenge. Unfortunately, Mac takes the kill. Savage would have loved that considering the gold that he's got. But Mac is getting close towards the top.
I think it's more important on the Puck anyway. Just send the Sven to the jungle. Who cares? He's not going to be very active anyway. Meanwhile, there's a lot of work to be done by this Puck. He needs all the tools that he can get. So give him gold, get him closer to the which way, to the blink. I feel like it's the most important hero on their side right now. Brew going for Urn, by the way, this game. It's going to be an Urn, maybe a Vessel even, not sure, let's see. He's really slowing his Aghanims down by quite a bit on the Brewmaster. Of course, his jabs, very comfortable on the Brewmaster, but in comparison to XXS, like, keep in mind, what's the difference here in the build? XXS had one Bracer into the Midas. He had Midas around minute 8. And like a very quick Aghanims after, pre-16 minute. This is a minute, what, 13 Midas on Brew? Botlane?
Yeah, Snowbot. Is he going to be able to get the rock off before he dies? Supernova with a nice ice bath from Q as well. Looking like a pretty good fight from Nemesis. Are they going to be able to capitalize to get the kills, though? Looks like they'll run down FY, even XXS. He should not be able to escape, so they've got to bring everyone down for the defense, but a great defense at that. They also avoid this potential catapult push that could have come through.
What was the difference in this fight? One team has a mid laner, the other does not. Tinker is still not ready to join these fights. He's just chilling farming. Has the Blink Kaya. With the Blink Kaya, you already can make some moves. Like, you can start maybe joining the fights if they're next to the tower. It's only level 1 rearm, but doesn't really matter.
Yeah, the stacks that Xnova made towards the safe lane Ancients is a large reason why he's already this farmed.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They too got their own stacks as well. The triangle, Genuel, along with Q, been setting up. So we'll see when Savage wants to go back and try and farm these. But actually, once again, are going to bring their forces down to bottom. So diverting a lot of their attention to try and open up just a portion of the map. They are still trying to come down to defend the tower. Maybe seeing a couple free kills with FY showcasing himself over the right side. They did even bring jabs down too, so they don't keep the tower alive, and it's just the shaman they get.
Golem was used, so they'd lose the tower. Is it worth it? Probably not. They could have continued farming, but if they perhaps pressure the tier 1 tower and take it down, it might be worth it. They gotta create some space for the Sven now anyway, so the offlane and the mid lane are completely active. Okay. We've got the ults. So, yeah. The trade is okay.
So, kind of chaos on the map to allow Savage to go back and farm up the ancient stack, so shortly, hopefully, he's going to jump over the MOUZ, who post-laning stage was top net worth, but XXS she hasn't been able to get that much farm over the past couple of minutes. He's going to be going for the Yule Scepter first.
Yep.
Wanting this item in a game like this.
Would be nice to steal the Wisdom Shrine as well. It's coming up in 15 seconds, but it seems like they don't want to contest with the Phoenix. Like, Phoenix is there pushing in. And look, like, they could have. It's only Mars here. No one else is trying to even... they missed an opportunity. Like, the XP on the Brewmaster to get closer to level 12 could have been massive. Getting Aghanims plus level 12 at the same time is pretty big on this hero.
Unfortunately, maybe... Like, if a full fight broke out there, do you feel like they would be successful on Nemesis? Because that would be a fight where probably Tinker shows up too as well.
It's questionable, yeah. Maybe it wouldn't have been the perfect fight for them. But they had Split, they had Coil, they had Egg. Their team fight is still scary.
Yep, absolutely. But it is just a lot of time being given over to the cause. Importantly, Armate is at that Battle Fury now for the past minute.
Done well.
Success is going to use the Arena bottom for the kill at the Genuel. He's trying to maybe find him with a Yules to start. As soon as they get that, you can spear him back over towards FY. Nothing to say, even wants to try and get in range for a little bit of experience.
I think he tried a bit more than just the experience there. Unfortunately, that doesn't get the right... Unfortunately for him, doesn't get the right hit. But yeah, the last hit. Giving Shadow Shaman some kills as well is kind of worth it though. FY is working towards his Blink Dagger, getting a Blink on Shadow Shaman in this kind of a game versus Puck versus Brew. Like, there's a lot of catching to be done by the Rastas, so they will smoke up and try to catch something top.
To get there, they're going to have to go through the portal. See what position they can get out to jabs. Difficult Brewmaster kill. 1800 health they have to go through. Of course, got to keep in mind their Drunken Brawler stance, but they're starting to kind of clump towards the mid lane though on Nemesis. Arme's really far forward. What's Arme doing here? I mean, the first time we've seen him kind of in this position on the map, usually it's been defensive farming from Arme. Yes, Enrage has come out, but can they run him down afterwards? It's a great arena. Use defensive for the rocks. Too late though. Puck's going to be able to get the phase shift jaunts away, so he is fine, and apparently that's just it. Both sides want to use some ultimates, but no one gets rewarded with kills.
It's kind of hard to kill the Ursa because not only does he have Enrage, he had 20 Magic Bomb charges and he had Tinker to TP in to the tier 2. But is this a free Rosh? It's a pretty good Rosh taking team. Brew just is taking no damage from Roshan. The rights aren't there because of Fire Spirits anyway. Not too
Gets
bad.
it out of the Ursa lineup as well. And the ages for him. Jab's top lane is going to be a little bit careful. Was scouted underneath this observer ward.
And he has no split. Keep that in mind.
And they're going to try. Next to the T1 tower, but it's not going to matter. Arme just needs some control. And with that, of course, he can provide a bunch of damage mid lane. With two heroes showing top, they're going to try and go for their own play on Nemesis. XXS protected the moment here thanks to the defense matrix. But they'll go through the extra shield and still get the kill. So both offlaners dying on different sides of the map.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
How is X-Nova... How does he have only one book charge? Like, it's 0-1-0. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of action in this game. It's like two teams that are basically playing around certain item timings, and those item timings are like very late. It's not like a blink and we go. It's Brewmaster with Aghanims, Tinker with Ags, but to get to that, they also buy Midas before, or respectively, Tinker buys Kaya Yasha and Kaya Sanj, sorry, and the Blink. So it's a very slow-paced game so far, but it's about to get very chaotic once the Aghanim Scepter is completed on the Brew and on the Tinker as well.
Yeah, and what is the ultimate kind of item build you feel the Tinker where we stop seeing him farming as much and get to that stage where you feel like, all right, you know, Tinker can kind of just completely take over? Because again, you mentioned last game that really, if there's no constant purge, this guy can kind of just carry a lot of games.
It's the Aghanims, and he's already pretty active. It's not like the last item for him, far from it, but you get the Ags. I think you can get the Aegon after. We'll see what he goes for. Some games it was Shiva's. I feel like it kind of fell off a little bit now, and mostly I see Dagon maxing. But yeah, I'm interested as well. He queued up a shard. By the way, this war player is just absolutely dumb. It's one of the main reasons why the hero is broken as a core. It's the war player. It's like you can't get away from him. Like, at least back in the day, if Tinker goes on you, you can just TP out until he has Hex, right? Like, you can TP out. Right now, like, he buys this 1400 gold item and you can't get away from him anymore.
Yeah, he's got a stun apparently. Cool, a root.
A root, yeah.
Very nice, right? You know, your stuns apparently we give, or at least control we give them to every hero now. You know, before it used to be a bit of a weakness. Now I know you got a shard that fixes it apparently. They are a bit too late on Xtreme as well. This Tormentor will go the way of Nemesis, so 2 big objectives in this game for free. Let's see where they want to try and move their forces now afterwards. They're going to smoke up and go through the portal, whereas Dire also went for their own play, trying to control Radiant's triangle, maybe anticipating either the Sven to come here or really anyone after the Tormentor was killed, but we will not find anyone. F5 is just going to use the Serpent Wands to kill off the T1 tower. So we are still not at the stage just yet where a bunch of action is breaking out.
Anytime now. Anytime now. Puck still has the Aegis for 50 seconds. It's a 21-minute shard.
Oh, they get the spear. And Army's in a perfect position as well to be able to follow up. They don't get the kill just yet. Mac is actually still alive and with the Ice Path as well. The defensive arena will be used to maybe help XXS get up to the high ground, but it's not going to be the case. So just the Brewmaster is the first casualty. And now they're going to be able to run down Army as well further to the north. If they got a glimpse of anyone else, X-Nova, they see the Warlock running away. They're gonna have a difficult time to catch up to him. He'll make it back to the safety of the base. FY also is fine, but a 2 for nothing. I think they got the wisdom as well. Oh no, Dire actually got the wisdom. They got both wisdoms.
I think he stopped the right click. Am I correct? He was able,
I thought so as well.
Yeah, he wasn't disabled. Like, he could have right clicked the puck 1 extra time, but he just stopped. He moved on to the next target, as Ursa. Because they had him. They had him controlled. They had him like on 1 HP or something, but sometimes mistakes happen even on this high of a level. Let's see. Does something stop Ursa from hitting him here? Oh, no. He just goes away. Yeah.
Ame?
It happens. He thought he was dead, I guess. Fuck that is. Poor Warlock, 0-1-0 still. No one wants to play with him.
Guys, come on. I want to fight.
Literally no one wants to play with this guy. He died once and that's it.
Uh-oh. Oh, I thought Tinker was about to do Tinker things, but we're not there just yet. Bottom lane, X-Nova? Okay, he's fine. Still no one wants to play with him, but at least he doesn't die with the Brewmaster trying to run him down. Oh. 3k lead being worked on for the boys on Nemesis. They are currently underneath a very deep observer ward that actually were able to place previously, and they are wanting to try and use this ward. But they won't have it for much longer, unfortunately. They will still run to the Phoenix. F5 is going to be able to get in range for the Shackles, and nothing to say, can start to go to town.
And this situation warfare did work a little bit against the Tinker, because it moved Phoenix away from the Shadow Shaman, but they still get the kill.
Radiant's top tower is under
Are you a player in pubs where you like some of the slower paced games, or you need the tempo, you need the constant dopamine hits?
No, it depends on the game. It depends on what heroes we've got. I don't think I need it. Like, I don't have to play that way. Actually, competitively as well, when you look at the heroes like Meepo that I played, these were mostly heroes that need time to come online, so... I'm the chill and farm, objective-based gamer.
I see. Well, currently the farming is apparently working out for Xtreme. I cut this lead down to even. Well, it wasn't too big, but still. That past couple of sequence of events for them, getting the kill and farming the map. I mean, you see what's going on as well. 3 heroes from Nemesis trying to smoke and make something happen. They're wasting time not hitting creeps, which is... it means Tinker's getting closer towards a BKB. And they're starting to set up some stuff on side lanes now with the Shaman, with the MOUZ. Speaking of the MOUZ, the potential that baiting him, pretty good positioning out of the Shadow Shaman to try and protect XXS with the Link, but As soon as they see the Phoenix shot, they're a little bit concerned that some other heroes are playing behind, and they're going to be right. Unfortunately, though, they will not have a way to stop him. We also saw Arme. He went down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A pretty good pickoff. You know, probably the best in the game after Tinker. That they managed to get more or less for free.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They will have a BKB on Puck soon, by the way. So, BKB on Puck, BKB on Sven. I wonder if the playstyle could just be Cyclone, nothing to say in fights, and that's it. Instead of cycloning the Ursa, just keep the Tinker out of the teamfight and play it off that way. He does have a BKB, of course, on Tinker too. So if he doesn't use it, is all I'm saying. He's going for Lincolns even next, so he wants to protect himself from that. Wants to protect himself from the stun of Sven, of course, and the Cyclone from Brute. Basically the two only spells that can break the Lincolns.
Are you in agreement that he needs another defensive item?
I am not going to go against.
Sure.
Nothing to say. Yeah, it's his read on the Tinker. I feel like, as long as he thinks the team needs another defensive tool, it's fine. I mean, they don't really have a lot of spells to break the Lincolns, though, right? Mars spell.
Success. But they get initiated on down bottom, but the rest of the team's going to be nearby to offer some assistance, so XXS is taking the brunt to the force. They'll get the kill, and Arme leaps in. He's trying to run down the Sven, but they're going to have some problems with holding him into place. And now Arme as well might just die to the Brewlings. Jabs doesn't have enough to sustain, actually starts to come through. Nothing to say, he's out of mana, meanwhile down to the south, so he's going to have a difficult time to get involved, but still once the Brew split expired, Jabs, at least he got the Midas off before he died.
Value, not a massive Midas. Although it won't have been anyway because he does have the two charges. Unfortunately for Jabs this time around, he was just about to hit level 15, so he doesn't have the plus 600 ruling Salt talent to fight with. But overall, it's still a fight in which I feel like Nemesis had the upper hand, but they still lost it in the end. I think they just couldn't convert with the Sven to get the right clicks, and Tinker was completely zoning out the Puck out of the fight.
Okay, interesting. Nothing says actually changed his mind. He's going to go
Shivas. Yeah.
Shivas, yep. Has committed with the plate mail as well.
So we should have doubted him. We should have doubted his ideas. He's not quite sure as well. This last fight, I gotta say though, he used a very early BKB. So it doesn't feel very safe in this game. Like, as you can see from the itemization that he's going for. Most importantly is the Puck, right? The Dream Coil.
Paku is 3-0-5. Mac still yet to be killed. And he also has a lot of things that he needs to be worried about this game. So with the 9-second BKB with an Arcane Rune potentially for this upcoming fight, which might be forced around Roshan. Both sides have incredible team fight in a close area like the pit. It's just going to come down to who gets set up first. Who finds that initiation. Jab starting to angle towards the mid lane. XG hesitant. You see they're all clumping up together as well. They know that something potentially is going on. They're a little bit away from the pit, which could give an opportunity. Of course, Roche is going to roar, so they'll know that's exactly what's going on.
They have to contest this one. They have their tools at their disposal. Puck mid breaks the smoke though.
Yeah, well
not
done.
on everyone.
But also, Xnova and XXS are able to slip through the left side. They drop a ward on the high ground too. They don't see anyone from Nemesis just yet because they are smoked themselves as well. Get a glimpse of Genu while they try and drop the rock. They get the jump in. He still finds the egg. They try and protect him, but Arme's going to protect himself as well with the enrage. So egg goes down to start the fight. Coil, importantly, is onto Nothing to Say, but no one else is going to be able to find him. Nothing to Say gets away. XSS has to use the defensive arena. We've got a big committal of buybacks from either side. They recognize the importance of this team fight because over to the far west, Arme trying to win the man fight, but he's not going to be able to do so. It's not a free 1v1. It was not fair because 23 Savage had multiple other heroes backing him up.
Yeah, the buybacks, of course, were much easier to execute with on the Radiant side than on the Dire. They have the outpost, the TP2. Rosh will be moving bottom, which will make it a little bit harder for Sven without God's strength, right? To go in and finish it off. I'm not even sure. Like, can they actually do this before Ursa is up?
Good question.
They should be able to, but they don't have the split. They don't have God's strength. It was a nice angle, but the rock completely working, by the way. Not catching anyone.
Yeah.
The egg surely does die, but what's the problem here? You use BKB on both the Mars and the Ursa just for the egg. So they just were able to disengage completely and go back in. Brawling's doing all the work. I feel like these BKBs need to be used for something a bit more important, but if you don't kill the egg, you're probably losing the fight anyway. They're in a pretty rough spot right now when it comes to like how do you actually engage. Tinker buying a Hex might make a difference. Shadow Shaman alone just cannot do it. He's not strong enough. He gets... The moment Brawlings just start running him down, there's nothing that he can do in a fight. He needs to blink out or run away.
Oh. Back of that Roche, what do they got? We give the Aegis over towards Mac. He's got the second life. He's getting pretty close, I believe. Has he got a Nullifier? Suppose so. Yep, there we go. He's got Nullifier up. Jabs has now got the Ag Shard as well, thanks to the Tormentor.
I was thinking that maybe Sven would buy it, but they get it on Puck instead. The Nullifier is basically a must-have item versus the Tinker. Like, the game is unplayable without it. Although so far they've done a quite of a good job even without it.
Ah, it's a Scepter from Q. This is quietly been finding a little bit of farm. XXS really is a tough game for him. Started great. Again, you got to keep in mind there was a stage since the lanes ended that he was top net worth, but he actually hasn't grown his gold too much since then. I guess there's a problems with the Tinker in particular with how much you just soak up the map in regards to farm.
Yeah, Tinker does tend to do that. Like, both the cores, I would say, Mars and Ursa are not really on the level where they would like to be. Puck does go top, by the way. He's got that Nullifier, remember. Tinker has to be a bit more careful and should be able to get out.
What are we going for? Hang on a second, Nothing to Say. FY's going to be behind him. BKB, TP out, and they are not going to have the damage. Okay, very cool.
They did force out God's Strength. I feel like, of course, the BKB on Tinker is a little bit lower on the cooldowns, especially because it is the Tinker. So they might be able to take a fight without God's Strength, even into the Aegis. He's about to hit level 25 as well in Tinker, by the way.
What is the 25 you go for? I haven't... Is it the laser always?
I think if he goes for laser, doesn't he just clear up the Brawlings? It's pure damage.
I'm not a Tinker specialist. I haven't been seeing enough of the Tinker games as well at the moment.
Let's see. Like 14 should be the standard one, but I feel like no. He goes for the laser.
Okay. So the standard just because of the Eureka, the NA?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Because you can go with like Dagons and stuff, just be unkillable.
Sure.
Let's see how much this does. And let's see if he can actually deal with the Brew as well. Even though I don't think Brew is like the main problem here, he's just one of plenty, and he will have Refresher too now.
Oh, we can... Okay. Surely we're not going to actually go through with that TP. They will unfortunately have to leave the area, so they were starting to get set up for a potential fight actually by this Lotus, but they are... Sorry, by the Wisdom. They're actually a little bit concerned though still with the lead, and with the Aegis for another 30 seconds that Nemesis are a bit too strong for them, so they're going to continue to kite them out.
Yep, so the God strength is up, BKBs are up, everyone is basically ready to fight. There's a little bit of a difference in how much this Sven does versus the Ursa, and when it comes to like fighting one-on-one, I feel like Sven is winning 90% of these fights, even with the Satanic von Ursa. He's going for Butterfly next. What is he missing? Do you see it? He's missing a Basher, right? Like, he doesn't have a Basher. Usually the best item versus Sven on any of the cores that are good against Sven. But probably thinks that the tempo is a little bit too late for him to get it.
Yeah, interesting. We'll see if that's going to be a problem then, like you're saying, inside some of the fights with how he can handle 23 Savage and actually continue to win the right-click battle. Because both hit hard. You also have this kind of frustrating evasion that comes out as well. Thanks to the Blinding Sun from the Phoenix. The line on BKB's bottom. Genuel. Got a Hex onto XXS. We'll be able to TP out, however.
Yeah, no 25 on the puck just yet. No Aghanims as well. He does have Parasma though. He just flew out. Damn, he hurts. By the way, this puck is in...
Yeah, well. And there's a bunch more room to grow as well. Just got the Flayer's Boda, the Alert enchantment.
They see Sven top, by the way. They know exactly where 23 is. But it doesn't look like they will connect to this.
Especially not with now Max showing up and potentially someone else can come through the portal as well. So we're starting to get to the more later stages of this game. We'll see if Xtreme are going to be the ones that they can be maybe favored. Potentially X-Nova will finally want to use the Black Room Wall. Like, we may as well just hold it for the rest of the game. Like, this is the longest I've seen, like, the Black Room Wall.
He's been involved in 3 of his team skills. Like 2 deaths, 3 assists. This is one sad Warlock.
Like, when do you actually use it now?
Does it matter even? Like, maybe after one team fight. I guess you get one team fight going your way, and if you can get a couple of charges, hold that thought smoked up.
Yeah, we might get that team fight. Should win as well in Army. Couple items, of course, completed. And Radiant don't have Savage at the moment close, but I think once again, Puck maybe popped the smoke. So they got a read of at least where XXS is. Is going to continue to trail the other heroes that didn't get revealed.
Unfortunately, I believe MKB is done. Yeah, MKB is done on Sven. So unfortunately for Ame, this butterfly that he completed not so long ago will not be of much value versus the Sven.
That's a big one. Again, you mentioned before, Ame without the Bastion or Abyssal, it limits his potential to be able to man fight. You hope the butterfly assists, but no, not the case with the quick pickup from 23 Savage.
They gotta go back in that case. Rollings are going to be hitting this tower really hard.
That they are. Tier 3 tower, by the looks of it's going to go down for free. Ame will be able to deal with the banner. Poking, but don't want to force anything. This is a fight where you're jumping into double march and never know what the setup's going to be like with Rock and Arena as well. So they're definitely happy with that though. They get the tier 3 tower. They use the banner. Roche is up as well.
They have a smoke fight.
Split. Refresh, I guess.
He's got refresher, but I think this is a good situation where they could force a fight. Make him use the... I mean, it's easier to fight versus one brawl than versus two, right? So they will smoke up, they will force it, but they will be late.
Yeah, Ame as well. Chosen the lane. XXS as well is going to show. So they have a great read that they are not close enough. They can continue to bring Roche down. And now you've got Mac with the Aegis once again. Cheese on Jakiro. And refresher shot in the hands of 23 Savage. Another free objective. We've seen a couple of freebies this game so far from Nemesis.
Yeah, they just haven't been playing the tempo on Xtreme Gaming, and I'm still waiting to see Tinker really make a huge difference. He's 105.
Yeah. Bruh, he's got a bunch of last hits, but you know, this gold's cool, and or are you going to be able to use it though?
Maybe with the Hex, once he gets it, you're going to have that rearmed low cooldown Hex that will be able to spam.
Like, this is just the story of a bunch of Tinker games. It's either you're like completely snowballing, or you're old Tinkers, I suppose, not this one. I haven't played this new Tinker, but the old one where you're like snowballing with this annoying Dagon build, you're just blowing everyone up at the early stage of the game, or it's just like a Tinker that just farms the entire map and it's like top last hits, but you know, he's 1, 0, and 5. It's just like, where is my kill involvement? Where's my mid lane? I want him to do stuff.
His Lincolns, by the way, currently sits on a 6-second cooldown.
Oh my. He's almost maxed out with the item cooldown reduction. 57 at the moment, close to the 60.
Once he buys the sets, it's basically there, right?
Yeah. Problems with the slots, unfortunately, nothing to say. What's going on this game, dude? When am I getting fights? It's like... they're just farming.
Yeah, I don't know. When I said I enjoy like these more strategical games, this isn't really what I meant. This isn't strategical. This is just how to put it correctly, politically correctly.
Yeah.
These guys are just chilling. We're enjoying themselves.
There's just a gem on the deck. There's just a random gem by Radiant Secret Shop just down to the south of it. It's just, we're happy getting items. We had enough. We had enough of this goddamn passiveness. But maybe not. They get the scan over towards the portal, so they have an idea at least the rest of the position. Oh.
X-Nova?
Well, X-Nova at least is going to die. It's a kill. It's not how I was expecting us to get a kill in a while, but we got it.
That was actually kind of funny. He does save the gem, by the way. It's in the courier. He sent it back. Nice. So he doesn't feed the gem away. He does die, though.
Do you high ground?
Probably. It's still difficult, right? Like, you're playing into Tinker. Pushing high ground is like this. What the hell?
Oh, I got a T2 as well.
You need to find a pick-off that is a bit more value than the Warlock. If you find maybe the Mars, maybe the Ursa, then you can high ground, but like this, probably not. What's the buyback status, by the way? Specifically, I was looking at Brew because he has travels as well, and he does have buybacks, so he can go in.
All right. Jabs is without a doubt in the middle. He's had enough of this current status of the game, but that's... what do we... Ah.
Yeah. Can I'll just say one thing, though. This Earth Spirit, yeah, sure, Fire Spirit, and the Wind Panda, they fall off. I don't think that the Brewmaster is like a hero that scales inevitably. You can find items on him, sure, like you can go AC. There's even like a disperser build with the right clicks. But eventually the Brewlings just die, right? Like they're not strong enough, even with the 25 talent.
Is there a particular item build you'd like to help scale? I know we kind of spoke about the item build last game for the Brew, and it's you don't go too crazy. It's pretty standard. But is there one if you're kind of looking to scale in particular? There's one you look at?
I think his item build is great. There's nothing that I would really take away. It's just like the innate problem of the hero that he's got.
Sure.
It's like eventually your brawlings will not be able to face off against like a carry with 6 slots. Even a nothing. Or even
Currently, Puck is not with the team. They're going to try and take the fight without him. Supernova dropped in the middle, but Arme's going to be able to quickly dispatch it out, but the Tinker just gets the TP away, so he's going to be able to leave. No, XSS is in with a follow-up. Double Spear connects onto the wall. Finally, we get a team fight, and Xtreme, they will capitalize on this opportunity. No Puck, no problem. 4v5, they are licking their lips at any chances that they can take a fight like that.
And even in this kind of a situation, they almost got Tinker, by the way. That's what kind of a lead they had. But damn, this fight was so messy from Nemesis. What happened to them? Like, where was the Puck? Puck was on the tier 2. Like, he didn't really connect with the team at all.
Yeah, I don't know why he was there, because Aegis just expired. He was low on resources, but Aegis expired. He was getting the health back up. I don't know.
They have Hex on Tinker, by the way. Now he bought the Blessing and the Hex. And on top of that, he's got 4.2k gold, so he has buyback available as well. Might be able to jump the Puck if Mac is out of position. They're just waiting to pounce. Like, if they catch a glimpse of Puck, they will jump him.
Have so much vision inside the base as well. Mac is making sure he plays super cautiously. First full set of barracks, first real big objective damage that we've seen so far this game. It's really been Nemesis, the ones controlling, not with like too big of a chokehold, too big of a convincing lead, but nonetheless, we really haven't seen any proactive moves from Xtreme, or none that have at least worked out. But finally, that fight grants them a big full set of barracks advantage now in the mid lane.
I wonder if they knew just what kind of net worth advantage they had on Nemesis. I wonder if they would have forced things a little bit harder earlier. I still think that this game is very playable for them. They're only 6k ahead now, which is basically nothing at minute 50, but...
Yeah, I mean, the gold is definitely... Tinker's got a lot of it on top. Kind of the supports have got a bit more here from Radiant. One thing that's got a bunch of value is still the Refresher Shard that they're holding for Radiant. It's still in the backpack of Savage.
Yeah, for the double BKB, double Blink, double Satanic. It's a good shard to keep on him. You could argue that you could give it to Puck as well for his BKB.
Hang on a second, XXS currently underneath the Observer Ward. How do they start with concerns about the BKB? Well, that's exactly how they do it. They drive in, get the Hex, get a big kill. 90 seconds now with the core. They're going to have to deal with their waves, which is a massive problem thanks to the Tinker.
And unlucky a little bit that Rosh didn't spawn immediately, because with this Mars kill, that could lead into a free Rosh, right? Like, I doubt that XXS will buy back for this fight. I think they'll give away another Rosh, but it seems like it will not be that early. I think Mars might be even up, right? By the time he spawns.
Yeah, he's going to be up. 12 minutes slow, Abyssal Blade. Oh, he finally got it, though.
Yeah, usually you get Basher, like, sometimes you get it as your third item, right? Like, if you get an early Aegis, you forgo the BKB and you go for Basher on Ursa because you can just play the tempo. But in this game in which he never got an Aegis, like never got into the pit, they had to go for Butterfly first as well. With the Basher, though, the game does become a bit easier for him as he can man-fight the Sven. Sven still destroys any hero 1v1, but if he's controlled by the bashes, then Perhaps Ursa can take it. I feel like they'll still be able to take Rosh, right? Mars respawns by the time they get into the pit. I think with God's strength, you should be able to pull it off. Max respawn time, basically.
Yeah, let's see. They're gonna have to go straight away though, because Dire now starting to leave the base. They're going to the opposite side though. I guess, yeah, because Roche is starting to move, in fact.
Oh, this is
Dire...
like...
Got Arcane.
Arcane.
Oh, we got Arcane. Nothing to say. Wants it. And he puts himself in kind of an awkward position. But, dude, you see how hesitant they are? They're like, yeah, I don't know. This Tinker usually can't play the middle, but this is a bit of a different Tinker than what you might be familiar with other patches.
It's a 4 seconds cooldown on Lincolns. 4.5 seconds cooldown.
Nothing to say. And he knows this as well. Look how aggressive he's playing. Just jumping in the middle, forcing reactions, trying to get them to overcommit. And they're going to do just that. Jab's protected the moment, but the Euless actually makes it a bit awkward with the Aeon Disc. Jab's going to get the pressure off. No, he's not going to be able to. He won't buy back. They're trying to find nothing to say onto the back line. Meanwhile, 23 Savage has found the crits as well. Down goes Ursa. 23 Savage makes amends to some of the previous team fights, and Nemesis strike back in a massive way.
And once again, it's Tinker against the world. One left remaining. The fight started off kind of well for Xtreme Gaming. I think they were happy with that. They had Arcane Rune on Tinker, and they managed to force a buyback out to the Brew, like killing him off. Beautiful Yules on the Aeon Disc, but they still will lose the Aegis. If you want to, like, you can even give this to the Brew now as he doesn't have a buyback. I'm not sure that they will. Probably Aegis goes to Buck. No, they do give it to Brew. Okay. He doesn't have a buyback. It does make sense. Ame, by the way, just disappeared with the Sven, as he wasn't really the one hitting him. It was just the Sven hitting the bear.
Yeah, just at the tail end of the BKB, by the looks of it. So low duration expired.
Yeah, they had to use a lot of their defensive BKBs to kill the Brew. Now it's a 15k advantage once again.
Nothing to say. Okay, he's able to get the blink away. He's fine. Was wanting to try and start to get the marches set up. The team is respawning, so let's see Nemesis. How greedy do we get? And I think our high ground is difficult of a task, apparently. They need to pick off.
I feel like they've been burned so many times that at this point they're just a bit reluctant to make a play. They have Aegis, they have double cheese. Who's got the shard? They have a shard on Puck. I mean, if you're not pushing now, when some of them were dead, at what point do you even push? Like, what are we waiting for here? Like minute 60, tier 5 neutrals, Aghanims on Sven. I don't even know anymore. Like, I feel like this was a good opportunity for them to take a side. They even dropped the banner.
Okay, so let's kind of come up with some ideas here. How do you deal with the Tinker in these fights and throughout the game now for the remainder of it? Because you've got big Tinker problems. What is this strategy you're coming up with?
I mean, do you really have big Tinker problems anymore? Like, you have a Nullifier, you have a Sven with Blink, with Harpoon, with God's Strength, with Aghanims now coming up as well. Like, I honestly feel that they don't have a huge Tinker problem. They do. It's a huge Tinker. It's literally a huge Tinker problem. But they have ways of dealing with him at this point.
Okay.
I might be huffing some copium, but they're 20k ahead. I think this game should be in the bag for them.
So you feel like, maybe the Tinker's kind of puffing up his chest a little bit, faking some of the strength, and they think this is a Tinker from 15, 20 minutes ago, but they had to be concerned about it. But now with these items, it kind of changes the story a little bit.
I truly do believe that they're putting a bit too much. Look, it's nothing to say, Tinker. Of course you're gonna respect it. Of course, this guy has been carrying his team. He died 0 times so far. It's 109, right? Like, he's the only one without that on his side. But if you can't deal with him now, I don't know when you will be able to, because you've got everything. Even a refresher on Phoenix, like double hex on Phoenix, like you can dive in, use the X Sunray, the Tinker as well, on top of everything else that you've got.
Good old shards. And do just be a little bit of decent amount of chunky change, in fact. Ah, man. I feel like C is, of course, with, you know, previous Talon and then Aurora, really the best C teams that we had over the last couple of years. But, you know, those teams made this region just be so goddamn slow. Like, we go back all the MVP days. Man, did this region play some fast Dota. You know, maybe pub's a little bit different as well, but when you come to the competitive level, like, no, we've...
It's the only way they played, right? SCA,
yeah.
You guys, the only way you played was fast. The only way you knew how to... you had, like, some great strategies came out of the region back in the day, if you remember the Morphling Shaker combos and stuff, like...
Yeah.
Some beautiful stuff, but I think it also comes down to the fact that they already lost game 1 and they had they didn't have it in the bag. Xtreme Gaming controlled it, but they had an opportunity to win and they threw. And then in this game as well, they, you know.
Are you watching the video? Dude,
I mean,
what are they doing?
They don't even have slots anymore. They're combining the block, the cheese block.
I see.
The block of cheese.
But they still got double refreshers. Yeah, I mean, Sven hasn't used this. Like, what's going on, man? We have, what, 36 kills? Oh. Dude got the block of cheese. Did we... Jabs is holding it. Okay.
Yeah, he has it in the backpack. Doesn't have buyback, by the way. So, one of the things that you could argue is that they are waiting for the buyback on Brew. It's one way back for Xtreme in the game, even though this Brew is really hard to kill. He's got 26 as well. 25, that is talent. I was wondering if he might go for the Cinder Brew Fear on Brew. But he didn't. He went for the stances instead.
What was your... Like, what were you seeing with that, with that talent instead?
A little bit earlier, when the game was a bit different, when the Brawlings were just feeding and dying, I thought maybe there's some value to the Fear. But the way the fights are going right now is Fear would be irrelevant, because he's not playing in his normal form ever. He just pops the ulti and runs in and then refreshes and goes in again, so... It wouldn't make sense to go for the left talent anyway.
I've been coming up with some crazy other items as well to break this game open. I've been trying to see if there's any abyssal builds on Nemesis. But I just see Ursa just right-click the egg in every fight. You feel like you abyssal him for, you know, half his BKB duration. He's just been dying afterwards. Of course, you know, no one's going to go BKB. Sven can't go for it. Brew can't go for it. But, you know, it's... I'm not getting any action. I've got to come up with some crazy stuff in my head.
Sorry to hear that, but... what can you do? He's got Enrage as well, by the way. I'm sure we'll get some action, both of us, soon. It's happening. They're smoking up. Let's go.
See, there's nothing to say Tinker, sure. Level 30. 10k gold is cut.
Just buy a shard, give it to the Ursa at this point. Give Mars one shard. Let him right click a little bit. Let him bonk people. Mid lane.
Good jobs. Pike on ward as well. That's kind of an illegal ward. Jabs will be able to get the blink away from FY. They've kind of displaced them though. The formation's been broken. FY is going to be able to step out of the ice path. They'll still run him down.
He BKBs as well.
He's got a buyback. Looks like he does. FY will be able to rejoin. Godlike streak here for Mac.
They're setting something up in the Radiant jungle, by the way. Expecting someone to go back. Tinker is TPing as well. They have a good ward on Puck. They know where he is exactly.
They're going to start. XXS gets the Hex. And everyone else is too far away. They're going to use the Refresher as well. No messing around. A heavy committal, but a worthwhile one at that. It's a godlike streak. XXS is going to be happy with a bunch of gold that he's going to be working with now. He's almost got a Wind Waker.
They 1000% expected them to be in the Dire base, right? Like they expected them to be running to the right side behind the Shadow Shaman. That's why Puck was even pushing out mid lane scope, really. There's a DD top, by the way. Another thing that could make a difference, but they have to defend.
Yeah, wow, these Brewlings just...
They're just melting.
Yeah.
They're just melting. It's like one thing that we did talk about earlier. Brewmaster is just not the hero that... I mean, he still has a lot of impact with the Brewlings. They bring utility. You have Stun Cyclone, Dispel. Like even the Dispel versus Warlock is nice. Warlock, by the way, speaking of...
I don't know.
Why not?
But actually, why though?
I don't know. Like, I have no idea.
Wait, why? Maybe they thought Roche was up? I guess, yeah.
It can be up,
right,
yeah.
but
So
they...
yeah, that's it. They want to set up this perimeter. They want to ward it up, make sure that they can def.
I don't think we even touched on it, but I love that he went this, like, I think it was like 45 minutes or 50-minute minus that X Nova went for.
It's paying off, by the way. He's level 24, even without the extra XP from it. What's happening with the tier 5s, by the way? We have a Book of Death on the other side.
Ooh. Tinker also got Regalia. Okay. And we got a Rapier. Okay, let's go. 23, he's had enough of this game, dude. It's like 893 last hits. I shouldn't have this many. Let's close this game out. Let's get the DD. Let's force a fighter. They got a smoke. No smoke. Well, they do.
They do. Yeah. Fallen Sky on Phoenix, by the way. Brew still does not have his tier 5 item.
Yeah, I have all of theirs. Nabs and Mac without. So again, it's going to be potentially either side actually missing out on the smoke here.
Yeah,
Nemesis. On a second. Actually, I might have the high ground advantage. Got to keep in mind, this is where the wards were set up previously. 23 Savage on the low ground. Gets the blink away. XXS continues to run him down. And so Savage actually had to pop the BKB himself. I don't know if they saw this. He'll pop the Refresher now in his inventory. Meanwhile, jabs as well on the low ground. FY, awkward position for the Shadow Shaman. Formations completely broken. Nothing to say. They try and pop the link into Cyclone him in the air. They're not going to be able to do so, but they will get the Shaman. Meanwhile, where's 23 Savage? He's trying to find a way in.
He's in.
Down to the south. He's going to be able to get the jump. They get the Ursa as he got the damage with the combination of the Phoenix army. He's hesitant. He doesn't know what to do. We'll try and turn to deal with the Phoenix, but he just needs to run away. Meanwhile, Arena as well from XXS gets no one. Second round of the Supernova, but what's going on in this fight? It is so chaotic. Both sides haven't fought in a long time. They've forgotten how to do so. Arme still trying to find the opportunity. Meanwhile, Hex is out first time, and they got the damage for Arme with a double Abyssal. They're going to be able to bring him down. Now, Maka's got a buyback if he wants to rejoin. They're going to have some problems with keeping 23 Savage alive. Speed pins him up against the wall. If they got the damage, 23 Savage tries to fly over the right side. They haven't got the kill just yet. Savage will live. Buyback out of nothing to say. He's looking to rejoin. Now with the Tinker back into the middle, Nemesis, they need to respect nothing to say. We've been waiting for him to showcase the talent. This is the team fight for him to be able to do so, but it looks like he will not be able to get a whole lot of value out of the buyback like they were hoping. Nonetheless, it seems like it will be Roche for Xtreme.
What an insane fight, by the way. This fight, I feel like Sven wasn't a part of for 95% of it. The 5% is the last arena where he's forced to fight, where he's kind of stuck there hoping that he does not die with the rapier. Damn, like they completely zoned him. And you know what zoned him? just the fear of Mars, like XXS on the high ground, when both of them popped BKBs, I think that was it for Sven. Like, he wasn't able to find the right angle afterwards because he didn't have BKB early on, so he's kind of afraid to go in without it. He's kind of afraid to go in with it even. He was just running out back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. In the end, what happens? You lose both the mid laners, both of them buy back, but you have Aegis on Tinker. I think that's a win for Xtreme Gaming. All things said and done.
Yeah, because now finally they're going to be the ones reaping the rewards with that Roche. So you got Refresher Shot on Arme. Cheesy somewhere else as well. I guess importantly, nothing to say does lose the Regalia.
Yep, that's true.
With that death.
Yep. 20% less damage from the Tinker.
Man, did they get close to losing the Reaper as well from 23 Savage. So we're still sticking around. Probability 57% at the moment. All the boys on Nemesis.
It's a very hectic game. It's super volatile. I don't think Xtreme could have played that team fight much better. Like, they baited out a lot of the spells from Radiant, from Nemesis, but
yeah, these fights are cool, right? I mean, some of the ones we have. DD. Success. I don't think is going to be in for.
I feel like at this point, I want to see General just go in with the egg. Just go deep, like literally use the egg in front of the Ursa. Like, he's got level 25 with +2 supernova hit counts. Who cares if the egg even dies? Like, as long as you force the BKB from the Ursa, I think that's valid. Like, your Sven can fight that.
Success. Gets a jump at Nemesis. Are in a position to be able to actually protect the Jakiro if they want to. A defensive supernova, but it looks like Jakiro hasn't died just yet. Ooh, 23 Savage! What is the damage output? You gotta keep in mind, nothing to say. He bought back previously. They need a way to be able to protect him. Where is Arme? Where is Arme? He's nowhere to be seen. Finally tries to get in, but they're gonna be able to run the Tinker down. Die back here for the mid laner. And now Arme had to commit. He had to protect his mid laner. But now, because of that, he is dead, and 4 other heroes as well are gone.
Perhaps we're reaching the stage where you can stand up from your table right now and cheer a little bit. You know, die back on the Tinker. 4 minutes, no buyback from him. Where was the Ursa? Like, also, this was deep. Like, this was deep, and I feel like it was on not the most important target. Like, they jumped the Jakiro, who's got a Wind Waker, of course. It does have some value. But at this point, I think a bigger hero needs to be found if you want to dive under the tier 3s. Like, it's nasty. Like, you're diving against Aeon Disc, against Wind Waker, against the hero with a buyback, after all.
Well, they will get a refresh of the glyph for the barracks drop. Unfortunately, they're gonna go straight for the throne instead. So with the Necro Army and the God Strength Rapier, they should just have the raw damage to be able to bring the objectives down and close the game out. XXS is gonna try and run interference. He's got a refresher for another round of the Spirits, doing a lot of damage. Unfortunately, Arme's just gonna control to the backline though. It would have been perfect if maybe Arme could jump in and utilize that Mars control, but unfortunately he got kited. And we will get a game 3.
What a crazy game, man. Like, this is... okay, so... there's like 2 parts of this game. It's like every coin, 2 sides. Like, on one side, you have this beautiful, crazy, hectic chaos that was happening everywhere. Like, the team fights were absolutely beautiful. Like, some pretty cool plays from both sides, like Xtreme, even when they're 20k behind, they're finding their ways back in. On the other side, though, I don't want to see any more Tinker. Like, please, no more Tinker. It's like, they have this absolute talent of a Tinker player and nothing to say, but man, does he slow the game down. Like, you're just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for something to happen from the Tinker, but it's the day that never comes.
Did reward us in the end though. We got some crazy fights. It was like these later game fights when there were so many little things that were going on in regards to, you know, timings for the Sven, the Ursa to jump in the middle. Now, I think XXS, I mean, even in defeat, it felt like he was so pivotal for this game, and we got to keep in mind, Xtreme like clawed this game back. We had a pretty large deficit, but a lot of the arenas, the spears, were really solid for him. I mean, this is one of those in occasion, right?
No, absolutely. Like, he had a fantastic showing, fantastic performance through the game. He had a strong laning stage, then he fell off completely, was the lowest net worth core for quite some time. But that's not on him. It's like a Mars. You want to be playing the game. You want to be finding kills, right? Like, Mars is a hero that, yeah, sure, you can farm, but it's not what you're made for. And then you have a Tinker that's just AFK, forcing your whole team to do the same and just chill and get any farm that you can across the map. So he couldn't do a lot more than he did. I feel like this game was basically lost in this fight right here. The fact that they jumped the Jakiro, the fact that they jumped the Jakiro under tier 3s, which makes sure that he can buy back. But I think they got some false sense of confidence because of the Aegis on Tinker. That's basically what forced them into this fight. They had the Aegis, they had the refresher, they thought that it's enough to make a difference. But it truly wasn't. The Rapier Sven finally got the hit. The difference between this team fight and the last one basically is that Sven got to hit.
Yeah. I mean, dude, we saw when he was hidden, I fired. There was some big red numbers on that screen. And it's a satisfying hero when you're able to kill people in 2 swipes. Sometimes, you know, 1 as well with the sword if you've got the lead. So they get there in the end. Nemesis is a big victory. Again, your job's not done just yet, but the Xtreme are a very, very strong team. Again, your recent 4th place performance in Dream League. So let's see what we have in store for us. Feels like it sets us up for a pretty exciting game 3. But like you said, you know, probably this Tinker might go back to first phase ban.
No, absolutely. I also think that this game, Nemesis played it really well. But like, even when they had a huge advantage, like, you could see the difference in... they deserved this W. And kudos to them. Like, shout out to them. Mac had a fantastic puck performance. Everything they did was right, but you could see the amount of respect that they had towards Xtreme Gaming and what they have drafted. Even with like 25, 26, almost 30k leads, they couldn't reach the high ground. It was actually on Xtreme that even with the network deficit in the end, we're pushing under the enemy tier 3s, where this game was ended, right? Like, it wasn't on the dire side. So overall, I still think that there is a little bit of an edge to Xtreme Gaming in this matchup, but if Nemesis plays the way they played this game, they could take the series.
Yeah, you say the underdogs coming through with at least a good showing in regards to teamfight execution, which is something that is far more difficult, again, with the experience, of course, but you have from Xtreme and just their ability as well as a lineup to be able to thrive there. But Nemesis, you know, withstand the pressure, that they're able to beat the Tinker in the end as well. So they will topple that, but again, you know, we'll see where that hero is going to land, if it's going to be in the ban list or if it will be in the hands of Nothing to Say once again in the next game. He didn't get the victory here, but man, did he make it frustrating for Nemesis, who get game 2 and now send us to a game 3 decider for our first series of the night over on the B stream. So when we come back, we got game 3. See you guys in a little bit.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Mai
Well, the first game 3 we get over on the B stream. Yesterday we had 4 series, all 2 zeros. We're already starting today in a bit of a different fashion here with Team Nemesis taking on Xtreme Gaming. China versus Southeast Asia. We'll see who's going to end day 2 1-1 and who will drop down 0-2 and have to win the next 3 series in a row to make it over and play at the playoffs.
0-2 is a rough spot to be in. Like you go 0-2, you know that you have to win every single game after. So yeah, probably it would be for the best for these 2 teams to, you know, get the W, try to make their life a little bit easier going into the upcoming games. What's kind of funky and great about the Swiss stage is that every time you win, you know that you're going to be facing versus someone that also has won, right? So it never gets any damn easier in the Swiss stage, but it does keep things, like most of the time, it keeps things very balanced, right? Like when it comes to the matchups, one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of best of 3s, or we should be seeing at least on paper, a lot of best of 3s is exactly the Swiss stage. But let's see what are the differences here. Are there any? I see a Beastmaster being banned out and a Phoenix, by the way.
Team Nemesis.
Yeah, I'm not seeing... Well, I guess that's a big difference, right? I imagine the Shadow Fiend was banned last game.
He was in both of the games. Like we have an SF, but we don't see a Warlock. We won't see a Warlock. So no Warlock, no Phoenix, no Treant. Jakiro probably, yeah, is the only one left remaining, and it will be the one picked by Nemesis. They played it on 4 last game. It was all right. They comboed it up with the Brewmaster that they will not have a chance of doing again. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they pick for their offlane instead. Like they more or less already know the matchup. It will be into the SF. You know how much I value this Shadow Fiend. I feel like this hero is just the best carry in the game right now. The best matchup against him on 1-to-1 basis is probably Ursa, which is something that Xtreme might want to ban out even right now.
Nemesis, turn to ban.
Whoa. It's an interesting
Cool, right?
ban.
Yeah. I mean, SF hates playing into heroes that get on top of him easily. This ban also makes me think that it could be an SF mid, by the way. It could. Of course it could be. Like, the hero is still alright as a mid laner, so there is a little bit of flex potential, but let's see. I wouldn't dare saying that it's like 100% a position 1, but I would say that it's maybe 75%-ish. I value him as a carry a bit more than as a mid laner right now.
Are there any awkward lane matchups for the SF?
Team Nemesis.
Or better than, like, I know this hero is goddamn strong at the moment, but there's some where it's like, okay, it's a little bit more difficult.
There are, but I feel like they're not being played a lot. You know, like, but I think there are. I think there are some unexplored ideas against the SF that used to work in the past, like Marcy 4 or Marcy offlane even, in the Torrent played. Spirit Breaker as well. Like, SF hates playing against heroes that get on top of him easily, that have a lot of mini stuns as well. But one of those is Clockwork, by the way, which is still in the pool, but of course they can pick it up for themselves if they wanted to. They get themselves the Bane instead. Okay, just a little nice sleep to work with. Nice resetting tool, nice setting up tool for the SF. What I like to see with the SF is a lot of area control, because this hero does everything, but he does not control. So
10 seconds
you need something like a Mars, something like a Clock, something like a Puck. Tiny is okayish as well. You do get some control from him.
We'll see where they put the Tiny, though, if it's, you know, more than likely, I suppose, FY playing it. But you're going to be potentially, I mean, into a very strong laning support with the Jakiro. Again, we kind of spoke about, you know, earlier today with the comparison of like the Warlock and Jakiro with dealing with the lane dragging. So Jakiro is at least a little bit more difficult for the Tiny with some of the damage. So we'll see if you also get a strong laner here from 23 Savage. Ursa is available. You don't pick it kind of in this next couple of picks, then you might not have an opportunity for it.
It looks like a solid game for him to me, at least. Like, sure, you're playing into grip, but you have Enrage to work with. I actually think this would be a good pick for them. Like you said, if they do not get it here, like in these next two picks, it will be banned out.
Okay, to save for the Bane. We've seen some really good wheels yesterday as well with Yellow Submarine playing the Ringmaster, but you know, have a lot of area control. Jakiro, MOUZ, Ringmaster.
Yeah, their team fight is good. A lot of circles. Some vectors as well from the Jakiro, but yeah, overall looks solid. Strong lane as well. And by the way, what happened to Razor in this series, dude? Like, I forgot. Like, I think they weren't banning him even, right? Was it banned in game 1?
Actually, it was a second phase banned. Not game 1, sorry, game 2. I've got the Dota buff up. I don't know about game 1.
10 seconds remaining.
So it does go through and they do pick it up, and
5 seconds
yeah,
remaining.
they don't pick the Ursa, but they do get the Razor. It could be an offlane Razor. No, sorry. I mean, they have Mars and Razor, right? So it could be mid or carry Razor. Even though Mars has been experimented with a little bit on the mid lane too, I doubt it's going to happen. It should be an interesting game. They picked the Quab because it's yesterday when we had Razor. I was calling for Quab, right? Like, as it's like historically one of the best matchups that you can get against him. But instead we had an Ember, and that Ember did really well. And now they banned the Ember just to make sure that Razor isn't switched to safe lane, and then Quab has a bad time mid.
How do you feel about the Quad game overall, though? Because it does seem like there is room, not a lot of room for error with some of the stuns that Nemesis have.
Well, it's what? It's Yules into Spear, I guess, from Mars, and more or less that's it. I think for Quap, it doesn't strike me like a very hard game. Like, when I look at what they've got on Team Nemesis right now. And if Nemesis round their draft up with the carry, I feel like Quap should be free. If they round it up with some Spirit mid, something that can catch Quap, then it's a different story. But if they just go for
5 seconds remaining.
If they just go for a normal carry, I think for Quap it should be more or less a free game. This Razor into SF is kind of interesting as well. If it is carry to carry matchup, I kind of value SF more. I know Razor stonks are up, but I like SF more. I feel like you out carry him eventually. You have a pike as well. You're a natural pike builder anyway into the static link, so you're like a more or less a glass cannon that out damages him.
So there are any other mid laners that are coming to mind with the Quad? Oh, okay, Huskar definitely. Okay.
Yeah.
You got Ember, Park, and Huskar both all banned. What is... Are any others?
Not really. Nothing that is like completely out there. Them banning out Centaur makes me think like even something like a sniper, but it's perhaps not the best. Like, why ban Centaur if you have Mars already as well, right? That's...
Whoa.
And Visage ban. Okay, this is some... They dug deep to ban out XXS.
Holy Visage. Alright, so what
by the way,
what is that?
You asked me about SF. That's an old school counter to SF. In the mid lane though, not on the safe lane. In the mid lane, Visage used to be pretty strong versus him.
Get the Dino Man.
They needed some control. They needed some front line as well. They get both of these things with the primal early BKB buyer as well versus Mars.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, what are our options here? We'll see if the flex. Now that you see the primal base in Queen of Pain, like again, do you want the Razor? Or you carry, or you want him mid?
I think it might be better to put the Razor carry. After all, like there is some ability from Primal, sure, but I feel like Razor Jakiro is a very strong lane. Meanwhile, Razor into Quap, I feel like Razor is good almost versus anything right now, but Quap should do fine. Like this is a hero that has been always good versus Razor, because you have Blink, you have Shadow Strike, you can blink out of the static link. The problem is Razor right now doesn't even play around static link that much. Plays around his aura and Q. He just spams you.
Yeah, I was actually just going to ask that because we saw yesterday, right, with mid-1 playing the Razor versus Ember matchup, he didn't even go static link. He went for this build that you're mentioning. So I was actually just about to ask, like, do you even care? Actually, just put the Razor mid and avoid the static link. They're going to go Void Spirit instead. So there is that different style of hero that you're asking for, like a Spirit hero, because of the problems maybe with the catch onto Queen of Pain. With that being said, I think still the lane is a little bit more well, it's awkward with the dagger. We'll see how many points something say goes in. There's also, we're talking about a similar thing with the Razor where you don't really want to go points in static link because it slows down your farm. It's pretty similar with the Queen of Pain. Like you've got to be really cautious about how many points you put in dagger, because then you can have a bunch of problems with actually keeping up with in regards to farm.
Yeah. Right now, I honestly think that this hero, even without the dagger, is very oppressive in the lane. Like even when she goes for just scream without the dagger, she feels very annoying to deal with. It's just so much damage on such a long cooldown that most heroes struggle to play against. When it comes to this Void Spirit pick, I gotta say that I like it a lot that they put Razor safely in once again. To reiterate, because it gives them playmaking. I feel like a lot of teams, when they get Razor mid and then they pick something that is not as active for the carry role, they just can't make any plays on the map. It's like Razor with Greaves running around and trying to force a fight, but no fights are happening. Void Spirit kind of gives you that. It gives you the playmaking, it gives you an ability to jump these guys in the back as well. I like the pick. Chill starts right now. They have a smoke on Ringmaster. We'll see when they use it. Usually it's around 45 seconds before the game starts that you smoke up and you try to get behind enemy lines.
I'm excited for a Game 3 decider. We'll see if Game 1 was pretty long as well. No, it was like 50 minutes or something. So
it's a long series in comparison to what we had yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was a quick run for us here. I think everyone as well. For Ricky and Equinox on the second shift. Let us see what we have in store for us. Is there a draft that you're favoring at the moment between the two? Is there one that you slightly have a preference?
I think I have a preference for an SF carry in almost all the drafts.
Okay.
Yeah. When I see an SF carry, I kind of tend to prefer the draft. I do prefer Razor over Quap, I guess, when it comes to like just some random interactions between the 1 and the 2. But overall, yeah, I like the SF. I feel like he also has a sufficient amount of heroes up front between the Tiny and the Primal to start things off for him. We'll see what the Razor build is as well. Is it going to be like a triple core utility build on Nemesis, or will it be like a Mjolnir and Manta build on the Razor?
In particular with the supports as well, with Nemesis, you got Q playing the Jakiro, whereas the Ringmaster is actually on Genuel. Is there really anything to say about the decision making behind this, or it doesn't really matter that much?
I think the main reason is Tame the Beast and Impalement Arts versus these two on bottom are a bit stronger than on top. I think that's basically it. Like you have Implement Arts versus the Tiny. He has a lot of HP, not a lot of armor, so you can deal with him that way. Also versus the Primal Beast, a lot of HP, percentage-based damage, and on top of that, of course, you've got Tame the Beasts versus everything on Primal Beast. So he shouldn't be able to trample away that easily.
Sure. Okay. So far as well with the game 1 and game 2, Mac has had a pretty decent lead in regards to the lane. Once the lane's kind of dissolved, we've seen his at least laning prowess so far has been very, very solid. No point in the dagger just yet for nothing to say. He's gone for a 0-0-2 build, so holding 1 skill point.
This is the first time that the matchup is kind of rough with him. Like, the matchup so far that he played versus Nothing to Say were kind of favored for his hero in game 1 and 2. But now versus the Pop, it might be a little bit rougher, especially as Scream of Pain is now level 2. You can dish out a little bit more damage. I think it's like 150 level 2, yeah. It's 150 on 7-second cooldown. Not too bad.
Yeah. It's not a bad spell. To see the, it's gone for the bondage facet, but see how he's going to look to itemize as well in a game like this for Mr. Nothing to Say. Where are you dabbling right now with the roles you're playing? It's 3, right? You're playing a little bit more? Are you playing anything else?
I'm queuing all 5 roles.
You're on 5?
Yeah, all 5. I'm playing whatever is left. Just
top lane? Is there one you're preferring?
Probably offlane right now. Like, out of everything that I'm playing, it feels the most fun for some reason.
I see.
I think it's also the role that I have. You know, carry is probably the one I have played the least in. But offlane is like a learning curve, which is nice.
Now, is there one that you enjoy watching the most, though? Like one lane that you're like, or one role that you, when you watch, it makes you actually want to play?
Probably the 4 still, because it's
really?
Also the role that I played the most. Yeah.
I see. Okay.
It's it makes me want to play when I see a good rotation from 4. When I see some, I get inspired from position 4 the most. You know, if I see a cool player doing interesting things.
23? Savage! Chilling, they're both battling it out down bottom. You got a static link along with the trample. Who was it? Were there any position 4s you looked up to when you were playing? Anyone that you watched a lot of replays of?
I mean, that's a long time ago, by the way. But there were some, of course. There were a lot of players were still active from China as well. Some players that are still here, by the way, like FY.
Yeah, crazy.
Active when I was trying and playing for some tier 2-ish teams.
Yeah, it took a break for a little bit, but he's back.
Yeah. He was definitely one of them.
Absolutely. I mean, I think a lot of people as big FY fans, it's kind of hard not to be honest. I mean, this guy was... His previous rosters were very, very fun to watch. For some reason, I feel like position 4s always stick out to me more, the names. FY, Crit, Baboka, Jerax.
They are the playmakers in a lot of games, right? So they stick out anyway. Top lane, Tiny, there you go. The rotation from FY might lead them into a double kill, at least one.
Got any more spells? Looks like they got one raise to help slow him down, but unfortunately the supports...
They haven't
Sure, Exo is level 4, so with 2 points up in Brain Sap, he thinks he can still get the kill by himself. Q's got some pretty good jukes in the tree line. Now Genua, we still got him. So gets the kill at least in the end. Genua now has a souvenir to work with. This is not really the best for this. Maybe it actually helps him close the distance.
Might catch
it's not too
things.
bad. Let's see how he's going to use it, though. Look at the vision.
Oh, he missed.
Sidesteps. Still has some movement at speed advantage, but lacking a little bit of mana now that he went for the Impalement Art instead. So FY is actually out.
Yeah, the moment that Impalement Art missed, the chase was pretty much over. They did rotate Bane mid, and Jakiro, however, Void Spirit is the one that picks up the Haste Rune. Might use it to hand down Bane, yep.
Alright, they're gonna get him. So, seen easy kill, surely, right? They're making him work for it. Some of the supports not dying too freely, but it's a Haste that nets himself their second kill, but the Void Spirit getting involved early. We did see that this lane, he was fine. Nothing to say going for the 3 points in the Scream, so Mac was able to... True. Why's been sneaky.
Mm-hmm. I think he's got it, right? Like, the spear needs to be really on point.
Yeah. Oh, we got him! And he almost tossed him out, but...
Dude!
It's close.
Even the circle turned red. Like, in the last millisecond, it goes from purple into red. It turned red, but... Jakiro just manages to clutch it out. It gets into...
Bottom lane, nothing to save. First rotation from him. Gonna move on down here with a Sonic Wave. It's a nice attempt with the box gen. Well, unfortunately, it's not gonna be enough. So they do lose 23 Savage. With a pulverized combination with nothing to say. Plenty of damage. Slowing down the hero that has the most lost hits so far in this game.
Also, probably the biggest tempo carry right now, right? Like this... Razor dominates the lane, just scales very quickly as well with the meta.
An army rotation 8 minutes in. This is a little bit uncharacteristic, but I guess we're seeing it a little bit more out of some of the Shadow Fiends as well with the high nuke damage you have with the Razors. Mac jumps over to the right side, but importantly, once again, hang on a second, 23 Savage got some problems.
Pop is coming.
There's any stuns. It might not matter with nothing to say, being able to close the distance. XXS wants the kill, but everyone else is a bit hesitant. Because Jab's going to try and TP in to offer some assistance, and with Arena will do just that. So a perfect rotation from Jabs keeps his carry alive. Could have been devastating if Savage died back-to-back deaths.
Nothing to say? No, he has a blink. He should be fine. They are chasing him still. Like 4 heroes are on his tail, but he's absolutely fine. Beautiful Arena. Beautiful rotation from Jabs. You called out. Just separating the beast from the Razor. Making sure that he can still get the damage with the static link, though. Overcommitted a little bit by Xtreme, right? Like, they thought that they had the opportunity to kill the Razor because of the invis on the Quap. But no such thing was possible.
No, it's like I get this game will be the Void Spirit going that Spirit Vessel route. So one of the other games, right? Was it game 1? In fact, I think Mac where he just went for the urn. Already we've getting a bunch more action in this one as well. That will probably continue with the power runes up pretty shortly.
I think it's a pretty good Vessel game, right? Like even just applying it on Quap every fight makes a lot of sense. Primal Beast, of course, as well early on. Just gives you that extra oomph that you need from the mid lane. I feel like there's an advantage for every mid lane hero that buys Vessel right now. So it's such a nice item to get.
It's a nice rune as well to get. If they can start to put a little bit of pressure onto this objective, 3 points up the Liquid Fire. And yeah, they're actually just gonna pop the AD, look to bring it down. Now, Dire, someone in a position, maybe set up a bit of formations. Need to think twice on Nemesis on how heavy you're gonna commit. There's no thinking twice that needs to be had. I got a tower for free. Use the catapult, use the DD. Pretty happy with that objective. have you been dabbling a little bit with the Primal in your offlane games?
No, not really. Not a lot. I think this hero is pretty straightforward though when it comes to the item builds. He's one of those BKB bots with the blink. I don't think you can afford to go too much utility on Primal. Some games maybe a Lotus, but honestly, almost every game it's BKB blink. Your job is to jump in, polarize, be able to trample around, deal some damage, and that's it. Aghanim's Shard. I know Aghanim's Shard is a bit more popular now on Primal Beast. Like that is one maybe difference that we, which wasn't the case like in previous patches, right? Like you would see the Shard, but not like almost every single game.
Yeah, it's at least a lot more Primal Beasts putting priority on a mid lane. See if they're gonna have the extra stun. I guess with Q nearby, that will absolutely be the case. Nice setup. So there's already one early death for the co-op, the hero that can't have too many to be able to provide a lot of impact with this hero.
Good vessel charge, right, as well, for the Void Spirit. Now everyone is in danger. Whatever lane he rotates to, he could get a kill. Maybe on the Primal Beast bottom, maybe on the SF top. Or maybe the Ancients are going to be farmed instead.
It'll take him a while.
It's gonna take a bit, yeah. He's got the region rule to work with, so he's basically abusing that free region that he gets from it.
I think he's not happy with Januel for taking that creep. That last one.
Cores are never happy. It's just the way it is.
Radiant's middle tower is under
As a support, all you have to do is just act stupid and be like, yeah, it's basically, bro, sorry.
No, you should steal the last hit and tip him. They see as better, bro.
Oh, go full Giga Chat support, I see, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, if this is what you practice, if you can't, CS against me? Well, why am I on a team with you? Like, you should be able to, if you can't out-CS me, how are you going to out-CS the opponent?
That's true. I'm just preparing you, actually. Like, you're putting stressors on your cores so that they become stronger. That's true. I'm going to use that one.
It's a good excuse. Smoke Up's going to connect onto FY. So it looks like these two heroes are going to start to be pretty active this game. And the wheel is being used now off cooldown. The important thing is that they don't have it for the power room, which maybe is a bit easier for Xtreme. It won't be too big of a fight though. Illusion Room brought her up for nothing to say.
I want to see Co-op do well. I truly do. Like this hero to me, in this patch at least, has always felt worse versus whatever she's playing on the mid lane. Even in a good matchup, I feel like the hero that is picked again, like the hero you pick Co-op, let's say in this circumstance versus Void Spirit. Void Spirit still I feel like does more, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of simpler to play. Co-op, if you get caught, you're almost most certainly dead. Void Spirit, you get caught, who cares? Dissimulate, Resonant Pulse, Astral Step, like you're gonna get away unless they truly commit on you.
Yeah, the margin error for the Queen of Pain. Very difficult to play with. It'd be pretty perfect. Nothing to say. The Master Tier, we've seen him on this hero for a long time. He'll be going Scepter after the Kyram. Looking to try and make a move on the map as well. Nice blink from Jabs. Very quick on the fingers. I feel like this is a common trait that I see with him as well. He's always blinking away.
By the time Bane lifts his heavy hands up, Mars is already out of danger. He's buying Lotus, by the way. So, going for some extra defensive abilities. A lot of point-and-click disables, right? Like, you're playing versus Primal Beast, you're playing versus Bane. Lotus has a lot of value for Radiant.
Well, let's see if they want to start to play with 23 Savage, you know, going for this Crimson builder still with the carry. He's even got Pipe queued up after the Manta, but I think if he was going to go that, he might have done it now. He's doing a very good job to, in fact, be ahead of the Shadow Fiend, which is one hero that has always been praised about his farming ability.
Nah, Razor is just dumb.
Yeah.
This hero is just dumb. One of those rare carries that can actually farm the Ancient Camp and the Boglet Camp in his own river under the tier 1 tower the moment he hits 6, just by using his ult, which isn't really too much of a waste if you can farm it. He has Crimson, by the way. Like you said, Crimson, Manta, Pyre.
Lane, XXS. I mean, they're itching for a fight as well, but the BKB out on XXS, it's a guaranteed pulverize and a second kill at that. Now, 23 Savage. I mean, Crimson's not really protecting him from a whole lot at the moment. Now it will assist with Arme showing up. But once the Crimson's gone, they're just going to lose 23 Savage pretty easily.
The two supports died a little bit too quickly. They weren't able to use basically anything between the Jakiro and the Ringmaster. Like, one spell was used.
Oh, Arme actually just with the two heroes. They're still trying to force a fight. FY gets the toss to try and cancel the speed jabs. Doesn't get it onto Arme, so it might be defensive Requiem. It does come out. So at least the damage is there to get the kill onto the MOUZ, and surely Mac is going to die as well. He doesn't have an astral step, but the supports are back alive. Mac gets given over another Resonant Pulse. He's still actually healthy, and now FY eats the Wheel of Wonder. The supports do an exceptional job to be able to keep their mid laner standing.
Yeah, they kind of died together. They TP'd back to mid tower together, and they helped this Void Spirit in the end together, so getting an extra kill. In the end, when the dust has settled, not too bad for Nemesis. They do manage to take down the SF. So, yeah, like they do lose the Razor in the beginning, but the outcome is kind of favorable for the Void Spirit. Working towards his Veil next, as he does have the Kaya and the Vessel, so a lot of damage. Level 12 Void Spirit.
So far, with even game affair though. Very close between these two teams. Cause there's no real big losers, to be honest. Everyone's got a decent amount of farm. XXS, he did charge in, but luckily enough, X-Nova nearby. Well, we're thinking about going behind a tier 2 tower. Apparently so. X-Nova, the beacon on his back. They want to try and get rid of the Bane, and now apparently tier 2 is going to drop as well.
It's a big circle on the map, by the way. I don't know. Can you be more specific, please, Mr. Mac? It's like, guys, I want you to play here, and then he circles the full map.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Come on, bro. I need you to be a little bit more convincing. You need to tell me where you want me to play.
Exactly, specific.
Instructions, they weren't clear. I'm all of a sudden, I'm now in their fountain. Jabs. Smoke pops, Arme. It's got the rest of the team starting to actually connect. They're going to run into Arme first. Speed cancels out the Requiem. It's absolutely great, Will, but is the follow-up going to be there, though? Look at the kill over towards the Tiny. Meanwhile, the Ringmaster gets run down as well from Nothing to Say, who's had a free fight so far. Got any stuns to cancel the TP? Whoa, hang on a second. They saw the TP out. The 23 Savages here. Now they're going to cancel some of their TPs. Nemesis, they baited them. They thought they were escaping. But no, not the case. And Hoopy get beat. Oh, XXS is going in, but is anyone else following up as well? Arme fights a Requiem from the tree line with the magic damage. They kill off multiple heroes even with the numbers not favoring them.
I got jebaited twice in this fight, and I'm just observing. Like, with the TPs and with, like, Mars TPing. Nope. Jebaited, he stays and fights, and then they start moving away and running around, but Primal Beast connects with the BKB, so they do get the kill in the end. I'm amazed Ami survived this. Like, look, they jumped him, the arena is there as well, and he still somehow, the sleep was good. Sleep dodged the majority of the damage, right? Like, he didn't get hit by the wheel at all. That's probably, I mean, it's one of the reasons, but they started bailing anyway. Like, they started chasing other targets instead of finishing SF off at the beginning. Good rotation by the Primal. Oh, timely. A little bit late, of course, for the full fight, but this vision was given by Plasma Field. They just had nothing to...
Yeah. And I wonder if you're kicking yourself on Savage, honestly, with the Crimson. Like, yeah, I completely understand with the Shadowfin right clicks, but still at the stage of the game when he got it, it's kind of a little bit more magic damage with SF showing up. So now we've seen without the BKB, of course he's going to go for it, but just the Crimson is delayed it by a decent amount. So I wonder if he's kicking himself with this item or not.
With Crimson? Or
yeah.
What? Yeah, I think it's a good item. I think sometimes it's really good when you can have, like, the thing is, I think it's good when you have all the three basic utility items. When you have Mech, Pipe, and Crimson on 3 different heroes, and then you just take over the map with it, I think then it's really good on Razor, because the majority of the damage that you deal early on is from spells anyway. But when you don't have all of these 3, then just die to magic damage without BKB, and then your Crimson is kind of whatever.
How do they know? Oh, they said the Choreo flying through mid. Okay, that's a pretty good way to be able to scout it out. They get the toss back straight into the Fiend's grip. Nice box! Is it actually enough to get Mac alive? He's got the Dissimulate Astral Step. Mac's going to be able to live. Now, Radiant will be able to find the Tiny. 23 Savage is trying to find an angle to enter the team fight. He's getting pushed away. He wants to try and run Arme down, but we'll have a difficult time of locking onto the Shadow Fiend. And Dire, with a bit of a messy start, they might even lose an extra. Jabs is going to find the Straggler. X-Nova caught over to the left side. Not that they wanted to try and jump in and offer some assistance, and in fact, that's enough.
Yeah, he dodged the first Shadow Strike with the sleep, so they only get 1 hero in the end. That could have been way worse for Xtreme Gaming, but just beautiful escape act. Just perfect escape act on the Void Spirit. He was able to completely dodge that fight out. And it's important because he will have Shiva's very soon, like 1700 gold away.
I know you spoke about the triple auras. We are actually going to get that. Jabs is going to go Pipe on Mars. It's a bit of a cuck build. I don't know. I'm not like it's not my Chad Mars that we were speaking about yesterday. I think I don't know. They're blending together. They always do. But yeah, it's not the Mars build I want. But yo, he's got to do it. Speaking of him, well, this is going to further put him a bit low. What? How? I don't know how that doesn't connect. It doesn't matter. He lives, but there's 4 trees around that somehow missed. Mid lane, Mac. Now, this is the important one. They're going to run into Arme. Arme, close to the tier 2 tower, gets a 4-star further back, so he's going to be okay. And now they went super deep for this XXS. A beautiful onslaught in the middle. 2 heroes are gone, and now Savage as well is on the run. They've got the rock throw early on, so it's going to hold them down momentarily. Savage kind of trying to make them think twice about going for this jab. It's a nice arena, but they got the Fiend's grip out. There was no way to be able to cancel the grip. Savage is still alive though. The Victor of his bonus health. No way it's actually him enough. Savage limps away over the left side. He's going to live on a slither of health. And Xtreme will lose multiple members. What a jump from Jabs. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have the net worth.
Yeah, just a beautiful arena from him. Plus the victory feast, counteracting all the damage that Queen of Pain was dishing out with the Aghanims. Super annoying Aghanim Scepter, by the way, on top, but this time around doesn't let them kill. One thing that I did notice that happened here is SF just completely ignored them. After getting the initial kill, he just went base. They continued chasing. SF had 50% HP, 50% mana, but didn't want to fight any longer. And you could see it right here. They go on him. He dodges Wheel of Wonder with the Manta, I believe, as he's piking away. And then... no, not the Wheel of Wonder, but he dodged like an Impalement Art or something. Whatever. Goes back in. He was a bit lower than 50%. Respectfully, he had to go back. So maybe they shouldn't have chased as much, right? Like, you don't have your SF. You know that Mars is alive. They went a little bit too deep and they got punished for it. Does happen. Mid lane.
We're going on back live here once again. XXS. This time he's going to be fine. He's got the BKB capability. We're seeing that these heroes on Nemesis are proving to be a bit problematic in regards to their team fighting prowess. I mean, this is definitely a big weakness with the Bane. It's like, what is this hero kind of doing? Like, it's very good for pickoffs. A strong laner as well. Fiend's Grip, of course, exceptional versus BKB piercing control, which is very frustrating for the Razor, but it's not an easy Bane game to get full duration out of the Fiend's Grip. There are a lot of ways to cancel it.
Sometimes I don't mind that if they counter the Bane with a certain pick. The problem is, like, what's countering the Bane is also countering the Primal Beast. So you have two heroes kind of countered with one escape pact, which can be a problem. But sleep is good, you know, like we are talking about Grip as being his most important spell, but most of the time it's actually the sleep, just dodging out a couple of spells on a very low cooldown.
Radiant so far, these past couple of fights have been looking a little bit more convincing for them, so they're wanting to try and continue with some of the momentum. Successful fight here would lead them into an opportunity to take an objective. Unfortunately, there is a fight that takes place, well, a little skirmish, a kill under the Tiny that takes place all the way down south, so probably not going to look towards Roche. They don't have the best Roche lineup as well.
How do you like the delayed BKB on SF?
Not that big of a fan, to be honest.
Do you think he's going to buy Silver Edge first, or maybe the BKB? Because Shadowblade on its own without Silver Edge feels kind of bad. I think he might just get Demon Edge. We'll see, because he's sitting on 2.3k. Yeah, he will. He's finishing it off.
Is the break even that valuable? I mean, of the Razor, I don't know how much you value the break versus hero. It could also just be the fact that the this item just on this hero is incredibly strong. But yeah, what do you?
Well, it's just strong. It's just a strong item. Lower cooldown, by the way, as well on Shadow Walk. So overall, Silver Edge is the main build right now on SF. In almost all the games, it gives you another edge, like you can set things up on your own with the Invis Requiem. Let's see if you can
get here in time. Yeah. Jumped into the Aether and then hang on a second, nothing to say. Second stun's gonna fall up through the arena, but there's the Nightmare. It might be enough to keep alive. He still does get hypnotized, so nothing to say. He's gonna be out of the team fight action, and Aegis will go the way of Radiant as well. XXS has already used the BKB, so he's going to have a difficult time of escaping the onslaught. Nemesis, they are easily able to run him down, and Arme's also showing mid, but
he's on a sentry.
He's a...
Okay. Tower is under attack.
He should get away. Very unfortunate for nothing to say, right? Like, he jumps straight into the Remnant, gets picked off immediately, even with the sleep save, by the way, which was nice. There's no saving because Wheel of Wonder was waiting for him after the sleep wore off. Very nicely done by Nemesis. Now they have the Aegis, of course, on the Razor.
This is kind of cool, though. But then what the... Let's see if they go for the kill or they just want Tormentor, because if they try and kill Genuel, then maybe it gives Radiant time to move on over. Nama's a bit indecisive by the looks of it.
Mars
just coming through the border. Oh, boy. Not expecting them. So that's a nicer one.
That's a much better kill. They do have 3 heroes around and an Aegis, so they could contest this. Tormentor is not up in a minute, so it's definitely a thing that they can contest. After all, they will have Mars as well by the time Torm's up. How do you like the Satanic on Razor, by the way? Like, this is going full tank mode.
What are some other items that we see here? I'm just trying to think. Because the Satanic, I guess it feels like he's not going to get bursted this game. And probably not with the Ringmaster. But is there concerns of damage then with this item?
I think there are. I think they might... look, Razor, like I said before, deals a lot of this his damage from the orb, from Storm Surge as well. So it might not be super necessary to go right with damage dealing items. The normal or the casual build from Razor that I have seen is like Manta and Mjolnir and the BKB after. But I don't know, I kind of like this. I know it seems a little bit off lane-ish, but as long as you can stay alive and dispel maybe 1 or 2 shadow strikes with the Satanic, I feel like you're in a good spot.
Do you agree with Xtreme giving up this Tormentor for free? I mean, I know Radiant, of course, playing with the Aegis advantage. You think this is still a location they could have potentially fought if they were able to get... No? Okay.
I don't think so. It's a tier 1 tower that's nearby for Radiant. It's also the fact that your SF still doesn't have a BKB. It would be a very difficult fight to take. I don't think they had... Like, no way. I think SF, if he had the BKB, maybe you could take that fight. But without the BKB... It's almost impossible.
I really forgot this rock throw one-hit waves. I don't... This is insane, actually. What is this one-hit waves?
It's a pretty good shard.
Yeah. Huh. Okay. But he's getting a decent amount of farm. This hero late game can be pretty frustrating. Him along with the Bane as well for controlling the Razor. I don't know if there's any thoughts of potential Lincolns, even Lotuses. I don't know if anyone can go for that on Radiant, but in fact, MOUZ has got one queued up.
Yeah, Mars,
very close.
Mars had it queued up like a first item, I think, before he opted to go for Pipe. It's a really good Lotus game. It's a no-brainer item, really. Set top.
Speed back. Push him out of location where X-Nova is. Look at the damages with these 3 heroes. It doesn't matter about X-Nova who gets in range for the Nightmare because the damage has been dealt too quickly and it's going to become super ambitious. Whether it's a spear or just the right clicks with these 2 heroes. This is 80 seconds, no Armain. Surely a bunch of objectives.
Yeah, he couldn't get in there, by the way. He couldn't get the Nightmare off because of the arena, because of Wheel of Wonder as well. He'd get caught in it. So he's queuing up the BKB, by the way, on the Bane.
Okay.
I feel like another option could have been an Aether Lens earlier if he went straight up for it, but he went for Solar Crest, and now buying Aether Lens at this point is it just doesn't feel that great. After all, he does have a plus 100 GPM enchantment on Bane, so maybe he will even get to buy his BKB eventually.
Unfortunately, until then, it's going to take quite some time and just his own positioning. A gift here from him to do some stuff for the night now. Well, we do have this tiny threat as well with a high ground push. See if he's going to be able to find an angle for the toss back. Knack wanting to try and disrupt. Of course, clears the way, but also gets the Shiva's damage onto FY. So it does mean that Savage can continue to freely be protected, especially when you got a bunch of Aether Remnants on top of him as well. They are happy with that. Tier 3 tower, range barracks. As soon as Arme respawns, they're going to look to try and leave the area. So just 1,000 net worth lead that they have slowly inched closer and closer to holding in a game like this. And man, Nemesis, I didn't, of course, have the opportunity to catch their series yesterday versus Falcons. And it was a 2-0, 34 minutes, 43 minutes. But they're looking pretty good versus Xtreme, dude.
They are, absolutely. By the way, this gold lead, I believe, would be a bit higher, but Jakiro has a 75 GPM bonus. Ringmaster doesn't have it at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, both the Tiny and the Bane have the plus 100, so they're living some good life right now. Even though...
XXS?
The BKB.
They are retreating under the Observer Ward, however, but they're pretty speedy, blink force. Everyone's got a bunch of mobility. Maybe this does start to change some things. The refresher now online for XXS. He is once again farming underneath the observer wall, but he's going to push himself back into the base.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Trying to do well. Smoke's going to pop so it blinks away. I'm going to run up blinded on this high ground, so Xtreme continuing to delay the game. We're waiting for Arme to be that real big threat here for the Shadow Fiend. He's getting close to level 25 as well. He's got the data list queued up, so just wants the raw damage.
As you usually tend to go for, right? Whenever you're playing SF, this is basically a ticking time bomb. Oh, these items already, he's strong enough. He just didn't get to hit. Like all of these fights, he gets initiated on him. And when you look at the net worth, he's actually top 1 right now. He's even higher than the Razor. He's been farming really damn well. It's just that they picked him off in at crucial timings recently. They might smoke. They're kind of converging in the dire base. The thing is, Rosh, okay, guaranteed to respawn within 50 seconds, so.
Let's see if they're going to be able to strike back here. It's been Nemesis so far these past couple of fights. They are currently positioned towards that side of the high ground here. The ward that's scouting out the river. Dario are going to do a pretty similar thing as well. Radiant got a smoke. It's a big D ward. Another thing to mention, of course, the fact that this fight around the area is going to favor Nemesis with buybacks. If they got any of the Void Spirit, MOUZ, and Jakiro, one's currently with buybacks available, so TP into the outpost. Be careful about drawing a fight closer towards that spawn in Xtreme. Do you think about forcing Roche if you're Nemesis? Because you only got a minute 40 left with it being here.
I think they have to force the fight and not really Rosh. If you go into the pit, maybe you can force the fight that way, make Rosh roar and then take a fight off of that. But just going into the pit would be a disaster. I don't think that they're strong enough, and I don't think they take Rosh fast enough. These heroes do not, so... Like, sure, you've got some Eye of the Storm refreshed on Razor, but... Yeah, they gotta take a fight first.
Jabs. Careful now. That big data list online here for Arme as well, level 25. Shadow Rays applies attack damage. First level 25 we got this game. And stalemate will continue.
Damn, these two teams in the last 2 games, they really like their farming. Although this game, a little bit more action-packed. They have the Lincolns on Primal, they have the refresher on him. This rush is definitely going to be fought for, I think. They did go into the pit. It will roar soon.
Here we go. They're going to have to start inching away a little bit closer, but...
Oh, they're committing. They're actually committing hard.
They've got a pretty nice high ground ward as well that going to give them some information here on an Xtreme getting closer. They'll protect themselves with a smoke, nothing to say. Jumps in the middle, has to force out an early BKB. The Avalanche going to hold back 23 Savage, but he's going to get a gift given straight to him along with the Aegis in his hands as well. They still haven't killed FY just yet. So the first casualty hasn't dropped. 23 Savage pops a refresher for the second round, but so too does the Primal. Pulverize, locking 23 Savage into place. Arme hasn't really been able to freely right-click just yet. He's having a difficult time at locking onto one of the heroes. They should finally be able to do so with the Fiend's Grip over to the right. Arme will continue to run jabs down, gets the crits, and now can set up as well for the respawn. 23 Savage, what has he got on the respawn? He's going to try and run them down. Requiem will force him further away. Doesn't break the static link just yet, but surely the raise is going to be enough for the raw magic damage. So in the end, Xtreme, it doesn't matter that they lost Roche or that they were going into the ages, they still were able to come out on top.
It's just the sheer damage output from the SF. I gotta commend the Razor as well. 8.2k damage dealt in this fight. It's just the nature of the hero. He does a lot, but the difference is I feel like the damage impact from SF is focused and localized on singular targets. Meanwhile, Razor is kind of hitting everyone. And you could see it here. Like, sure, the fight starts off kind of wonky for Xtreme Gaming, but you know what's happening here? What's happening is SF isn't using his BKB. He's basically fighting bare naked from just Silver Edge, and then he forces himself away. It's all about the SF and his positioning. If he can stay alive, which he does, and then when he finds the right time where there's no control, he pops the BKB and the fun starts here basically for him. This hero is like, even with the static blink, at some point he's sitting for 400 a pop. Like, look how long the static link was on him. He follows it. Yeah. Like, most heroes run away from the static link, not SF. Like, you go through it and you still deal like 400 damage without the crits even.
So he's going to go blink on 23 Savage. I was wondering kind of what his thought process was in regards to maybe some things that were going wrong in particular with that fight as well, but Blink is not going to help him close the distance. Are you blinking on the SF though? Because again, we've seen he's just kind of, he just pikes away.
I think you have to, but the thing is, like, this blink isn't for the Razor to blink on SF and deal with him alone with the static link. I don't think that's possible. What's possible is to jump in unison with the Void Spirit, with Mars, on the SF, and then you can perhaps take him down if he's controlled. But you have to control him. Like, you can't just... you can't have a fair fight versus this beast.
Sure. Jabs at the moment, we've seen he's been pretty goddamn quick with some of the blinks. But XXS going to make sure the damage comes through too quickly for his reaction, so... Nice move onto the use of that Observe Ward. That's going to give them the Tormentor as well.
This gem is hidden behind a stump. Do you see the gem?
I don't even see it. No, I don't.
Yeah, it's right there.
Yeah, I see it now.
It was hidden. Like, it was very difficult to see. So he does retrieve the gem at least.
Speaking about Armin, what we saw in that last fight and kind of what you're mentioning now, it sounds like you feel like maybe there are going to be some damage problems with being able to blow him up 4-0 even if they do commit. You feel like it's probably going to get pretty close. Do you think about a Satanic then, or do you like this Swift Blink?
Well, for now he's got the Swift Blink queued up. I think the problem is with anything else is with Swift Blink you can remove the power treads and play with the Swift Blink.
Sure.
Anything else that you buy, you have to remove one of these big items that you've got, and you kind of need all of them. So Swift Blink is more or less the most natural approach, and it allows you to reposition yourself if you're quick enough. For now, probably he's just going to save for the buyback. He's got 5k extra gold though, so he could buy out.
Makes sense, sir. He's a rich man in this game. Fight definitely helping out, and I mean, yeah, we are blown up to a 15,000 net worth lead. Still, the supports are very much enjoying the extra gold they've been getting as well, thanks to the greedy enchantment. Back on the low ground. Position kind of farther to the left instead, so make sure he's not in range here of Xtreme. Dicey though for Nemesis. Two heroes without buybacks, both supports on cooldown. The MOUZ currently the only one who's able to rejoin the game. Mistake could be costly enough to potentially put you 0 and 2.
Mm-hmm. They do have a Hex flying out though. It's flying out right now to the Mars. It's in the courier. It went all the way to the Dire Secret Shop. So now with the Hex, perhaps there is a chance. The only problem is they had it scouted out. There was this cool ward in the cliff. So they actually saw the courier and they saw what it was carrying. What's good?
Speaking of the ward, oh, Mac actually went in. they're going to smoke up as well. So really looking to try and force the issue, even though Xtreme have got pretty good control of the area. I mean, both wards on both cliffs. They'll get one D-Water now, set themselves up with the high ground. Nothing to say. Early BKBs, got refresher. Both sides just valuing this high ground ward.
Pretty big commitment from the Quap though. No BKB now on her. There's only one BKB on Radiant, by the way, and that's the Razor.
Yeah, damn. What's BKB status on Dire? What are we down to? We're 6 on XXS, 7 on the top, and the 8 on Army.
It's a pretty bad BKB game for Radiant, though, right? Like you're playing into Bane, you're playing into the Primal Beast, Lincolns, Lotuses, Pipes. This is what you want.
Radiant are scanning.
Damn, so Wind Waker, huh? Fires a pretty rich Tiny. I think close to that level 20. See if he goes for the toss. Requires no target, more than likely, of course. Ain't gonna be doing too much tree grab base damage. Ain't gonna help much.
Yeah, I think this Wind Waker is actually pretty massive. There's no nullifier, right? Like no way to dispel it on the other side, so...
Race has actually got it queued up. Oh, okay. Well, he did. He just changed the Lincoln.
Yep.
What would you value more?
Lincoln or nullifier, you mean?
Yeah.
Probably Lincoln's on him. I think, like, he is the hero to go for with the grip, with the polarize as well. So it would be pretty cool to get the Lincoln so you can stay alive. The only problem is, like, when I'm looking at Razor and his item, but damn, I mean, I know it's the nature of the hero, but it's so damn defensive. How much?
Yeah, you compare versus SF. It's yeah, there's a big difference in damage.
Yeah. Well, which is kind of interesting because look at the next fight. If these two carries are not controlled, I can bet that both of them will do the same amount, just because of the nature of the Razor right now, like how much he does just by standing around. But Swiftblink and 7k gold on the SF, so he can even buy out the shard, and he still has enough gold. Moon shard, that is.
Game is kind of slowing down a little bit, though. Is he? Nemesis is pretty concerned about at least how they leave the base, and Xtreme making sure they continue to control the triangle. It gives them full ease of ability to be able to cut top and mid. See, bottom is kind of that one problem with the current setup that they have. That's why you got this big wave starting to beat onto the T3 tower. Now, Arme is going to go back, and we will see timing of the smoke here from Nemesis as soon as they see Arme. What's the call? I actually want to try and connect to the triangle.
Well,
maybe intercept him as he goes back to the team.
Well, his team is going back to him as well, because Josh will be bottom, right? Like, it's minute 50 mark.
FY? Actually going to be able to get the jump first. FY, early use of the Wind Waker. Meanwhile, nothing to say wants to give them the information on the back line. He's creating chaos. They've tossed Mac in the middle. He does able to get the step away. XXS wasn't quick enough with the fingers. 23 Savage as well has been waiting the wings with that Eye of the Storm activated, but also didn't find an easy way to enter.
It's a lot of missed spells. Like, no one really able to break ground and catch a big target. Sure, Tiny gets caught, but instantly Wind Waker's away. The Sonic Wave also not really connecting, and most importantly, Polarize. does not catch the Void Spirit. With this Dagon being level 4, soon to be level 5, I mean, Void Spirit's job here is to eliminate any of the supports or SF. I feel like these 3 heroes are the easiest to take down. Of course, the most value lying in the Shadow Fiend. He's sitting on 3.4k gold. He doesn't have a Satanic, right? Sorry, 3.4k HP, and he doesn't have a Satanic. So if you do jump him, like, you might be able to blow him up with the Dagon, with the Hex, if you just dump everything into him. But then again, Wind Waker, it's a problem.
Yeah, unfortunately, problem they're not really going to be able to solve in a game like this with some of the item slot problems that they have. Space. Way to deal with it.
Maybe Mars could buy it eventually, like the next item. If he doesn't go for Refresh, or if this game goes long enough, maybe he could go for the Nullifier.
Something to consider. So if it reaches that stage, though, a successful fight here for Xtreme, without a doubt, will put them potentially one fight away. Get them that Roche Mac. Hook. It's just an Invis. FY? Okay, it's always been Waker. So the standoff continues. Love me a good old Roche standoff. I just stand on the other high ground.
Why is the level 25 from Primal Beast 6-7%?
Not you, dude. Not you, man. No
did they change this in the last patch? Did they become... What is it? It's not Zoomers anymore. What generations are the 6-7 kids?
Oh man, not you. I thought I was gonna get away from it. This is gonna be a no 6-7 meme cast.
What's the generation alpha? Or
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't care. They're all.
You know what's funny? Like I go. I hear kids in Bosnia. Oh, hold that thought.
Yeah, Mac, hang on. Where's everyone else? Well, no one else is even remotely close to Mac. Jumping in, feeling like he can farm the wave, and Xtreme weren't nearby. Now, they too might try and set up a bit of a high ground trap here. FI is going to find the wall, but how do you spear him up on the high ground? It's going to be a bit difficult with all the tree positioning.
They have buyback. Like, he needs to use it right away if he wants to fight.
No way. Is this really the play? Of the damage just with him being this close? Nothing says going to try and push him away with the Sonic Wave, but surely FI is going to die. Gets the Wind Waker off. He's not actually dead just yet. They're still holding the buyback out of Mac. He's delaying Roche, but I mean, Armate doesn't care. He's actually still hitting it.
He can solo. He can solo Rush at this point. It's Refresher, Cheese Ages. You can pick
XXS. Meanwhile, he's just making sure that this escape isn't clean. Let's try and spear TP out, but Rock through from afar is there, and Jabs. There's going to be another core that goes down. He's going to buy back as well.
Tiny hunting
for more? You already see
more?
Genuel is like, yay. He's trying to set up to potentially cut FY. Oh, hang on. Oh, we saw him.
It's good link.
Can he juke? Oh, no way.
Nice.
Oh, nicely done.
Yeah, beautiful juke. I don't know if it's going to help him a lot once SF comes to the high ground, but nice jukes nonetheless. All of this, by the way, did work because of the 6-7 number, because of the 67% polarized duration. Dude, 6-7 actually killed Void Spirit. Like, the polarized it was so long it looked like it got refreshed midway.
Mac? The Macropire laid down as well. Oh, they didn't get the Hypnotize, and our XXS is going on forward. He's got the BKB with nothing to fear. And Raiden, when are we going to start buying back on some of our heroes? It's going to come out, but it's a little bit too late because 23 Savage is losing his health pool. Gets a decent amount of health back. And nothing to say he's going to be able to blink over to the right side as well. And so the pillage of the base is successful, along with getting some key buybacks as well.
That was a nice pillage indeed. Good pillage by Xtreme Gaming. Getting aside, forcing a couple of buybacks, going back, 33k gold lead, and cheese now, by the way, which wasn't just forgotten in the pit. SF didn't have any slots left remaining, so he needed to leave it as his team was already fighting and chasing across the map. Let's have Boots of Travel too, by the way, as well. Why not? 47k net worth on the SF. Getting closer to that 50k area. Not too bad at all. And level 30, by the way, very soon. You know what? Considering they got it this late, it's really not a bad shard. Like usually at this point, the shards that are given are like tiny shard or bad shard when he's a support player, or Muerta, you know, like these kind of heroes, they don't really care about it. But it's not a bad shard. Another silence for the team.
Yeah, I feel like it's one where you see bought sometimes as well. So you're pretty happy when you get a value shard like that.
Even in this game, I feel like it had value. If he bought it, I wouldn't mind. I feel like it had a lot of value. Like you could maybe jump the Void Spirit. Like they had no BKBs, no defensive spells, items. It's just full on go time to kill. I like this Dagon 5 on Void Spirit. I love the adjustment, by the way. Just completely switching his build up.
We're gonna have to try and get creative here. 37,000 deficit. Keep in mind, of course, a lot of buybacks. But the MOUZ and the Ringmaster, in fact, used previously. So importantly, Void along with Razor have theirs. They got a... Just has a lot of damage. Anyway, actually still not dead just yet.
Okay.
Now, meanwhile, it's taken enough time that potential the Queen of Campaign could be vulnerable. Nothing to say. Gets the blink with the last second, but the damage from the Macropie still finds him. And the Pulverize as well from XXS. He's stuck in the middle. Have they got any way to follow it? Nice toss away. There's going to be enough to get him out. 23 Savages on the hunt. And meanwhile, Armee's super hesitant. You see the Shadow Fiend is respecting Nemesis. Even though he has the Aegis, does not feel safe with actually potentially trying to turn that fight. So, man, what a defense from Nemesis.
No buyback on Queen of Pain. 90 gold. He's going for the bounty rune. That's what he was doing there. Trying to get a bounty, so Quap has a buyback. Aeon Disc, yeah, this Aeon Disc that you're seeing right now in Quap's inventory, it wasn't there. It was in the backpack. That's basically the reason why they lost this fight. Quap didn't have Aeon Disc. I think the bottle was in the inventory or something, but Aeon Disc definitely was not. What a mistake. Because this high ground push, like 37k lead. Usually you can, yeah, look, the slot is there. It's just Aeon Disc is not in the inventory.
Fighting on top of this Macropire as well. Armee? Requiem from afar jumped in the middle, hoping that the fee was going to be enough for 23 Savage, but the man's off. It's not going to matter. Armee gets to kill the solo play from Kim. They do have to get 2 buybacks out because it did start to look a little bit dicey.
An opportunity for Nemesis, maybe. You know, if they buyback and if they manage, well, not necessarily buyback, if they manage to keep Razor's buyback available, and then they pick off the supports, maybe this game is still playable. 37k lead just became 26k lead, you know, like that's a 10k swing. Back towards Nemesis, not too bad. Block of cheese, of course, has been in his inventory for quite some time, by the way. He's been keeping it in the backpack for the last 5 minutes. Not using it. Another 60-minute game, by the way. Tier 5s are available. Like, I don't know what it is with these two teams, but they really like to take the game the long way.
They go on the distance here. What do we got? Anything interesting so far? Just the one. The problem, the fact that, I mean, like you said though, importantly, Nemesis, they didn't have to force a Razor buyback. They didn't really lose anything as well as a result. I guess the big thing is just you weren't able to farm some of the jungle. So it's going to take a bit for you to get these tier 5s. We've got Divine Regalia out onto XXS. Even but we were speaking about, was it this year? Before, right? With Xnova wanting to go BKB. Yeah, now he's got a Fallen Sky to help with his positioning. He's still got BKB queued up after, he changed his mind, of course, with Solar and Lotus for a while, but now he's got another way to kind of help with his positioning inside these fights.
He's got a 15% cooldown reduction as well, by the way, from Feverish Enchantment on the Fallen Sky, on the Bane, and is, like you said, going for a BKB, a little bit of a Minotaur Horn on the Tiny, some with the Hex, by the way, that he has just completed. Regalia on Primal Beast, which is also kind of cool. I mean, yeah, a lot of cool items, like you said. Radiant still...
What do you go for your Razor? Take a look at what it is about. Spider Legs, Stygian, Minotaur Horn.
The Horn, it seems like, yeah. I like the Spooder Legs as well.
Spooder.
You know, just for the memes.
For the meme.
Stygian, not too bad for some damage as well. Not really the best Razor item, though.
Not Radiant. Any others that we've worked on? I'm trying to look at the Void Spirit. No, I'm still trying to farm. Oh, there we go. He's actually got some choices. Not really the best, to be honest. Enchantments are okay. It's not bad enchantments. He's going to go for the Spider Legs.
Timeless.
The Timeless.
Spider Legs are just good. I feel like on most heroes, if you go for Spider Legs, you're not going to make a mistake. Mobility is everything, and when you can get over trees and cliffs, can be a huge difference maker in team fights.
Smirk up. Nemesis' lead, or the deficit, I should say, is continuing to grow. But probability is actually only it's 65% for Xtreme. This from Dota Plus saying it's not too far out of reach. Unfortunately, with the smoke from them, it's going to be a swing and a miss. Xtreme TP back as a kind of a full unit huddling together inside the base.
It's just that I feel like with that last Aegis, Xtreme Gaming missed a huge opportunity to cleanly end this game, because right now it's like the game it just became very hectic and anything can happen. They're only one side up, not even a full side, because top range axes are gone, right? So this game is very even and it can go one way or another. It just depends on who initiates who and who jumps first. They're still missing a nullifier on Radiant though, right? Like they still don't have it. It's one item that I'd like to see from them.
They're going to try and force the issue. Mac starts the team fight. Double Astral Step over towards the backline, trying to create some chaos. 23 Savage once again on top of Arme. But he's going to have some other problems there with the XXS. Pulverized with a fourth. Arme jumps aggressively into the middle. Savage is gone. They killed off the Razor. Now they're looking for more as well. Arme's damage is just too much for them to handle. The box Genuel will pop up, but straight to his death. Now Mac wants to re-enter the fight. With no BKB, actually does have BKB on Arme, so as soon as he drops back down, he's going to be able to activate it. 23 Savage, hang on a second. You got to respect the raw damage output, and you didn't do that. Die back out of Savage. Yes, you've lost Arme, but it doesn't seem like it's going to matter. Just the raw net worth lead is too much for them in this final fight. And man, oh man, did this series go the distance. Another 60-minute thriller, but Xtreme, they're going to end the day 1-1.
Just a cool series. Like yesterday we had some quick series, quick games as well. Today we open our day up with something that I expected to be kind of clean for Xtreme, especially after watching game number 1. I expected game number 2 to kind of follow suit and be the same, but it didn't. Like game number 2 goes Nemesis' way, and this game 3 as well. Like they were leading for a good chunk of this game. They just misapplied their pressure in the end. I feel like if they continued playing the same way, I think maybe they needed to force things. Like they forced the high ground push once and that's it. After that, they kind of fell back for way too long, which is one thing that hurt Nemesis in the end. And the lack of a nullifier. I think a nullifier or a refresher on Mars needed to be there a little bit earlier, or maybe a nullifier on someone else and a refresher on the Mars. This last fight as well, they initiate. Sure, Void Spirit can initiate that way, but no one else can. No one else can follow through a double astral step, and they gave away their position, so Ame was just able to do whatever he wanted to. In the end, he dealt like some insane amounts of damage. I feel like for an SF, what was it in the end? Actually, only 42k from the SF. Both the Pop and the Primal dealt more, with 65 and 50k respectively. Interesting. I expected maybe a bit more, considering how much he was doing through the game. Yeah. But he's like the damage that you see. Pop and Primal are the damage that, you know, it's kind of spread over the area and over time. Meanwhile, SF is, you feel his damage, you see it, like you see the impact immediately.
Yeah. Well, my friend, this is another game where SF is just, I don't know, getting some victories. This hero is, I don't know, it's still continuing to be potentially arguably the best carry right now. It's looking good. There's not really many ways that people are being able to stop him besides just banning him and not versing him.
I think so. I think banning him is probably your best bet, because even when you have heroes like Mars that can protect you from his right clicks, eventually it just feels that the damage becomes unsurmountable. Like he gets this Silver Edge into a crit, into a Daedalus, and he's got like 400 base damage or something. Like, good luck fighting with that when he can just solo your carry this way. You know that the game is pretty much over. This last fight, I think Void Spirit might have overstepped. No pun intended. He went a little bit too far out, and also on the high ground, so his teammates weren't really able to follow through, and they were stuck on low ground. This was like a perfect position for Xtreme Gaming to take the fight in.
Yeah, look, you should see the supports have prime position where FY and Xnova can really do whatever they want, but just for me, dude, XXS on this Primal Beast, we're not really getting it like a whole lot at the moment. You know, some people are in game specific, but I feel like he's one of the better Primal Beasts out there. Always makes this hero look so incredibly strong, and of course the late game Primal is just absolutely ridiculous with your damage and your ability to hold people into plays.
We don't see him too often because like he suffers from the same thing that he has always suffered, right? Like there's a lot of position 4s and 5s that can just completely ruin your game, make you feel very bad in the laning stage and post-laning stage. And if these heroes are picked, I feel like Primal feels very useless, especially if the lane goes badly and you can't get your items on time. So overall, XXS is just a amazing Primal player anyway, so he finds his way back in no matter what. And this arguably wasn't like the hardest Primal game, because the moment you buy BKB, you're fine, right? There is nothing that goes through BKBs on Team Nemesis. There was no way of really dealing with Primal Beast. Sure, like you can deal with the Pulverize, but you can't deal with Trample. You can't deal with him just running around and dealing crazy damage.
Well, we've come to a conclusion for our first series of the night. It took us a while to get here. Nonetheless, it is going to be Xtreme that are able to get the victory. So you see the man on screen, standout player there for XXS. So we'll see tomorrow who they're going to be going up against with the 1-1 series count that they've got. But unfortunately for Nemesis, dropping 0 and 2. So yeah, now they're back's well and truly against the wall for Southeast Asia. It's going to be difficult for them to make a run through. And you've got to win 3 series in a row here to make it over towards the playoffs. So we'll see what their opponents are going to be. Of course, we've got plenty more series lined up for us next. We've got OG taking on Betboom. So that too, I imagine, is going to be very close and very exciting between these two teams. So we've got a break. When we come back, we've got to get them ready, get them in the lobby, and then we'll be good to go for our second series of the night. See you guys in a bit.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Well, first series was a interesting game 3 affair. Long series, long games as well. But we've got two brand new teams over on the B stream. We've got BetBoom taking on OG. Kind of honestly, both teams you wouldn't be expecting. It's only 0-1. You know, we just started, first series, nothing too crazy. But one of these teams is going to be 0-2. And definitely you would not be expecting that heading into PGL Wallachia. Of course, it'd be a BetBoom previous victors of Wallachia, maybe even 4th or 5th Wallachia, and then OG, of course, having some incredible performances so far. They did struggle recently at one of the events. It was Dream League Season 28, where they got 9th, 10th. They weren't able to get the results that we've seen so far from them, where they got knocked out actually of Groups 1.
In comparison to what OG was doing in the last year, you know, this has been a blessing to the scene to see this organization back. To see this organization back is always a pleasure, and you can hear me, I hope so. Now, yeah, like BetBoom as well on the other side, I feel like they did make a couple of roster changes post-TI. Of course, like, they're still good, they're still strong. I feel like they have a very talented roster. I feel like this roster kind of rides and dies with GPK. If he does well, they do well. If he doesn't, it's kind of rough. Miero is the next star, of course, together with the save. And Kirtic, I gotta say, has improved. I think that Kirtic from the olden days is not the same Kirtic that we're seeing right now. So we're, you know, like BetBoom, I feel like this is also a top 3 team once they find their form. On the other side, OG, lucky and happy to see them back in the tier 1 scene. I don't think I've covered a single OG game since this new roster has been announced. Maybe I did, but I can't remember. I think I did. So yeah, I've been a big fan, by the way, I have to say, of Scam when it comes to SCA teams. Yeah, I think that this guy, or players in general, I think that this guy just is one of the only captains in the region that makes things work on an international level.
Radiant team ban.
what is it? Is there anything more that you can go into that you feel like his captaincy compared to maybe some other Southeast Asian position 5 or captains in general is working?
Do you know what? It's kind of hard for me to call specifics. I haven't played with him ever or anything like that, right? But like from the games that I'm seeing, from the teams that he has led, from the positions that he has played, this is like a player that played all 5 positions with different teams. Even in the same team, he would switch up between positions, right? And you could see that he always had a pretty good grasp on the meta, whatever was being played. He was really on top of it. I always go back to even the Singapore Major and his Dead Prophets and Lashraks and stuff. Like overall, I don't know. I feel like he also understands Dota on a high enough of a level that he's the kind of a player that can play any role and still have impact on it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that, right? Like you're saying. I mean, he's played a lot of these roles and played them to great success as well. So let's see what he has in store for us. Let's see what OG and altogether Betboom do as well. So we're going to get the SD first pick, something a little bit different, but of course heavily prioritized in particular from Betboom and of course OG as well with Tim's on the 4.
Shadow Demon, by the way, super contested hero, banned out every game, but Warlock and Jakiro are both in because of... What's up with these shirts, by the way, Aries?
10 seconds remaining.
Seen some flowers. I'm seeing something a little bit different.
They have some flowers and they have some names as well, by the way. And by the way, let me extend my congratulations to all our beautiful ladies out there in the chat watching Dota during the 8th of March. I think production, I don't think production just told us, right? Like they have their mother's names on the t-shirts and flowers.
Is it Mother's Day? You need to help me. It's not Mother's Day in Australia. Okay, it's Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to everyone in Europe. Okay, there you go. Sorry,
Wait, it's International Women's Day. That's how we call it here. I don't know if it's Mother's Day, but does that fall on the same? Is that the same thing? It's not the same thing. I mean, look, we're really ruining this right now.
Fuck. Do better. No. All serious now, of course, yes.
I'm thinking maybe in Eastern Europe it's some different date, but at least here it's the day where you know, like you congratulate your mothers, your sisters, your significant others as well. Like
10 seconds remaining.
It's a beautiful day.
Yeah, it's a nice jersey they got. You know, they get to wear it for a day, or maybe it'll be the jersey for the men. I didn't actually see if they wore it yesterday. I'm not exactly sure. So, no, a cute little touch. We'll see. You know, they got their mother by their side. See if it's enough to, you know, help out with this victory, because it's an important series. It's an absolutely important series. Again, you know, OG, your recent events dicey at Dream League season 28, but you know, previously before then, all the other events, man, they've been growing in power. You know, 3rd, 4th at Blast 6, 5th, 6th at Blast 5, even though the Dream League season 27 as well, very similar position with 5th, 6th. So they're getting stronger. I just need time. That's all they need. Betboom, they're going to follow with the Jakiro here with the MOUZ, so nothing too crazy there. Coddle is a little bit interesting with the ban. I didn't actually see what OG ran. They did run one game with the Coddle versus Vici. They ran 2 games with the Coddle, so there's a strategy they're cooking up there. Maybe this is something we look at for Betboom later in the series as well, because Save is arguably one of the best Coddles too. This guy, if anyone's going to be playing Keeper of the Light, it is Save. What have we got here for OG? What are we going to respond with? We've got the second support, of course. Warlock is available. There's the position 5s we've been seeing. Why am I already forgetting the other? Jakiro, Warlock, what was the other? Treant, there we go. That was the other one. So He's already removed. They're going to get the Primal Beast, which I'm excited to see another Primal Beast. I don't know, but this hero is entertaining to watch.
Yep.
I know we kind of touched on it with the previous game. You know, late game when you can get there, it's very, very fun. Now, this is a new hero. This is a very, very new hero. What do you make him? What is your opinion on Mirana? Because I have quite a negative opinion on Mirana, so I'm intrigued on yours.
Likewise. I don't really value the hero all that much as well. But they do have some cool combos. You've got the Shadow Demon plus Mirana. You've got the Disruption into the Arrow, which can be nice. You've got Primal Beast Pulverize as well to set things up. If you're laning Mirana Primal Beast, it's not really the weakest lane out there. Like it's okay. Let's see what they can do. Like I have seen a lot of Mirana with leaps and bounds facet, where you get that root on the leap.
10 seconds remaining.
I always hated the facet, but seemingly people are making it work. We'll see if they can if they do that, or they do Starstruck, because Starstruck is also pretty good. I have seen a couple of core Miranas recently, by the way, in some of the games. Like I have seen a couple players dabble with core Mirana with the rushed agonyms. Not the biggest fan, of course, of that one either, but we'll see what OG have cooked up for us.
When you look at the lineup from OG, this is your very like single target, point click, your disruption pulverize into arrow. Do you want Beprim to go for a hero, like a saving support to disrupt this?
Like a Ringmaster from last game, maybe.
Sure.
Same duo. Same three heroes then, right? Jakiro, Mars, and Ringmaster we could see. And it's good. Like, I won't mind it. Another approach that I like versus Primal Beast is something like a Clockwork, but they already more or less have a 5 on Jakiro. They get the line. It's not really the save versus these point and click things. But also, by the way, now that you made me think of it, like Ringmaster would be pretty bad. You have Shadow Demon against you, right? So one of the best counters to the Ringmaster.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if there was any other save, but Tusk is banned out, so
Radiant team banned.
position 4 with a save. Not as many. There's one of them in regards to the carry role. We're going to get the Abaddon actually picked up here for Natsumi, so
BB teams turn to
see how he is able to fare with it. I know yesterday you were a little bit pessimistic with the Abba as a whole. We saw VTune played it to victory.
Yeah, he did pretty well. It's a hero that buys Manta, right? Like naturally is a Manta buyer with the Radiance. These kind of heroes usually do well into the TA. He's not really weak into most heroes in the lane. Like Withering Mist did get nerfed, Curse of Avernus as well, with the illusions, but in the lane itself, it's still strong, it's still good versus a lot of heroes, so they get themselves the Abba. Let's see what they can accomplish with it. Right now, when I look at OG, what are they missing? They have some catch with the Primal Beast and SD. It's not too bad. They've got some damage between them and the Mirana too. Like, what do you think? Where is the Primal? Is it like an offlane Primal, or will it maybe be mid?
I don't know actually, because yeah, but both Nico and Yopaj play a very good Primal. I would just like another hero to have a stun and of course and able to play with the Mirana. Sanking is maybe something, but I don't know the current position of that hero and if it's getting played that much at the moment, if it's not Melrine.
There's just a bunch of mid laners that are annoying banned out, right, on both sides. Slarzar, Huskar, Ember. OG, of course, they don't have the last pick, so they had to ban out some of these a bit more annoying heroes, and then you end up with what? Puck is already banned out. You end up with like a Storm pick, which is available. You would be picking it into the Lion, of course, and it doesn't strike me like a really great Storm game in general, but yeah.
Are you also in agreement? At least you're wanting another hero to jump in with a stun and play with the Mirana?
Yeah, I would love that. Bat actually was also very good because of the TA. Like there's also like some a Viper option, right? Like you just pick Viper here. You don't have the ultimate last pick. Sure, you might get snipered, but it's still pretty good into TA. It's pretty good into everything that they've got, and eventually you get like Axe. You get on top of him, so you get another thing that can jump in with the Primal Beast. I know the hero has been not having a lot of success lately, though. Like his win rate has been lower across all tournaments. But besides that, what spirits are left? Storm and Void, right? Like we have those two that can be played mid. If anyone wants to pick it up, they can. Like if OG wants to, if GPK wants to play it as well. A Brew. So Primal mid in the end, right? With some Brew on the offlane.
Doesn't have too many tough matchups as well, I don't believe, in the mid lane.
Slardar and Huskar would have been kind of annoying.
Did a good job to cover the primal mid, so we'll see what GPK is now asking for.
Storm? Is that playable? Like you have Shadow Demon and Mirana. These heroes are creeps to you. Supports.
Yeah.
Primal Beast on the mid lane might be a little bit rough, but it's a melee hero into Static Remnant. Pop. I mean, this has always been the way, right? Like versus the Primal. An easier approach.
I don't know if it's just because I'm a bit more of a Queen of Pain hater, but I definitely was preferring a little bit more of the Void or the Storm that you were mentioning. Just like another hero to be able to capitalize on the SD and Mirana lack of control.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe this one is a bit more oppressive in the lane and can shut down the Primal Beast a little bit harder from the get-go. So also one extra thing that you get with the Quap, I think, like this Brewmaster isn't gonna die unless you just pop him instantly. Like you need to Hex, Impale, Finger of Death, and he needs to die in this succession, right? Like maybe with some Spear. So they have some control now, and they also have some burst damage on top of all of that, besides just the Lion. So it's okay. I think they have a pretty solid draft with TA that does scale well. Eventually, though, they have heroes that can get on top of TA, right? Like between the Abaddon, between the Primal Beast, with the Blink Daggers. So I feel like both drafts are good. We're in for an interesting game. I won't value one draft heavily over another.
Okay. Well, let's go through them individually then in regards to what do you feel like needs to go right for... Let's start with the OG. What are the big things you feel like need to go right for them to have success?
Whenever I see this kind of a support duo, I want to see what's the plan behind it, right? Like whenever I see like a Mirana SD combo on one side, currently, how do you justify picking the Mirana over something like a Warlock? So I want to see this Mirana justified. I want to see some disruptions into arrows. I want to see some plays from her and the SD in unison. Besides that, I feel like this game is kind of clear-cut. You're waiting for your Abaddon to get his Radiance, and you're playing off of Primal Beast until then. Are a bit greedy, by the way, on Radiant, I gotta say, on OG, because your Brew is, as well, probably will be buying something like Midas into Axe.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, we'll see how greedy he does out to go this game here for Nico. See if they potentially run into Kataomi as well. Both sides, Smoke's gonna pop. So they don't get that opportunity just yet to be able to start with the banish into the arrow. Have to wait a little bit longer for the punch that they drafted with. They're really still gonna contest the rune? Okay. Oh, they got the disruption.
No arrow though.
Scam. Yeah, I guess for the lane maybe Anyway, it doesn't matter.
maybe if he started with the arrow, they could have went in, but the impale was there to protect the Jakiro. It seemed like they would lose a lot of their time, so they are blocking top quite nicely. Creeps should go under the tower because of that. I think they're still all right.
How is this lane for the Brewmaster? I know we were speaking, we got a couple of brew games in that first series, and we were mentioning some of the lane counters that we were looking at in regards to carries to play into him. Would you rank TA up there as one of the more difficult ones for the Brew, or is this manageable?
She's difficult for any hero. There aren't many heroes that are actually that great versus TA, and Brew SD are alright because of its Brew plus SD, and you get illusions from TA to hit her. But in general, I feel like Brew should be alright. Like, it's not a lane that he will win, but it is a lane in which he will find sufficient farm to get like level 6. He won't be zoned out and stuck on level 4 minute 8, you know. Okay. He will find farm. Or should, at least on paper.
See how other side lane then shapes up here with Mirror. Once again, it's going to be another MOUZ. Just intrigued on, like you were mentioning, you know, the value that we're going to see from the Mirana and what this hero can kind of provide. He's got double Fairy Fire. That's a bunch of extra damage to be able to play the harassing game inside this lane. Katomi, actually, we got our first blood top. So there we go early on. I don't actually... Yeah, okay, it looks like they did have the level 2 already from Nico as they went for the kill. So just with that advantage, now they're going to have a bunch of extra gold as well.
Yeah, SD can really set things up very nicely, and Jakiro is a slow hero. If you're out of position, that's exactly what can happen, even without level 2 on Tims. Very nice.
Bottom lane, spear back, Natsumi. Oh, that's a big shield. They actually got Viero in the end, so Natsumi, I mean, definitely not happy with dying as the carry. He's not going to miss too much. Who's going to actually win out? Skem has got a full wave on top of him. They will both live to tell the tale. Save's going to have to make the long trip back to base.
But I think he started with double Fairy Fire on Mirana, right? So he was able to
yes, he did.
Just trade the way he did. It's kind of a cool approach because Mirana has a really good attack animation and a lot of damage early on with high range. So you can trade versus most supports, and Lion truly isn't the best trading support this early on.
With maybe some less action on the side lanes at the moment, we can speak about mid, and GPK has opted for the more lane orientated build with the 2 points in the dagger. We see Yopaj is currently struggling at the moment, 6-1 compared to the 18 and 9. And like you said, Betboom, you know, this is a team that works. It's always through GPK, and he is, of course, arguably one of the better laning mids out there. There is not many that are able to beat him inside the lane.
As a team, I think they are. They have always been known as a laning team, right? Like they pick drafts sometimes that looked very manageable. That look like you can play against, but they dominate the lanes so heavily that it doesn't really matter. So far, when it comes to lane domination, I guess it's only mid. That is really. I mean, this is 6 last hits on Yopaj, my boy. I think he needs to jungle or something already. Get some stacks for this primal.
But why is he not cutting?
Probably because of the Shadow Strike level 2, and it's hard to get there. Does he even have boots? He doesn't have boots. It's hard to cut.
Okay. Okay, I wasn't sure if you still could cut against the clock.
Maybe.
You know, we've seen...
Yeah, but without, it's hard. Especially if there's like a rotation coming from a Lion TPing. You have no boots. It's hard. Plus, keep in mind that Klopp can also just keep the lane equilibrium and connect as well. It's hard. Like cutting mid is harder than it seems. You know, if the enemy mid laner is on point, and even when you cut, you get a little bit. You don't get a lot out of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you're still missing one wave, the one that is already in the mid when you're cutting.
Ooh. Swing and a miss there with the arrow from Skem. Meanwhile, Yopaj is He's had enough of mid, so he feels if it's too difficult to cut. And if I can't stay mid, then I may as well try and have some impact elsewhere. Unfortunately, he's not going to find that down bottom. Tim's is wanting to make sure that they don't give anything up for free, trying to soak some experience here with the mid lane. Definitely not a bad support to give experience over to, but then it does mean that you're leaving the Bruce solo versus TA and Jakiro, which is not too fun of a time for him now either.
Not too fun of a time, but he's level 4. Double bracer boots. Very unlikely that they can kill him.
Mid lane?
Oh boy.
Well, there's a big reason why you pick Queen of Pain. You're mentioning this is this lane matchup. Absolutely, compared to some of the other heroes, like you are going to body the Primal Beast and GPK. Quick use of the Sonic Wave with level 6. He's now going to have the Power Rune as well to work with by the looks of it.
Yeah, they're rotating both of the supports, Lion and Jakiro. Arcane Rune will be picked up by Sig. At least Quap doesn't get it. It's like a silver lining here. It's not much, but it's honest work from the Mirana.
For your pause. Tough game. Well, of course, we are going to bottom lane, actually. Yeah, nice spear back. The Glyph actually did keep the creeps alive long enough, so Natsumi actually doesn't really take that much damage on the tower.
Yeah, that was actually a very good play. The wave was under the tower anyway, right? So there were a lot of creeps to take aggro away from the Abaddon. He will try to contest the Wisdom Shrine. I don't know, Mirana is around. Maybe they could do this, but with the spear, with the Quap being as big as she is, and the TP available, yeah, this is... It would have been very dangerous.
This rating going to be able to find their own, of course, with Tim's getting that. What does it build at the moment that Nico's got queued up? So it's going to be double bracer into the Midas. Minus again, of course, but just a question of... well, we saw the urn, right? From Jabs and that the double bracer 2 slowing it down. There are a bunch of stacks as well that have been made from Tim's. See when Yopaj can get it. I think they probably smoke him up, right? And
yep. Trample
stack
could be a good way to take the stacks soon enough. Minute 8 rune though will be there for Quap, and that also means that she has rune plus Sonic Wave to work with. It's a shield rune too, so someone is gonna get Dowen most likely very soon.
Scam?
Nice couple of feeds.
Okay. Yeah, so my concerns is like, how do you play now through this Mirana SD? Because you don't particularly have an off... I mean, we're waiting for the level 6 on Nico, and then maybe this is going to be able to turn around. Europage by then as well could have 6, and he does just get it. Resource is going to be something that's a bit of a problem, so he'll have to go back to base, but it does leave mid vulnerable. Scam's going to do a good job to drag the wave off the tower, though.
Mm-hmm. I think at this point, asking how do we play around Shadow Demon and Mirana is maybe a little bit unfair towards the Mirana and SD because they don't have a mid laner, right? Like, they don't have the Primal Beast to play around, so there's only so much you can do as a support duo. They do have Brew, like you mentioned, with the split now available as well.
Okay, so then hit the smoke a little bit easier here with the Disseminate. 3 points in it, along with the Cinder Brew. Paj be happy with a bunch of the experience.
Doesn't really get... I mean, he did get something, but it's not like a massive influx of gold or XP for him, considering they shared it 3 ways.
I mean, to go back to what you mentioned before about it being a little bit unfair for the supports, I understand, but it's like...
Top.
You okay, hold that. There's a split of the game, so this is what we're looking for here for OG. A possibility for them to run Kirichi down. GPK is going to mirror the movement. They even had Natsumi come through the portal as well, but the shield's going to be important to try and keep Yopaj alive, and that's enough But meanwhile as well, Kiritich also doesn't die. And now Nico, once he pops out, the arena's going to be waiting for Miro. He's got the spear as well, but the damage is somewhat lacking. Is anyone going to die? Okay.
Hard to get any kills off with maxed out Shadow Strike or level 3 Shadow Strike when we were playing versus Abaddon as well, right? Like, just shield after shield after shield. Also, TA surviving was really lucky for Kiritich. She had a very fat wand to work with, so he was able to heal up a little bit. And by the way, it's because of himself that he does survive, as he realized that he needed to kill the Fire Panda. Follow me?
The kill, Yopaj gonna get the damage. Yeah, but he's not gonna get it, and now he's gonna die as well. Even gets a bit of aggressive tip from Kataomi with some voice lines as well. They don't forget that this OG lineup, in particular Nico, they're one that like to use the voice lines. Meanwhile, importantly, bottom lane, Natsumi as well. So not only one kill onto a core, but a second one as well, slowing down the Abaddon's game, and importantly, that Radiance.
They're really playing this laning stage very nicely. They didn't die to the first Primal split. They completely shut down the Primal Beast. And the kill on Abaddon, arguably the hardest hero to make on the map, right? We also get that one.
By the looks of it, it will require 2 heroes though to TP back down bottom to defend the tower. So Kiritich has done his role. build. No points in the meld from Kiritich. What a good game so far. It's going to be the Deso Blink BKB. Crazy, pretty stock standard. We've got another action rune as well for the Queen of Pain. But yeah, with unfortunately Europage having a bit of a rough one. Looks like it's going to be a bit slow for raiding and their ability to play through. It's really off the back of the ultimate, to be honest, on Nico. So this is up and ready to go. Do you want to see them head back to top? I mean, the line is drawn at the moment. We saw what happened previously. They were close to getting kills. Do you want to see them make the attempt again?
I think that's the only tower, only objective that they can force without it being extremely obvious. I mean, I'm sure that they know what's going on the other side as well. But they have split. They will move through the twin...
oh, this is awkward. Hang on a second. Natsumi popped out of the portal, but he's got the ultimate still. Doesn't get a bunch of health back. He's going to be able to stay alive. Tim's nice timing on the banishment. Yopaj going to be in with the TP as well.
Arena?
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not going to be able to onslaught away. I thought maybe more heroes would TP down. They're a little bit too late. It's an arrow into it. Oh, no. Oh, no. The moonlight. It expired, though. But it doesn't matter. Ring around the rosy. Yopaj, unfortunately, not enough trees to be able to continue dancing by.
Tipping the support in the end. Now he does have dusts in the inventory. You know, it happens. I mean, they missed the kill on Abaddon because of detection. They could have perhaps used the arena. They knew where he was disrupted. Like, they could have used the arena earlier to catch Abaddon and the Primal. But okay, they still do get the kill on Primal. They miss out on a bigger kill, but still a very good fight for Batboom. What was wrong with that fight is honestly the fact that it was bottom for OG. Because this Brewmaster hero does not want to leave top. He doesn't want to TP bottom. He wants to continue farming. He's got the Midas. He's going for Axe. He wants to get it as fast as possible. They could have maybe forced top instead of moving bottom. Yeah, top lane.
Yeah, speaking of Nico, a little bit of harass, making sure he doesn't feel too safe. So a bit of concerning sign considering he's the same level as Kataomi as well. If they give the wisdom over to him, it's going to be okay. My Europage looking. Oh yeah. Tough game.
Don't Google. Don't Google Primal Beast Network.
Do you like the current setup they have of the map with Schem down bottom along with Europage here? Because you're mentioning if like they're gonna do anything, it's kind of around top with the Primal Beast as well. So with the Brewmaster.
It depends on the resources, truly. It's not something that is like set in stone. Brewmaster was really low. He was farming the stacks, so he couldn't really do a lot anyway. So they decided to fight bottom, or at least stay bottom in the meanwhile. Now when Brew goes top, maybe they can rotate the supports as well. But keep in mind that Brew right now is also happy. This is a very... It's not a passive hero, but until Aghanims plus level 12, I feel like your power is... Like, you're good if you have ulti, but it's not your power spike. Your power spike is really the Aghs. So, if you can dodge fights, you will dodge them and just continue farming.
Just not going to be able to dodge enough. Tower will go down. This one is unfortunately unable to move. A bit easier for BetBoom to get an objective. We'll give time for OG to drop a deep absorb. They might run into Kataomi once he's trying to reconnect to this top lane. So should be. We got anything for it? We do. Tim's got to get the banishment off at the last second. Well, Yopaj wants to come in and yoink the kill as well. He's like, come on, guys. I've had a pretty rough game. One for one, though. We do see Schem went down around the mid lane.
That's a blink, by the way, on Primal.
Oh, Miero. Hang on a second. Pretty quick on the fingers with the arena. And Tim's running to the speed. Mira's actually gonna snow. Oh. Oh, he's laughing.
You know what happened there as well? The blink was flying to the Primal, so he didn't have it just yet. If he has the blink, he just blinks on top of the Mars and that's it. Like, they get him. Instead, he's fighting versus 3 heroes and gets a kill. And the funny.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Another tower, very methodical with the objectives going down now. They're going to try and control the high ground, which is a little bit more difficult. Now with that blink, it's got an easy time to be able to set up for some of the arrows. They do use split. So really the death is not too bad. You committed a decent amount there.
Yeah, absolutely not bad. Primal got, like, pulverizes, short cooldown. It's not really a big deal, but the split definitely is very long.
Kiritich is getting goddamn rich as well. Finally actually left this top side of the map. Speaking of top, with GPK and save Nether, looking like it's going to be an easy kill onto Nico. This time they're going to have the vision here. And the Shadow not going to prove to be a problem.
Mid lane.
And we look for another. Schem is going to tick up to the Macropire. Looks like he will do so. Now there was going to be a response from OG. I think the damages with these two heroes currently. Natsumi's going to start to swing over towards the mid lane as well. You saw that GPK was ready to maybe answer the call. Even Kiritich as well is seeing an opportunity. And they're just going to have to sacrifice Tim. So we're up to a 5,000 net worth lead now for BetBoom.
It's 19-minute mark, right? Like, the TA has her first Dezo charges. She's got the Blink Dezo, which basically means the next fight for them should be around the Tormentor, straight into the Rosh pit after. However, Brew is almost level 12 and almost has Axe. Abaddon?
From lane. Oh, Natsumi just got the bar in time for the last second. What perfect positioning from OG as well. Yopaj. Oh, he's kind of catching up a little bit. The net worth isn't looking too bad, and those kills are without a doubt going to help out.
He tried to zap him with the finger, right? Like, he tried to kill him through the ulti. Just wasn't not quite enough damage right there to take down Abaddon before borrow time procced. A couple of really big kills, like you said. Not only the net worth is it back on Primal, but now they also have the split. They have the Aghanims flying out for the brew. Tormentor is up, so they can actually take this fight. They can contest. They just need to be there on time. Seeing that tier 1 top is already up, if they want to contest, they need to go straight away. But I feel like, yeah, they're late. They are late. They're not there.
Who's going to be rewarded with the shard? It's the save.
It's pretty good shard, right? Like, probably better shard than the one on Jakiro. Both are good, but on mine it's pretty damn good. You want to buy it.
Especially with the facet. They're going to go Tormentor into bottom. Natsumi's going to activate the Burrow Timer early on, but he's not going to be able to retreat away. So he's kind of stuck inside the lane. Now, OG are nearby, ready to respond with a couple of their heroes. But it's going to be a 4v5 fight. They'll attempt over towards the Queen of Pain with a Pulverize. It's enough setup for the arrow. And they're doing a great job to control Kiritich as well. Cycloned up into the air, so Kiritich is a non-factor in this fight. He does blink away. But Save is going to be next. That's Ren down as well. Nico's still got a decent amount of this Brewmaster ultimate too. He's still going to be able to cyclone off the Templar Assassin once again. And maybe they can look towards Kiritich afterwards. So unable to stop the blink. They do get the slow. But they don't want to continue to go forward. Very nice fight for OG on the back foot.
Only 2 heroes were alive, by the way. Yeah, sure, it's a tier 1 tower, but I feel like they could have maybe went. Instead, they will lose the Shadow Demon instead. Because they started retreating, right? Like a very nice kickoff, of course. 5 mirror once again. Nice catch. I think they missed... the fight was okay-ish for OG, considering they lost Abaddon, but I think they missed the opportunity to fight with the Ags next to the Tormentor, and they also missed the opportunity to just kill the TA.
Some opportunities that you can't go begging though, but still regardless you're going to be happy. And losing the SD makes, you know, maybe that exchange not as valuable. It still is something, but unfortunately you're not in a position to contest Roshan. You're close to the BKB on Yopaj, but not close enough, so the Aegis will now be in the hands of Kiritich.
I missed the opportunity to kill her while she didn't have Aegis or BKB, because that's going to be up in the next fights. So the fight actually changes a little bit, because right now TA is either cycloned or completely zoned out of the fight. Once the BKB is there, she actually just stands her ground and kills the Fire Panda. Until level 15 on Brewmaster, I think she can kill it very quickly, because he doesn't have the 600 Ruling Health talent yet. After 15, it's a bit easier for Brew, but it does give them a couple of minutes where their heroes are stronger on Bedboom.
GPK. Oh, Yopaj with the BKB to enter the teamfight, but doesn't get the pulverizing. Kiritich also blinks away. A disastrous start for OG, and now this fight, there's no way you take it. Yopaj is going to be the recipient of the arena spear combination, everything used to deal with the Primal Beast, and this is up front.
They can
the T2 towers as well, and they don't want the objectives because they see the opportunity to go for a couple more kills. Now OG, they're kind of standing nearby, but the arrow is going to be a swing and a miss. Goes past all of them. Nico does get the ultimate off. It's a nice Earth Spike to hold back some of the members. It'll get Bedboom an opportunity to reevaluate.
Yeah, another fight. They use the split, by the way.
Nico. And they go. Okay.
This fight, I know I said that Bedboom looked a bit stronger, but this fight wasn't really about them being stronger. It was about OG just missing with their spells, right? A very early BKB from Primal, just not connecting onto anyone. Unfortunately for him, Bedboom was just ready, and they reacted too quickly. Top lane, haste. Huh?
A mid lane, can they do anything? I don't know. Of course, I didn't see anyone else TP. I don't know if they saw Mira in that top lane as well. They are pinging Kiritich out.
He's got BKB Aegis and Blink.
The still trying to set something up here though on OG. They're not happy with giving over these 3 towers, but they're going to force a fight now with Betboom starting. A quick and easy kill onto the Shadow Demon. They do get the pulverized combination. The damage could be enough to secure the kill onto Miero. They're lacking a little bit until Natsumi steps in, but now you compromise your positioning because everyone else is in danger. Skem tries to leap away, but Kiritich is going to find him. Meanwhile, GPK as well is ready to go, blinking up to the high ground. They've got the kill. Okay, finally they'll get Skem. Now GPK, they don't have the Aegis over the Queen of Pain. So something, at least that OG, going to be smiling about towards the end, but it's not too big of a smile considering it's still a 3 for 2 in the exchange.
Still a pretty good fight for Betboom. Of course, they do lose the Quap, which, like you said, makes it a little bit nicer for OG, but not great. You just lost another tier 2 tower. Aegis is still up for another minute and a half. That's a full crit now. Not Daedalus yet, but a small crit completed on Kiritich. A couple of nice arrows, by the way, in this fight. I believe the first arrow connects on the Queen of Pain and the second, on the Mars. The second on the Queen of Pain, something like that. But yeah, long duration stuns. As you can see, Mars dies because of it in the end. But this fight was just way too difficult to take. They didn't have split. Brewmaster wasn't really able to accomplish anything in this fight.
Top lane, we're gearing up for a fight by the looks of it. Everyone is bringing their forces to this side of the map. Early Finger of Death, and now Radiant are ready to respond. Bunch of hate on to save. Nico, is he going to be able to stop any blinks away? Kiritich is out under cover of the Meld. He's starting to hunt down GPK. He's also going to get a glimpse of Miro, which is a lot of the teamfight control. They make it a bit more difficult for the MOUZ to be able to spellcast, but this Brew Split is pretty wasted.
It's pretty wasted, and it just died quickly. Like, these Brawlings are just dying. Queen of Pain with the Shadow Strike damage is very annoying. It applies on all 3 Brawlings, and they're running next to one another, just dishing out a lot of damage.
The state is not growing a whole lot though. The Aegis will now be out of the hands of Kiritich. But still, nonetheless, what they got off the back of this advantage is a bunch of map control. This is the last outer tower. It's actually going to be claimed.
Yeah, pushing high ground probably would be ill-advised, even with the Primal Split being on cooldown.
And save knows. Unfortunately, not going to be able to land the Earth Spike, so he's going to be able to sidestep that, and we'll be fine on Skem. They are setting up on something bottom. Yopaj runs under a trap, though. It's not still seen at the moment. Setting a pretty good position. I'll get a glimpse of him now. Reconfirm. I'll even see Tim's as well. So a lot of information for Betboom.
A lot of info, which is allowing them to basically make use of the full map. They're just farming everywhere. And yeah, they're just getting a lot out of the map right now. That's a Daedalus. In what? 200 gold? 100 gold down TA. She needs one wave and she's got it. This is basically the part of the game in which TA really starts to hurt.
See if they're going to be able to address her in this fight. OG really ventured too deep into Betboom's side of the map. Oh, Yopaj again. Uncharacteristic. There's 2 moments this game. We saw that previous one with the BKB jumping down by their jungle, and this one a little bit slowed. At least he doesn't BKB this time.
Lag, you know, you always blame
yes.
these kind of situations on a lag, because this is like, what, 3 times in a row that someone has just blinked out from his initiation.
Speaking of blinks, who do you want Natsumi to be prioritizing in these fights? And know with the Manto, you mentioned very good against a TA. Do you want him to just be jumping TA, or does he need to prioritize other heroes?
Jumping TA is definitely an option, but the supports need to die as well. Like, someone needs to clean those up.
Oh, there we go. This time it's going to be better here. They got the vision to be able to make it easier, but the arrow was a little bit too late, so Kiritich was able to find the BKB. He's going to be protected with the Sonic Wave, which would pull some of the heroes away, but Natsumi's still locked onto his target, so there is our answer. If you get on the TA with the Abaddon, you will be able to win the man fight with some assistance, but still they're going to have problems because what a follow-up. BetBoom are waiting for their opportunity. No Templar Assassin, no problems, because meanwhile Nico, any stuns, they got multiple. That TP was ambitious. That's a gem gone as well.
Yeah, very optimistic TP. TA dies, by the way, because of the Sonic Wave. I think she was not supposed to fall, but the Sonic Wave completely misses the Abaddon. He was kind of too close and on the edge of it. So, unfortunate for Kiritich this time around. I don't think it was really on him, the T-Foul. They initiated on him. They don't really have too many saves for the TA, but yeah, in the end, it's still an all-right of a trade. 1-4-3, your Queen of Pain is getting richer and richer. Besides the Lincolns, she's got level 20 now as well. With some extra damage on the Scream of Pain. Comes very nicely with the Shadow Strike and Aghanim Scepter. And you'll see it right here. Like, the initiation was good. He decided to stand and fight because of the fresh Daedalus. But the Sonic Wave, yeah, it just doesn't move Natsumi away. To be honest, I think he still had Manta, so he probably could have Manta'd it, but... in any case, an alright fight for BetBoom boys. Now they can probably, after the Tormentor, move straight into the pit.
Who got the Ag shot? GPK got it, so okay. Another game we see the Quap shot thanks to the Tormentor. Or it will be far too late. You said that they can easily start to swing this towards Roshan. There is a double damage as well that unfortunately GPK is not going to get. Yopaj will find that.
Fortunately for Yopaj, he's got Arcane Wound and double damage. They just need to get the courier to the side shop and Brewmaster will have Refresher. All of these items are nice, but they're not there yet. They're not there and they cannot smoke up to defend Roshan.
Another free objective for BetBoom then. Ages in the hands of Kiritich. You got the banner now to work with, of course, as well. It's actually going to be offering the Silver's Edge in a game like this. So we have seen that they've multiple times have tried to go for Natsumi. I feel like they have the burst potential before the borrowed time is actually activated, but this will be potentially easier now with the break.
If you can break him, hex him, maybe silence him after with the Quap.
Sit there. On the mark there with their combination. Is this a high ground where you're feeling comfortable at this current stage of the game to walk up, or is there something that you're waiting for?
Considering they have the banner, I do think that it is possible to go high ground. They probably feel that they are 11k ahead, 33 minutes in. It's quite a lot. They have a BKB on TA, and it's not an easy hero to take down. But let's see, though. Double Bro ult would be a problem.
First set of problems, so at least for OG, is going to be dealing with the banner.
Maybe
have him.
Maybe with Mirana or Leslie, they can deal with it.
Save is ready to jump as well if anyone tries to go for it. Bloodthorn was just completed. Oh, Miro gets a jump in. Nice initiation over towards Sims. They actually don't have the damage at the moment. So Kiritich from the front line because the backline Abaddon and Brewmaster's making space. GPK is super deep, but he's got no detection to help with the dive. Now, meanwhile, Mars is cycloned up in the air. Kiritich once again doesn't really have anyone to play with him. They're going to be able to deal with the Aegis. Not a bad start for OG. How do you set up for a second round? Yopaj going to stun him up instantly without the BKB. They've killed Kiritich a second time. And now he has also the Queen of Pain's in trouble. Pop's going to be able to get the blink away. Meanwhile, Nico pretty much solo kills the backline. Save was having a bit of a difficult time with dealing with the Brewlings and OG. All right, great defense from them.
A great defense once again, by the way, on the back of detection. Like, they just didn't have detection to take down anyone. They jumped in super deep. I feel like maybe they're pushing their luck, like going high ground without any pickoffs against the Brew with refresher. It was a fight that was difficult to make from the get-go, but not having detection was the last nail in the coffin, right? Like, they just couldn't take down anyone while diving under the tier. Actually, not under the tier 3, like under the tier 4 at that point. The gem was on Mars, but it's not really only on him. Like, you can still buy some dusts on Pop perhaps and carry them around if you're making these kind of plays.
How do you think that push should have gone for Bedroom? Do you agree with forcing the issue when you have Bennar and TA just sieging? Would you rather than just right-click instead of forcing the fire?
Exactly. I think if you're not committing, if you're just keeping your distance, maybe that's a little bit better. Because you could see that OG were really hesitant to engage in the first place. It's only after they got jumped on that they could do the same. Because if you jump OG, then the Brew is able to jump the backlines and split. And he just solos the supports, right? But if you don't jump them, then the Brew cannot go in, as they can deal with the Brewlings. As long as TA is around, she can literally solo the Brewlings at this point.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Potential costly mistake though for Bedboom. Still would have had the Aegis for another 30 seconds. If of course there wasn't any fight or anything, but you don't even get the tier 3 tower, and now this leads it's 6,000, and also, dude, Natsumi's top net worth here on this Abaddon. This guy is farming up a storm. Top lane, they were setting raiding though. Oh, jumped into the US spike. Tim's. Oh, what else could you do? Unfortunately, felt like he had to jump inside the arena, a bit difficult. The Shadow Poison as well with the spear location pushed him away. It gives a kill over him. A big one on the Yopaj, who was starting to catch up well and truly this game with the Dino.
Yeah, it was looking better and better, and the silver lining, or something that is at least good for OG, is the fact that Rosh is not up, right? So there isn't really... Probably there isn't a lot to take away from this, but they do have refresher on Mars. Are they going to push high ground with this? Like, they could refresh the arena if they really want to commit. Silver Edge is there on Kiritich, BKB as well.
Oh. Looks like this time they won't force the issue. Happy with the objectives. That's what they wanted previously. It'll take them a couple of extra minutes to be able to find it, but nonetheless now furthering their lead in this game 1. Now either side, you see kind of how the setup needs to be on the map. We're going to have to beeline back towards this mid area. Get control. Roshan's going to be a spawn down bottom. See, that will favor Dire with the outpost control. So question as the game goes on as well is, what value are we going to see out of the OG supports? You compare versus the Lion, the Jakiro. Jakiro maybe with his itemization a little bit more, you know, especially Scepter as well is going to be quite nice inside the arena. A Lion with any control is enough. GPK, they pop the Lincolns, they get the Bloodthorn out, but Natsumi's getting body blocked. It's also got a bit of a problem with being controlled, so unable to actually right-click GPK.
Mirana ult. This is the impact, right? Unfortunately, she just runs straight into a Mars with the gem. I know you questioned like these two supports. Mirana already has had some use, right? Like even that one fight on the high ground was basically won because of her ult. But I also can see where we're going with this. It's a little bit easier to have impact with the Jakiro, with the Lion. Shadow Demon, of course, always has impact with...
that support's good.
Yeah, whatever he's doing, he probably will have impact.
We have seen though, it's pulverized into arrow again. You do not have a save on Dire. Force Laugh, I suppose, from Kataomi to potentially push them out. That is something. Save as well as going for his own Force Laugh, so they are aware that they just need one stun to set up for Skem's arrow inside these fights.
Yep. You can't force out a pulverize though, right? Like you're still in his grasp. But versus everything else, yes, you can. Demonic Purge also a little bit of a problem. Rush will roar, but I feel like in Series 1 and Series 2, teams are way too late to contest. Even if they want to, like this smoke right here. Sure, you smoke, but Rush is gone already. You're playing versus a TA. There's absolutely no way in hell this is quick enough.
Tries to get the jump, but the response is going to be there for the pulverize as well. Dire a little bit slow to fall off with Miro. Miro will die, but still, oh my god, it's so much damage from GPK. Level 25 Queen of Pain, but they've only just got a 1 kill. Nico does drop. GPK is still going to be okay, though, in the middle of the team fight. Look at him just standing his ground. Arrow will connect, but now you're not going to have the Abaddon to fall, but the stun lock, and Kiritic, he's starting to crit down some of the members. He's got a triple kill, looking for more. Yopaj will be up. Oh, super close.
It's another buyback, but they don't have buyback on Brew. They don't have buyback on Abaddon. By the way, he refreshed. Brew refreshed, but he didn't get to ult after. He just died immediately. I think he was saving it for like the last moment to pop that refresh and use his secondary ult. But without that ult, this fight was absolutely clean. It was always an easy fight.
This time, potentially going to be able to kill him.
Blink.
Oh, a little bit awkward. The silence as well, yeah, from the blink. And now Yopaj is going to have save point blank here with a Finger of Death. And on 70 seconds without your mid laner, you went for the play to potentially give you an opportunity to maybe set up a defense without GPK, but now he's going to get the cheese given over to him. Pretty much full resources. This is mega creeps, and this is more than likely game 1.
More than likely, mega creeps, they do have the split, but only one. No refresher for 100 seconds. Holding this is next to impossible. They have a BKB as well on Blue. They had it in the last fight, but... yeah, what can you do when Mars is zoning you in the fountain?
Do another arena like that. Come on. Refresh. BKB again. Oh my god, did he save out? Some pro players just too goddamn good, man. Hang on, where did the ages go? Yeah. Can they kill him again? Kiritic has got BKB. Arrow does connect, but he's going to be fine. Natsumi getting controlled behind the throne. He's going to run through the arena. They've at least delayed long enough for Yopaj to be alive, but they've still got some problems. Bedroom haven't left their base.
They want to
guys, it's like Lift, you gotta go. They're gonna jump now, but everyone else can just really turn to deal with the buildings if they want to. Kiritic, so they'll secure the kill. It's a nice rock throw on the backline. A 4-man from Yopaj. What the hell?
Can they end?
I feel like it, but it's also, it's a bit spooky. They'll get the spear, and when the Mega's inside the base as well, Nico's going to try and disrupt the backline, creating some chaos. And what GPK's doing the exact same thing as well. Yopaj will get the dino. Yeah, I mean, surely this is right. We saw how quick Natsumi was able to kill the Templar Assassin, but is having a bit of a problem with GPK just outrunning him. And that's going to be all she wrote here in our game 1. So 44 minutes. It takes Bedroom in the end. They'll be victorious.
Yeah, this was a perfect example of a co-op running wild, just wilding out after the laning stage. You know, it's International Women's Day, and they did get carried by a TA and the Quap in the end in the game. Just a beautiful performance by Petboom, GPK in particular with this
Talon. Well, Mira is laying the Lord down. You see, like, lads, you can't believe me.
Yeah, he's been owning as well, for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, it's a good try from Bedroom. Hey, man, the Quita Pain, GPK putting in some absolute work here.
Yeah, like there was one fight where OG made their stand and almost made a comeback because of the mistake with the vision, right? Like the detection on the high ground push. But that's it. You could see some value behind the Primal Beast and the Abaddon once they get on top of the TA. The problem was just that this Primal Beast was just so malnourished, under-farmed. Like he could never truly, through the game, he could never find his footing, the right spot to jump the TA. He was just way too under-farmed. And this is literally, if you remember the last series, you asked me what's up with the Primal Beast, and this is up. Like, if his lane is way too bad, he kind of struggles to get back into the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like you have a lineup that plays pretty heavily through the Primal Beast as well. With Tundra Esports kind of needing this tempo here in the mid lane. We saw some of their early splits as well. They weren't able to get that much out of it. I think the first split was okay from Nico, if I remember correctly, where they maybe got a kill, but I believe the second and third one afterwards, it's some of the big timings here with the Brewmaster, the early phase to be able to set yourselves up for a good game. And Betboom, like you said, I mean, live and die by GPK, to be honest, and of course showcased when he has a already in matchups that are maybe 50-50, you kind of give GPK the advantage considering just how mechanically gifted he is in this mid lane, especially in 1v1s, and then you give him a very favorable matchup, and you see what the result is of that. OG, you're still doing decent job in some of the fights to be able to make this game competitive in the end, but it's not enough to be able to claw their way back.
No, absolutely not enough. Like, they had some good ideas, though, I gotta say. The Brewmaster as well. I don't know, I still value this hero quite a lot, even though most of the games that I'm seeing he is losing, and I'm struggling to find like the biggest issue with him. When the patch hit, I noticed a lot of offlaners rushing the Aghanims, just going straight Aghs. Now I'm seeing more of them going Midas into Aghanims. I'm trying the Midas Aghs as well. Does delay Aghs a little bit. And like, if you think about this game, and if you think about all the objectives, like, he gets Aghs, but it's minute 20 and 15 seconds, right? So they go into the Tormentor and they take it before they're kind of ready on OG. Then you aren't really ready there for the Aegis fight as well, the first one. It was just the tempo from Betboom. Like, truly, this game was all about the tempo. And I don't think it's only, of course, on Brewmaster and his itemization. Like, when you look at this guy on the mid lane finishing the game with 10-2-14, like, you understand that the offlane wasn't really the true problem.
No, unfortunately, a lot of problems coming through from GPK. So good start for Betboom. Let's see if they're going to be able to continue. Again, like we were saying, you're one of these two teams going to be starting PGL Wallachia with a 0-2 series count. Not expected with how they've been looking so far in some of the other tournaments that we've been having, of course, within the year and recently as well. So we'll see if OG are going to be able to fix some of their problems, however, because they're going to have to do it pretty quickly and against a pretty difficult opponent as well. Your Betboom, of course, took Liquid to 3 games yesterday. So we'll see if they can turn that around and into a winning fashion here or not. But we'll have to see. We'll see what the changes is going to be for OG in particular. We've got a break. When we come back, we got more action here from PGL Wallachia Season 7. See you guys in a bit.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another fantastic interview. I am here with Tims from OG. So good to see you again. Things have been pretty volatile for OG. Last time we saw you guys, it was like a fresh new squad, time to prove ourselves. You guys had a completely incredible run at the last Wallachia. There were some gyrocopter Divine Ray Pier incidents that we don't talk about. How are things now?
Doing good for the team. Everyone is like grinding right now, and everyone is excited to play.
Okay, that is good to hear. Now, in your time away, you know, we have seen you guys bounce up, you know, big placements, 5th, 6th, 4th. Is this the tournament where we finally get the first?
Oh, let's see.
Let's see.
It's not good to expect too much.
Okay, okay. Keeping it humble, as always. Very, very good. So I read in a recent interview that Natsumi said that he wanted to face off against MOUZ. Now, MOUZ was the other really surprising team at the last Wallachia. It was you guys rising and them. That's how he felt. Who do you feel you want to face off against? Do you really care about MOUZ at all? Are you excited for anyone else?
I would say last time I agree with Natsumi. MOUZ is actually the best team. Then right now I would say they're not doing good.
Yeah.
So for me, I want to play against Tundra or Liquid.
Okay, okay. Now Liquid is one of the only teams that does not have a stand-in right now. They're at what some would call ultimate power, and recent champions too. So how prepared are you for a team like that?
I would say it's gonna be depends on who plays better in the early game against Liquid. Because once they got early, it's so hard to play against them. They're really fast team.
All right, cool. Well, we know that you guys can definitely dance with the big dogs. You've done it before, especially at this tournament. Let's talk a little bit about your team. I was interested to read that you were the one who kind of formed this team before OG picked it up. Can you tell me why? And that is true, right?
Kind of.
Kind of? All right, tell me, remind me the tale.
Because after TI, me and Skem really want to play together. It's like we're thinking which team we go. We want to go whichever team we want to pick. Like, Skem go here, I go there.
Okay.
Like that, we're like package, you know? Then, sad to say, there's no team, good teams wants to pick us together. So we just form this full Filipino team. And we ended up getting our old teammates, Natsumi and Japoy, then Nico comes after.
Yeah. And a lot of you guys in the past have said that it's friendship and that connection that keeps you guys together and keeps you so, good. In times of strife, where you guys are getting those 5th, 6th, and finding yourself, that's when a lot of teams break up. But not you guys. Is it the friendship that keeps you together? Is it the good vibes? What's the deal?
Yeah, I would say friendship is one. And we are not really like expecting too much in the tournament because we are like very new team together. And we are just like in the learning process. We just trust the process.
You guys are doing a fantastic job of building a pretty strong fan base. Are you surprised that you're getting so many people that are rooting for you guys now, even though you've been in the business for so long?
I would say not really surprised because OG itself is actually, they have a lot of fans. And right now we are only the like full Filipino squad. That's why it's like whole Philippines is supporting us.
Well, they have a lot to support there. Now, I've heard from a few of the Filipino players that one of the best things to do in these tournaments is to get the hell out of C-pubs. Talking a lot about going to EU, being able to boot camp out of there. Do you agree with this? Do you think C-pubs have kind of a problem right now when it comes to forming new talent?
Yeah, I agree with this one. Because I would say there's no like new rising star in C. It's like everyone is so kind of toxic as well.
Okay, on to some off-topic stuff. Okay, I read recently that Natsumi bought a Rolex off you. Is this true?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's apparently you have 3 Rolexes. This is like something that you're into. Talk to me about this. Is this a hobby?
Yeah, it's like hobby. Like I collect watches and sometimes I sell also.
What's interesting about it?
Like 2 years ago, like I'm searching about businesses.
Oh. Okay.
Then I see this like watch business.
Oh, okay. It's one of these.
Yeah.
So it's an investment kind
yeah,
of thing.
investment kind.
Okay, okay. You're always thinking. You're always cooking. All right. Well, a tale of friendship, grind, and legitimate watch selling. Thank you so much. May that business may finally pay you. And yeah, I hope much success to you. Hopefully this Wallachia is as exciting as the last one. Thank you so much to Tim's, and thank you for watching. You're going to see more OG here at PGL Wallachia Season 7.
Let's see what OG have come up with, what strategy they're going to provide us here with our second game draft ready to go. They're going to be playing on the Radiant side. They've got second pick. We've got BetBoom on Dire with first pick. We'll see what the adaptations are going to be. What is your view from that game and any things you would like to see maybe switched up a little bit from OG?
Just make sure that Yopash has a better lane. I think it's a very straightforward adjustment that will allow you to play a normal game of Dota 2, which they couldn't in game number 1. Like sometimes your mid lane just dies and gets wrecked so heavily that everything else is hard, and I need to commend OG in general, but in particular Yopash for at least managing to have some impact in that first game, considering the way it started, right? Like he managed to recover semi-decently and he managed to have some impact, but if the lane started off better, maybe the game would have been a lot different as well, because the supports would have something to play around. So I don't mind the Shadow Demon as an opener, and they don't mind it as well. They don't have first pick, so they ban it out, of course. There's also Warlock left in the pool, something that got ignored last game. We'll see, maybe for BetBoom, it's a Kataomi hero to pick up early. Jakiro, Warlock, like you gotta pick your poison now with the bans.
BB team's turn to
A Beast is the one instead.
Radiant team pick.
SF is through.
Indeed he is.
Is our OG
he is.
response.
I've been asking for the Master. Liquid did actually pull it out in the series versus... Oh boy. Vici, I think they played against. So yeah, they run the Marcy 4 from Boxy. We're gonna get a Darkseer. So I know Negro likes this hero, and OG are playing it every now and then, but it's definitely an interesting one versus SF. Of course, the value with the wall, I imagine, is the big thing.
Yeah, I'm playing a lot of Darkseer. I think this hero is underrated a little bit right now. I feel like he is in a decent spot. Like when you think about the meta is all about auras, right? On offlane, like it's who gets utility faster usually has an advantage in the mid game. And Darkseer is one of those heroes that gets all the auras. Like you can get everything on him. You can get Crimson, Greaves, and Pipe, and you'll still be happy with your itemization. Versus SF, it's an interesting hero in a way that you need a good combo, right? With the Iron Shell. If you don't have a good combo, this lane can be very difficult. And also, it also depends on what position 5 SF is playing with. Because some position 5s just demolish Darkseer. There's a couple of those with the Dispel, of course, that are very annoying, but there's just a couple of very strong laners in general. Maybe we're gonna see some Tusk 4. Tusk 4, Dark Willow 4, like these kind of heroes come to mind whenever you see a Darkseer, because Tusk very good with the Iron Shell, Dark Willow also very good with the Iron Shell, but can set up for the double brambles with the vacuum. So some nice things to consider when playing Darkseer.
Yeah, in regards of the support for Katomi, is there one that's more standing out for you with, like you mentioned, kind of ways to be able to deal with the Darkseer, but also enable the SF?
Usually with SF, you want some bullies up front, right? Like your treants, your clocks. But when I look at the heroes that are left in the pool, you still have Jakiro, you still have Warlock. I still won't mind picking one or the other. You know, they're still just very strong. So you could play around them. Yeah, sure, maybe you're with Warlock, you're a bit too defensive. But you have Fatal Bonds to work with, plus raises. You're basically blowing up a full wave together with the Iron Shield creep. So, yeah, we'll see what they go for. Shadow Demon, of course, being banned out is good for Darkseer because of the Demonic Purge. Gets rid of the Shell, gets rid of the Surge. Jakiro is the hero that they snatch, which is also really good with Darkseer. Not in the lane, but post-laning stage, you get the Vacuum into Ice Pat, into Macropyre. So you already have a combo on OG to work with. I like their opener. I did say multiple times that SF is my favorite hero right now, but I see a possibility of having like Darkseer offlane with Ursa carry, with some Iron Shell Surge. Like, good luck playing SF carry into that. They're the ones that snatch the Tusk away from OG, okay? Look, you go mid, you pick yourself an Ember, you ban out Huskar and whatever it is you hate on OG, you get Yopaj Ember, some Natsumi Ursa, you put 3 Iron Shells, and that would be like a true test for an SF carry right now. Let's see how much this Glass Cannon boy can do against all of this running him down. Like, one extra thing that I really like whenever I see a Darkseer, whenever I'm drafting Darkseer, I like to see a lot of melee heroes around me on my team, like cores.
Yeah.
Heroes that I can Iron Shell, that I can Surge.
Yeah, I feel like the Surge is the other big one. Just like get them in the middle. Have them playing early. They're going to be going up against a Ringmaster. There's a little bit of area control. There is that position 5. We'll see how he does play into the Darkseer +1.
It could be a 5 Tusk, by the way. It doesn't have to be a 5 Ringmaster, yeah. It most likely is even. Like, Tusk and SF is a pretty good lane. They could, of course, like you said, put the Ringmaster there too. Depends on the next few picks of OG.
So again, the question is, you pick your Yopaj hero, you go for your Natsumi. You mentioned the Ursa. Are you comfortable with the Ursa with these 2 extra supports from Bedroom? Is this a deterrent or no?
Punch is a bit annoying. There's like a meme build on Tusk with Aghanims versus Ursa eventually as well. Tusk is annoying, but I don't think there's any better carry into SF right now than the Ursa. Even if SF is mid, I feel like Ursa feels great playing into him. Like you can enrage the Requiem off just by a bash or jump him every single fight. It's one hero that truly does not care about Requiem. Kez is also pretty damn good, and it's also a pretty damn good Iron Shell carrier. So okay, I can see Kez working as well. This hero is in the right hands, insanely strong.
10 seconds remaining.
What are the weaknesses that you've come across and seen so far with this Kez hero?
Sometimes he has a bad laning stage and it's hard for him to get to the Aghanims like fast enough. Besides that, I'm not really seeing too many weaknesses in Kez. He's just an insane damage dealer with insane survivability. It's like, I feel like this hero is just down to the player to execute properly. Like it's down to you as a position 1 to just constantly use your spells correctly to get in and out of the team fight. He's a melee carry, right? That kind of needs to get in close and personal. That's one thing maybe that is not as great.
BB teams turn to battle.
Ember Spirit.
Oh, it's BB that snatches up the Ember. You gotta ban out what, the Huskar and Slardar, I guess. Do you see anything else? Like Huskar and maybe something else that they can worry about a bit more. I feel like Slardar would be
teams turn to ban.
Pretty good for them mid lane here on OG.
What do you think of DK as well?
Yeah, I mean, DK into Ember for me is always bad. It's not always bad. I take that back. It's all right, but I feel like you pick it for the lane and then Ember gets a vessel and then you're kind of struggling for the majority of the mid game against him. But it does give you point and click stun, I guess. It's another hero that can utilize the Iron Shell very nicely. It's okay. It's okay. I don't mind that as well. I just feel like Slardar with Corrosive Haze with Kez might be
absolutely
a bit stronger, but
there's some there's some like Invoker as well. I've seen Invoker and Kez on Tornado for the Ember. I don't know, maybe if you need the Alacrity on the Kez as well to be able to manfight the SF. I don't know if he needs anything extra or not.
There you go. Your call was like more correct, at least. Bedboom, they ban it out. It's like, it's a good hero, sure. It's pretty good into the Ember. Like, it doesn't necessarily win the lane outright, but does lane decently into him. Tidehunter and Timber, by the way, banned out. What's left? Like an Underlord? Not too bad, I guess. They see that Kez is being played against them, so they know what they're picking into. It's Centaur as well, right? Like you have Centaur and you have Underlord, like two options that aren't that bad. Mars banned out, first ban from Bedboom. Oh, they snatched the Slardar. That's cool. It, right? Like you ban out the DK, but you take the Slardar away from them.
Because now we're going to have to go a little bit deeper here with the hero pool on OG. What do we want on your page?
That's a, that's an approach. Okay, I forgot all about the fact that they need an offlane and that Slardar fits right in, mid or off. For OG, what's left that they can roll against the Ember mid? Like a Storm, Void? Monkey King, damn, that's an old school way.
It's like you body win game one with COD Primal matched up. Like, sorry, I'm gonna go back to an old classic here. I'll see if you have fun in this matchup yourself with the Monkey Ember now.
It one thing that bothers me when it comes to OG's draft is like the lack of fat. You know, everyone is like, all of these heroes are kind of doing the cardio a lot. You know, there's like, you can play around them with the Iron Shell and just send them in, but you don't really have anything like nasty big that you can just Iron Shell and make sure that it goes in without having to play around the outskirts of the fight. But then again, the draft is very nice. Like, you have some good combos. You have Vacuum Arena and Jakiro Arena. I mean, Monkey King's Arena. Yeah, overall, it's looking all right, but I think that BetBoom, the meta is on their side. Like, you have SF with the Slardar. Like, it's not enough that you had SF. Now you have Corrosive Haze on top of the damage that he usually deals.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one, because we're seeing some teams, you know, they're letting this SF through, and then they are, you're pretty often regretting it. I don't know if we've, at least on the B stream, seen an SF lose so far. It has looked convincing as always. So let's see how Kiritich is going to be able to perform, and everyone else will shape up as well. Overall, though, exciting. We have a couple different heroes. You know, Nico and his Comfort Darkseer, Yopaj and the Monkey King. We haven't covered a Kez game so far. No, we're getting it a little bit so far in Wallachia, in some of the other games. She played at Spirit. I'm sure Liquid, of course, would have pulled it out, probably. So, see how Natsumi is able to perform with this hero. Such a good voice line. See, I'm intrigued on if there's any shenanigans from GPK on how he plays this lane. And you know, we again saw previously Yopaj, he had to be in the role of playing from behind, and honestly did quite a good job at that in some fights in particular. So it was.
There's maybe one difference here. I think Monkey King is quite out of meta, right? Like, it's a hero that hasn't been played as a counter pick in a lot of games where it looks like a free Monkey King game mid. And versus Ember as well. I feel like Ember, the moment he hits 6, he already starts making moves on the map. That's maybe one difference between Ember and Primal. Sure, as Ember, you cannot take stacks to recover, but you can still make plays. The moment you hit 6, like, you are kind of activated. You don't have to have all too much farm from the mid lane. But let's see. Let's see. This game could be broken on the mid lane once again.
Well, it's not a good start. Getting a range creep denied. Yeah, it's okay. He got the 3 other creeps that were there. And bottom lane, Natsumi, that's also not how you want to start. Looking like he's going to be ran down and killed off. Miero thought he went to the right side, but it's not going to matter. They'll finally catch up to him. And okay.
Yeah, pretty good start for the Slardar, right? This is a hero that is another one of those double bracer enjoyers on the offlane, so allowing him to buy them a little bit earlier is not incredibly great for OG.
What is, I meant to ask you in the draft as well, why do you think they went for the Hoodwink instead of some of the other options that maybe combine a little bit better with the Darkseer?
I'm not really sure. I think they might have just valued the Hood, and maybe they thought that the normal playstyle would just not work. Like the playstyle in which they go in and they just double Iron Shell, you know? Maybe they thought that was not going to be a very good option versus the Tusk SF. There's still like crazy amount of damage between these two.
Heritage. Gonna be back with an early level here from Nico, and he runs down SF. And we'll try and get up to Kataomi, but will not be able to do so. So nicely done from Tim's, and honestly the fact that the Darkseer was you're close enough to be able to capitalize with the aggressive start that they were putting onto the Hoodwink being out of position.
It's a pretty good thing for Darkseer indeed, because he gets level 3 out of this, right? Like, now the power spike is actually there on top lane, as they've got level 2 Iron Shell to work with.
And importantly, they drag the lane back as well, and Nico does a good job as well to de-aggro the creeps. They do still lose the range, but now with a little bit longer length of the lane to work with here with the shell, the trees being back up, we are going to have to see Kiritich and Kataomi play accordingly. Bottom lane as well, save. So he's going to be ran down too. Does try and use the whip to be a little bit frustrating, but Natsumi's on top of him. Got actually a bunch of health stick along with the fairy, I believe, he used. Well, there you go, Kiritich. Oh, walk of shame.
And the level 2 Iron Shell actually doing some God's work up on top lane.
Maybe just waits for his TP. I guess 5 seconds, so it's going to be back up. Missing some crits. Apparently, Yopaj is here. Because GPK is doing some weird stuff as well. But do you want to be fighting top? Like, Yopaj would love to have a shell given over to him. I guess you do have to be concerned about some of the raises that are flying out. Even on the other side of the map, we got some kills. So this is a action-packed second game. It's a nice shot to hold back Yopaj, but it's not going to matter. It's a double kill. Dude, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, that's even after giving Slardar first blood. He's got double bracer, he still dies. And that's the amount of damage that Jakiro plus Kez can dish out. It's a crazy game, by the way. This is the chaos that you kind of want to have, I guess, if you're Betboom, but without the dying part. Because you want to mess up the lanes, right? Like, you don't want to be laning Ember into a Monkey King. He's already 2 levels behind, so... Unfortunately for the Ember, he was followed top. But yeah, this is the kind of a playstyle that you want to adapt. Just to make sure that Monkey isn't following you the next time.
Yeah, I'm not too happy seeing my First Blood Mirror Slaughter have pretty much the same last hits as the Ember. Something... Is this... I mean, I don't really understand the Kez here. I don't know how good he is inside the lane. I know that Kira is a stupid laner.
Yeah.
They do eat the double crush. Apparently, you give away a couple kills. It is not a problem from Betboom. They're going to be able to find Skem. They're wanting to run down Natsumi, but he's got the grappling hook.
Yeah, if they didn't... if they connected with the Implement Arts, maybe they could have continued chasing, but without that... Absolutely no way. Kez is a strong laner. He is. Like, it's not only Kez, of course. He's laning with Jakiro, so... These two combined are pretty good. Mid lane.
Yeah, movement from Tim's here, and look, it's going to be another kill, dude. OG, they're everywhere. You secured your side lanes, and now you're looking to try and dumpster mid even further. And again, I mean, Yopaj is going to be loving life. It's like... Yes, finally, I get to play Dota.
After the last game, for sure. I'm always worried about the impact that Monkey King has post-laning stage, like how he finds the right moves and the rotations, but there's a lot of heroes that he can jump on this game, like all the supports, SF as well, so...
Okay, bottom, we'll watch Skem go down. We'll get a little side camera as well with a secondary kill that's going on. For me, will be a little bit frustrating, but Yopaj is up to 2 kills. You're questioning like how he's going to enter the early to mid game. Do you like the item build he has currently queued up? It's got the diffusal into the BKB. Do you feel like this is one that can make it a bit easier? Hold that thought. He's still got a Jingu to work with. You need some TPs coming out. The chains will make it a little bit more frustrating. Yopaj, one more right click until he gets an extra Jingu stack. They're going to try and run GPK down. Juke's on the tree line. GPK will finally die. Yopaj can he get the right click shot? Isn't actually going to try and go for it because he could just use Tim's bushwhack to escape. Now, with the Impalement Arts will actually be on the mark.
SF, by the way, dies at the same time on top lane. Yopa should be fine with the Jingu, right? Heals up, and he's out of here. But I mean, they got SF and Ember at the same time. That's just the wall, by the way. Sure, Jakiro was around, but that was more or less just Darkseer on top lane.
SF haters rejoice as well, seeing we have 3 deaths to start the game. Nico gets all the shots once again. Dude, Tims' bushwhacks. I mean, he's everywhere so far. And when you combine with a level 5 Jakiro already at this stage of the game, I mean, these supports are doing so much damage. SF just TP'd back into the lane. He's gonna have to find a home somewhere else. This place is not safe anymore.
This is the kind of a play where usually your Ember TPs, right? Like your Ember TPs, he counter plays, but he cannot. Like he's 200 farmed. He's not 6 yet.
Yopaj not anticipating Miro actually leaving bottom, and a perfect movement. The slide unnecessary to be able to put a halt to what Yopaj has been doing so far.
Good read from Euro. Like he's like, okay, I have to do everything myself, kind of a play. So rotates from bottom. Does, of course, free up Kaz a little bit, but it's worth it.
So maybe get a quick break in the action here. Moment of respite considering all the kills. We got 16 so far, about to be 9 minutes in. A couple of TPs top because they see a freebie by the looks of it. Mr. Skem walked on a little bit too far.
That's the level 6, of course, from the Ember. Darkseer a bit harder. He does have mech. He's stuck. Ember is stuck.
Is he still stuck? Oh, nice snowball. Pulls him out. Like you said, yeah, Darkseer playing with the mechanism, but the shard still make sure he's not going to be able to move away. I don't think they've got the damage with the sharpshooter as well. So this is a big kills. Is GP going to get ran down from illusions?
Maybe with the
my god, Tims might just kill him. He's got the slide to potentially dodge the bushwhack. Will rely on the Rendon instead, and he's going to be able to get out. Absolutely he is. Natsumi. Unfortunately, maybe 2 seconds too late to get the kill in the Ember, but we'll at least get something out of it. So a bunch of gold and experience given over.
Look at Monkey though.
Yeah, what's Yopaj doing?
What's this little creep doing? Like he's hunting.
Wait, do they know? They know. Oh, okay, I thought he was gonna guess right on the Quelling Blade.
He was scouting with the courier, right? Like they were scouting a little bit, trying to see if Monkey is right on those trees, but yeah. Cool start, by the way. Very good start for OG. They're already 4k ahead. They've got Greaves on Darkseer.
Yeah, like, wow.
They just have to utilize them. I feel like at this point, they should definitely play the game actively. Not just sit back and farm. Like, this is the kind of a situation where you can truly utilize the Greaves, the utility that he brings with the level 4 Ion Shell as well.
Yeah, it's not just him as well, it's everyone else. I mean, the support's at very high level. We're going to see that come into play here. Should help net them a kill into Kataomi. They feel like the Wukongs is necessary just to push back any reinforcements. GPK is still thinking about making something happen. Hang on a second, GPK. One stun, boundless follow-up, if they got the damage inside. He's got a Ren that just gets away, but the vacuum almost enough, and he doesn't actually tick out the liquid fire.
Yeah, the vacuum was a bit late. I think he got that moment there to get away. It wasn't really like the perfect setup. Maxed out vacuum, by the way, on Darkseer as well. Level 1 surge.
Interesting. Huh. Have you been kind of dabbling with this a little bit, or have you been I'm 144 or whatever?
Yeah, I'm a surge maxer. Vacuum has a lot of value, of course, but so does surge. The cooldown reduction is kind of ridiculous from level 1 to level 4.
Even doubling the duration as well, maxed out. Your push off the back of the haze should be another free kill. And this is Diffuser Blade that's online as well. He might actually be able to run down GPK. He's got to run that further back. I'm going to go bottom. It's a little bit early for the Wisdom Room, but he does see potential kills.
Mid lane.
They're really going to be able to get the kill. No. What?
There's just more than enough damage from the Monkey King right now. He's level 10. About to hunt down Kiritich as well, by the way. Or at least an attempt is being made by this tree. SF, he knows.
Oh. Okay, hang on a second. Can anything happen? Katomi's going to try and help Kiritich. He will be able to get away. Yoropaj kind of cute here with the change of guard, but you're wasting some of the time from Kiritich, making him feel not particularly safe, bringing some supports up here. Do you have the blink online though from Arrow? And what a fast Battle Fury as well for Natsumi. He's had this already for quite some time, by the looks of it. His Band of Elven's King completed.
It's
1250, okay.
Cool build from him, by the way. Battle Fury Manta. I'm seeing a lot of like a stock standard Falcon Blade Dezo into Aghanims. This is a bit more late game oriented of a build. On the Kez.
What's Mickey's build? I don't remember.
I think it's this one, right? It depends on the game.
Probably, I imagine. Just don't know if there was one he was preferring. Katomi, hang on, this is actually looking a little bit dicey if the Tusk can stay alive long enough. He's got two heroes coming from behind with the smoke. Raiden also converging on the area. They're going to try and blow up Yoropaj here with the wheel. The nuke, is it actually going to be enough if SF gets in range? Yoropaj, not enough health back here with the lifesteal. But Raiden, they are beelining over. Natsumi's going to fly over the top of the grappling claw. They got the TP out importantly for the Shadow Fear. Miero is also able to blink away as well. So a nice sequence of events for Dire.
Yeah, this couldn't have went much better, right? Like they get the very big kill, biggest kill in the game right now on the Monkey King. And they managed to get out afterwards. I feel like the standard build, by the way, on Kez is the Dezo build with Yags with the BKB, but I've seen this one as well. It's all right. Like, you farm a bit better with it, and you're not as reliant on staking fights all the time.
Oh. Maybe they're going to go for the easy kill and Skem first. Is he actually easier? Amir, okay. Now that he has the Blink Crush back up, we catch up the Jikiro. GPK was starting to swing on over, but that's also Bedboom doing a decent job, honestly. You know, this lead isn't growing that much over the past minute or so. So the past a couple of moments from them has been okay.
Wait. Miero is doing a pretty good job. He's carrying. He's carrying.
Wait, what did I say?
You said Bedboom. I mean, I agree with you. I'm just joking. It's Slardar that's carrying them super hard at the moment. But yeah, I know what you mean. Tims?
Might even be able to get Tims? Another opportunity created for Miero. Yoropaj is nearby inside the river. They've also got Natsumi that's going to fly on over the top as well to be able to deal with Save. So, Save actually does get up to the high ground. Nice use the souvenir.
Jinxed him. Jinxed Miero the moment we praised.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah. Yoropaj gets the kill, snipes him in the end. Like, he's relentless. I love the Monkey King playstyle, and I know you asked me about the item build. I don't know if I answered. I love the Diffusal BKB. I think it kind of does exactly what it needs to. It gives you some aggressive potential with the Diffusal so that you can stick on top of targets, and then on top of that BKB just survivability so that you're not... Monkey King can sometimes feel like a creep when it comes to... If you catch him, he's as good as dead. And BKB, of course, helps with that.
I mean, your push is making the hero kind of look like could be a little bit more viable than what we've been seeing. I got too ahead of myself though. I know this hero has still got some problems. He's eyeing up Miero down bottom, but he surely is going to have Katsu Omi.
They're TPing.
Ready, of course, have the ability with it. Oh, they cancel on Tims. Both sides run them correct with the scan, and everyone else is that both will run away. What's GPK's catch-up going as well? Speaking of him, top lane. Oh, nice slide.
I think he used slide first and then the ice path. The ice path came in, right? Like it's... whenever you're initiating on an Ember and this happens, it feels bad.
Yeah, it's always tough. But you've done quite the job to be able to minimize how much value you're going to get out of GPK. Start from your page. Bottom bedroom. Looks like they will be able to get an objective. It is getting traded though, so a tier 2 tower for a tier 1. Of course, happy with OG. Let's see if the Roshan is something that they're going to be looking at, because you want to be forcing some issues pretty shortly here, especially with the Crimson very close to being done on Nico.
Ember, no sleight of fist this time around. He has a remnant.
Surely with the assistance of the extra control out of the ATOS, it'll be enough. And that absolutely will be the case.
He had the remnant, but no mana, by the way. I don't know why he used that one right there. It didn't really matter. Nothing changes.
They're going to try and jump forward. They get a quick cure to the Jakiro. They're going to be able to step away now. So in and out. Happy with the 1 life. Unfortunately, though, Roshan is already being eyed up from Natsumi by himself.
Oh, do you like this from SF?
What's he got?
He's not going right. Like
I've been seeing it a little bit more. I don't particularly have a super big opinion. I've just been seeing it more regularly than not, where you... I can't... I think... I wonder, does this actually improve your farming speed or not? With going the Yasha Kaya? I'm not entirely sure.
I mean, I don't care about the farming speed. It's like his impact in the game after the BKBs are up is going to be next to 0. And the BKB is already up on the Monkey King. We see a big rush with the BKB running down the mid lane. Yeah,
Well, speaking of the SF, tries to get the Requiem off before the bushwhack, but Kiritich's game is going to continue to get worse and worse here. 5th death for him.
Yeah, maybe this is like some sort of a recovery build from him. Like, of course, this is like your casual mid lane build that you sometimes see on carries as well. But I like to see it on my carry when my mid can be a win condition as well. But not when my mid isn't an Ember that is literally gasping for air from the mid lane. I clicked on SF to see like, okay, what's the item progression? Maybe him and Slardar are going to be able to do it. Like, Yopaj. Keep in mind that this Slardar now loses some value as well, because the SF isn't fully right-click.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to look back. I know, I remembered, I know Pure is a fan of this build. I don't know if he does it in every game, but he does go right-click still in the end. You know, Yashakai, BKB. At least in the one game I looked at, he had Satanic Daedalus afterwards. So I think you do converge back, but it's just like you're speaking about this side of the game, that where you want more right-click and not.
Yeah, he will. I mean, he has to go back into full right-click after this. He 100% will. Imagine this Giga Chat just doing like some Ags build styling on them instead. Refresher, Ags, Hex. It would be a bit too wild, perhaps.
Well, They're gonna have to come up with a defense here for the high ground. Not a bad start if they're gonna be able to get Yopaj off the tree. It's a massive amount of nuke as well. Yopaj actually just gone.
What the hell was that?
All right. Yeah, I don't know. And they're going to be able to get more as well by the looks of it. Kiritich is in with a combo, the defensive Requiem, just in case anyone else was here to follow up. And the Aegis is also about to kill it off without much value coming from it. Well, they go to the respawn. Can they keep Natsumi alive, get some separation? Going to play with the Raptor Dance. That'll hold them back. It's not a bad pushback, but still Betboom. I mean, they're playing the fight perfectly. Jumping in one by one. Another round of the stun's going to be up shortly here from the arrow. He'll be in range here to close the distance. Now they've got the shards as well to make sure this Hoodwink does not make it away. And Betboom, showcase. We've got a game here.
What the hell was that damage? Just absolutely ridiculous on the Monkey King. Just beautiful. By the way, 2.3k damage dealt by a Ringmaster. Like every single one of these heroes played a part. But the way they initiate as well, they didn't even cut the tree, by the way. So Monkey was able to leap away, right? Like he was able to jump off the tree at least, but the BKB was on cooldown. That's the main reason why that fight looked so damn easy. Once Monkey is dead, like this is one issue that I have. Like there is no one to truly carry the shell in these kind of circumstances. Like everyone is just cowering and running.
Yeah, like your Darkseid doesn't want to be the first point of contact. He kind of plays reactionary. Wants to give a bunch of shells over, a bunch of surges, potentially counter initiate, but so I mean, is this where you like, do you try and itemize kind of more tanky in a way for Yopaj? Just so this doesn't happen? Well, that was
bot lane. They try to use the arena, by the way, but they do not get GPK this time around, so no Wukong's command on the Monkey King. Can you itemize even? I don't think you can itemize in any much of a different way. Top lane, Tins.
Hasn't popped the BKB just yet. Might have to do so pretty soon, although this has the trigger discipline to recognize it's not necessary. Bushwhack will connect. Ice Path's gonna fall up as well.
Might be
now we'll use it.
Yep.
It's a long duration, 9 seconds. Is he gonna be able to escape though? Atos should be able to hold him down, and no, so they got the BKB out of him in the end, and they also got the kill as well from OG, so very happy with that, and a little bit closer towards Dai's half of the map. Meanwhile, GPK does get the tier 1 tower mid, so at least something for them.
If he instantly used BKB there, maybe he could live. Maybe he could survive, blink out after, but just being a little bit... Of course, being patient and a nice second with BKB is what you want to be, but too many heroes connected. Smoke up as well through the twin gate.
See how deep they go into Dai's territory. I suppose maybe they thought that the SF was going to continue farming down at the southern camp. Maybe they're actually linking up with Yopaj and Nico. We'll join with the team, so they want to try and control the triangle at the moment. It's just cut to Omi here. Smoke hasn't popped as well from Tim, so I'll just follow the courier. Oh. Okay, well, courier will die.
To the creeps, nothing more as well. Is this a dire smoke? Like, or is this like a meeting, special meeting from all the Batboom players in their base?
Just hanging out.
Just hanging, yeah, yeah.
They're just kicking. It's a little bit fun, you know. They don't want farm. They're just gonna hang together.
It's just that all of their vision was on top. Like, if you look at their wards, they're all on the river. Like, looking at top tier 1 and top rune. So they didn't really know where anyone is on the map. That's why they're playing literally as 5. Meanwhile, Monkey farming one side of the map, Kez farming the other. Darkseer taking their ancients. this kind of a play is very good from OG. And it's really easy to make a mistake here. You show someone on the map, suddenly they're smoking up, they're getting a pick off, but they're not showing anyone. Like, they're pushing in with iron shells, with boundless strike. It's really disciplined and really good from OG right now.
So they're playing a bit of a 2-1-2 split at the moment from OG. Two of those heroes top lane may be eyeing up Miro. They'll instantly try and TP in Tims, who will get scouted out with this episode. We're kind of deeper inside the lane, so no one's going to die at the moment from Beppu. Meanwhile, Kataomi is also set up to seal the Wisdom rune. It will be a 1-for-1 in regards to the Wisdom at 28 minutes. Heritage? Yeah, don't... Ooh, okay.
They realized. they realized their mistake. They're moving back, but they're also smoking at the same time. How's Rosh looking? He's guaranteed to respawn in 10 seconds now.
13.
Yep.
Dire are scanning.
Itching for a fight. 7k deficit. They've done a good job to be able to stabilize this game and make sure this lead doesn't get too far out of control. And they are going to have this bottom wave that's completely shoved out from Europage once again. No one has continued to come back here. So with no one hitting the...
I think they might be able to. If they just commit hard. But they have to commit right now with tag team as well.
GPK is going to come back to start to try and create some chaos. They'll even bring another hero as well. Why is Nico not here? If a fight breaks out, you don't have your Darkseid. Yopa's going to BKB. He's surely fine. He's got the balance to be able to get some separation. But what was the call? Like, you don't get the barracks, you don't get Roche.
Yeah, they thought probably that Monkey is going to be able to solo it, so Darkseid went to set things up in the pit. But he was also late for the pit. Like, he was moving there. Just didn't get there fast enough. Yeah, I think strategically they just got outplayed a little bit on OG right now. Like you said, you don't get the side, and you also lose the Aegis. By the way, it took a bit longer than I expected for Bedbone to even take Rosh in the first place.
Well, now Kiriti just got this level 20 and pretty close to the Silver's Edge as well, so right-click damage is slowly starting to build up here with the Shadow Fiend. Of course, his counterpart in the Kez has had this butterfly for quite some time, so you're going to have problems with going through the evasion. Another thing is, I mean, GPK is also his net worth, all things considering. You know, it's not too shabby at all. He's getting close towards the Shivas. There's a pretty nice neutral item, the Whisper of the Dread. So he too is well and truly stabilized and recovered from the rough lane.
Yeah, needs, what, 1,000 gold more and he will have Shiva's level 18. He's activated. Even with the BKB itself, he's already able to make moves on the map, but this Shiva's is like a luxury item for him right now. Slardar going for Aghanims next. Also around 1,000 gold away from it. They are finding some items on Dire as well. It's not all OG anymore.
Just gonna get shard.
Well, interesting, Hoodwink didn't buy it. By the way, 31 minutes in, Hoodwink still does not have a shard and will not have it after this as well. And it's still not buying it, by the way.
I'm sure he will instead of the Hex.
I'm actually surprised. I'm really surprised that he didn't buy that shard out. It's such a massive damage output increase for his whole team.
Yeah, so sometimes it kind of bites you in the back, right? Like, it's kind of greedy. You hope you get it from the Tormentos. You want some of the other utility items to be able to pay off, but then you don't get it, and now it's like, oh shit, what do I do? Did he buy shard? What
He
did
didn't. He bought out the Glimmer.
Okay.
Which has some value, but you are playing versus Lardar with the shard, so the Glimmer is... I mean, it's going to mitigate some magic damage, but it will not save you. Shield Rune SF, by the way.
Heritage. Good position. Pops the smoke, so put a blink away. Even though they have this 7,000 net worth lead, even when they don't have the agent, they're still wanting to try and take a team fight 6v5. Heritage giving them a decent amount of information to be able to work with. Miara's just inching closer. They don't see Yopaj at the moment on the trees, though.
Silverage is up again, so he will be able to go and do the same thing once more, but you see the scan. Very good map awareness from OG. Of course, no one is showing on the map, only the Ember. Where could they be? They have to be next to him.
The lanes are pretty favored, though, for Dire, especially with their current position with controlling the outpost, so they can cut top and mid. And bot's currently favoring them as well.
Top isn't, actually. Top is being pushed in.
I thought they would have cut the next wave.
Yeah.
One after.
I think they might have to go back even. Let's see. Yeah, Ember is TPing at least for now.
Doscam tries to get the force away, but Katomi's going to punch him up in the air. Yopaj will use the defensive Wukongs. And no way to keep them inside the ring. And now Bepip could slowly chase them down potentially. Miara's going to jump in with a crush. Yopaj has still got that extra armor for the Wukongs. Kiritich, important that they will get an illusion of the Shadow Fiend, so they're going to have to kite this one out. But can they continue to run them down? Like, OG did use a little bit here. They're going to be cautioned. Yeah, they know this. Natsumi will use the Raven's Veil to help get some distance. Trying to put themselves in a position where they can set up a formation and maybe set up a trap on the high ground. And Betboom, they will be cautionary.
They smoke up. Aegis is gone. No BKB on
high ground. Kiritich, Miara tries to get the jump. Kiritich with the blink in. But the BKBs are going to be there from Natsumi. Now we can turn to try and man-fight Kiritich. Kiritich has to dip away. He's going to be fine, but Yopaj will not. They've killed off the Monkey King. A 4v5 GPK. Another round of the spells pretty shortly here. Remnants are lacking, so it's going to have a difficult time to close the distance. Looks like all of OG are going to be out, so just the one casualty inside this fight.
Just the one kill, like you said, in the end. SF, he blinked in without Aegis, by the way. He had a BKB, but something tells me they could have committed a little bit heavier onto him. They had all the utility available, the Greaves, the Pipe, the Crimson. Like, maybe SF was killable there, because he used Blink very aggressively behind enemy lines. Maybe it's just the lack of BKBs that prevented them from taking that fight again. Betboom kinda outplaying them a little bit in the last 5 minutes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, what? It was Miero at first. You're helping out a lot. Now it's everyone else pulling their weight so far. 2k lead. Do you have to fit an MKB in this build from Kiritich? Like, he's not even thinking about it with the butterfly. This is a hero that doesn't really work too well with it.
I think he does. Like, it's not the worst item on SF. He can right-click quite a lot versus butterfly heroes with the MKB, that is. But maybe he's just thinking that he has enough already and that it's not really super necessary. I mean, when I say enough already, like all the damage that he's dealing with the Requiem, with the raises, and all the damage that his teammates are dealing as well. It's kind of scary. Every item that you get on SF, you gotta know that the illusion is going to get as well, right? So
yeah.
Oh, both of them missing.
Yeah, both sides a bit of a swing and a miss with their initiation. So Dire got to try and quickly dip over towards the high ground where they currently are set up.
Bot is pushed. Someone will have to defend it soon. Carty is there. Maybe not. The lane should fix itself.
Look at the jump in.
So this time the initiation's going to be there from Mio. Nice vacuum drag back. Tim's actually haven't secured the kill just yet. Eyes on where the Shadow Fiend's going to be able to find an angle to jump in. Kiritich is waiting here on the cover of the Silver's Edge. He hasn't found an opportunity just yet. No one has died. But importantly, they've used the wall and they haven't got an illusion of the SF, so it makes it a bit more easier for Kiritich. Trying to force some reactions out, but it might be a little bit more than reactions. Kiritich gets the BKB, ducks away. Miero, though, the primary target is Natsumi. I mean, showcasing he could do a ridiculous amount of damage. Just needs really some stuns to enable him.
There's the stun. Bushwhack. It's just an Ember, though. He still has his BKB, so nothing can be done to him. These fights are extremely messy. In the end, did anyone die?
No.
Yeah, even the Tusk that was super out of position manages to get away. Is this free rush again? Like, they didn't have a BKB on Kez. They didn't have a BKB on Monkey King. This looks like a free rush once more. Just by not winning a fight, they are given a rush, you know, as a gift in the end.
It's a hell of a gift. It's a third rush as well. It's Refresher Shard you're working with now.
Yeah, but
I guess
in the end, a pretty cool build as well from SF. I guess his reasoning behind this is let's just pop your spells as fast as possible and stay alive. As the problem that he's having this game is the Kez. Like, he gets on top of him and SF literally has to bail every fight. Any hexes on their side, by the way, on Dire? Nope. There is an interesting item, by the way. Aghanims on Ringmaster being queued up. Not really
okay.
Yeah, not really something that you see super often, but yeah, an additional box.
And how much do you value the double save in a game like this?
Until there are nullifiers on the other side, yeah, you have to value it quite a lot. It's massive, right? Like, you get to save anyone that gets initiated on. It's pretty big, especially when you have some mobility. Right now he has no mobility on Ringmaster, but he's got Aetherlance at least, so some extra range to catch people, actually to save people with. Smoke up, OG, ready to strike again. Time part 82.
This time it's going to be a little bit different with converting onto a higher kill. Mirror, which, well, in and out, pretty quick and easy.
He's in the river, it's so hard to go on him. They have Swift Blink on Kez, so this could be the fight. Like, they're really big on a lot of their cores.
So at this ward as well, but did you really want to jump SF?
That's Daedalus now as well, by the way. Switched out the Kaya-san, Kaya-Yasha.
So waiting to see this Natsumi Kez be able to do some kind of Kez shenanigans that we've seen from this hero.
Do you have the same feeling? Like, OG, they had a pretty good advantage. They were in a pretty good spot, but it's like they're missing something that can just go in and soak things up, like soak up the damage, so that this... I feel like Kez and the Monkey kind of feel a very similar role right now in the game. And maybe that's what's been a problem for them. It's like from minute 15 to minute 40, they don't really want to commit. Ember, another one.
Oh, man.
You saw that, right? Like, again, he used Slight on the creeps to farm. And that's when they initiate.
Some days it's just... It happens, man. Sometimes it's your day, sometimes it's not.
What a opening that would have been though. GPK by himself, maybe guaranteed the wisdom room. You probably would have been too late for the tormentor, which goes the way of save. But now SF is level 25. Shadow Rays applies attack damage, and yeah, I know what you mean about not having this hero. That's the beefy man. That kind of makes it a little bit easier.
Darkseer could be that. He has a BKB now, so maybe he will be the one.
Speaking about the Darkseer, gonna try and initiate onto Nico. Nice force away. They haven't brought Natsumi back just yet. So still trying to get a little bit of farm on the other side of the map.
What's he searching for though? This high ground. Tier 3 tower will fall if they wait a while longer.
Gonna bring him back now to try and help deal with the banner. Send the illusions on forward. Meanwhile, GPK is gonna poke his head up as well. They'll have the wall, which now gives them a little bit easier of a time, but can you just... I mean, I guess Age is out in 20 seconds, though, so it's not like you can wait out for the wall and go back in. Looks like they were thinking about mid, but... have some creeps at the moment. Hey, can they still go for this push without Aegis, even with wall down?
Without Aegis, I think it's ill-advised to go high ground once again. Much better to get some sort of a pick off, maybe smoke up once again. That's why OG are smoked. They know there's no more Aegis. And that's why they're hugging this high ground.
They are, but two other heroes aren't. Tims and Natsumi are actually gone for their own play. The two-man gang squad... where are they going?
If he's quick enough, he might find the DD. 2 more seconds. Yeah, he's gonna blink.
Oh, we got it. Okay.
And they're
force the issue now.
God
whoa,
damn.
whoa, whoa, all right, we gotta go, we gotta go. And the smoke's gonna expire surely. You might also lose Nico as well, but the initiation. Mira's just put himself on the firing line. He's not gonna know it just yet. They'll find Jakiro over the right side. Chaos is gonna break out as Natsumi as well. He's gonna try and jump in. He's assassinated one. Meanwhile, the Ember Spirit as well has also been caught in the middle. With a big hit from GPK, he's gonna be fine. Eyes back onto Natsumi. Importantly, didn't have any other support to enable some stuns, and now they're going to be able to jump in with a Requiem combo. If they got the nuke, they do. Raptor Dance is not going to be there. He's got a buyback, but he needs to use it shortly. But the heroes are starting to fall without him. When is it time for the second life? Curative refresher, ready to go in off the back of GPK's Remnant inside the base. A big raise. Cuts away Tim's life, and Miero is not done just yet. Finally. Look at the buybacks coming through from OG. A massive boundless strike, bushwhack as well, but the Requiem does cover. Can they get to the tip of the can? Natsumi cancelled Kuritich's TP. Now he's just forced to stand his ground and man fight, but he will absolutely not be able to do so. And OG, they hold the base. It costs them a couple of buybacks, but they are still in this game.
Yeah, it cost them a lot, but Natsumi, look at that damage, by the way, in the team fight. 11.3k. As much as SF, more or less, but it was an Arcane Rune plus DD Kaz. When he jumped the Ringmaster, it only took him 2 hits. Like 2 hits, and the Ringmaster just absolutely disappeared. I'm surprised that they weren't able to convert and get more kills with that DD. One of the main reasons is also he went on the Slardar after. Probably the hardest kill to go for, with the Slithering Crush, with the Diagonums and Cheese on top. They need to force some buybacks though. It would be great if they could force that SF to buyback or even Slardar, but unlikely.
They're going to try and go through bottom. Hang on a second, GPK. We'll start with the Boundless. They'll fall with the damage from Natsumi. They're going to have enough just with the lack of stuns. No, they don't. GPK protected with the box. Now those buybacks that you're hoping to force out, getting closer and closer to the respawns, and they're going to have to pay respect.
This game is dead even when it comes to network, by the way. 1k advantage, and that's it. I feel like these kind of games are usually decided by who gets a Hex first, who gets a Nullifier first, who can get this good pick-off on a big core by revealing a big item. And when I'm scrolling through the heroes on Batboom, there's a Nullifier queued up, okay, on Ember. And on Radiant, there is a Hex, I believe, on No, Darkseer had it queued up, but he opts for Aghanims instead.
Hoodwink's got one at least, but it's going to take a while.
Yeah. I mean, Aghanims is also fine on Darkseer. He's got BKB, so he can actually get to right-click once or twice, even if he gets the illusion of SF while SF is BKB. That's already value.
The room for mistakes here on OG. Very, very perfect with the plays off the back of those buybacks. They're going to make sure that they're here and around the Roche pit earlier on. They will not give away free Roche like we saw previously. We might buy out for the Nullifier as well on Monkey King, actually. He's opted for this. We'll see if he decides for that or if he wants to hold buyback.
It's really scary not to have buyback in this kind of a fight because you have Outpost as well to TP to Spotlight. Does scout them, right? Like he should know.
What are they saying? Oh, I got forced to the low ground somehow. How did he react in time? And GPK as well is not going to make a mess of this fight. Well, your Pachudi's got to be so careful he doesn't get hit from the Impalement Art. Maybe to scout him out? He's flying far out. That's so dangerous.
Those forces were just incredibly quick. Incredibly fast. Tusk
They're not
as well.
together at the moment on OG. Importantly, Natsumi isn't as well. They're going to get Yopaj inside the river. Downless able to get some separation, but the Rushback is going to be on the mark. And again, GPK knows his role. It's to create some chaos, D-ward, and get away.
They have the high ground now.
And more importantly, the outpost as well. So now they are the ones with the advantage in this position. They can utilize their buybacks. Have the extra numbers if it's necessary.
For now, keep in mind, 1 minute left remaining, and Rosh will change his home. He will move down bottom. They have a good ward on the high ground.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think they know though, Bedroom. They were kind of pinging out where that ward was placed on Radiant. Seems like there's an idea. Nice positioning though from OG. You see they're trying to utilize that far northern side away from the high ground, that cliff wall that Bedroom have. But they're going to give up the... Oh, hang on a second. This is super risky. Natsumi. Can he kill it in 10 seconds?
Impalement Art?
They're going to see. They're going to come back though. Did they not? They didn't scout it?
Impalement Art didn't connect. It disappeared.
Have they got enough stuns? No way. They're actually going to be able to freaking do this? Oh, he got tossed away.
No way.
And they got a DD now because they weren't there.
Oh, no way, dude. Oh, this is rough.
Wait, but now...
Just let it go. Let's go into the pit. Like,
yeah, hang on. What's going on? But now they're getting thrown. Why didn't he get thrown? Okay, but they're going to get the Aegis nonetheless. They're... Wait, Yopot. Hang on. This is the real Monkey King, Yopot. What is he doing?
He's debating them.
Bro, my heart would be out of my chest if I was this. Yopaj giving them all the information they didn't know was the real Monkey King. Natsume's going to find the Katomi Tusk. He actually won't be able to secure the kill.
They used cheese.
Oh.
No more cheese. It was used by Tusk. They handed it to him. I mean, it was a very crazy play to use the illusion bait that way. I mean, it's a cool play, but the illusion itself, the one was just standing there, and it kind of gave it away, I think. That's why they still committed onto those two illusions that were running around. Dude, what a crazy... The game is really intense. You could see, like 50 minutes in, only 3k lead. It's like there is no room for any mistakes on one side or the other.
Well, absolutely not for Radiant for still a while. At least a minute 20 without buyback here from Natsumi, but importantly, he doesn't have gold as well. A massive problem here where Dire could find an opening. We do finally get the buyout as well from Yopaj. He's now opted for the Nullifier. Well, did finish it, of course, before previously was holding the gold.
I feel like they needed this nullifier yesterday. Like, it was a massive item, and it still is, of course. Escape back.
It's 50-50, sorry. What?
49-51 now. They got a percent.
Bro, what a game. And we're gonna get Tormentor as well. If they got all their shards, they do. So Katomi was the only one.
Save is so filthy rich. Like, this hero, this Ringmaster was sitting on 4k gold almost, has Aether and Solar, now has a Blink. And by the way, all of these small items also have a lot of value on him. He doesn't want to switch his neutral yet because of the 100 GPM, but even Spotlight is doing a lot. Like, his shard that was given to him is doing quite a lot in these fights. One of better and easier way to deal with Darkseer, right? Just having Spotlight on top of the wall.
True. Even just your ability to scout out the monkey quite easily. The arts, the Spotlight. I mean, honestly, everything. Tame the Beast, the Will, the Wonder. But this Tame the Beast has a massive range. There's even a cast range as well with the T3 neutral. But importantly, buyback. What is the status of the moment? So that a backup here from Natsumi. The first stump of the bushwhack fall, and the ice path, but there's the defense coming through. Where's the nullifier?
Darkseer's gone.
They didn't get the nullifier. Meanwhile, Nico's just gone. They're also losing another support over the other side. Natsumi doesn't have the control to deal with GPK, so GPK's out with the Remnant. And oh, these are 2 heroes without buybacks, man.
Yeah, the only question is now, do they know? Like, Darkseer, if they checked his items, like, they probably should know that he bought out completely, but they might think that he has buyback. Let's see. They have the banner to work with.
Just give it up. You still got two other barracks.
1 more minute on the Aegis to work with. I don't think they're gonna go back. You do have 2 more sets, but soon it's gonna be only 1.
Absolutely, with how fast they're pushing. So what the call is going to be from Bedroom. Go for the all or nothing play. I mean, this is definitely... Oh, Natsumi. Go Page as well. Okay, it's okay.
GPK is in.
Is it okay? GPK Natsumi hasn't shown himself just yet. I mean, look at the patience for Natsumi, but what is he waiting for? What opportunity is he waiting for? Once everyone back alive and now they're up.
He's in.
Kiritich is going to be able to jump away. But doesn't hold anyone down though. Meanwhile, Yopaj is going deep, but he's going to be careful about the right click. It's a beautiful wall. Now they've got the Wukongs as well, but importantly, they need to keep them in a position. They're unable to do so. Dire just simply walk away.
Yeah, they just didn't have the control. They didn't have the control after the wall. Like, the wall, it was great, but nothing slowing them down. I think Natsumi made a mistake, by the way, and initiated on an illusion. Like, he just used a couple of his spells on an illusion immediately, so he couldn't get his mobility, like grappling or anything, into the wall to dish out the damage.
So we're going to try and take a fight out of the base here, even without these big ultimates. I want to try and go before Bedboom gets set up on the push. So you know how difficult it's been previously. They're kind of hoping someone runs blindly into this high ground. The Vision, they'll drop the ward. Oh, what a beautiful start from Miera with the Requiem Fold as well. You couldn't have asked for a better opening, and Natsumi is gone in an instant. He's got a buyback to rejoin, but these fights have looked all better for quite some time now.
They're just so damn clean. It's crazy. It's hard to play against.
I think got Yopaj as well. But they're going to have to. Meanwhile, we'll look inside the base as well. What's going on there? Because the buildings... And Natsumi's on top of him, but without the Monkey King nearby, you don't have a nullifier, so Kiritich is protected. And Natsumi, Requiem's going to follow him. That's a dieback here for your Kez. Nika will try and do his best with the Shadow Finish. It's a great bushwhack as well, but it's just not enough. Yopaj will get some of the support. Kiritich, surely, is he going to be able to do it? Monkey King, I mean, Yopaj is getting a bunch of health back here with the Jingu. They're going to be able to assist. He's got a buyback. So he'll look to rejoin, but Dire, I mean, they just have too many numbers. They've got all their own buybacks as well. Yopaj, it's an all or nothing to try and get the starter before everyone else is there, but it is too little, too late. And Bedboom they'll get the series victory 2-0, and OG, they're going to start PGL Wallachia with 2 losses.
Yeah, not really the position that you want to be in if you're OG, especially with the way this game started. Much better than game number 1. Like, they completely crushed the laning stage. The mid lane as well was like a story for itself. Monkey King dominating the full map, but these guys on the other side, they were relentless. And the way they played, it was so damn sharp. Like, it's insane, like how quickly they responded to every single move. Like, this is where it all starts, man. The comeback from Bat Boom basically starts here. They're 11k behind, 20 minutes in. Most people would say that this is like a 90% win condition for OG, right? Like, when at 20 minutes in, when you're 10k behind, most of the time you lose. But Bat Boom, they refused to. These moves were just amazing. They managed to pick them off, but most importantly, they managed to like play these fights in a way in which no one is dying, right? Like, you get jumped, they back out. Like, they jump the target, they blow it up. Like, even this last fight, no one dies on their side in the initial go. Right? The wall, they dodge. Later on, Monkey from a tree jumps you, and at the same time, there's like 3-4 staffs, escape pact. Like, you're not killing anyone. They can't even use the nullifier quickly enough, because Save is already using Escape Act on a target. And you can't use Nullifier post-priori, you need to use it immediately. Just a wonderful performance from Batman. Well-deserved W after an insanely difficult laning stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely it was. You know, you put kind of flip the roles here, in particular with GPK as well. And he put in a lot of work on this Ember performance as well. I mean, definitely one of his better heroes, and also a talented mid laner to be able to come back in a game when he's playing with the deficit. But I just wonder, like, I'm not familiar with Kez at all. I don't know if this is something that you can go for, but we just saw some problems with control. But like, Natsumi was getting kited. I don't know if there's any room for a basher in there. I don't know if the playstyle needs to be different, where they're playing a little bit more with Natsumi, but because we didn't see it. They have a decent amount of stuns, but we just didn't see the full value out of the Kez be able to continuously right-click someone. So I don't know if it was more of a gameplay thing, or if potentially there was a different item in the basher that could be an option. I don't know really what the build is and what is required of a late game Kez, but yeah, we couldn't see the value out of him, unfortunately.
Maybe he could have doubled down on the normal build that everyone else goes for. That's the...
Sure.
I mean, when I say everyone else, like, most of the games you see this super active Kez build. Maybe he just wanted to cover all bases. These guys are owning early game. Let's make sure that we can own the late game as well with the proper build, which didn't work out. Maybe if they just went for the Dezo Ags and that 20-minute mark when they're 11k ahead, maybe they could have won that fight with a little bit of a different build. But yeah, it didn't happen, of course. Standout player absolutely is the Kirtich as well. I would say Miro too on the Slardar. I feel like he literally brought them back into this game. I think most Slardar players would just chill on the offlane, get as much farm as they can while pressuring the Kez. Miro instead, he recognized that the map is in a rough stage, so he started rotating like pre-minute 6, basically. Minute 6, he was already on his first rune, helping out GPK. So I think he did a lot of heavy lifting, and so did Sape. Like, this position 4 and 3, beautiful Dota.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good showing from Bedroom as well. You know, important. We saw yesterday the defeat versus Liquid. Was able to go 3 games, but unable to get the victory there. And Liquid just 2-0'd Vici as well. So they're one of the first teams with a 2-0 start. I don't know how Aurora and Heroic are looking as well. But Bedroom, of course, they're a team we're expecting to be very competitive in PGL Wallachia and wanting to be title winners again. I think it was, again, Season 4 or Season 5 where they won one of the events here at Wallachia. But for OG, the woes will continue as a rough recent Dream League showing at Season 28 where they were knocked out in Groups 1. And now they are backs against the wall, the threat of elimination here as well. They're going to have to win 3 series in a row, though. Of course, you know, only series for them today. Hopefully they'll be able to fix a couple of things and come back tomorrow strong. But for us, we're going to be looking forward to our next series. We've got Tundra taking on Yellow Submarine. So a bit of a European affair once again. So we'll get those teams set to go. When we come back, we've got some more PGL action here. See you guys soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We are here, Miro from Team BetBoom, one of my favorite teams here at Wallachia. How you doing? Feel good to be back?
Yeah, I really like this place.
Good to hear. Last time we saw you, it was like 4th place, you know, getting your stuff together. Seems like you guys are still building, still doing well. How do you feel about the team right now?
I think we're feeling good because we're working a lot with our mentality and also our previous coach, he came back, so we're just adapting our play style to the new, so yeah.
All right, now I'd like to talk to you specifically about the offlane. ATF famously said he thought that you were the best offlaner in the world. Do you feel like that right now? Is there anyone better than you?
I think I'm kind of on the same place with the top 3 offlaners in the world, but I cannot say that I'm the best because every offlaner has his own playstyle and his understanding of map, so I cannot say that.
So you're humble enough to say that you're not the best offlaner in the world, but what do you think about the position? Now, this is not something that apparently a lot of people want to play. In fact, Valve realized this and they changed ranked to give people tokens for playing offlane. Do you think offlane is in a good position right now, the role?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting position because you can adapt every hero on this role, so you can even play 5 on this pose. Like any hero can be offlaner actually. Yeah, so yeah, it's a really interesting pose.
I would not recommend that. You're telling me Ancient Apparition can offlane right now?
Of course.
Of course?
Of course.
Oh, damn, okay.
Vesalatos.
That's an Insta report for me, but I'll take it, no problem.
Yeah.
So what advice would you give out there to all these POS 4 and POS 5 supports looking for role queue tokens as they now journey to the offlane?
I can say advice about farming a lot, because if you're a position 5 or 4 player and you want to get some tokens, you're mostly not farming at these positions. But as the offlaner, you have to be really big, so you need to farm.
Well, this is different. I mean, what about the sacrificial offlane? You know, the classic DM offlane where he does absolutely nothing.
I think it's not working anymore.
Don't
some old meta.
Okay. Is there specific heroes that you like playing right now, like genuinely enjoy? Because I've talked to a lot of players and they're like, Centaur's the best offlaner, but he's so boring, right?
When I started to play offlaner, really my first hero was Batrider, and now I'm really happy that the Batrider now is a good offlaner. So yeah, the last officials wasn't good with him, but I made some working with my mistakes, and I think we're gonna win this with Batrider.
Okay, that's what I like to hear. Yeah, Bat's been super interesting lately. I love seeing an offlaner that can just go in and pseudo insta-kill somebody. So it's very weird in my head of how an offlaner works. So any hero, what is the worst offlane hero? If you said any hero can do it, who's like the worst experiment that you've done?
For now, it's Tidehunter, I think.
Tidehunter? What? He's a very popular offlane.
Yeah, for me, it's not the interesting hero because I don't like to enjoy it.
Okay.
It's a very slow hero, and but I'm still playing it. So I have to play this hero if I want to be a professional player, I think.
That's so sad. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
But you gotta do what you gotta do. All right. Thank you so much for your time. As always, it's been a pleasure. And we'll see more from you and Bet Boom here at PGL Wallachia Season 7.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to PGL Wallachia Season 7. It's the second half of the day. That means you're going to be going through the rest of the Dota action today with myself and Zach. And we got some good games lined up. Zach, as always, brother, how you feeling? How you doing?
I'm feeling good. I was watching the series before us. Super long games, very close. And I'm like, oh, I kind of hope we also get those, but then I feel bad because production will have worked like an insanely long day for all like full series, full hour games. So I'm conflicted, but I'm ready to see what we see. Roll the dice.
Yeah, you know, we might get lucky enough to get 6-hour-long games as well, but you know, maybe not. Let's for production's sake, you know, we'll see what we get. Let's just hope for good games. You know, we want good Dota, close action. So that's what we're going to hopefully see in our first series here coming up, which is going to, of course, be Tundra versus Na'Vi and
Yellow
Tundra,
Submarine, right?
Or I'm sorry,
later.
Yellow Sub. Yeah, sorry.
Our Na'Vi
Na'Vi's
was
later.
who Tundra beat.
Yeah.
Lost to. We're both the series before fried our brains. We weren't even playing.
Yes. Sorry, we've been watching a lot of Dota this morning, but yes, it is going to be Tundra versus Yellow Sub, which Tundra is probably one of the hottest teams in the world right now. I think a lot of people consider Whitemon to be the literal best support, I think, bar none. Like he legitimately feels unstoppable in his role. And then you're rounding out the cast with like, I don't know, just a couple of superstars here and there. The big question on everyone's mind coming into this event is, of course, the stand-in situation, Parker, and how he's going to actually fit this hero. So, or fit this team.
Yeah, he's standing in. No one denies Parker's skill level. It's how he fits into teams that seems to be the struggle. We'll see if people have been joking 33 will get him in line, and you know, we'll see if that happens. Their opponent's Yellow Submarine. If you followed the scene in general, you'll recognize some of these players. They're constantly in the like tier 2 tournaments, trying to qualify to some of the tier 1 tournaments, which, as you see, you know, sometimes they do make it through. I think Morel probably the most known, since he himself has stood in for Spirit a couple times.
Spirit
in the mid lane.
Times.
Yeah, and he looks pretty solid there, honestly. It's I'm sure it's been a great experience for him. We'll see if he can bring that back into Yellow Submarine, you know, what he's learned on his time standing in for also one of the best teams in the world.
Infernal also, I think, is like pretty well known. Yeah, I could never game on a wireless mouse. It couldn't be me. Infernal's also fairly well known. I think he was pretty high ranked for a long time. He's been pretty much a stable player on Yellow Sub for quite some time. So I'm happy that this roster got picked up, and it's been a little bit since Yellow Submarine has been a like top contender, right? Like for anyone who goes back a decade and looks at the Eastern Europe region, like Yellow Sub has been here for a long time. But I believe now it functions as like essentially an academy team for some of the other orgs. But very excited to see how they do here in this event already. You know, they're down 0-1, but, you know, not the worst thing. They lost their first series to PVISION, which pretty strong opponents. So we'll see how they do here in their series up against Tundra. Also pretty good opponents, right? So they're kind of going through the gauntlet to kick off the event, but we'll see how they do.
Yeah, not the easiest way to start, though. You can at least tell yourself, like, guys, they have a stand-in, you know? We can do this. It's good practice anyways when you play against them. So I'm excited to see what happens. I think we'll have... I feel like anytime you play versus Tundra, there's a little bit more off-lane bans, just because 33... very proficient with the heroes he likes. He does not play like every offlaner, but it feels like the ones he does pull out, he believes are the best of the patch, and he is extremely good with them, and so he'll get prioritized. For example, you see a Doom ban, which like most teams aren't even playing Doom. They don't even think it's that good, but that is something 33 with all his efficiency. He's always made amazing value out of Devour. Teams are afraid to give it to him.
It really is kind of bizarre to me that 33 has established himself as just like probably one of the most consistent offlaners of, and then yeah, combine that with the fact that he has not always the most meta hero pool, but he innovates on heroes, whether like so often. Like if you looked at some of the most common item builds of the last like 6 to 10 months, like a lot of them came from 33 in the offlane. It's pretty amazing. We got the opening of the Shadow Demon, that overall first pick, followed up by the Beastmaster, which Beastmaster's pretty safe. I will say Shadow Demon's, disruption, quite good against the Beastmaster Roar, but in terms of if it's offlane Beastmaster, going like Helm of the Overlord, that's something that Shadow Demon really struggles against, as opposed to like the Aghanim Scepter Beastmaster build.
Yeah, he's also one of the offlaners who, okay, I can't roar the other teammates, but I can solo kill the Shadow Demon, which is something someone's got to do, right? You can't let him, like, if it's not you, then he's saving, whoever the carry's trying to kill. So someone's got to go deal with him, and that can be something, whether it be the Helm of the Overlord, like you just mentioned, or if it ends up being, like, say, mid, you could still do the Ags build. You get a blink, right? You just blink roar the Shadow Demon.
I like the Warlock and the Tiny Ban. I think Warlock has just been really consistent and strong. Tiny is... It's in my opinion, probably more of a respect band than anything else. Like BZM's Tiny has been absolutely destroying everybody, and I think coming off of the back of some other tournaments that Tundra have, recently won, and watching BZM on the Tiny, I'd be a little scared to give this guy the hero. Shadow Shaman. All right, so more control.
Yeah, though funny enough, again, another hero that doesn't really like the disruption from Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
But there's only so many people that can be disrupted. So in this sense, it's another hero that you can be the one to take out Shadow Demon, or, okay, he's being roared, now we can shackle another target. You'll have to work together. You can't go one at a time. Then you can just disrupt everything one after another. But when you all jump at once, and a team like Tundra will have that coordination, then you're just overwhelming the Shadow Demon.
Radiant team pick.
Okay, Ringmaster. Now you have another save. That answers that you can only disrupt one target. Now you can kind of disrupt multiple. That's actually really funny. So they kind of double down on some defensive supports here. Ringmaster does have great scaling potential, and the ultimate is pretty dang strong at just stopping Shadow Shaman in his tracks. Like if he's going for a shackle, you just drop the Wheel of Wonder. That's essentially a get out of jail free for whoever is trying to make the play onto the the Shadow Shaman target, but you also have the box. So I like it. It's a pretty smart pick.
A lot of utility, a lot of backline power from those supports, but it does mean you need people to play around, and there we go. MOUZ, really good offlaner for this. Whether it ends up being the Yule's build, which would be really funny for like another save, Yule's build, or just the typical blink first. Now you've got someone who just goes in front, gets stuff done, and then the supports can stay in the back, especially if the arena blocks them out, right? Then you can't even easily follow up, even if you do get a roar, you do get a shackle. They're saving each other now, right? So now you need someone to go with the Beastmaster, take out the other save support.
Early TA into the MOUZ response, so that's nice. I will say right now, Yellow Sub are lacking damage. Ringmaster is a relatively high damage support, but MOUZ is not a super high damage hero. Shadow Demon's not a very high damage hero. So there's gonna need to be something from the mid lane that they can play around. Like MOUZ will bring the team fight, but you need a damage playmaker in the mid lane, which there's plenty still left. Like almost none of the mid laners are banned. We'll see what it ends up being. But for the TA pick, I feel like this is a pretty straightforward TA game. I don't think she's really worried at all here.
I agree, especially because you see the offlaners. You can pick a strong support. Several have been banned out this game. Whitemon's Chen is still available, and I feel like Ringmaster's like okay, but you mentioned earlier Shadow Demon doesn't really like dealing with these summons. So you could overwhelm him in the lane and the MOUZ with the summons from Whitemon, or the Chen played by Whitemon if they go for it. TA can play behind that power, and it's a pretty fast-paced lineup, right? Beastmaster, TA, and then Serpent Wards plus a Chen. You could go really fast. Nice. All right, you need damage. It's got to come online early, and it's got to also be AoE. You can't just let Tundra run you down.
Oh boy. This is where like Underlord would be really sick, but but you're kind of missing some aspects of your draft if you go that route.
Bristleback could be okay. That pairing with Shadow Demon's kind of cool. We see not every team going for it, but like some people are still doing like the carry Bristlebacks. It could be something you go for. Maybe Leshrac. Could be a lot of early AoE damage. Besides the Shadow Shaman, the Instant Hex is annoying, but you have 2 saves behind you. You might be able to go someone like Ember, because there's not a lot of lockdown from someone like Chen and TA, and Beastmaster just has the Roar, so Ember, Queen of Pain type heroes, a lot of early AoE.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you have the double ban here to protect your 18th pick, so if you go the Ember, like, it at least makes it so you don't have to ban heroes like Storm Spirit or, like, and stuff like that, but you would have to ban things like the Monkey King. They go Coddle. Okay, that's a pretty neat option. There's not a great combo with the Keeper of the Light. Like, Mars isn't bad. Like, the low cooldown God's Rebuke and Spear are pretty solid, but typically you want to pair the Keeper of the Light with something that is going to get a lot of damage out of their spells as well as the control. But this does give you really good D-push. It almost begs the question, like, if Mirel plays Tinker, because if Mirel plays Tinker, it's a really good Tinker game.
He's going to be on the Coddle. This is going to be a mid-Coddle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, as opposed to the Coddle. Like, if the idea was you wanted, like, that type of hero, like, Tinker is kind of very similar. But it's just comfort, I guess.
True, but I also think Tinker's too slow. Chen is going to be in your mid lane at like minute 4 if he wants, especially with like a TA carry. You can leave her alone really early. Shadow Shaman could also come over, and then it's either a Beastmaster mid or they actually have last pick. So your Tinker would get countered, and he doesn't have that kind of wave clear till like level 6, level 12, then he's like really online, but this push from Tundra could come at, like, they're going to do some shenanigans as early as 4 minutes, I said, and then like you're really online shortly after that. You're ready to just like play behind Beastmaster if he's doing Helm of the Dominator, and I think Tinker would be a little too slow. But if you get past the early game, he'd be good.
I'm curious because there is like the real option that Tundra just picks something like a Storm Spirit for BZM. And then I actually don't know what you do on yellow sub if there's a Storm Spirit in this game. They did a smart job at banning out some other 33s, like really fast kind of tempo heroes. The Centaur just brings really good dive for the Keeper of the Light. Pretty much anyone can get stampeded in and find the target. Brewmaster, also something similar with the Primal Split, just kind of causing some chaos in the fight, looking for the Cyclones. But if it is going to be BZM on Beastmaster, I don't think it's as good as, like, say, a Helm of the Overlord build on Beastmaster this game, but we'll see what they want to do with it. They got some time to decide.
Radiant team pick.
Ban Dragon Knight. But yeah, the last pick availability for Tundra here with the Beastmaster flex is incredibly strong.
He'll trade even with the Keeper. So if you want to put him there and pick an offlaner to counter whatever this carry is coming out, like, that's why they're banning out offlaners. But I do think you can just play the offlane Beastmaster and then pick anyone who dodges Keeper's blasts and plays fast. And the nice thing is the abilities that dodge blast will also get you out of arena.
Tundra Esports.
Wind Ranger carry. Okay, so pretty standard like matchup versus the Beastmaster. I actually think it plays well into Templar Assassin as well, so it is a good pick for the game. It is a little bit of a slow carry though. I mean, we're talking about the tempo that Tundra is bringing. Wind Ranger needs to rush Mjolnir and then potentially one other item and then a BKB. So we'll see if you get to that point or not. If you get there, the hero does have a lot of damage, has a lot of burst as well. Very difficult for heroes like TA to actually kill. Last pick for Tundra, though. Okay, Void Spirit instead. I'm curious as to why he wants the Void Spirit as opposed to, say, the Storm. But maybe it is a slightly better lane matchup in mid, and Void Spirit still kind of offers something very similar in the game. He's a little bit tankier as well.
I think it's because you get Dissimulate early, so you can dodge blasts that you see coming in. You also, like, if he opts for the Aghanims this game, we talked about wanting to jump the back line and silence these support. Now you don't have to, like, choose, right? Like, 33, he maybe blink roars, like, oh, do I get Shadow Demon? Do I get Ringmaster? BZM just goes in, he's like, press it, hit everybody, cool, you know, do it again later. You want to silence all these heroes, honestly. A lot of them do not like being silenced in the middle of fights. So I feel like this Void Spirit will, as long as you have a ward in mid, you'll be able to dodge out some of these blasts. You get the farm you need. He doesn't even need to go the Ags either, I think. Like, it's just an option he has. I think he could do, like, we see a lot of vessels, and it'll give him a lot of damage this game. I think it's fine if he wants to do that.
Yeah, I think Vessels should be fine. It's just like you'll probably out-CS the Coddle earlier on in the lane before he gets like more levels of Illuminate, so I think it should be an okay lane. We'll see what ends up happening as we get ready for game number 1 here of Tundra versus Yellow Sub, which you give Parker Templar Assassin. For people who maybe are unfamiliar with Parker lore, this was the hero that basically got him like recognized in the pro scene. Like, Parker's TA is his hero. Like, this is his #1 like most played carry by a landslide. So he's going to be in a very comfortable position here standing in for Tundra, and we'll see how he ends up doing with it here in game number 1.
Yeah, I don't think that's the Parker lore people are familiar with right now.
Yeah, there's some other Parker lore that people are more recently familiar with, but you know, we've been covering all the regions, you know, SA Dota for like almost a decade now.
Well, if there's any support to give him a good lane to set him up, I mean, it's Whitemon.
Dude, that's
wouldn't disappoint
legitimately.
Whitemon, would you?
Nah, you. Dude, if you have a bad time standing in on Tundra as like the carry with Whitemon as your support, it ain't Whitemon's fault, man. That's all I'm gonna say. There's no way. He's like widely considered to be probably the best 5 in the game right now.
Who would dare let down Whitemon? Put on your best behavior for him. You'll never. There's no like, oh, forget this team. Like, I'm gonna go find a better team. There's no upgrade from Whitemon. There's no more. There's no. You've reached the peak. There's
Can't
no
go anywhere
place
else.
higher to be.
Yeah.
Whitemon Chen too, man. Like, what
Okay.
more could you
Well,
ask for?
now we look like fools because
We've
Whitemon's
cursed
about
him.
to die.
It's okay. He doesn't even need this. He's like, yeah, it's fine. Well, I go to lane, win it anyways.
Very good
from
ward
Morel,
place there
too.
from Yellow Submarine. Yeah, first blood going to Morel in the mid lane is absolutely massive for the Keeper of the Light. They actually think the ward's on the other side. It's actually a deep ward on the Dire cliff there. So they shouldn't be able to get that D ward. How is it that every time we talk good about a player, they instantly die?
Don't worry, he'll wrap back around. That's okay.
It's the bell curve of Dota.
Well, he did deny the rune for his efforts. So
that's true.
2-1 bounties. He lost some gold. So worth.
Denied like 100 gold from the enemy team. Gives first blood. I'll take that trade any day.
Oh, BZM maybe. He may not be as willing to take that trade because he's going to have to deal with the extra. He's having to deal with the extra money and does not have to deal with does not have dissimilate quite yet. So we can see the blasts already being annoying. Ranged hero versus melee hero being annoying. Down here, 33 taking a little bit of a beating. I think this is part of the reason they grabbed this Wind Ranger, right? It's easier to keep your distance away from the boars. You can dodge the maxes. With that said, Beastmaster still kind of gets what he needs here. He does not get shut down by the Wind Ranger. But if you get hit by too many spells, like you said, Ringmaster can bring a lot of damage. So you do have to be, you got to be a little bit careful.
Radiant's courier has been
Trying to do every trick in the book, get all that regen he can. It'll get easier as he gets more levels. It might just be a farming fest for now. Even though I do think Tundra will bring the tempo to start, the way their draft is going, that really comes online with a couple items, the level 6s, when you can start dropping Serpent Wards off cooldown, march some creeps in. That's going to take a little bit for now. They'll just be happy to get the farm.
I feel like this lane is going to like be pretty easy for the Wind Ranger. Like we've been seeing this matchup, like Wind Ranger picked into Beastmaster pretty consistently. The axe spam is annoying, but it really comes down to the micro on the boar, and this is something that if there's any player that can like tilt it back in their favor, it's 33. That was as I say that, his boar gets hit by an impalement art and instantly dies. So that's kind of part of it, is you have the impalement arts, which is a great tool, but also the shackle is also a great tool. So you gotta be very careful to not hand the boars over to this lane.
We see both sides trying to do some creep dragging, keep it in a spot they're happy with. Up top, actually, maybe that first blood did hurt them a bit. Because Mars has quite a few denies on a TA. Not often something you see. I guess she also has a lot of denies, to be fair.
My goodness, 33. Really lucked out on that one. Power shot almost killed him. He went for the stick. It was actually just a slightly too late, but did manage to survive on a sliver of health there.
Picked up some raindrops, so that should help mitigate some of that damage. Power shot. One of the highest early nukes in the game. Actually, I guess another one is on the his teammate with the Illuminate.
They have a lot of damage in these lanes. We're seeing the boars. Just that's the thing, right? Like, it's one of the reasons we see the Ringmaster picked up in response to this Beastmaster. I didn't expect it actually to be the position 5, but it makes a lot more sense in the context of you want it to lane directly into the Beastmaster lane.
Gotta be careful where he summons that boar, because it is worth a good amount of money. The more
I've seen 3 die to Ringmaster already.
Yeah, so I feel like just using him to stack might be safer.
Bottom lane, or top lane rather. Oh, hiding behind the tree. What a gamer. Problems is gonna live. Oh my goodness. Whitemon, a little bit of greed. Gets punished for it. Beautifully done there from the Shadow Demon.
We absolutely caster cursed.
Don't say so. No, it's looking pretty great for Yellow Submarine at the moment. Mid lane's going well for BZM. He is, at the moment, you know, out CSing the Keeper of the Light, despite that first blood gold, which he did get the counter pick, right? So he kind of knows this lane matchup and felt confident taking it into the Keeper of the Light.
Yeah, he's getting some early help too. That death, the good thing about that death is it's pretty well timed. It's like you make that play and it either works or you die, or it works and you die, but that lets you be here. At minute 6, ganking, making sure you get the power for the Void Spirit, that's pretty important to their early game, getting a kill like this.
Super early level 6 for BZM allows him to go for that like aggressive with that Astral Step. Now we'll see if he can continue the chase, and it looks like absolutely double kill at the tier 2 tower, all set up off the back of an early ward placed from Ari.
Yeah, I don't want to copium too hard, but this is why that death top is like not that bad, because you just make sure to show up mid right after, and this is something you'll see high-level teams do on occasion, like when it matters a lot. And I think this is one where you need to help BZM pop off. Like, you don't want him to have a slow start. You want him to be doing really well, and 2 kills is a great way to do well.
Yeah, I'd consider that one pretty good. Invis Rune picked up here from Ari, realizing there's no way he's getting that Wisdom Shrine, so he'll just back away. He could have done something really funny and just stand in there and make them go buy a sentry and come all the way back. But it's all right.
I don't know if they know what rune he had, so maybe he didn't want to, like, you know, if you stay out of sight and just give it up, you can maybe surprise them somewhere else. But
yeah,
it doesn't look like they found anything anyways, so yeah, maybe he could have done it for the memes.
I'm surprised. Oh, hold on. Arena looking for the spear back. Missed the God's Rebuke, but he do get the spear. A lot of damage absorbed by the refractions, but here comes the rest of it. The support's gonna be able to add quite a bit. One more disruption, another stack of poison, but he gets the refraction back. He's gonna survive. That God's Rebuke might have made the difference between him living and dying there. Now mid lane, good rotation from Ari here once again, finds Murel. One more Astral Step to actually dodge the Tame the Beast as well, so they get him.
You fail the gank top, you lose the Keeper. We didn't really even talk about the fact that Keeper also wants to hit 6 and then rotate, get some burn charges, get a kill. So he's been killed. Now your support's also being dove mid lane. There's creeps here dying. Things are starting to get out of control. I know it's only 2-4, 2K lead up for Tundra, but you counterpick these heroes to slow down the momentum, and it feels like they're actually just speeding up the pace of Tundra with these kills. I guess, okay, they do finally get Parker up top. That is the Keeper rotation that just kind of talking about hadn't happened yet. Finally succeeds, but it is at like 8:30.
Yeah, I mean, I'm much happier if I'm Tundra right now. My BZM Void Spirit is absolutely crushing this game. 33 is having a great time on the Beastmaster now with some of these rotations. He's been kind of left alone to farm it up. Now, you do have a Wind Ranger who's having a great game already, but I think when I looked at these lanes, I kind of expected bottom to go much better for Yellow Sub, so if it's not that bad, I think I'm okay with it. And another rotation top. Ends up dropping the arena, trapping 3, but there's not really a lot of damage coming in. Well, I take that back as Wind Ranger TP's in, drops the Focus Fire, takes down Shadow Shaman. But can they get anything else here with the Keeper of the Light? Doesn't look like it. He does not have his Spirit form. It's just a 1-for-1 trade with a big rotation. 5 from Yellow Sub. He still trade off lane for support.
Yeah, you're going to be overall happy with that on Tundra. It's right in front of Yellow Submarine's base. They're using more ultimates than you, and you still end up with a pretty good trade. So long as you don't lose this safe lane tower. I think if you lose this safe lane tower, that's where Yellow Submarine's like, yeah, okay, you know, it's kind of worth this many rotations. But it's a pretty healthy tower, and they don't even have the best tower-taking heroes, especially without Focus Fire. So
your creeps are probably, your creeps are probably the more important part, and luckily you have the Coddle, who just like nukes the wave instantly, so your creeps do add a lot of damage. They will get, it's denied by White. There he is. There's the wraparound we were talking about. He's finally there. He's so back. They're really trying to find something here. Solar Bind would be necessary. Shackle is going to connect. He's body blocking them up with that potato creep, but Looks like it was enough. He's going to be able to get out. And the chase back the other way. Ari gets the Hex, looks for the Shackle. A nice Hypnotize out from that Wheel of Wonder is going to keep BZM at bay, and he did commit the second Astral Step for that. So that Amplified damage doesn't net them anything.
This whole time, though, Beastmaster is farming up a Storm down bot, and he is choosing to go for the Aghanim, so he's gonna be finishing this pretty quickly.
Hey, you know, after everything I said, I was like, oh, it's a pretty good Helm of the Overlord game against heroes like Shadow Demon, and then he's just like, I want to carry. I'm going to carry. Just classic 33s. Like, I'm buying the items that allow me to just instantly kill any hero I want to kill.
I think it does go back to the fact that there are multiple saves on the side of Yellow Submarine, so
yeah,
you do need to, you have to have multiple heroes you can jump and kill them. So if you go Helm of the Overlord, it would, like, it might also be the fact that there's a Mars, so now it's like, oh, I try to run it at him, and it's like, oh, the creeps are getting trapped, they're getting stuck by Impalement Art. You know, it's just not as effective as him deciding, I'll spend the money on Ags and I'll just do it myself. You know, I'll get the job done.
Yeah, with the Helm of the Overlord build, like, he already has this bottom tower for sure. Like, that's the trade-off, is like, he would have killed the tower already. But instead, he's like, yeah, I'm just going to stack and farm. Like, he's got the ability to stack the side camps constantly. He'll be clearing out jungle camps in the triangle eventually as well, unless they want to give him to Parker. But I imagine 33 wants them the moment when he gets his Aghanim Scepter.
There's no way 33 is giving farm to Parker.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens. It's a smoke gank here on the bottom side, looking for the Beastmaster. They know he's been here farming. Murel is here on the Coddle. Dude, he's level 10. They scout out the smoke. And that gank is not going to turn into anything. BZM will instead just take your mid tower.
There's a lot of out efficiency going on the side of Tundra.
Dude, it's a 6,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, it looks like it's 4-5. It looks like Yellow Submarine has like made some plays, done their own stuff, but Tundra has just been more efficient about it.
Can we look at stacks? Can we look at the stack numbers? I feel like that's what I want to see, is how many stacks have been made, because that'll really show like some sort of like kind of sign of what has been going on here, because Parker has just been clearing up this ancient camp. Oh my god. 3 to 24?
Tundra is one of the highest stacking teams at any moment. Falcons and Tundra, two of the best teams in the world, are also some of the highest stackers in the world. And that sounds obvious, like, oh, of course the best teams are doing the most of like everything. But like, they put time into it as part of their game plan. And really more teams should copy this.
Dude, Whitemon Chen, he's getting so much done around the map, but the fact that he also has that many stacks being made on the Chen while he's doing this just sets up Parker for the freest game of his life. Like, the TA's net worth right now, completely amplified by the Chen.
Also his own game, because you see his net worth, right? Like, despite the deaths we were memeing on, like, a lot of the farm goes to him. Like, he stacks and then he farms it, and then he's like, yeah, some of the stacks can go to you. But he grabs a couple himself. That's the value of the Hellbear facet. Everyone's just taking turns farming the stacks, and that's why you see all the cores at the top and then the supports on top of the counterparts.
Yeah, this is going to become very difficult very quickly. We've been talking about it since the draft, the tempo that Tundra is going to bring to this game. You're up 8,000 gold here as we get to the 15-minute mark. You have taken 2 tier 1 towers, which isn't the most, but I very much worry for when this Chen gets like his first big item and what they're going to do. Like, they're just going to bulldoze the map.
Yeah, this is the dream for BZM. He finished the Urn, the Kaya, and he's going to get the Shard exactly at 15 minutes. And he's not even the richest on his team.
No.
Crazy.
Dude, he's 1,300 gold behind Parker. Parker has a blink, probably, what, on his way to his Deso? Yeah, okay, he's 100 gold from Desolator. Okay. And there
These
it is.
timings are working out very nicely. I think the last thing you're really waiting for is the blink on Beastmaster, because he has his Ags already, and he's only 200 gold away from blink. You'll have Mech on the Chen, and how's the blink on?
Ari's gonna have
bought
one
2 win laces on his Shadow Shaman.
Wait, did he?
Yeah, must have been a misclick.
Whoopsie. Sorry, he just really wants the extra wind lace. Maybe
that's his good luck win lace.
Maybe it's something. Maybe it's a teammates. He's holding on to it for them, you know, or something.
He would be faded out.
This is one of those things where you have like so many heroes that are so farmed. You're like, well, we could go with this item. Well, let's just wait for the next item. Let's wait for the next item. But here we go. Finally, the team fight breaking out. Nice arena, the spears. The damage coming through from Mirel. It should allow them to take down one. And Parker actually just left alone on the high ground, but will do his best to just kind of stand his ground. Does have a meld strike. This pushback from the spear, though, is going to pin him against the wall, and they should get the kill. It's a 2 for 1. But BZM is still very strong, and 33 is just now showing up to the fight as well. That's going to mean Roshan immediately.
BZM and 33 were a little late to the fight because they were killing the carry off screen. So that means they, you know, they killed TA, they killed a support. They had to use all their ults for it though. So like once the fight's done, 33 and BZM able to show up, pick up some return kills, and go for Roche. Something Beastmasters always want to do once they get their Ags. It's a little later than it used to be just because the item's been nerfed, but this is still a really good timing. 17 minutes. This,
you'll have it for Tormentor.
They're ready to go. Yeah, they really should just constantly move together now. No reason to stop. You're so much stronger than Yellow Submarine.
That arena actually was so perfectly placed, and the fact that it trapped one hero, but it also stuck Parker like next to the cliff. He couldn't get around the arena wall, so he was just basically trapped in the arena. But another kill mid lane. Ari, does Ari have blink yet? I knew it was close after the last fight, but he did die. Okay, no, he doesn't even have it yet, but he will soon. BZM looking for another kill here. Does not want to commit too far. It's a good ward there, scouting some of this out bottom lane. Parker is going to get caught from the arena into the focus fire, but the mech heals coming in from Whitemon might be enough to sustain him through this, and it is. He's forced to just TP out instead. Dude. Okay, Chen. Didn't even have Hands of God, by the way. That was just the mech and the Divine.
Yeah, this is the value of the Chen. The armor on Divine Favor can also not be underestimated in those kind of attempts, right? That's a lot of the damage is physical there.
Another 2 kills. I mean, this game has fallen apart. It is 18 minutes, 19 minutes. Let's do a little bit of beneficial rounding for Yellow Sub there. But it's a 14,000 gold advantage. Your tier 2 mid dead in seconds. Your tier 2 bottom about to be dead in a few seconds. And I don't think you can stop them from just running at you. And they're smoked up, really looking for this Wind Ranger. They know she's down there. There's the Hex. They don't even need to hold the Roar quite yet. Problem's gonna go ahead and throw that Disruption to try and keep him alive, but there's the Roar. The Spear does come through, pins down the Beastmaster. They are in deep. There's gonna be the Silence. They managed to take down the carry. Parker's gone. BZM not quite here with this team. Whitemon trying to buy some space for their Beastmaster, which they get the Aegis. The question is, can you get out? Do they want to get out? Okay, they want to keep fighting. Yellow Sub
used a lot of their abilities, and the rest of Tundra. This fight didn't go quite so well because they were so scattered, but the rest of them are here now.
Oh, they find BZM. Dude, this Orchid reveal, by the way, is actually owning them. Mirel got the Orchid at the perfect time.
All right, signs of life from Yellow Submarine, because I mean, they're still pretty far behind, 12K, 13K, but Tundra slips up a little bit there, doing a bit too much all at the same time and behind enemy lines. So that was a bit of a deep play. So they get punished for it. What can you get out of this? Can you make it to Tormentor in time to do that? It feels like Yeah, Tundra's already kind of zoning him out from Tormentor, so unfortunately not going to be able to get that, which would have been really nice for either support to pick up. This is the pressure from teams like Tundra. It's like even after you win a fight, all the lanes are pushed in. You're like, oh, we got to go deal with that. It's hard to get a lot out of the map.
Yeah, like that fight happened behind your tier 2, so you're like, we did it, and you're like, well, kinda. Like, they still get the Tormentor after it. They're still up 16,000 gold. The BKB's almost there for the Beastmaster. And that's where I very much... Okay, it is there. It is done. It is being delivered.
Yeah, part of the reason that last fight didn't work out so well is that there was the Hex. That got disrupted. Then in came the Roar, and then he got Arena Speared. So, like, we saw the multiple layers of saves that we've been talking about come into play there. And now that the BKB is here, now you're starting to remove some of that. It's like, okay, you're going to have to use Disruption and Escape Act to be the saves. And soon I will have tools to deal with that, because I wouldn't be surprised to see him go Nullifier next.
I was going to say Nullifier as well. It's either Nullifier or he just goes like Refresher and just runs around killing people with multiple
I will
roars.
actually roar both supports at the same time.
I'll do it.
I will truly do this myself. I think they might have seen them smoke right there. The smoke gets shared over. So
Really
Submarine
nice
should be
Orchid.
on edge. They're positioning pretty good here.
That Orchid to save the Mars there, it's done so much work already. Like, the cast range on Caudle is enormous, so being able to just throw the Orchid onto the Shaman and just get him out of jail is huge for the Mars. Like, losing your Mars there means you don't have Arena Spear for the next fight. I mean, technically he has buyback, but I don't think you're trying to buy back at 20 minutes into the game when you're the same net worth as the Chen almost. You know, that's not a feels good moment.
You don't know my game plans.
It's true.
Begins by making them think I'm tilted. So I buy back for no reason at 20 minutes.
See, that's why
Then
I die in lane
then you type
immediately and
end.
buyback. Yes, I'm listening, taking notes.
And then you keep playing.
I see. Okay, so there's going to be a quiz after this game, so make sure everyone took notes here. 33 top side.
That from one of the players.
Oh, he misses the spear! I mean, quick blink as well. You got to give 32 credit for that, but missing the spear is just so unfortunate. You needed that kill. Because while all of this is happening, Tundra cleared out the entire bottom half of the map. And I don't mean like the lanes. Every single jungle camp was gone. So it's why we see this gold lead just continuing to rise so quickly.
Yeah, there's a lot of gold on the map when you're able to access it all, which usually you can't, but I mean, you got a lot of fast farmers and creep heroes who can use creeps to farm somewhere else. Yeah, this is why you're supposed to usually start with God's Rebuke to cancel the blinks. Parker playing a hero who can actually deal with that, though, in Refraction.
Uh-oh. Double trap, silence up 3 heroes. Parker jumps in, almost gets the kill, but in goes BZM, trying to dive to the back line. In comes the X. They're going to have the Shackle as well. Miro cannot save him. 2 dead. Also off the back of a gem that they just picked up on Tundra as well. I don't know where it went. Oh, he put it on his courier. He must have dropped it in the mid lane. Okay. They just jump in. Blink Roar, 33. The most important hero for the high ground defense is gone.
Greatest army for pushing as well. You got the trolls here, you got the damage boost, you got the armor boost, attack speed boost. Death Row kicking in.
Yeah, this truly is the dream Chen army for the high ground siege.
I think the only thing better is like 4 trolls, like just all skeletons.
3 trolls and a Thunderhide.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
1 full lane of Rax is gone. Ari almost manages to find the Wind Ranger TPing out, but They'll take their, measly 1 lane of racks here at 25 minutes and back out as they continue to just catapult the net worth advantage. Yeah, our observers highlighting that Chen is almost the same net worth now as the Wind Ranger, the 5th on the net worth. Can we just rewind to the 0-minute mark when Whitemon gave first blood?
Essential. That was essential to the game plan. It's like, look, step 1, you deny the bounty, even if it costs you your life. It's necessary. Step 2, you dive the tower and then die. This is all. It's all in the game plan. He actually wrote it all out before this. That's why he is the GOAT.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this. To be fair, this is kind of like Chen in a nutshell. Like, when you're playing against Chen, you just have to. I think Avery said it best. He's like, you just are playing a Chen game. Like, there is no other way to describe it. Like, Chen completely alters the way that Dota 2 is played, and this is why, right? Like, you suddenly have a support that is higher net worth than your cores.
Part of the reason it works this well, though, and the value of picking Chen later, rather than, because, he's so good at it, it's like, why not just insta-pick Chen all the time? Because there are ways to address it, but not when you pick 2 supports that are weak to it, right? These were the openers. And as much as core players like, oh, I want the last picks, it's super impactful, supports have a lot of impact in how these games will go. So, like, if you have a Chen trying to farm up early, you pick active heroes who are like, oh, you're in the jungle, we'll kill your carry a lot. Or like, oh, you're trying to dive us with creeps, we're going to teleport in and punish you for this. But you have a Shadow Demon, you have a Ringmaster. They can't really force these plays, and so Chen is then free to, like, I'm going to go jungle auras? Like, what are you guys going to do about that? And they're like, nothing.
Like, Oh, we're gonna load. Yeah, the rewind.
I'm telling you guys, this is step
all
one.
part of the plan.
This is step 1.
Gosh, thank you so much, production, for that one. And now here he is, all grown up.
Here he is at step 8 or something, whatever part he's at.
He's halfway through his plan. He doesn't have his Aghanim Scepter yet, but he's getting there. Smoked up here on yellow sub. We'll see who they manage to run into. There is a good ward here that will scout the smoke. 33 still gets caught, but instant BKB. They're gonna go ahead and see what they can find. Roar is out. 33 needs a little bit of help. There's the arena. Nice place there from Infernal. Wheel of Wonder, not gonna do a whole lot, but they do manage to hold the Shadow Shaman in place, but he still survives thanks to the Chen heals. Whitemon with the hand of God at the last second to bail him out, and now they looked for more. Up onto the high ground, Ari gets the Hex, looking for the Shackles as well. Murel with the Aeon Disc to give him a moment to run away, but you can't run away from Parker. It's gonna be a double kill. He's got an amp damage as well. Oh my goodness. You're just too far behind. With a little bit more gold, a little bit of less like XP on these Tundra heroes, maybe you get these big kills, but it is so difficult.
It was pretty good from Yellow Submarine too. Like the way they took that fight, the positioning, the saves and the stuns and the interrupts, like they were pretty on point with the spells. There's only so far good execution can take you, and 30,000 gold deficit at 29 minutes is it's not quite enough to overcome that, unfortunately, for Yellow Submarine. So that is a Roche and the banner over to Tundra. They already got the bottom racks earlier, so now you just have to set up top, right? Keep the top 2 lanes pushed in. You can even send some creeps. This is like, at this point, the Chen creeps kind of get killed pretty easily, so you can just park them bottom and keep shoving that lane in if you want. You don't even need to do it, since it is already killed. And so yeah, we see the tier 2 down. You can brute force this. A team like Tundra might play it a little slower. You know, they're all about that farm efficiency. It's how they live or die by it, right? Like, we got here by farming a lot, and damn it, I'll throw by farming a lot too if I have to. But more than likely, they'll just wait for a good pick off and they'll close the game out with that. Once again, the dream pushing army from Whitemon, the Troll, the Hellbear, the Alpha Wolf, and the Wild Wing Ripper.
They honestly might wait for Whitemon's Ags. He's 1,000, or he has it now. It's actually coming on the courier. He's building a BKB after that. That part's a little unnecessary, but the Aghanim Scepter is a pretty enormous you know, buffed your high ground push.
Well, the Axe doesn't work on himself, you know, so he's gonna get stunned.
He's like got a BKB then ult. Yeah.
He's just giving it back to the cores, you know, like he's Chen. He's always like, guys, I want to go. I'm ready to go. And they're like, well, I gotta finish my Axe. I gotta finish. And now they're like, hey, White Mom, we got Aegis. Let's go. It's like, I don't know. I gotta finish my Axe. I gotta finish my BKB. How about you guys wait for that? They're like, oh, I see what it's like now. I see.
All carry players getting a taste of their own medicine. Parker is going to quickly take the top Tormentor here immediately. Chen army, just a little bit of emotional support, really. It's just the TA taking that. Whitemon gets rewarded with the Shard, of course. The rich get richer. That's how it always goes, it seems. Now he has a Golem. Makes that high ground push even better.
You mentioned you were like maybe the other army is 3 trolls and Thunderhide. Now he can do it. Now the Ags is cool. It's not one we get to see very often, so just to talk about it a little bit. You channel Hand of God, and then everyone in the aura gets the debuff immunity effect, except yourself. Funny enough. So that's the counters that you can be stunned. But it's cool this game because one. Shadow Shaman wants to lock people down, but he keeps getting stunned. So now, as long as he's doing it in that aura, can't be interrupted in that shackle. You have to use a save for it. Arena comes down. You can just walk up close, channel, and everyone can now walk through Arena, which is it's like a gateway, which is kind of funny. Also keeps the creeps alive, and it's also very good versus Illuminate spam, which has been killing the creeps, delaying the push. Now you've got Banner and this Hand of God immunity. Which Catapult is a great time to go. Let's see if they force it here. They needed to put the banner down, so maybe not.
They are probably going to save the banner for the last lane of Rax. They have the Nullifier now on Parker, so like a Blink Roar onto Mirel with the Nullifier is probably just a death sentence. They will clean up the Serpent Wards. That helped give some good vision and some power to take the Rax. Jump in, BZM looking to pop the Aeon Disc. He gets it. They tried to keep it from popping thanks to that box, but it just wasn't quick enough, so no Aeon Disc now available for the Coddle.
I mean, why not just repeat top?
Yeah, you can. You have the
banner
banner
still
now.
on Aegis. Still got the banner, like you said. We'll see if they use it here, or maybe this is actually step 10 in Whitemon's game plan. It's just don't use banner. It's a bait. It's like simply hold the banner for good luck.
Jump in, Nullifier looking for the kill. The Coddle is dead. We talked about it, no Aeon Disc available. In goes for the arena, but gets silenced by Parker. Forced to pop the BKB, 33, falling low. Can they kill him with that damage? A great Wheel of Wonder is gonna hold them all at bay. It keeps Whitemon down, but can they get Parker? The Aegis gonna be expired so far. Double buyback to take down the Aegis as well as 33. TA would be huge. In some trouble. Can they bail him out? Turns around with the Nullifier into the Force Staff away. He's gonna be okay. Spear back, BZM. Dissimulates outside of the base. So a good hold right now from Yellow Sub. We'll see if they can get more, but you do need to be careful. Parker eyeballing them, going back in. The Nullifier's there, but a really nice disruption will give him some time, but he's still dead so quickly. And now a Hex from Ari, another Shadow Shaman Serpent Wards. Unfortunately, Escape Back's gonna get him out of this one, but you've lost some big heroes. Parker looking again to try and take down the TA, gets that Nullifier, gets that Harpoon, pulls him back, but 3 more buybacks out of Yellow Sub.
This is all of them.
Might put a stop to this push, but the economic damage is overwhelming.
50k gold lead just about at 35 minutes. I think this is one of the biggest gold leads I've seen at this point. You get all the buybacks out of Yellow Submarine. At this point, any kill will just close out the game. You just wait for Beastmaster, because why not? But once you have that, any kill will close out the game. And we kind of see at that final fight, it was a little deep, which is why Yellow Submarine was sort of able to, air quote, win the fight, is because they go for the dive on the Coddle. At the same time, the roar happens on the Shadow Demon.
The scan. I'm shocked. I thought Beastmaster would TP to the enemy outpost because they're looking for some sort of fight. They jump in, Nullifier, look for the Shadow Demon, gets the disruption. Parker's in with his BKB, trying to get the kill there onto the Wind Ranger, but can't do it. And now Parker might need some help, but Hand of God, never mind, channeling them back to full HP. And BZM, well, he's got his eyes on the prize, takes down the Ringmaster. Infernal in trouble. The silence holding BZM down for a moment, but he's gonna live. And here he is, the Beastmaster. The roar forces the disruption, and Murel's gonna need some help. No nullifier to save, or no Aeon Disc to save him as the nullifier comes out, and there is the GG. Tundra just brute force their way through this game. An absolute insane performance.
A whole lot of farming going on there. I feel like this is a lesson in farm efficiency for anyone who wants to improve. You can look at this because the lanes didn't even go that well for Tundra, right? Like, I think they had a lead in the lanes, but it wasn't like insane. They weren't just getting free kills nonstop. It was how they are balancing when they rotate, doing the stacking, doing the farming, right? Making sure the right heroes are active, and hey, this guy's farming at this time. Okay, now you get active. Now this guy farms, right? And that's how they just build up the gold lead, even though the kills are pretty close at the start of the game, right? We see 5 to 7 and a 9K lead. What's that, right? I think we saw the stats. I'd be curious to look at the end stats now of how many stacks Tundra had. And okay, I'm looking at the scoreboard. 33's got 13. I won't read everyone. It's 13, 7, 10, 3, and 4. It's an insane amount of stacks throughout the game. On the other side, there are 9 stacks in total. So Tundra had like 4 times the amount of extra stacking efficiency.
Yeah, it's 37 total stacks, right? Like, that is a pretty ridiculous number. And mind you, most of that was in the first like 15 minutes of the game. So it just shows how efficient that this team is and how good their read on their win condition is. They're like, yeah, if we are, you know,
the win
10K
condition
ahead,
is 40 gold, guys. 40K gold.
I mean, in their eyes, they're like, we don't care about fighting. Like, if we bleed like one hero here or there, if we get a hero here or there, it's whatever. We have literally manifested like 10,000 extra gold on the map that, you know, they don't have. And as a result, it just snowballs their way to victory here. And it's not really like a one-person thing, right? This was like game plan from minute 0. Like, it's not like one person was kind of doing this. Like, every single hero on Tundra was participating.
Yeah, they took their turns appropriately. They knew their timings, which I gotta say, I feel like clearly it worked. So I'm like, who am I to question BZM, really? But it's Void Spirit, really, that I feel like there are so many cases the Ags seem so good, and I saw a lot of cases where he would have like some super impact silences, but it feels like Void Spirits don't want to go for the Ags anymore.
Yeah, just raw health damage, and
yeah,
the Lotus is kind of essential as well. Like, Lotus is necessary this game. I guess he just didn't want BKB.
Utility. But yeah, I guess it just fell out of favor. You know, this like new real tank build, just go in, like tank the spells rather than stop the spells from coming out.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, if you think about it, like when you have the Aghanim Scepter, you kind of run out of steam once you've used your double Resonant Pulse, right? And that's what you're kind of playing around. Where with this build, like the Shiva's Kayayasha, is all of his spells do a ton of damage, and he's very slippery with the outer Dissimulate Ring at level 20, right?
Yeah.
Like he basically becomes like impossible to track down. Whitemon MVP here. I don't think there's really much discussion about that. I think that makes sense to me.
The 10-step plan to victory is stack a camp 10 times, guys. Destroy 10 wards, place 30 wards. Look at that. Nice numbers there.
This was a absolute clinic by Tundra. And I think you're right. Like when you said, like, this is an absolute educational piece on how to be efficient as a team. There really was not a moment where it felt like Tundra was not in the complete driver's seat of this game.
Yeah, they took their times, farmed up, knew what they needed, which is a lot of money. Solves a lot of problems, turns out, both in life and in Dota. So I feel like they knew exactly what to do. I also think the draft, like we talked a lot about the way they executed, but I also think the draft was just pretty solid. They had flexible Beastmaster going into that last pick, so that's like, yeah, I can go mid, I can go off lane. We had a very powerful safe lane that counter-picked Yellow Submarine. So it's like the flex pick is for the remaining lanes. You've already won one lane. You're going to go even in Nether wherever the Beastmaster goes, and then you're going to win the third lane. So they have a lot of experience. It's part of why they're a good team, but I just feel like they were set up for success despite having stand-in.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, of course, just game one in this best of three. So there is still an opportunity for Yellow Submarine to turn this, I was going to say ship around, but maybe the submarine around. So we're going to go to a short break and we'll be back with game two. We'll see you then.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone and welcome for a very intense interview where we will get to the bottom of Team Tundra with BZM. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm good, but
Good.
I didn't sign up for an intense interview.
Well, it's about to get a lot worse than good, okay? It's about to get serious. I'll just get this one out of the way. Parker. How'd that happen? Why? How?
Why not?
Why not? I think there's a lot of reasons why many would say why not, but why pick Parker?
First of all, a player doesn't say what happens in the team by himself, right? There's like voting, democracy, whatever. I don't believe in that crap. But
Hell yeah.
anyway.
Based! As an American, fuck democracy, babe.
Anyway, I think this tournament has 20 teams or something. So if you want to stand in, you are kind of like choosing from this many people.
Yeah.
Maybe. So he's probably the best one.
Okay. So I have to ask you about Pure though. Pure seems like a very big part of the team. It feels like things might be very different without that. Are you concerned at all from that? Do you think that he brings a lot of what makes Tundra Tundra? Or do you feel like if one guy had to go, not the worst guy?
Yeah, he also like did some job on drafts, while we play with him. But it's not like the biggest piece is gone and now you have to rebrand. No, nothing like that. But we miss him. We miss you, bro. So
rest in peace, brother.
not like that. He's alive and well, don't worry. Yeah, I mean, I think he's gonna talk to, I don't know about if he's gonna talk to Parker, but he's gonna talk to us in like online, I think. So
he's still gonna be helping out. He's gonna pull Seb back in the day.
Oh.
just like messaging nonstop or what?
I don't know about that.
All right. So a lot of guys were complaining that these back-to-back tournaments has really messed up their schedule and it's very hard to perform well. This never seems to affect you guys. You guys are at everything. You're top, top 3, top 4 almost every time if you're not winning. How come you guys have the stamina where everyone else is so weak and pathetic?
I don't think we get the stamina in the last blast.
Well, I mean, that was common male thing. No, you can't keep it up all the time.
I mean, I think for us, having these back-to-back tournaments helps, keep people focused and in shape. And like, if there is any break, it's like so little that people just forget they had a break, and they just use it to like refresh mindset, refresh like energy, perspective if you want, whatever. But the New Year break, month and a half, that's what cost us that blast.
In recent interviews, you said that you were bored of playing against most teams. Now this is really interesting to me because from a competitive standpoint, a lot of players love playing against the same teams because they know how to beat them. But you're a different kind of beast. Is this still hold true? Are you bored against playing guys like Liquid and all these other dudes?
I mean, it is boring when the teams don't change anything about their playstyle or heroes or way of drafting or way of playing the map, whatever. But when a new player comes in, like just one, for example. I mean, you said Liquid, they have 2 new players, and it's like kind of different playing them than, for example, last year. So this tournament in particular has a lot of stand-ins, so it's not gonna be the same teams.
So maybe not as boring?
Yeah, I'm not as bored.
Could we say maybe exciting?
Maybe exciting.
Maybe exciting.
Maybe exciting.
Well, I'm excited to see how far you guys get. Thank you so much for your time. It has been an absolute pleasure. I wish you the best of luck with Parker. Enjoy your time, and you guys enjoy watching this wonderful man and his wonderful team here at PGL Wallachia Season 7.
Welcome back, everybody, here to PGL's Wallachia Season 7. My name's Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics, and we are into Game 2 of Yellow Submarine versus Tundra. And boy, Game 1 might be one of the most clean and just dominant games we've seen from Tundra. And that's saying something because that team is known for just kind of dominating and playing really clean in the first place, but yeah, that was a 30,000 net worth advantage at 28 minutes turned into 50,000 before they even end the game. Unreal.
Yeah, if you missed it, they were stacking a lot. They were farming a lot, pushing a lot of lanes, avoiding the enemy when they wanted to, and then taking fights when they wanted to, right? They really understood what they needed. Cooldowns, items. There were, I think, a couple hiccups here and there, right? But for the most part, pretty in control. This is a team that, they didn't look too worried about it. And I think game number 2, the draft's going to be a little bit different, I'm sure, but I think we'll see a similar type of performance, which if you are Tundra, I feel like you're clearly the more experienced team, so you just give yourself a stable draft, like not something that can be cheesed too hard. Like everyone just do your part, we'll outplay them in some way. We have far more experience as a team, right? We don't need to do something crazy.
There is Mr. Parker. Now, last game he got to play as Templar Assassin. We mentioned it's his most successful hero in Dota. It's his most played carry of all time. Gets respect banned out this game. I was a little surprised it made it through the bans last series or in the first game, but they're not going to let him have it again. Instead, you get the Tiny for potentially BZM. I say most likely for BZM. He's been the one who has been playing it recently on Tundra, and he's looked incredibly strong on it. The Warlock, though, is a great comfort pick for Yellow Submarine. It's a really stable hero, strong lanes, offers really good team fights, brings a lot of tempo, which we have kind of talked about a lot when we see this hero, specifically you, because you understand this hero pretty well. One of the benefits, one of the benefits is the fact that Warlock can accomplish a lot with each golem, right?
Assuming you have a good lane. I will throw that out there, because I guess even if you have a bad lane, you're hoping to accomplish a lot with the golem, but the ideal Warlock plan is you are involved in a couple kills. Around minute 7, you use the Grimoire to hit an early level 6, and that's where you start cycling through, like, get a kill, get a tower, repeat, right? But if you get it at a normal time or late because you have a bad lane, then it's not that impressive. There are other supports that can kind of do what he's trying to do, which I think is some of the idea behind the Tiny. It could go to BZM, like you said, but against Warlock, you kind of already know you're not really playing an honest lane, right? It's usually like creep dragging and avoiding, and that's something that Tiny support can do.
They actually get rid of the Keeper of the Light, which Tundra is one of the teams that actually plays the 4th position Coddle for Ahri quite often, especially when they have the Tiny. It has been a like very solid like comfort duo pick. So they actually, they did their research on Yellow Sub. They do not give them the Coddle Tiny that they play around. And instead, they will get Whitemon's Phoenix, which is also pretty dang strong. So we'll see what they can pair that with in lane, but generally very strong in the lane.
I feel like there's a checklist they go for Whitemon right now, and it's like, is Jakiro, Treant, or Warlock available? And if not those 3, you decide if it's a Chen game you want to do, and if not, it's Phoenix. So Phoenix has actually been one of his most played recently because the other heroes we mentioned are getting banned so much. So Phoenix is like his or their choice of strongest hero remaining.
Earth Spirit Centaur is pretty cool. Now, we've been seeing Earth Spirit rise back into the scene. I think most recently, it's been Riddies who's been playing it, the support for Na'Vi. And, I mean, Na'Vi has looked really good. They have been placing fairly high in recent events. They also got the win against Tundra yesterday, I believe, off the back of Riddies Earth Spirit. So
I think it's Zayats. Riddies is playing
is
the
it
Warlock.
Zayats?
Yeah, Zayats.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Zayats. Yeah. My apologies. Yes. But yeah, it's pretty nuts. Like a good Earth Spirit right now can accomplish a lot in the game, and it does remind me of Earth Spirits like in the hands of players like Crit a long time ago, where you make one bad mistake or like one slight over positioning in the lane stage, and the Earth Spirit can just TP to the lane and instantly punish you for it. So we'll see what they can get done with it. The Silence is going to do. It can be very good against the Phoenix if it lands.
Yeah, I like the idea of it here as well because he's played like a save hero a little bit more than before because Geomagnetic Grip now works on allies by default. And we're seeing them pick up like cast range and stuff, so you can do it from even further.
Yeah.
And the nice thing here is that Phoenix has no real stuns. It's a slow, right? So it's like, oh no, I'm not going to get away from egg in time. Just pull your teammates away, kick them away. Oh no, they got Tiny tossed out of position. Pull them back, kick them back, There's a lot you can do there, along with then stampeding away. So you got a lot of options, though Ravage is a good way to prevent that by just AoE stunning everybody. So that's kind of a cool idea. Also doesn't mind laning into Warlock too much because you naturally dispel some of the damage coming in. Sometimes, sometimes he waits for it to proc and then he uses it. So then, like, that's the counterplay. But you just don't get to be as free with it as you would like to be.
Yeah, like Warlock just wants to kind of use the Shadow Word aggressively or off cooldown, whereas like against Tidehunter, if Blubber has not been procced, you kind of just have to wait. It's a very classic 33 hero as well. Like this is just, he just gets to sit in the lane and kind of do whatever he wants, knowing that he's against a Warlock matchup. They're gonna pick the Ursa themselves to counter the Centaur lane. With Phoenix, seems like a pretty strong duo. Like Earth Spirit Centaur that you can drag, I guess, with the Earth Spirit, but the little bit of slow from the Phoenix into the like Earth Shock from the Ursa might allow them to actually catch the Centaur off guard and get a kill here or there, but at least apply a lot of pressure.
He'll definitely need to be careful. The Centaur.
Yeah.
Yeah. Assuming an Earth Spirit support, which is mostly what we've seen, there was like this mid Earth Spirit time, but I don't think that's as popular right now. Yeah, it's mostly support. You'll also be doing creep dragging in the same way we thought Tiny might do it.
It's so back. Okay, I have been really hoping to see the Slark because I'm gonna give a nod to BSJ because BSJ kind of called it first and said, being that like Slark is his like most played hero, that Slark is being underrated in the pro scene, and he talked about it recently that it's being picked a lot in high level pubs with a pretty solid win rate, but no one's picking it in competitive. Besides, of course, like 9 class on support Slark, but we're not going to consider that right now.
That's not what BSJ wants.
Yeah, that's not what he's referring to. Carry Slark. The build that's been rising up has been this max Saltwater Shiv, as opposed to playing for like, you know, max Dark Pact or max Pounce. And Saltwater Shiv basically makes him impossible to push out a lane once he gets like 2-3 stacks on it. So I am curious if that's the idea here into the Tidehunter, because you're not going to actually like damage Tidehunter because of Anchor Smash, but stealing his regen and then just Essence Shift stacking actually sounds like a pretty great idea.
Yeah, it is an old school counter to Tidehunter, right? Because you don't care about Kraken Shell. You're like, go ahead and block my damage, reduce my damage. I am stealing your stats. And that's what he likes to do. He doesn't mind these tanky targets. You also have the ultimate versus the Ursa, so he can't attack you. But you have that last pick. So they're banning out things like Leshrac, like Invoker, a lot of AoE damage that you don't even need to see him. You just drop it, and you can kill the Slark. That's a good idea. I'm wondering if you could even just commit to the Tiny mid, because the instant Avalanche Toss is kind of nice versus Slark, and then just pick like a high damage 4 ranged hero that would make Slark's life miserable, because the counter doesn't really work if you are just losing the lane. Maybe it's something they could go for. I'm trying to think of like what's better here. Mid hero. I guess you see what the last pick is.
Yeah, BZM's Primal Beast is still available, and Primal Beast is like an S tier counter to Slark, as well as like most of the other heroes. So if you pick a hero on Yellow Sub here that is not good against Primal Beast in lane, I think BZM will Primal Beast you. It's an okay counter. I would still be inclined to try and go for it and just play for your BKB time, like early blink into BKB. But we'll see. We'll see what he decides to do. I do think Tiny works for the reasons you said. Like, if it's a mid-Tiny, the way you can kill Slark is just blink Avatos the Slark and he dies. Like, if he has a ton of regen, it doesn't matter if he instantly dies. So you need a burst hero from the mid lane if you want to pick a new mid laner. Otherwise, yeah, I don't know what the 4 would be here for Ahri.
Maybe Muerta,
Hoodwink, maybe?
The Silence and Dead Trunk could be good.
Muerta,
he does love Hoodwink, but I think Slark can deal with Hoodwink too. Like, it's too easy to see the Bushwhack coming and press Q.
Yeah.
Same with like Puck, they could dodge it. I feel like the Muerta Silence is more annoying for those heroes. But then again, the same Centaur and Earth Spirit pullbacks are good. So yeah, they'll just go with the Tiny support, who can also do the Avalanche Toss, right? It's less damage from support, but like you still get the crowd control. and then they're going to go back for the Void Spirit, which we saw BZM have a really good game of last time.
All right. The Void Spirit, I don't think it has as strong of a game here, but it should do fine. It typically wins the lane versus the puck. It's not really going to struggle too much. I don't even know if he is going to feel inclined to go for the Aghanim Scepter this game either. Like, he might pick up a Yules and then just go back for, like, the Kayayasha, you know, Vessel and stuff like that. Like, he might go for a very similar build, but just add a Yules into there. But we'll see what he wants to do.
Maybe you replace the Lotus with BKB, for example, because I don't think there's as many good abilities to Lotus this time.
Draft-wise, I think Yellow Subs is much better than it was last game. I think it's a lot more of an even draft. Like, when we looked at the draft, we were already worried for what Tundra was doing in terms of, we could see the timings line up. We're like, we know exactly when this team is going to be very strong, and it didn't feel like Yellow Submarine had an answer for it. This time, I think it's a little bit better. The biggest question, of course, is going to be that Slark and how much he can get out of the lane versus the Tidehunter. If I was Yellow Sub, I would try to look for a First Blood top with the Earth Spirit. I think a single stun or slow gives you a kill with the Slark.
I do think you need to do something, because although I think the draft is better, like, Tundra has a workable draft as well. And we kind of saw Tundra, just with being a more experienced team, just kind of outplayed you, out-efficiencyed you. So I think you kind of got to do something a little wacky, you know, throw them off their game, get that crazy First Blood, maybe even the Second Blood, you know, like, stick around with another smoke. I don't know. You got to do something wacky here to find some footing, because last game, they didn't really get to play Dota. I feel like they were just a bit behind for the first few minutes, and it's like, oh, we'll figure it out later. Oh, we're already like 10K down. Ooh, you know, it's not very fun.
A little bit of packet loss potentially is pause for a moment, but yeah, I agree. It's, you can't fall that far behind. You can't get out efficiency'd that much. If it happens again, then maybe this is just Tundra's read against the team. Maybe they've studied Yellow Submarine and are just like, we know that we can be more efficient on the map because we have more experience. We know how to play these certain lineups better. This team, or this lineup, to me, doesn't seem like it has as much potential to do that. Like, Ursa is not a Templar assassin who can clear 10 stacks in the first 10 minutes of the game, you know? That's not going to happen. Your Tidehunter could, and that is something 33 will probably opt to do, is to try and play for his own stacks and his safer farm. I'm a little bit curious on what his item build is going to be, if he wants to pick up something like a Vlad's earlier, if he wants to just like go for some auras here, like an earlier pipe or a blink dagger, the Aghanim Scepter. Like, there's a lot of things you can do on the Tidehunter.
Yeah, I think there will be less stacking this time around, because like you said, there's less heroes who can do it. I imagine you put a little bit more pressure on the lane as a result, but you resume stacking. Like, you just push it off a few minutes, because you do need the Battle Fury on Ursa as opposed to the Psyblades on TA. But mid and off lane can still clear them. No supports can clear them is one of the big differences, because last time Chen was just like jungling while multi-stacking. So there should be a drop from him, but everyone else will be kind of the same.
Still experiencing a little bit of packet loss, but it is okay. We'll be underway in a moment. Centaur has the Helm of the Dominator queued up first, which is a little bit of an old school build for that. But I mean, old school as in like 6 months ago. But I don't know if we've really been seeing Helm Dom Centaur as much as we used to. To me, that means that they definitely plan to not be laning the Earth Spirit with him. Like, they are very much intending to be rotating with the Earth Spirit.
Centaur is one of the few heroes who are still doing the Helm of the Dominator build to some like degree. I think you can sometimes do other builds, but I think it's like the default and you pivot. Just because like Stampede, he's like a pseudo global hero, right? Where it's not like Dawnbreaker Underlord, but like you stampede from afar, and otherwise you use this Helm of the Dominator, you farm up yourself, you drag creeps around, and you just kind of like soak the top half of the map. Kind of popularized by the opponent 33, right? He's kind of the guy who really showcased what this Helm Dom can do, and everyone started imitating it. And Centaur still can and doesn't have a better alternative build.
30 seconds to battle.
All right, well, both teams smoked up. We're going to see that pop as Brahms on the Earth Spirit just kind of scouting some things out here. Again, I really want to see him stick bottom to look for a first blood with the Slark, because it is the fact that Slark gets Essence Shift as his innate makes him a lot stronger at level 1 than he used to be. Like, he was kind of like a nobody hero. There's the Avalanche, allows 33 to just walk in and take that rune. But yeah, Earth Spirit's just gonna head to the top lane, so
3 for 1. This is what he was hoping would happen last time for Whitemon.
Yeah.
Didn't have to die this time. This is a different 10-step plan.
A different hero, right? Yeah, makes sense.
Of course, yeah. Gotta have a plan for every hero you play.
Ooh, that's a nice deny from Murel there. That's definitely not supposed to happen against the Void Spirit.
Dire's top tower.
This first lane is always, or the first wave is always very strong for the Void Spirit, typically. Whitemon, hold up, is he? Okay, no, he's gonna live, he's gonna live. I was gonna say, maybe we are on the same Tepsten plan. Like, it's hard to say. I mean, to be fair, very tanky heroes here that he's laning up against. He is going to be burning problems here quite a bit. Goes for the boulder kick. He lives on a sliver of HP. And Problems gives first blood to Parker instead. Oh my goodness.
Small camp did get blocked. They do deward it. And you're kind of getting equilibrium as a result of this. But losing first blood for that is a bit painful, especially because Ursa's already good versus
the Centaur, yeah.
And now you're gonna have the boots out nice and early. And Centaur doesn't want to get boots. It's usually the way you address Ursa early is you get boots fast, but Centaur can't do that with this.
He's got too many legs. That's why. That's the whole idea.
Yeah, 2 boots just isn't worth it.
Yeah, it's just not. It doesn't work quite well. Instead, Parker rushes boots instead. So, yeah, that first blood is going to make this lane a lot more difficult. Now, they do have the lane, you know, like you said, pushing in a good position here. So, Centaur will get some free XP under the tower. He's not going to be too stressed about that.
Whitemon, though, doing some half pulls, denying the most valuable creeps. So it will be a good top lane from here. I think we'll have to see, like, Puck rotate. Puck is currently struggling a little bit versus the Void Spirit, which isn't too surprising. And before he can get help, I feel like Tundra's heroes are going to be first to rotate, because they've typically been a little bit better about this.
Yeah. Puck almost dead. One more. Oh my goodness. Mid auto attack animation gets the jaunt away, but has to TP all the way back to the base. That is a painful loss, because not only are you forced to TP, but you miss like 2/3 of a creep wave. And then it's just more free CS for the Void Spirit, who is now doubling him up.
Yeah, this is... This matchup can go either way. It really comes down to the players, and BZM, very experienced. They do actually kill the Ursa, so hold up. Maybe they got something going. Bottom.
He was way too far forward. Whitemon was pulling, and the Ursa was at the tower, just gets rolled onto.
How could he do that to Whitemon?
Yeah, burst down.
stats.
You need to be very careful against the Slark. Like, if he gets a saltwater shiv on you, you have to make sure that you back away and you do not let him get a refresh on the stack. Mid lane, BZM falling low. The orb actually off the mark. So he will survive. Whitemon actually TPing in as well, just to make sure he gets a little bit of space, but no water rune for him, so he's going to have to walk back to base. Whitemon's super happy mid lane, like, oh no, I guess I'll just sit mid if I have to.
He actually had the TP. He could have come sooner, but he's just like, oh no, I was busy. Sorry. Nah, it's okay. Void Spirit had enough of a lead that even though he had to back here, I think it'll be fine. He'll still hit 6 at a very early timing. That was very necessary for Puck's recovery, though, because Centaur having a rough time top, or was, I guess, with that kill, he bounced back a little bit himself, but I would still expect it to, slip back towards the Ursa. So the plays are going to have to come from Puck, which is often the case at the pro level. It's the mid lanes that need to get active first. So you can't have Puck super far behind the Void Spirit.
Ari has really been sacrificing his game here to try and give space to 33 in the lane. He's just now hitting level 2.
I guess he wasn't really going to do anything with it, right? Puck is not a hero you can gank mid easily with just boots. Even if you had like level 2, Avalanche Toss is not something that really works there.
Yeah.
So just commits to the creep drag, get tied what he needs. Does have it now, which is just in time for the 6-minute rune. You heard it here first. Level 2 at 6 minutes is perfectly okay support. Ooh, toss back.
Into the Remnant. BZM still gets the regen. Okay, apparently it was perfectly timed. All he needed, level 2. And that regen's going to do wonders for BZM in mid. He can play really aggressive, especially once he has his level 6 here. And spend those astral steps.
I think that literally doesn't work on the level 2 Avalanche Toss. He needed all the crowd control time. And going back to like 7.4 patch changes, that's why the tiny support came back, is because before you had to like throw Avalanche and Toss at the same time if you really wanted it to work, but now you can easily do one, then the other to max the stun time. And that bought enough time for Void Spirit to get the regen.
All right, they want to play aggressive for this Wisdom Shrine. They know Parker can go toe-to-toe with Infernal. You have the Phoenix here as well. Now, they are going to TP the Puck. Looking for the opening. Has the coil. Will drop it onto the 2. There's going to be a silence as well. Parker snaps the coil. In comes the Sun Ray. And with this, they're plenty healthy. They'll be just fine. They do end up trading the Shrines. Ari stole it, as well as the Earth Spirit on the other side. So coil, first coil, doesn't actually net them much of anything. It at least protects their own Wisdom Shrine. Or actually, no, it didn't. They still lost it.
Yeah,
then,
funny enough,
I don't
Tiny
know.
still got it, and then Earth Spirit on the other side. I'm pretty sure he probably kicks Tide out of there.
Yeah.
So he was able to secure it himself. So well done from Problems. Like you said, the downside's kind of like, oh, no coil kill for the rotation, which means Void got the farm at that time, and now he's here making the rotation, trying to punish this Centaur.
There's going to be a lot of damage. He's dead to the next Astral for sure, and continuing to chase Problems here. The Urn online here as he keeps getting stacks. There's going to be another toss, another Urn in a couple of seconds, and BZM cleans it up with one more. Now, Muriel does take down Whitemon on the backside, but a triple kill for the Void Spirit here, who's already having an amazing game.
You want to finish the Urn, and then you're like, I hope I can find a kill to get a charge. And 3 is more than you could ask for, so you're gonna be very happy with that.
If they
4 kills, no,
okay,
no,
Puck,
it's a little
just
too
a little
hard.
bit, just enough HP, and he's gonna find a haste rune in the bottom lane. Gives a little bit of a bottle charge to Ari there. Thank you, sir, for your assistance.
I mean, they know Puck's low. They might try round 2 if they can see him.
Okay, Slark is not going the max saltwater ship. I wasn't sure if he was gonna buy like early boots and like like an
guy
Order
ain't
Frost
no
or
banana
something.
slammer.
Like I just was curious, like what type of like Slark he wanted to play. It looks like he's going for just the max Dark Pack to try and just farm with, but 33 is gonna just free farm on the Tide now.
Still looking top side. They've got that haste rune bottled and ready to go, but they just never quite found an opportunity. Yellow Submarine is playing careful here, which they're behind. Kind of once again, we see like an early gold lead built off of farming and objectives more than kills. It's better than the last game. We'll see if that's about to change though as they go for another kill.
Puck, I think, is dead. He's got this haste and an astral step. Ooh, the coil at the last second will bail him out.
Warlock
Power rune
definitely
spawns
paying
top.
off there.
Yeah, very nicely done there from Problems. Stampede will get Infernal out of danger topside as Whitemon was trying to finish him off there with Phoenix. Nice play there from Problems. Uses that Invis rune, sets up a kill there onto the Phoenix. Hands that one over to the Puck. Again, though, it's similar to last game where the kill score is pretty even, but we're still seeing a sizable net worth advantage being built on Tundra. It's not as much as last game by any means, but this is something they need to be aware of.
Are we able to see stacks for reference again? I'd be kind of curious to see how it compares.
Oh, we missed the Astral Step.
Oops.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit of an oops there.
Look, you can't land them all. You gotta miss a couple here and there. Ooh,
Yeah.
Way less stacking than the last time. Kind of expected, but actually still, I thought they would sneak in a couple more here and there. I think some of the difference, though, that is leading to this gold is that Tidehunter has been holding his own bottom and then farming his jungle. On this top side, Centaur's obviously losing, and then they're stealing the triangle away. So you're building a gold difference that way, rather than like, oh, we're all farming our own half of the map, but we're way better about stacking, so we're getting more gold that way. This time, you just don't have as much farm as we do because we're stealing it from you.
Yeah, Parker is towering over the Slark right now in terms of net worth.
Really that much of a difference? Slark can't be that far.
He's got a Battle Fury coming in just a moment. Mid lane. Silence does connect onto the Tiny. The Avalanche, the toss back, but the kill will still go the way of Yellow Submarine. A little bit too far in there from Ari, but a good rotation in from the Slark. Exact same timing as the current record for the Battle Fury. That is quite funny.
Could have been faster than 1 second. He's flashback, like, oh, that one CS I missed. No!
The one death he had, that's what it was.
That too. Would have been a record setter. All right, smoke up. They haven't used the Golem yet. We kind of mentioned where when you get kills, you get the Golem out. Like, that's the ideal game plan. It's 13 minutes. I'm not crazy, right? We haven't seen a Golem. I think it was the first one.
We have not at all. That is going to be it right there. Drop to the top side, and with this, looking to jump to the low ground. Parker can dodge it out for now, but here comes the Stampede. He's got himself a Lotus, tried his best here to dodge this, but cannot do so. Murel will get the kill. At least pulls them away from the tower, and they actually take down the Warlock in the process. Now in comes the Phoenix Egg. That gets cleaned up. Whitemon gonna regret that one a little bit. But they're not gonna get the tower off this Golem.
And actually, it looks like BZM turns back around to get his brother, Earth Spirit, taken down. Usually, during all these, when, like, it's 4-on-4, you're hoping, like, okay, the guy left alone is getting a lot of farm, right? Because no attention's going to him. But Tide is actually out farming the Slark in typical 33 fashion.
The build is so funny, dude. First item,
just been
boots of
so
bearing.
efficient.
It's like the only thing that counters Slark is just like not being near Slark. And so he just has built Boots of Bearing and now another Windlace. This Tidehunter has 415. He has the Kobold Cup as well. So his whole idea here is like, oh, if the Slark goes on me, I can just run away from him. No big deal. Which
fastest watermelon in the West.
He would be correct. Which it leads me back to where my initial thought was, I think you needed to slow the Tidehunter down, for lack of a better word, earlier. Oh, very good coil there. Stops the Void Spirit from jumping in. Now, that being said, a huge Fatal Bond's doing some work, but there's the Ravage from 33. Magnetize as well onto everybody. The toss in, doing well, but it's keeping that Magnetize going. In comes the Slark. He got that eye on 33, but it is a fast boy. Can you actually get him to blubber? Dispels the Magnetize, but there it is. The Diffusal Inhibit finally will punish him. 2 dead mid as Yellow Submarine bring all of the heroes.
The trade-off of being so fast on the Tide is that you don't have the usual tanky items, so a bit of an overcommitment going in mid like that without their Ursa, because Slark was willing to join with the Diffusal. Ursa still kind of farming up. Maybe didn't need to force it that hard. And I also think it looked like BZM was waiting the coil out and then accidentally broke it at the last second.
Yeah.
I think without that happening, he wouldn't have taken as much damage and could have participated more. So maybe a little bit of a slip up from Tundra.
Also, just the classic combination of Fatal Bonds Magnetize, right? This is an extremely high damage support combo. Always got to be aware of that one.
We do see Na'Vi make use of that combo themselves quite often.
Oh, mid lane. Coil, the kickback into the silence. There's the Golem. And then we'll go ahead and push this tower. Now, this is what we like to see with Warlock. We mentioned it earlier. Kill into tower, kill into tower, kill into tower, right? Like, you want to be able to push these down as fast as possible. Bottom lane, 33 in pretty deep. The pounce is going to connect, and Slark will chew right through him. On the other side, Parker and Ari do manage to find an opening, but there's the Stampede, and Parker needs to escape. Should be able to. No, the pounce at the very last second. I even heard the TP animation complete. Oh no, that's a big loss for Tundra, and Ari not going to make it out of here as well, as it's only a matter of time before the Slark closes the gap, jumps right over the Avalanche, and he gets himself another kill. The Slark is feasting.
Hey, Bottega making it work. It's been a little slow from him down here. He's trying to outfarm the Tide. It wasn't quite working, but he's getting involved with the Diffusal, and we talked about why he was good versus these other heroes, right? The Dark Pack, the stat stealing, and he just hadn't been able to put it to use quite yet. But now he's got a couple items. He's ready to start getting a little bit more involved, and kind of needs to, because they were behind for a bit here, but they finally equalized the gold lead. This is the best they've been doing so far. Yeah, what is that? Oh, literally the last fraction.
It was like lower than 0.1 seconds. It was done. Unbelievable timing there. Netting the kill onto Parker. Sure, he's really excited about that one. And now, you know, he was 1,300 gold ahead of the Slark earlier in the game. He's dead even now. The Slark has caught back up, despite you being the Battle Fury carry, you know, farming. The Slark has closed the gap completely, and now they will find BZM on the Void Spirit, the 2 silences in the coil to line him up. Parker's just going to jump right in, try and take down one, and gets it. A return kill. Nice use of that Blink Dagger reveal there. Mirel continuing to apply pressure of his own, but Parker's going to be just fine. So Slark will go for the Aghanim Scepter, which, you know, pretty standard build, going for the BKB after that.
The mobility will be very good this game.
Yeah.
Void Spirit is doing the Ags this time around. I think the silence, once again, still good. Like, it makes sense to me. Earth Spirit, Puck, you know, you don't want Warlock being able to drop the spells in the back, even being able to prevent, like, Stampede from Centaur. And then this Slark. All right, the reason he's going to be so hard to kill is because he can dispel things, he can pounce, he can dark pack. The more you can remove that, the better. And he only has so many dark ones. So you're going to force him to use his abilities close together or chain stun him.
They got him.
Yeah.
This is what we were talking about. The Tiny, one of those heroes that can actually kill you. Mid lane, they actually forced the Ravage out of 33. I don't know. Okay, it was problems with the Euls. That was the most perfect Euls. Yeah, they try to get the Phoenix with the silence, but they will be forced to just kill the egg anyway. It does keep them around long enough. We'll see if they can chase this. There's a Stampede. Never mind, it's a chase back the other way as they look for Ari instead. The Centaur Stomp into almost a second Centaur Stomp. Oh, he wants that courier. What's on it? Do we know? I think it's just empty.
He just loves getting couriers.
Huge plays from Yellow Submarine back to back. They lost the Slark bottom from the, you know, the tiny Avatos into the double Astral Step, but
I guess they didn't have teleports, because when Whitemon responded to the Tide Ravage with the egg and all that, I thought it was like, oh, the rest of the team's gonna show up. But they actually just killed him and then started backing before everyone else got there. So I wonder if there was a miscommunication there, some teleport not quite available. That means Yellow Submarine will pick up the Tormentor. Against most other teams, you'd be building a gold lead here, but Tundra is still remaining to be efficient even as they start losing some of these fights. So
you actually need like the whole team for this. They're such a bad Tormentor team. Like they don't have a hero with like innate minus armor or stacking ramping damage, so a little bit difficult for them, but they do manage to get it in mid lane. They still find the Phoenix, and Mural's not done. Gets the coil here, does snap it on the Tiny, and he will finish the job. Mural on the puck is getting it done. And I think this is the first time in the series that Yellow Submarine has held the net worth advantage.
See how much they can actually grow it to. That's usually the hard part about playing versus Tundra. But I gotta say, they really just need to reset and realign. I feel like Tundra was doing really well early. They tried to go mid together. They mess up that fight. And ever since then, I feel like they are staggering one by one into Yellow Submarine, who have been grouping up a lot. It's why they're winning all these fights. It's also why Tundra's able to maintain farm despite that. But you would grow the gold lead if you didn't feed the kill. So they really need to pick one. Like either go together and fight or split and avoid the way they were kind of doing game one. I don't know what happened to them here in game two, but
I think it might just be Yellow Submarine feeling a lot more confident. We're seeing them again here in the mid lane look for 33. The coil's gonna get snapped. There's the blink reveal, but immediately blubbered off. They pop the Stampede, they drop the goal of 33 is gonna be forced to Ravage, but Bottega, he wants the chase. The toss ends up throwing Morel in. He was trying to save his Tide, but he can't actually do it. And now, with Tide Hunter dead, everything spent, they dive for more. It's a double kill for the Slark, and now BZM goes in. This is the ads reveal. Parker's there as well. They get the puck. The silence will catch the Slark, but it's not enough. He's able to get away from now. They take down the egg. Whitemon, a super aggressive egg, and now trying to make his way back to the base is Parker, but he's not going to be able to just chase down the Slark's got an ultra kill. He's going to continue to just rampage through this team.
that's what that starts as, again, I think it's like 5-on-1 on the Tide. The Tiny comes in, it's momentarily a 5-on-2. Heroes start to die. It's like, okay, cut the losses. Then they go in, and they do find a kill, but again, it's like 3 versus 5, 3 versus 4, 2 versus 4. Like, Tundra always is outnumbered. They need to respond faster or not respond at all. Otherwise, they're going to keep falling behind in these fights. Slark is not a hero you want to take an extended fight against when he has been in the fight the whole time and you have not, because he has built up a bunch of stacks at that point. I think at the end of that fight, he had like 25 bonus stacks. It's too late to fight him at that point, right? Like, you need to start the fight at like 0 stacks, and then you can kill him.
We didn't really highlight it, but off the Tormentor, the Shard did go to the Earth Spirit. So you have a really good save utility now from the Geomagnetic Grip, right? This decreases the cooldown massively when used on allies, but it also makes it faster and longer range. So killing heroes on yellow sub is not going to be as easy. Haste rune there, ball up from BZM. Dude, Neurel actually has his Parasma done. A huge damage boost on this hero, and Bottega is on his way to his BKB. Gotta give credit to Tundra. They are still holding the 2 top net worth positions despite everything that's going on. It's the support net worth that is kind of a reverse of last game, right? Like, this is what we were seeing out of Tundra's supports.
Yeah, this really is, well, it's a much better showing from Yellow Submarine as well, to highlight that. You mentioned playing with a bit more confidence, kind of like this. We've seen problems just roll in, start so many fights, follow up from whatever course nearby. It's often been Morel, sometimes it's the Centaur, sometimes it's the Slark. Many times it's been all 3, because they've been grouping up and still somehow finding so many kills. 23-10 now. What's Slark at permanent agility wise? 8. It's pretty good.
Not bad.
It's nearly
I do like
1,000 gold.
Yeah, I'd say I do like that 33 is going the Aghanim Scepter. I think they need a little bit more just kind of slow and damage amp on their team, right? Like the Ravage is good, but they have a couple heroes that are pretty great at avoiding it or kind of not caring about it. So I do think the Aghanim Scepter offers a lot this game.
I think if they hadn't fallen behind, he could have gone for a different build, but I think now that things have gotten real chaotic, Ag will have the extra value of safe wave clear to slow things down.
Oh, he also has the neutral item to pair with it, so a little bit more wave clear from that.
Smoke looking for Ursa.
He's got his basher now with his BKB. Level 19. Parker is still very strong this game.
Tundra's actually together here. This fight might go a lot
This
better
would be a
for them.
really good smoke. Okay, see if they can find their opening. You are playing into the saves from the Earth Spirit, but also Warlock
Slark was
Golem
mono.
and Stampede. They do have a ward. If this pops, they will have vision from Ari. They see... Oh, they don't go for it. They're just going to go for Roshan instead. Okay, if Tundra gets this Rosh uncontested, I will be shocked.
There's no way, right? It's an Ursa team. Someone's got to check. It's going to die.
Infernal's sending his summon there, but it's too late. The Ursa's got it. Aegis into the hands of the Ursa. The roll doesn't quite connect. He managed to get out, but Tega's just going to jump in, commits both pounces, gets tossed in super deep. There's going to be the stomp from the Centaur. Fight's happening in 2 spots. He gets the Warlock Golem out, but there's the Ravage, clipping 4 heroes, but Bottega just chasing, trying to find Ari. He's still alive despite everything, and now the Sun Ray will come through. It will finally be the death on him. Parker is in really deep and needs a little bit of help here. Will he get it? Forced to BKB. Does have a TP available, but instead will just turn around, try and stack up some damage here into the Slark. The Gush will push them back far enough, but it's a favored fight for Yellow Submarine. They get 2 for 1. They might get Parker. No, okay. Gets the TP out at the last second. And Slark has a gem now. They're just going to chase him.
Yeah, he better not stay too long. He didn't go top side.
Yeah, he knows he's under a ward now.
In time. That was a sneaky play from Tundra, because they smoke up, they saw Slark bottom. The thing is, if you force that fight, Slark will TP in and join. But if you just sneak Rosh, that might give enough of a delay that Yellow Submarine's like, then maybe they're making a play, maybe they're like, what's going on? And you get away with the Rosh, which is what happened. The ensuing fight was, once again, a little scattered, but overall a step up from before.
Void Spirit in trouble, gets the silence a second Astral Step away. Remnant is there, but he needs help and fast. The Slark is doing a lot of work. Toss doesn't quite work. There's going to be the Avalanche, but they still get the kill. BZM hits the deck. As the Slark is not done, he wants more. And a pounce in 1 second. Problems connects on the stun, kicks the Tiny to the low ground. They've got him. Now, can he get the roll out? Now, Problems will sacrifice himself for that kill.
Yellow Submarine cannot build a gold lead, though. They've been in control for the last, like, 20 minutes. They're struggling to build the gold lead, but they are taking objectives. They are winning fights.
It's going to get easier, though, because I do feel like Mirel is starting to really... This is where Puck kind of hits their stride. Like, this is... It's going to be very hard to slow down this hero's farm, this, you know, point onward, and will start to do a lot more damage.
Ags? Okay, Centaur's working on Ags. It is becoming increasingly difficult to get kills.
Yeah.
Not only is Puck already a very slippery hero, you've got Slark with the Shadow Dance. I hope to see him build a shard at some point to help his teammates. You're going to have the Cart. You've got Golem to interrupt. And then you got this Earth Spirit who's got Blink Yules building that Aether Lens. You're going to be able to pull people miles away. It's going to be tough to deliver the damage on the side of Tundra, especially the way they've been playing, which is a little bit on different pages, right? Like, if you all go together, you can burst someone. But if the last 20 minutes are anything to go by, it's going to be one at a time, and that is not going to cut it.
Well, they're going to get themselves another Tormentor. Again, not the fastest Tormentor team, but they will get it with all of the help. Right? They're going to get it. Eventually.
With all the help.
Someone's pinging it like Morel, we need you.
Morel, stop farming.
All right, this one goes to the Warlock. Not the best shard. You would have definitely have preferred it to go to like Centaur, but it is all right. We'll see another smoke up attempt here from Tundra, looking to get aggressive in the triangle. They see the Slark, avalanche, the toss. No, it hits the wrong hero. Okay, it doesn't matter. You burst them down. You get the kill. Ari credited with that one. The crash landing damage, enormous. And that is always the threat of like what can happen this game if you're Slark, right? Yes, you are good in the elongated fights, but if they find you first, the burst damage is definitely there.
Tundra immediately sweeping through Yellow Submarine's half of the map, stealing all the gold. Seeing if they can find anything else, which maybe the Earth Spirit if he sticks around too long, but he's pretty far back in the trees.
They were seeing if he was gonna like make a play through that area of the map. I don't think you can see him. Problems is like stuck between 3 trees. There's only one path into there.
Oh, what if the courier flies over him?
It might. Doesn't matter.
Oh, he walked out?
Anyway.
Okay, they're going to know he's there now, I think. But whether you want to,
he'll
like,
cut the wave and be safe. He's got, like, Blink Yules. Like, this Earth Spirit's not an easy hero to find.
Oh, didn't finish the wave.
He did not cut the wave fully. Dead in the Water is available.
Oh, missed.
Yeah, it doesn't quite get it.
Problems causing some problems.
So 33 shard is very good this game. You're against like Puck, Earth Spirit, like Centaur. Like Centaur, like the Stampede obviously overrides it, but these are heroes that like really do not like to get caught by that. Slark can kind of turn and kill it somewhat quickly, but
smoking in, everyone's together.
This game is dead even, man. If Tundra find the opening again off the back of this Tiny, which they see Mirel, there's gonna be the avalanche. He doesn't quite get the toss in time. PZM instead looks for the backside, he gets Warlock. There's the opener, they take him out immediately. Now the question is, can he get Parker out of here? He got kicked into no man's land. Does have the pipe coming through, big coil from Mirel onto 3, trying to finish off the Phoenix before he can get healed, but he's gonna be just fine. The Golem comes out, silence here onto the Puck. BZM doing his best to try and find an opening. The egg plays so aggressively. They will just BKB on the Slark and finish it off. Infernal in some trouble. Finished up there by Parker, and Ari will die as well. So it ends up being a 2-for-2 with after the buyback of the Warlock. But Tundra, a little bit of a sloppier fight from them. But good responses from Yellow Submarine, and the buyback paying off, definitely.
It's good buyback because they're so close to the base. They almost got Puck at the start. They were just a little bit off on the... I can't blame him because you really do need to maximize the amount of stun you have on Puck to kill him, but ends up whiffing the toss a little bit there. Doesn't get it off in time, so...
He was just on a fog, too. Like, he knew where the puck was through the avalanche, but he had to get around a tree to not be in fog of war, which is always difficult. And BZM wasn't close enough to get the silence.
Ooh, Shadow Blade for Slark. These last couple fights have been Tundra starting things off, and it's been their turn to be in a bit more control of these fights, but Slark, Natural Vision Hero, has the gem, and now Invis. Perhaps it's his turn to do some scouting, get the right pickoffs. Which for his team, if they can take out Tiny, the avalanche tosses have been the main problem. Finding Tiny could be an easy way to just solve the control issue. Void Spirit's not bad. I haven't felt as much impact from the Phoenix this game. I guess we kind of expected it, right? They have so many tools to get away from the egg. It's not the typical threat it usually is. I feel you can ignore him. I mean, not like totally, you know, but just like pick another target first.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Whitemon's like dove so aggressively with the egg this game. So the Slark can just BKB and kill it. Like Puck obviously has decent attack. You have like a Warlock support. Like there are easy ways for them to actually get to the egg, but it is also making a lot of space in the fight, allowed them to kill the Centaur, right? So like there's been trade-offs with it. Potential fight for the power room here. Blink and instant goes for the Shiva's silence, the jump back. Rune's gonna actually spawn bottom, and Parker picks up. You've lost Ari. Coil committed, instantly taking down that Tiny. He's been a big problem for their team.
I feel like they weren't close enough together to do that jump. Like, wasn't Parker bottom? The fact that he got that
he was
rune
checking
so
bottom
quickly?
rune.
I don't know if you should be splitting up in these.
Well, we'll drop the nullifier. Parker gets a first hit bash. You love to see it sometimes. Now on to the high ground. Good pullback there from the Earth Spirit. Bottega needs to be careful. The Ursa's damage, it ramps up very quickly. Jump in from BZM, forces the BKB out of the Slark, but he's held in place. A stomp as well, but the Sun Ray is going to keep him topped off. 33's looking for more, trying to close the gap. He didn't commit the Ravage. Might have been able to catch the heroes there with it, but was blind, could not see up to the high ground.
I think Ursa also wasn't close enough, so even if you get the crowd control, he may not be able to finish the kill. And if you don't finish the kill, then
now you have Roche,
yeah, you don't get anything. So he'll save it to make sure they get second Roche. And I don't think you can contest this at all. They're all leaving on Yellow Submarine.
They're going to put the Aegis into BZM's hands, knowing that the Ursa a lot more survivable. Whereas BZM, you know, it's possible that this Void Spirit gets caught in like a coil and can die to the Slark, so he's playing a lot more aggressive.
To just run in and Shiva, scout everyone, hit him with the silence, right? Kind of bait the response onto him. Might as well give him that second life. Parker is the one who gets to be a little bit more decisive on, you know, I'll wait, I'll see what happens. This is when I'll go in.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Man, an early nullifier from Parker is doing so much work here. I know it's not technically early, right? It is, you know, his like 4th item, but still it's doing a lot of work at this point in the game. All right, force the haste rune there out of BZM. He still has an Ash Legion shield. Wow.
What were his options? He's deciding now. Crippling crossbow seems okay. I guess that means he has to be close enough to use it, though, which you don't really want to be.
Is the mandible not bad? I don't know. We'll see them smoke up on Tundra. The Slark a little bit isolated here on the bottom side, but does have that Shadow Blade and the gem to continue to play around. Parker just walks onto the behind the tower, finds the Warlock, deletes him from the game with that Nullifier.
That's a great kill. You need the Golem for these fights, and you know he's still on dieback, so maybe you can push this a little bit here. They don't have the best tower taking lineup though, so maybe you can't really. Compared to last game, they were melting objectives.
Yeah. You have a Scythe on 33. I thought he might go for like an Aura or another team fight item, but the Scythe instead, they let Whitemon pick up the pipe on the Phoenix. So he is offering a little bit more catch instead.
The thing is, I don't know if you actually want a longer fight, which is what auras tend to do. Excuse me. It's like tank everyone up, and Slark is like, yes, please give me more stacks to kill you with. I think the Hex allows you to try to surprise them, burst them before they can really ramp up. Maybe it'll catch off Morel or Earth Spirit here.
Oh, well, top side, the Ravage does come out. Can they find the control? Dead in the water here onto the Earth Spirit. He's gone. No escape from him. They tried to make a quick catch onto Phoenix, but get heavily punished. Nice response there from 33 on the Tidehunter.
I guess you don't want to Hex too soon because of the Aeon Disc.
Puck has Aeon Disc, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It got procced anyways. I guess in the end it probably would have been the same anyhow. All right, that'll get them Tormentor, which goes over to Whitemon. It's a pretty good one for the egg. It helps keep you doing... Like sometimes they you egg, but it's not that impactful if they all back away like we've been seeing, but at least you can Sunray still in the middle of it. A long left on Aegis. Still a minute. We'll see if they want to knock on the towers a little bit. They probably have a rough read of the game, though, that it's close still. It's funny to say 30 to 18, but I think Tundra knows their own farming capabilities. So they know it's a close game, and they're not usually the type of team to risk it too much on a high ground push when they don't have to. Like, whoa, guys, we're not even in the double digits of net worth. We got to keep farming.
Yeah, I don't imagine there's going to be a push for that anyway. Tops, unfortunate toss there. Thanks to the BKB of the Slark, allows him to get away. Steals the Wisdom Shrine, so. Does Tiny? Yeah, Tiny has a gem as well. Man, if that toss doesn't come out, he actually might get the Abyssal Blade onto the Slark, but on the other side of the map, they're going to make a play here for BZM. The Coil Snap sends him in pretty deep now. That Aegis is expiring in just a couple of seconds, and he has the Magnetize on top of him, so he cannot... Oh, he gets piped! Okay, very smart play there from 33. The Abyssal catches Slark, he's dead! Instantly taken out of the fight. Nullifier onto the Warlock, trying to get kicked out. He will, thanks to the Earth Spirit. Great saves there from Problems. But you've got the big target. Remnant looking for Infernals, not gonna find him, but Parker just continuing to chase. These kickbacks are enormous from this Earth Spirit, doing a lot of work here to bail out his team.
Let's get some objectives, turn back around. All right, that Slark kill is absolutely huge. I mean, it wasn't the Scythe, but that's the idea of the Scythe, right? You can insta-kill the Slark if you surprise him, and he is the scariest hero for you because he's building the damage through the long fights. I think his gem was down. All the effects from Dark Pack covered the gem, so it's still out there. If you steal that away, that'd be huge. Because I think they'll only get one barracks here, since their tower damage is not actually that good, despite having such a key core kill right outside the base.
Yeah.
It's taken them a while to work through this.
Parker is going to jump up here and try and finish the job here. Oh, they caught the puck! They does have the Aeon Disc for now. The silence to jaunt away, but you get the Aeon Disc for free.
That was almost a
in
disaster.
the melee rain of barracks. Yeah, jumping into the Remnant. Very scary.
You end up with the melee barracks, and you decide that's enough because Slark's respawning. That's fine. I mean, that'll always push for you. And where's Roche? A minute. So it's back to playing it cool. This is not the case that we saw earlier where everyone was split up, kind of going to fights one-on-one. Tundra is back on the same page for the most part, approaching things together. Fights have gone a lot better for them, building up the typical Tundra gold lead. I say they're starting on Infernal. They're missing the Ursa and the Tiny.
I mean, Sunray. Oh, what a ravage. Manages to catch 2. Now the Slark should be fine. The question is, can the rest of the team get out of here? They're going to turn out to 33. Now looking at the Void Spitters, the coils holding them in place, but there's the BKB and the Ursa cleaned up the backline. Tiny helping them lock down these heroes. Ari has done incredible this game at getting his hands onto the right targets. And the puck will escape. But for how long? 2 heroes dead right outside the base, and they've got a creep wave coming in. They should be able to at least finish the range racks, maybe look for the second lane. I mean, there's no golem, there's no coil, there's no stampede.
The only danger,
just go for 2 lanes.
The only danger is if you overcommit, you could lose Roche off that, which would be really bad. Turns out it's actually a pretty long spawn, not that you know that.
Parker has Aghanim Synth. This is such an enormous Ags for this hero. We don't really see it all that often, just because it's really expensive and Ursa doesn't typically get to this point in the game, but the Aghanim Synth now on the Ursa is going to make him almost unkillable. With this kind of a longer Roshan respawn, 2.5 minutes I think is what it was, but 2 lanes of racks down just from that team fight.
And now you'll get Roche once it spawns. Yellow Submarine's gonna have to dig deep here. Part of the problem is it was their strength up to this point, which is that longer fights were to their favor. But as the game goes late, Slark is a hero who still needs longer fights because he needs to build up the stacks, whereas Ursa has reached assassin status, and we saw that in the last fight, right? Took out Slark instantly on his own.
Well, the jump up onto the high ground, Murel will silence up some heroes, sees the pipe come out, and I don't think they're too interested in fighting, but Parker and Ari, on the other hand, definitely are. He jumps in, looks for the target, does get caught from the golem instead, but Ari with the Yules, the 4-staff away, he's safe. There's going to be the Stampede. Bottega trying to get his hands on any of these heroes. There's the coil, does catch him. There's his refresher. Another Shadow Dance is available, but he's got to clean up the egg first. He will be able to do it, but he needs help. Where's the team? What a save. Coming in from the Earth Spirit, pulls that Slark to safety, and Murel on the front line. No Aeon Disc gets caught from the Hex, but the kick away, the dead in the water, still there though. A scattered fight, but this is exactly what the Slark wants. Can they get this puck in time? They can't. Build a jaunt away. He gets to jump to the low ground bash, but another kick away. The Earth Spirit, man, has been doing so much work. Everything spent though, and Roshan is back in what, 7 seconds?
Yeah, and the gem. Okay, there's once again a gem on the ground. Someone got it. Who got that?
Tiny has 2 gems. So.
Okay. Double the true sight. That's fine. They recover the gem off that fight. Slark still has 15 temporary stacks. That's 60 bonus agility. He's quite strong going into this fight. You have a few seconds
Well
before
out.
Roche gets finished.
He gets the BKB. It's going to snap, though. Can they find the kill on the BZM? No. Instead, he jumps back to the lane, gets the silence, takes down the Earth Spirit. That's going to be a dieback, and Bottega's got nothing left in the tank. He needs to run. There's no BKBs. He's got a pounce, but a nice E-Blade out from BZM to buy him some space. They turn their attention to the Centaur. They take him out, and Warlock will join him. The Ursa's hungry, man. 33, slowing him up, and there it is. It's an ultra kill. Beyond godlike for Parker. He's got his eyes on the prize. He's going straight for the throne. You don't need a Roshan at this point. This game is over.
You'll throw out a couple spells here. There's no way to hold this, though, without the Slark. He has to bring the consistent damage. Tundra knows it. They're looking for some fun here at the end.
The fountain will not save you from this bear. He's got that Aghanim Scepter. The ult is always available, and there it is. Tundra pulls it back from a very difficult start to the game. A better look from Yellow Submarine, but it's not enough to take down the Giants. That is Tundra Esports.
Yeah, this time, if Tundra won the last game off of incredible farming efficiency and stacking, it's pretty much how they pulled this game back as well, because every time they were losing these fights, they would then go push out on the map. Every time they win the fight, they would steal the maximum amount of gold. I think that's something Yellow Submarine can look back on this later, is like, how come we aren't doing what Tundra's doing? Like, what do we need to do to make that happen? Because they had a pretty significant gold kill lead at this point. Even here, we see like 18-9, and yet it's only a 1K gold difference.
Yeah, and it's just the unfortunate kind of reality of Tundra just knows how to be just a little bit more efficient at every stage of the game. And even though they're taking these fights and losing them, like every single fight in the first 30 minutes of the game was going Yellow Submarine's way. And, you know, they lose the puck, but they get like 4 heroes. They dive here, they kill Parker. Like, there's just so many things that looked good for the Slark earlier on, but the longer this went, the stronger this Ursa becomes, and that matchup of the Slark versus the Ursa doesn't really matter anymore.
Yeah, you need more money / help from your teammates than he was able to get, which it was kind of working at the start, because Tundra, they really were kind of going in one at a time. I'm sure they'll talk about that later. Like, what was going on in their comms? That middle section, they were not on the same page.
It was step 3 of Whitemon's 20-step plan, I believe, is what it was.
Feed a couple times, one by one, lull
The
enemies,
false
the false
hope
sense
stage.
of security, leave Gem on the ground, you know?
Yeah. There's a lot that Yellow Submarine did right in the early stages of the game, and I don't even think that there are obviously areas they can reflect and look back at, but overall, they played a pretty dang good game. It's just the longer this goes on, the harder it gets, because Ursa, I mean, you got to give credit to Parker. He played a phenomenal game on the Ursa, and always was sitting at top of the net worth, despite like all of the fights in the first 30 minutes going the way of Yellow Submarine. He was always ahead. You know, they had like a pretty sizable gold advantage, just like 15 or like 20-ish minutes into the game that they were building, but you can't stop this man, apparently. Just became too powerful. 45,000 hero damage.
Bear Assassin. Yeah, I think the game-winning moment, if we were to highlight like a single instance, is when Ursa assassinated Slark. It was like less
twice.
than a second, just jumped Abyssal, took him out of the fight, and they were able to win, like really break the game open. Because before that, there's a chance, you know, Yellow Submarine bounces back, they find what they need, but that moment, I think it was like 2 barracks off that fight or something.
Yeah.
That is what like really sealed the deal for Tundra's recovery.
Yeah, and it's, again, like Slark is a hero that loves those elongated fights, but like your team also needs to be able to survive and continue to do damage. But when you're playing against this Ursa, and the way that BZM plays Void Spirit is just incredibly impressive, right? Like, he is so aggressive on this hero. Like, just dives in. The Shivas, the Kaya Yasha has a ton of spell damage that he's just cleaving through multiple heroes. And problems on the Earth Spirit, he's doing a great job saving people, but you can only save them for so long. Like you can't save 5 heroes. You know, he picks and choose who we can, and in each moment.
Yeah, there's only so many saves you got, and they have so many ways to chase. But yeah, I think Yellow Submarine had a decent showing. They'll have to keep improving, but that's kind of what you have to go through. Tundra's a very experienced team. But there are more experienced teams. We got MOUZ versus Yandex next, which should be another good game. Those teams, they're kind of hot and cold sometimes. We'll see what form they're in after just a quick break, guys.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
să-ți însoare. La 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 la, la 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 la, la la. Să-ți fie bani de păcat și-ai rai-ra. Să-ți fie bani de păcat, m-ai iubit și m-ai lăsat. La 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 la, la 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 la, la la. M-ai iubit ca pe-o copilă și-ai rai-ra. M-ai
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to PGL Wallachia Season 7. We've got ourselves one more series here today, and this one's going to be between Yandex and MOUZ, two teams that you said before the break, a little hot and cold sometimes. So we'll see which one kind of shows up here today. Apparently both starting off a little bit on the colder side as they're both 0-1, but we'll see, you know, kind of who ends up in that middle of the pack 1-1 and who ends up at 0-2 to start out the Swiss stage. Zach, which... I would say on, like, more often than not, I feel like Yandex is the team I would lean kind of like more in favor of, but I don't know. It's really hard to like kind of gauge the strength of these two teams sometimes.
Yeah, especially because they both had to play with a stand-in yesterday. Yandex still has a stand-in for their off-lane, DM. MOUZ did have a stand-in, but Yamich is back today. So in that sense, I would give an advantage to MOUZ. I think recently they have been looking a little better than Yandex. But like you said, it really is hard to judge typically when the full lineups are there. And it really comes down to, you know, what is the draft? How do they seem to be playing for that given event or day even sometimes? Because, I mean, if you guys haven't been watching lately, truly sometimes it's like, oh, wow, best team in the world, new competitors. And then it's like, wow. Really on different pages, guys. We're all doing different things. What's happening?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see what ends up happening in this series as we jump into the draft. And we've already seen, obviously, the ban of the Chen right away against MOUZ. You do not want Celery to have this. Probably one of his most successful heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
And get rid of the Treant, Huskar. We'll see if the fourth ban's going to be in a moment. But the Bat Rider, Jakiro, and Shadow Demon removed on the other side.
I think you got to think about Razor. Really good hero in general. Crystallis, one of the best Razor players out there.
Dire team.
And then you can just flex it around. Oh, he's also... Okay, Shadow Fiend as well. Also a very good hero. Pretty understandable to ban it out. I think you got to worry about this Razor pick coming out pretty soon. Largo and the boys, they're so cute. All right, obviously you grab Largo when you can, before he's nerfed. And then you think about the Razor. Actually, we've seen Razors picked in response to Largo. Shadow Fiends as well.
Remaining.
I guess the Shadow Fiends banned out.
5 seconds remaining.
I actually really like Largo as the opener. It's kind of nuts in terms of how much he offers the game. You know, not necessarily just from the offlane position, but we see it ran occasionally as a support, and it doesn't even look bad. So we'll see what they do with it. I imagine it's the offlaner, but when it comes to MOUZ, like one thing that they also like to do with Boom is give him things like the Brewmaster quite often.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I think Shadow Shaman's one you got to think about. Soxa is a legendary Shadow Shaman player, and it's pretty good in response to Largo. Anti-heal is also good. I was going to throw out Doom as something like Tundra is willing to play versus Largo, but most other teams aren't. We've seen Ancient Apparitions come out, and Ancient Apparition with the Ags build on Beastmaster is a pretty good combo if they want to think about that.
Radiant team ban.
Silencer's pretty bad right now, but I think he will also be an okay response to Largo.
They do actually, they do go through and ban the Ancient Apparition. I didn't think it was worth it because we haven't really seen Ancient Apparition have a great time, to be honest. But
user
even
error,
though
I'm sure.
Yeah, even though it's like not considered a super meta hero, they really don't want to have to play Largo into it. So maybe it is going to be like a Largo 3 more so than anything. If they are going to like up the priority, then the Ancient Apparition ban can make sense.
Actually, I will say, it's rare this happens. You almost always downgrade a flexible hero like, oh no, this counter came out. We have to play it as support now. Largo, I actually think if you get countered by Ancient Apparition, you bump him up to offlane. Because Largo support is more about the healing. Largo offlane is like running at you doing damage, playing not the healing song, but the speed boost and the damage boost more frequently. So then he's not losing as much value. It is, of course, still painful because sometimes you do want to play the healing song. But I think support Largo has no play to make when he gets hit by the Ice Blast. I think offlane Largo just commits and goes in.
Yeah. So they do go ahead and get Celery's like other iconic hero, Enchantress.
Maybe still keeps the Largo flexible unless they pick another support here.
I was trying to think if there was a save hero that they could go for into the Beastmaster. The only one that's really left is things like Ringmaster.
Ringmaster's not bad versus the Boars. We actually saw that pretty effective earlier today.
Their idea is just Enchantress. They feel like maybe that's better into the Boars, right? Like you just take it and run it back like at them.
Seems they are stumped as we are. I mean, with Enchantress and Largo, ignoring the enemy's draft, I think you've already got a lot of early power there. Enchantress will get you through these laning stages. If this is offlane Largo, you're farming up the Ags. But then once you have the Ags, you're good to go, and you want everyone to play fast with you around that. So you don't want too many people needing to farm. I think you can commit to that with more active heroes.
Radiant team pick. Stare your death in the face.
Okay. Muerta. That is a similar idea to a save hero, and the fact that it prevents some of the follow-up from the Beastmaster or can prevent a snowball.
10 seconds remaining.
This does mean that it's obviously going to be the Largo offlane. It doesn't have the best synergy with Largo. Like, we've seen some really strong combos that can keep people inside the Frog Stomp. Muerta, not as straightforward. Like, Deadshot is there, and it's easier to hit the Deadshot after the catchy lick. So we'll see, like, kind of what safe lane Yandex wants to come up with to maybe kind of survive that.
I like that it's flexible, though. I know you're not a full believer in it quite yet, but I do think the carry Muerta is pretty good with the Largo buffs if they want to run that route, depending what else they see. And we did see some teams try both the Muerta carry and the Muerta Largo combo. The one game we saw, they did lose, but let's not dwell on that one. I think there's still some merit on paper to the potential.
If you say so, if you say so.
We gotta see what comes out, and then I'll decide if I want to say so or not. We still have quite a few good carries. I think in that game we saw a lot of the carries had been banned out or were no good for some reason. So there was more reason to do it. I think if you can get a different carry, I think you'd prefer it. They do pull out the Doom. I wasn't sure if they'd do it since they already had the Beastmaster, and a lot of teams have not been believing in the Doom, but I think it's really good versus Largo to, one, prevent the healing, but then two, just prevent the song straight up because you're muted.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, I think you make this...
5 seconds remaining.
I'm torn. I think you make it support Largo now.
You think so? You think it's worth
well, maybe
downgrading it? I don't know.
Off lane, you could get like Lincolns and stuff.
Okay, they go for the Ember. So they go for the Ember, seeing that it's going to most likely be mid Beastmaster now. And the Ember matchup in a Beastmaster is quite good. Or traditionally has been quite good. I have seen times where this has not gone according to plan for Beastmasters, or for Ember Spirits, but...
Radiant team.
Yeah, what if you pull out the carry Beastmaster, and then how do you
Monkey
Huskars
King
out? Razor's still in here. I almost said Crystallis is still in here. I associate him so much with the Razor. Razor's still in here.
Yeah, and Yandex does have last pick, so they will be able to kind of have that Beastmaster flex that we saw, earlier in our last series. There, it's like, okay, first pick Beastmaster turns into a potential flex for 24th pick, which is nice. There is the flex from the Muerta. I will give it to you. It is there. I don't think it's necessarily that bad. I think if you're Yandex here, you need to ban the Medusa. I don't think there's any way you leave the Medusa in. They're really just, look at this, like, yeah, it's definitely Carry Muerta, and they ban Clockwork. There's no way they forgot about Medusa, right? Surely?
10 seconds remaining.
You might not be as worried about it if you're playing to play like really fast. You're like, yeah, she counters us, but like we'll deal with the other heroes.
Team ban.
I will also say Doom is not planning to doom Medusa. He's planning to doom the Ember or the Largo.
Yeah, but it's mostly like
It's
Doom
nice to
hits
have that
level 6
option.
and pushes other heroes out of
Yeah.
lane. And Medusa is just like, I don't care. You know, and it's like it makes it slows down the Doom's threat in the game pretty substantially. And it does, like, the carry just gets to farm.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know.
Disagree with you there.
I think it's a pretty good Dusa game. But maybe he's more willing to do something like the Razor carry and just play Razor carry into Doom.
How about the Underlord carry? We've seen him do it. You like it.
They banned Yamich Pudge. They are so sure that this is Crystalis Muerta. I mean, maybe it is. Like you called it. Like the hero is potentially played there. I'm just not convinced about the Muerta carry yet.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
It is just Razor. Okay. Yeah, this to me makes the most sense. I feel like it was either going to be Razor or Medusa. So they get a really strong counter pick in this bottom lane. Fantastic against both Doom and Marcy, but you're playing it into 4 melee heroes at the moment.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe some of the read is that Yamich really... He is a melee support player.
Yeah, that's true.
He really specializes in that stuff. It's rare to see him on a ranged hero. So maybe they really just thought, like, there's no ways on the Muerta. Maybe it's position 4 Largo with, like, offlane Razor. What if they, like, really pull one over all of us?
It's going to be the position 1 Beastmaster to dodge the Ember Spirit matchup. So they go for the Puck mid. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what Yamich can get done on the Muerta. You are 100% right. And I know this has actually been something that teams have been critical about, or other, analysts and stuff have been critical about the MOUZ roster, is Yamich typically is like feast or famine when he's on his on his correct heroes, right? Like if he's on stuff like Tusk or Tiny, Clockwork, Pudge, like these types of heroes, he feels way more impactful. But we'll see what he can do on the Muerta this game.
10 seconds remaining.
I thought Malady was going to ignore him for a second. I think he was like so locked. Well, we'll see how it goes. Both drafts kind of a little bit off the beaten path, especially this Doom pick that we just don't see very often. It makes sense on paper, and Doom, the ability, is still very good, like it's always been. It's just the change to Midas, the nerfs to Doom repeatedly year after year because he was just so meta for so long. Most teams finally considered him bad. But it is one of those things where sometimes it's not about the hero, it's about its place in the meta. And as Largo has risen up, it's like, how do you deal with this hero? Doom conceptually is one of the answers to Largo, and that ups his value. Gonna see if it's enough this game, though.
Yeah, I like the draft overall from MOUZ. I think the last pick Razor is, 23rd pick Razor, I think is pretty solid. Beastmaster versus the Largo is gonna be an interesting lane. I don't think you're gonna get a lot of value out of the Largo in the lane. Like typically, one of the benefits of this hero is like being able to play around the Frog Stomp. I just don't see it being very likely that you'll be able to get a lot out of the Frog Stomp, but
it'll be tricky.
Could be wrong.
Yeah, some abilities are very, everyone press your buttons. Great, we killed them. This is like, you throw your button, land this skill shot, time it with this, do that. It's a lot harder in the lane than, you'd like, especially as we were saying, Yamich not usually on these kind of like ranged harass skill shot type heroes. Ooh, drop that like just the last moment. I think they may have seen it.
He does play Pudge, so he's got some skill shot, you know.
What is dead shot if not hook, but also with a new angle?
Yeah, it's like a different angled hook.
And different speed and changes the way it works.
Yeah, it's basically the same ability is what we're saying.
Practically one and the same. I've often said Muerta is just ranged Pudge.
Yes, of course.
Let's see if Yamich feels the same. That'd be so funny. He was like, yeah, that's why I learned Muerta. Because like when I can't play Pudge, I was like, that's ranged Pudge right there. I guess I can't think of who would be a better ranged Pudge.
I'll get back to you on it. I'll think about it.
Sounds good.
Are they lane swapping? They are. Okay, so they want the Enchantress into the Beastmaster lane so heavily that they've actually swapped Celery bottom and have gone ahead and put Yamich top, which, you know, that's the whole reason behind this Enchantress pick in the first place, was to make sure that it laned into what they assumed was going to be off-lane Beastmaster. Then they're like, oh, shoot, well, it's mid-lane Beastmaster, I guess. And now they're like, oh, wait, cool, we can still do it. Just send it bottom.
Yeah, it is really good on paper. You just like use the board for yourself once you have the levels for it. I do wonder, because it's a lot on Yamich now, because like not only is he playing something outside his typical comfort zone, it's like you're also in a different lane with a weird hero position 5ing, like, right? Like Muerta is not a typical 5. So things are gonna get really wacky up here. Plus now creep dragging. See if Crystal is on a comfort hero in a Razor, arguably one of his best. Maybe that can make the difference. Yamich is already connected to the range creep, so this is already a good start here, how they're handling this creep drag. And we gotta remember, actually, this is perhaps balanced out by the fact that Yandex playing with that stand-in in the off lane. That means they're also lacking some of the usual synergy that they might have.
It's always difficult playing with a stand-in. I mean, last game we just, you know, didn't seem to matter at all for Tundra with Parker, but absolutely can have a massive effect on your game. Nice use of the dead shot there from Yamich to pull those 2 creeps back, prevent them from going into the tower. Now, Celery hasn't actually gone for Enchant level 1, did go for Wisp so that he could actually trade with Malady. Malady kind of forced it out of him, just played really aggressive in that first level, just try and put as much pressure on the Enchantress as possible. But I imagine we'll see the Enchant coming out here soon.
I think Nature's Attendance is also easier to get value out of the way he's playing.
Yeah.
The boars, the level 1 boars are not as much of a problem, right? So you take Enchant later as he's leveling up boars. If he's leveling up boars, then you make use of it then.
Yeah, there's a snowball to just dodge that ability. And this is exactly what I was worried about in this lane. I didn't know if he was going to go for like an early point in snowball, but absolutely has. So Frog Stomp is not going to have much of an effect. It'll be good at like clearing and farming. So if they can actually look at stacking for the Largo, once he gets closer to like level 7, this Frog Stomp should be able to clear stacks pretty easily.
Yeah, you want to stack for Largo. I think people are picking up on that as his identity as an offlaner involves hitting ags. It's very similar to like old Beastmaster, who was always, I say old, Beastmaster, who was always rushing the ags when it was super broken, and it was like, just stack for me. Like, forget the lane. Just do the stacks. I will just clear everything. Largo is not as good at doing stacks, but he still can, and you want to get it as soon as possible because it just does so much. It lets you fight. It lets you farm. You are just not the same hero before and after that item. So We see Largos not really get involved, even skipping the ultimate, right? It's like, yeah, I'm not playing this, no point till I have the eggs. So he's doing a bunch of double stacking for him through the laning stage, I think could be good. Mid lane here, roughly even right now. I do think, well, I was gonna say it'll be hard to, yeah, that's a tough one to lane with Sox already running away. It won't be easy to force kills until the mid heroes get involved, which will be around the 6-minute mark. But I suppose the supports will actually be coming into the mid lane first, and we got a lot of heroes really good at rotating, so
yeah,
I think that 6-minute mark will be very exciting. And actually we see a lot of the wards scouting for these kind of rotations.
Bottom lane. Frog Stomp does not save you apparently from tag team. So very good move here, using that level 3 timing, getting themselves the first blood against the Largo. It does go to the Tusk as opposed to the Beastmaster, but you will absolutely take that. Good dead shot, but a pick me up from Soxa to get DDM to safety. And that is a lot of resources spent top. Chrysalis has no mana. He's got his courier coming now with like a clarity, some components towards a Falcon Blade, but won't be able to do a whole lot of pressure here versus this Doom. And he did go for the mana aura and the mana burn creep, so Doom can kind of just need to use this mana burn and Scorched Earth pretty much off cooldown if he wants to play aggressive with it.
Are going a little bit up top. Got just enough mana.
If you had the mana for, you had mana for Deadshot, that might be a kill. They've done a really good job just burning the mana on these heroes constantly.
Yeah, it's not as good as it used to be, but still enough to help keep him safe in his time.
Oh, the dive under the tower. Very sick from Soxa. They should get him. He's gonna die for this. Oh, great dead shot there from Yamich, but he cancels the salve, gets a kill onto the Razor. Very worth it.
Oh, and your Doom now finds Chain Lightning, the only ability better than Mana Burn.
If he has the mana to sustain it, does he go?
He's
might
doing
have
the
been going
Tranquil Boots tricks, so he can now pivot to Arcane Boots if he really wants to.
I was wondering about that. I was like, you can do that or go Soul Ring, right?
Yeah, that's true. Either one could work. Man, if he'd hit him, he would have stopped that Tranquil Boot trick.
Uh-oh. Celery bottom lane. Just gets dove. I'm not sure why he was back here. He was kind of chasing a courier, maybe looking to get a ward, but gets scouted. Power Rune will spawn mid, and it is an illusion. Not the best, but
there's a silence you got to deal with. So maybe
yeah,
not too
it keeps
bad
you out of
this
silence.
game.
Maybe a lucky like Manta out of Coil type of scenario if you get really
that'd
lucky.
be sick, yeah. Though without the regen, I don't imagine Chira Jr. will even be going for that. So we'll see if mid one ends up rotating, or maybe
he did go Soul Ring on Doom.
Maybe just here. Do they want to try for this in mid?
Oh, they're looking bottom. Very nice shards with the Marcy. There's just nowhere to go.
And then here drops the silence, but he kind of like put the silence, like he didn't actually silence Puck because he just put it in the middle. I feel like that's some of that discomfort where we're kind of referring to, where like some Muerta spammers are very on point with landing that stuff. Yandex stealing a shrine, something they love to do. Now trying to match it on this side, but here's Chira Jr.
Oh, Chira Jr. makes it in. He's got to be careful. It's a lot of damage here on Chrysalis. There's going to be the coil, the orb. In comes Soxa to help delay it even longer. And now Tusk is here. They can't finish it, but mid one, he will finish the job. This is going to be a big win going the way of MOUZ. Chrysalis gets level 6 off the kill, pops the Eye of the Storm, and gets a double kill instead. It's a 4-for-1, a battle at this Wisdom Shrine.
That was so close either way, but just like if you're just there a little sooner, like you can finish the kills first, which then snowballs your way. Goes even on the Wisdom Shrine, so at least there's that. But now MOUZ picking up some much needed power off those kills. It should get you the 8-minute power rune as well. Haste bottom. Yeah, let's take a replay at this. So Crystallis is here, steals a bunch of damage, and thanks to that root, gets to stay in the ring the whole time as well. Puck laying some nice abilities on everybody, but just not quite enough damage on his own to finish the job. And then Crystallis still has the damage he stole from earlier. Doing a lot
Mid
here.
one absolutely crushed this fight. He finishes the kill onto the Doom, finishes the kill onto the Puck, and then comes over and sets up Crystallis for a double kill. Like, this is the best case scenario for an Ember Spirit, and it's a lot of times why we see Ember Spirits rotate for the 7-minute Wisdom Shrines. With the Haste Room, he's going to look for bottom. Remnant comes in, finds Watson. Silence is there as well, even the Blood Grenade for good measure. And mid one gets the kill, kills the Courier on top of it.
See this
He'll
Haste
just
Room
walk
get him
right back to mid lane.
Anything else? Actually, could have grabbed a bounty rune. Wait, it's still there. Mid one really popping off. I feel like that's some of how sometimes MOUZ, like we were saying, sometimes they look better, sometimes they look worse. A lot of it is on the back of mid one. I feel like when he is on point, he helps pull the team together through these early games. And currently, looking like it's one of those games he is ready to go. But sometimes it's just a little bit shaky. I don't know what exactly it is, but he struggles, and then the team struggles, and then it's just like a totally different balance.
He left a Remnant here from his last dive, and Crystallis has come to the Twin Gate. They're looking for Watson. He dodges the first roar, holds him in place. There's giving the catchy lick. He can't do anything as the chase continues, looking for Malady. They got him. They run him down. 5 heroes in the bottom lane, and with the Troll Summoner, this should be a dead tower.
Oh, this is so dead. The Troll is so good at pushing. Oh,
and he's not done. He solo kills Chira Jr. with this Vessel.
4-0-4 on this Ember. Spirit Vessel done. Mid one's feeling it this game. He is ready to go. These are some very high-paced play. I mean, we were saying you can play pretty fast around this Enchantress. Make space for the Largo, who did have a little bit of trouble in the laning stage, but now, thanks to all this help from mid one, he has passed the Beastmaster. And actually, he did take the song a lot earlier than I thought he would. We usually just
maybe
see
for that dive,
the farming. Yeah, it might be.
Might have been on that like dive, that big 5-hero dive bottom. I don't know if we'll see it, but we'll see the replay of the solo kill on the Puck. He actually gets him right as the orb jaunt was coming through.
Deadshot helping out
and
as
then
well.
the Deadshot, yeah, just to add insult to injury. I gotta give props to Yamich. His Deadshots have been on point. He's he's the ranged pudge, like you were saying.
Pudge.
He, if he could hit his Deadshots, that's like the most important thing on the support Muerta. He'll just go Aghanim Scepter, and then you definitely hit your Deadshots.
Can't miss now. Huge AoE. All right, looking around. DM top.
Completely different game now.
Yeah, DM top has been left alone. Besides that one death around the Wisdom Shrine, he's been living, but hasn't been getting a lot of farm.
Okay. Here's the big fight. Okay, so he did level it here for the
pull interrupted. Yeah. Can't get the roar. Maybe with the roar, he lives longer, more heroes show up. You can do something, but
yeah, cool heads up stuff there, like adapting Largo and actually putting a point in the ult for at level 7 for this big dive. And now they just go mid. They're just continuing to play pressure. They do have a nice coil. Silence will come through, causing a little bit of issues. The stun in from the Frog, the Croaker. DM TP's into his death. Malady will snowball, but Crystallis just getting the royal treatment here. Gets a full duration static link. Okay, not quite. Only 50 damage. It's only level 2, but still decent enough damage. He'll finish off the tower.
50 damage is 50 damage. Take what you get.
Dude, they are playing as a full 5-hero squad. They are not slowing down. They're using this like early pressure from the Ember Spirit. And this is one of the things when your Ember Spirit is having this good of a game, keep playing near the Ember Spirit. He is the strongest hero in Dota at this stage right now.
Definitely. And multiple people can play with him, right? Because he's putting the remnants down as he moves around. It's like, first we play together here, then we play together here. Mid one has impacted all 3 lanes. And now you're
Junior. Good attempt.
Open up the map for yourself. You can see how MOUZ has several deep wards that they plan to be around. Should find this kill on Raven next to this.
Yeah.
Jump in.
Really good use. It was a fast response from Crystals. He actually got his entire spell kit off, even the static link before the Doom connected, but and not tanky enough quite yet. Mid one with an invis though. I don't think he's okay. They actually clear the sentry. That is such a clutch sentry from Yamich. He's like, hold up on revealing yourself quite yet. Now they're gonna chase, look for DM here. Maybe taking the outpost. No, they are the Twin Gate, but no, they'll just TP out instead. Don't manage to find them.
Man, a courier passed right over them, and they chose not to kill it to try to get the kills, and now they're like, aw, we don't get anything. Too bad. Well, maybe they'll get Watson, because they're not done here. They're actually smoking over, looking for this. Oh, DM, you just left this area.
Play. Yeah, they want to play for the Wisdom Shrine, right? And feared right on back, finished up by mid one, just adding another kill to his already incredible score, 6-0-5. So look for the tier 1 tower.
Strictly for the Wisdom Shrine. I feel like they're trying to find Watson farming there and actually run into DM.
Maybe.
But
that's true.
Now that now that it worked, Crystals has showed up, so they will take this tower and they will go for the Wisdom Shrine. So Largo will have to secure his own. I see Tusk already headed over. He's like, yeah, we've lost that one. Gonna have to try to steal the enemies.
I think if, like, MOUZ might just want to send back one hero to their own Wisdom Shrine, like either the Enchantress or...
He's got it. They're both kind of scared. They're not sure how many people are here.
Yeah. Boom. Says, I dare you. And yeah, here comes Yamich. So they'll have the dead shot to kind of fear the Tusk back a little bit. Does not, yeah, a little bit of an awkward pathing there, but should be able to TP out. Oh, never mind. Frog Stomp back off cooldown into the catchy lick. And with this, boom, will eventually finish the kill here on Malady. One more auto attack will do it. Meanwhile, mid one almost solo kills Puck and is now looking for Saksa. Vessel is out. There's the Searing Chains, and we'll have one more. Ooh. I was gonna say, has another remnant, but didn't expect Chira Jr. to come back to save him.
Very selfless play from the Puck. Saved not only himself, returning the favor over to Saksa. Gets them both out alive, but you do lose control of your jungle. And this is pretty much how Tundra built the huge lead we saw in the first series. Lead's not quite as large for MOUZ yet, but they certainly feel as in control of this game as Tundra did in the last series.
How close are we on the Aghanim Scepter for Largo? I know it's got to be soon. Maybe 1,000 gold or something. About 1,000 gold. Yeah, like 900, 800 gold. So that's going to be a very big timing. Chira Jr. mid lane. Going to get caught from the orb. Vessel is out. Dead shot connects as well. He's forced to drop the coil. Should be fine here. Will escape. But they force the coil.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No one wants to play here.
Oh. Dude, the Croaker stun! What?
All right, that was sneaky celery.
That was so sneaky. I was like, oh yeah, he'll just walk away, but there's just a Croaker coming from the side of the jungle. Stuns him up, they get the kill on the Tusk, and now looking for the tower.
Look how much they're farming on the enemy's half of the map. You're going to build up a gold lead this way as you take more and more towers. Like, this is a really early tier 2 push. They haven't even done Roshan because they don't have a good Rosh lineup. But as they wait for this edge, They're ready to go. With that said, actually, they're trying to steal this. They have the Beastmaster Ags. You can stop this if you know what's happening. You have to come over quickly, though.
Do they know is the question. The scan is not there from the Radiant, but they are falling very low inside the Roche pit. They're going to hear it now. And
all of them as they leave.
Yeah, well, mid one is going to clean up so fast. Watson, you get yourself the Aegis, but for how long? This is not looking good. Soxa might be able to save him with a pick-me-up, but no, he gets feared back into the pit. What? Oh, that is...
Does that work? Can you fear only one guy out?
Yes. So the pick-me-up, like, will fear the person that gets picked up, I guess.
That was strange. That is quite
Meanwhile, Cheer
unfortunate.
Jr., I don't know if he's getting out of this one. He has 20 stick charges, but Ember Spirit... Okay. Should get the jaunt. Oh, he guesses correct. Does he find him in the trees? He does. Forced to coil once again, but out of mana. The slight chains might do it. Doesn't get in range for the searing chains, and so, yeah, and there's going to be the TP.
Well, you get the gold for doing Roche. You don't get any of the power of the Aegis, but yeah, the smoke got them here just in time. They had no chance to TP out. Okay, I'm looking for this fear. What was the timing
happens? It is a dead shot, right? I feel like it is.
My old eyes couldn't tell.
Oh, wait. Oh, it was a catchy lick. He got licked back in.
Oh, okay.
So the fear connected, Soxa picked him up, but yeah, the tongue.
Stronger than Marcy's arms. Good to know. The lore power scaling is being filled out.
Good thing we know. Now we know. That's wild. Yeah. I thought it was the dead shot, but yeah, the dead shot came out first to fear Watson, and then it was the catchy lick. That's quite funny.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of your avenues to come back into this game, because we haven't really touched on it too much, but they did do the Beastmaster carry, partly to, like, mix up the matchups, try to get that, like, puck counter in the mid lane, but Beastmaster carry is supposed to play fast, right? Not a traditional carry, so you're supposed to be stronger in the lane than usual, hit some strong item timings, and then go. You are not currently doing that. This Ember Spirit has really put a damper on your plans despite trying to get a counter pick with the puck. And when does that change? Because you don't scale like a normal carry. Razor's not a usual carry either, but he's more of a carry than Beastmaster. So the scaling is a lot better for MOUZ, and they are winning now in the early game. So you needed something like the Aegis to start finding some team fights, pickoffs, like anything to try to right this ship. Now, I don't know, like Doom? You have to like Doom pickoffs, I guess?
They're smoked up, looking for something, right? If you can get like the coil into Doom on the Ember Spirit, it'd be absolutely massive. Like mid one is worth a lot of gold. They see the smoke comes out, but he's actually picking up a shield rune right now. The smoke's gonna pop. They see the ward up onto the high ground. The Searing Chains does manage to catch the puck. He's feared away. Catching like he's dead immediately. As now the chase continues. Celery's gonna help find Malady. Chrysalis there to finish the job. A snowball to buy just a moment of space, but two are dead, and now your tier 2 tower under siege. And mid one's just looking for more kills. This dude is out for blood. Vessel onto Soxa, just looking for the slight chains. He just needs to make sure to use them to cancel a TP. In comes Doom though. There it is. Hold up. You've been baited into the trees. They bring Watson as well, and he will finally die. That is a lot of gold for Watson. He just catapulted on the net worth.
Good reactions from Yandex there. It was smart for mid one, right? Like, hey, we're pushing mid. They're not going to want to fight us. They're going to try to avoid. I'm going to go head over. Thought it was just Soxa, you know, tanking it. Like, yeah, if I die, I die, but I got to push this lane. But they respond immediately. Doom, the ability, dispels all the shields on Ember, making him killable, along with Watson then coming in.
This is a really big fight. Yeah, you don't have Doom anymore, and you've got the Aghanim Scepter from this Largo. The Roar came out onto Celery, but he just tanks through it, through all that healing, and Chrysalis is going to start ripping through these heroes. He just needs a little bit more time as the Eye of the Storm stacks up. Watson's got nowhere to go. In comes the Tusk. Good snowball save for the moment, but the damage is overwhelming. It's going to be too much. MOUZ will get 3. You might have prevented the Tormentor, maybe, because Chrysalis is too low. We'll see how much Largo can do to keep him healthy.
I think it's okay. Maybe need to heal a little bit before starting.
I don't, yeah, it's like you don't have the Eye of the Storm for the minus armor. You're missing it.
Yeah, I think they needed to heal up a little beforehand, and then it was possibly doable. All right, well, they'll reset, and then they'll go. Maybe that gives them a time for Yandex, like, take 2, try again.
Yeah, Celery's going to top him off here on the Enchantress. So they will be able to do it. Eye of the Storm's coming back off cooldown, so Razor, as he does, will just stand next to the Tormentor, burn the armor of it, and then eventually kill it.
Let's make Tormentor even harder. It should reflect these kind of statuses on you.
That would be insane. Tormentor would never die again. I mean, we see this fight, like, Celery so tanky on the Enchantress. One of the reasons he loves playing this hero is he's willing to just put himself on the front line. Had like a full 20 stack wand, the Solar Crest as well. And the Beastmaster can't kill him.
This is Enchantress's job, really. There's like 2 routes you take. After your strong early game, you see what your team needs, and you're either the tank from your untouchable ultimate passive, Nature's Attendance, you build like magic resistance or armor, health items, whatever, or you go damage. You know, you're like building around impetus, you get attack speed. You just figure out what's needed in the game, and this time he believes in his team, so he's just running in as a tanky hero.
There's a great play, Silence. Perfect dead shot as well. Pulls him right back in. Soxa unable to save him. Boom is just hasted, chasing him down. He's gonna do the job himself. Sets up another kill for Chrysalis.
I love that haste animation.
Oh, I didn't even know he had this haste animation. That is amazing.
He does it. Yeah, he's got to be max movement speed, which he can sometimes do on his own with like enough move speed boosts. But when he's playing, he won't do the animation, so it has to be without hot feet hustle. So it's usually just a haster. But sometimes, like if he's running down the river with phase boots, you'll see him do that.
You're crumbling now. 23 minutes. MOUZ on the high ground here, looking to claim the first lane of Rax, and it's not looking like Yandex is going to be able to mount any sort of defense for this. Boom's going to go cut the bottom wave as well. Maybe set up for a second lane of Rax. You've got Crimson Guard done on Chrysalis. You've got this Aghanim Scepter on Boom. Like, how do you take the fight now?
You're going to need to doom somebody. Probably the Largo to remove the ads. And then you need Roar to take out. I don't think you want to overlap the targets because it feels really bad. I think you have to like Roar Ember maybe.
You have to like Roar and Doom Ember. That's like the only way this works.
I don't know if you're going to kill him. Maybe you kill him with both ults on him, but I think Largo Ag is going to do too much damage. In the meantime, you're going to lose the fight.
Well, they are farming.
Hope they've got a better answer than us.
Very quickly because they need to get those items and get back to the base. It is under siege top side here. Enchantress has a Centaur on the front line just looking for anything. Boom willing to keep his team perfectly healthy here. Surely you mount up a defense on the second lane of Rax, right? It would appear the answer is no. They are not interested in defending even the second lane of Rax as Tusk just dies behind the tower. Doom and Beastmaster still farming. I'm assuming for like a BKB or something because it's the only thing that makes sense at this point. They got him. BKB Blink Dagger online. Here we go. This is it, Yandex. You've got to make a play. DM, you need to find your target. The Doom comes in. The Roar manages to catch one, but where's the Doom? Where's the Doom? He's dead!
Oh my gosh. All right, they get the Ember Spirit. Chrysalis with the Crimson Guard now just looking aggressive, but mid one just buybacks into the game instead. Oh my god.
It's a disaster.
It's over.
Yeah.
It's just instantly over.
It was already looking bad, right? They knew they had to go for like one final fight. They try to get as much power as they can, the BKB, the Blink. They go in, they roar the Razor. He instantly gets pulled back with the catchy lick. That's the thing. If it's not the songs, it's the catchy lick. The frog stomp is interrupting. Like, I think when Doom went in, he was trying to roar, but then the frog stomp interrupted.
He got hit
by everything else.
He was looking to
really
Doom the
tough for
Largo,
them.
is what it
Yeah.
was. Like, he tried to blink back and Doom the Largo, but just got, yeah, like you said, mini stunned up and controlled.
Yeah, there's just so many things coming out when you're falling behind like that. So I don't really blame them like for that final fight. I think they have to look back to the lanes really, because you're counter picking mid and he is still winning. He is then rotating everywhere. I think he was 7-0-7 or something by the time they finally killed mid one. But by that point, the damage was done. He had won every lane for his team. You had missed your timing on this Beastmaster carry. You were desperate for anything, and that was the Aegis play, and then, you know, they couldn't do it fast enough, and after that, I don't know. I couldn't think of anything to come up with, and I don't think they could either.
Yeah, I mean, the Wisdom Shrine fight just set up mid one for the most insane game, and if this Roshan attempt was like clean, they got the Roshan, they got out, maybe it's a very different game. If either of those two scenarios went differently, like I could see Yandex being much closer, much more capable of fighting, but every single fight just seemed to be impossible for them to actually find the right target and kill them. And
yeah,
a lot of that's the Largo, man. It still is like the reason we're seeing this hero banned, you know, first phase by a lot of teams.
Yeah, I also think just the response to Largo, what was supposed to help answer it, was the Doom. And the Doom just didn't come online. You never...
Yeah.
I mean, this was literally the Blink Doom, right? And the timing is too late. They're knocking on your high ground. So if you can't Blink Doom the Largo sooner and help prevent this, then it's just usual Largo. It's like you didn't counter pick him at all with this theoretical Doom. Yeah. So I feel like they had tools. Like, I get the idea behind Yandex's draft,
100%,
but I just
100%.
didn't really get to see it play out because I think they just slipped in the lanes and missed the timing.
I also come back to the final two bans of the draft where they go ahead and try and ban out Yamich's like melee supports as opposed to like maybe banning out like the Razor or, you know, any of the other like potential carries that play well into their draft. Because I think if this could have been Razor, this could have been Medusa, this could have been a lot of different heroes and it still would have worked out. Maybe underestimating, you know, what Yamich was able to achieve on the Muerta, and he definitely got a lot done with it this game. So props to him. Good job from MOUZ, starting with the draft and getting themselves a game one victory. I do think this wasn't a great showing from Yandex, and it could be the stand-in situation of like they're just struggling to play like a little bit like cleaner with without their typical offlane, but I can't say it's also all on DM by any means. Like this really was like a lot of the lanes just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, and a lot of it was due to our standout player here, mid one, going beyond his name and actually just owning all three lanes all over the map. Remnant here, Haste Rune there. They helped him out, right? They helped get him some runes, but he returned the favor to his team. Very impactful and dealt with a counter pick matchup, right? I mean, Puck's not the hardest counter you can deal with, but he's like, yeah, pick Ember. I know I might have some problems, but I'll make it work. And he made it work.
Absolutely. Very impressive game one from MOUZ. Now it is a best of three, so we could see Yandex turn things around. Again, these are teams that have a lot of highs and some lows. Like it's a little bit of a, you know, an up and down type of performance for them. So, you know, maybe it's Yandex's turn. We'll have to see as we're going to go to a short break and we'll be back with game number 2 in just a little bit. We'll see you then.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everyone. We are here with Mr. Yandex himself, Chira Jr. Welcome to the hot seat, sir. How you doing?
Thank you. Hello. I'm good.
Good.
Yeah.
Have you done one of these like super serious sit-down interviews before?
No, I never was.
All right, don't be nervous, all right? It's all good, very easy. Last time I talked to you was digitally, after you guys won Dream League Season 27. Kind of came out of nowhere. No one was expecting, well, I was of course expecting it. But nobody was expecting it. You guys won, and now you're a target for many people. What's it feel like being one of the guys that people are pretty sure are going to win tournaments?
I'm not sure that we are point.
You don't think so? I think a lot of people are scared of Team Yandex now.
Maybe. Can't say about their things.
Okay, so it doesn't affect you in any way? You're not nervous?
No.
All right, cool. So what's it like being here?
It's fine, but we playing with stand-in. Not good for notice it. I'm also
Yeah, that is a big
feeling
deal.
bad, but
There's a lot of teams with stand-ins here, though.
thank you for the MZ. He helps us.
That is true, that is true. You do seem to have plot armor in a lot of your games. A lot of Team Yandex's magic is around you. Is that how you feel on the team? Are you kind of the shot caller, the main character, or is there someone else that you think everyone else is working to help?
I'm not sure. I think we're winning because we are good and we're playing a lot. We are tryharding.
Okay, all right. How much is a lot?
I have around 20 hours.
20 total? No, 20,000,
yeah,
right?
20,000.
Whoo! Okay, that is a lot. That is very good. Now, people might not know this, but your first claim to fame was the guy who Quinn was complaining about with the Pango. This is a famous copy pasta now in Western culture of the Pango picker. But this is you. You have grown so much since then. Do you feel like now you have achieved levels past your meme and new memes are coming?
I didn't know that.
It is a big... You don't know this?
No.
There is a massive meme in Western Dota culture about Quinn screaming at you about Pango. I can't...
This meme, yeah.
Yes, of course you know
I forgot it.
Yeah, you forgot it. That's an old man back there. Well, how do you feel? You feel grown up? You've grown up so much you forgot it, huh?
Yeah, I mean, this time, as I remember, I played first game in Panga in this day, in 11 games.
Yeah.
It was the one game, and I got beat Queen, and he got mad for no reason. Just what was first game in 20 games on Panga, but he fucking flamed me.
Yeah, he flamed you, and then he picked Pango every single game for 2 years.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think the flame was about if you only pick a hero that's super good, you'll never become a good mid. Obviously, you're a very good mid now. Would you say that you're diverse now? You know a bunch of different heroes, or do you have kind of do you wish your hero pool was bigger?
I mean, I can play every mid hero, but the most it's Invoker. I have 2000 games.
Oh, that is very good. All right. Now, Invoker's a very special hero. In my pubs, it's usually first pick position 4 Invoker. Do you think that that's a good idea, or does Invoker belong mid?
I don't think it's a good idea.
Thank you. Thank you. Please listen, pubbers. It is not a good idea from the best Invoker player out there right now. What's up with Invoker mid? We going to be seeing it at this tournament, you think?
No, I think we can see this in this tournament.
Who do you think is the MVP of your team right now?
Saxa, for sure.
Okay, yes. Some are saying he is the best support in Dota history. Would you agree with that?
I agree.
Okay.
100%.
The GOAT, it is fantastic.
This is a GOAT.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, all right. Chira Jr., always a pleasure. Give my best to Chira Sr., my man out there, living his life. Thank you. We're going to see more of this man and his team coming up here at PGL Wallachia Season 7. Stay tuned.
We are back, everybody, with more action here at PGL Wallachia Season 7. It is MOUZ versus Yandex underway, and Game 1, really impressive from MOUZ. I mean, everything seemed to work really well. Kind of off the back of Mid 1's Ember Spirit, he pretty much crushed the entire game, making a ton of space and enabling his other heroes to kind of come online at a reasonable time. But we'll see what happens as we jump into the draft here for Game 2. Zach, what kind of adjustments does Yandex need to make here, primarily?
You gotta have a little bit more impact in at least one of the lanes. It felt like all 3 lanes, not that they hard lost right away, but you need someone to play behind in the same way that MOUZ is playing behind Mid 1. So getting some kind of power hero, for example, the Treant Protector, could be good, since this is known to just be one of the strongest laners right off the bat. He's usually banned. A lot of his strength actually comes after the lane, though, when he can split push while helping with living armor, and then you get the shard, and you're providing a bunch of vision to your team. So he's like kind of the early game hero, but also the timing, the real timing is a little bit later, which they were already losing at that point. So they'll need another hero who also helps get you to like the 15-minute mark on even footing at least.
Yeah, and I like the idea of just the strong lanes that he brings. Like, Treant does bring a lot into the lane stage, so we'll see how they address it on MOUZ. I think the Warlock is already a great pickup for themselves. They play around this, very well. Does give you some good tempo if you manage to get some early kills or participate in them, at least.
I think Clockwork in consideration here, something Yamish likes a lot, and then naturally breaks Treant Protector's trees. That's part of the reason we have a Bat Rider ban and a Beastmaster ban.
Ooh, early Bristleback. We've actually seen MOUZ do this quite a bit with the Warlock. This is like a nice duo that they really like. Whether it ends up being Boom or Chrysalis that play this, but it does give them the kind of like the frontline tank to give vision for Warlock to look for Fatal Bonds.
5 seconds remaining.
Also just lanes fairly well into Treant, I think. So this could just be an immediate off-lane pick for Boom.
You can move Treant to position 4, though. So you do have to be careful of that. Make sure you don't overcommit one way and then get surprised.
Early Brewmaster.
Radiant team pick.
Okay, there's the Shadow Shaman you talked about last game for Soxa. He loves this hero. They get the Brewmaster as well, which has been pretty stable, I would say, overall. Okay, we're just ripping through the draft. There's the Clockwork into the Razor. We are not messing around here. There's no reserve time even spent on the side of MOUZ. I like the Razor pick a lot. It's actually quite good against both of these supports. Even if you're shackling the Razor, he does a lot of damage. Just from his Eye of the Storm and his passive, right? Like, there's a lot of damage that he can still spill out in these fights. Plays well with Warlock, good Fatal Bonds target. Should lane decently into Brewmaster as well. So I don't think Chrysalis is going to be struggling all too much up there.
There's a lot of flex as well between these heroes. So going into the last pick, you have some options. With that said, I think they really need more control. It's really on Clockwork right now, and that's not really going to cut it versus a Brewmaster. Plus, if you see this weakness, you now can pick some mobile heroes on the side of Yandex. So you need some crowd control, and that typically comes from the mid lane. But maybe there's some like off lanes if you want to do like carry Bristle, mid Razor. Either way, you just need crowd control for your final pickup here on MOUZ. For Yandex, you got to deal with these tanky heroes who are going to be running at you. TA is actually okay. She's pretty good. She's good at dealing with the keeping her distance. Like, she can build a Hurricane Pike, so if you get linked, you just get away. But you're not the typical ranged hero who is so squishy, like, oh, they got on top of me and I just instantly died, right? Like, she has refraction. She has a couple different tools to get her some distance. And then she has some great supports to also help protect her.
And we'll see how it does in the lane. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said. I think it works really well against what MOUZ is currently drafted. Now, the bans will help decide what is likely to be the last 2 mid lane picks here. There's a lot of mid heroes still available, but ooh, Tinker ban.
It's not the direction I thought they were going to go, but their cores that they have right now are not good at dealing with Tinker, and it can't just be supports. But I feel like Treant's actually pretty good at dealing with Tinker, so I wonder what their last pick they're thinking of is. Like, it must have been someone who is really weak to Tinker that wouldn't do anything to him.
Probably the Viper, which they banned, actually. Like, Viper is, I think, really good for Yandex's lineup. It gives them a good front line, gives them the break for the Bristleback and the Razor, and just slows them up, makes it very much not a good target for them to engage. They'll get rid of the Ember Spirit. They do not want a repeat of what Mid One did last game. Now, he does have last pick on Mid One. They could just ban the Puck if they're worried about it. They banned Slardar. Interesting. Really heads up ban, because the minus armor of the Slardar TA is also very scary.
Trian's going to go find people, and actually you're going to have TA traps as well. I think you'd like a hero who can actively participate in those. Someone who's pretty fast or has long-ranged abilities.
I mean, they could just take the Void Spirit here if they're worried about the Puck coming out.
I wouldn't mind Void. He can easily get out of Power Cogs, get away from the Link, get away from the Bristleback. Any of those types of heroes would be good. Void or Storm probably have the most safe matchups.
Radiant team pick.
They go for the Puck. Wow, they just run it back. So Mid One gets his choice of the counters, which there's a lot of them still left in the pool. So I'm curious which one he wants to go for. A Vessel Builder this game is like essential. Again, right? You're playing in a TA. You need something to burn through the refractions. Ember Spirit obviously would have been the ideal hero, but you don't have that opportunity. I wonder if they want to consider something like a Dragon Knight, actually.
That could be cool. It's a little bit more negative armor with everything else they have. Lane's well into Puck. Provides that initiation.
And it's not a bad matchup in a TA either, is the thing. Like, TA, her refractions get burned pretty quickly, and she doesn't have enough burst damage to get through his high armor.
I feel like it could be Void Spirit as well. Just because
I think that's the most...
only has so much range. Like, once you blink, that's it. You're in the fight. And Shaman might be waiting for you before going in. Treant might be waiting, right? Like, Void Spirit has more mobility, plus you can throw the Remnant out a little further.
Yeah, I think Void Spirit's probably the most likely. I agree with you. It doesn't, to me, seem like a great tiny game. Yeah, it's the Void Spirit. All right.
Which hero is going to the safe lane and which is going off lane? Of course, it's Razor Crystallis. Of course.
Yeah. I mean, we saw this Void Spirit absolutely destroy a Puck earlier, right? Didn't it, like, double it up in CS? It was, like, 28 CS to, like, 12 on the Puck.
Yeah, but it's not usually supposed to be that extreme. I do think Void is a little favored over Puck. After Puck got Puckish, it actually twisted back around to Puck's favor. But since that got nerfed, I feel like it's fairly even again and leaning a bit towards Void. And it's really a skill matchup and who can get the most help from teammates. This time, you would get some free living armor heals from Malady, which could help you get through the lane, make up the difference that you lost in Puckish nerfs, and possibly win this lane again. If nothing else, bring heroes to help out, because you can't have Mid One doing the same stuff he was before.
I mean, it's got to be an early Vessel again from Mid One, I imagine. It just is going to get so much done this game if he can pick it up on time. It applies a lot of pressure to the TA. Overall, I think TA and Razor are both going to have good lanes. And I think that is at least a good thing for Yandex, because I do think the TA versus the Razor matchup is TA favored. So if Watson has a better game this time around, I think he can actually have a lot more impact and agency in the actual outcome.
I like this draft overall for Yandex. The last draft was also not that bad. They just kind of played poorly. So for their sake, I hope in the break, you know, whatever they need to do, stretch, get some coffee, whatever it is. Hopefully they're just going to play a little bit better here, give us a closer game, which this is a Swiss stage. And if you lose this, I mean, you're getting real close to getting eliminated, you know. So it's time to start putting on the heat if you want to not only qualify, but make a deep tournament run. Can't be playing like they were in the last game.
We'll see if they can do that, because game number 2 now underway. MOUZ, I think, a good draft. I think there's a better draft from Yandex. We'll see how it goes, but we have seen the success of MOUZ typically come through the mid lane and mid one's ability to get active early and apply pressure. I think they saw that ward get placed. Maybe not, actually. There was a tree line being blocking it.
And they just did that without smokes. He just walked up and put a high ground ward. Surely these boots will get me there before them. Late smokes for both of them. Not really that late. It's done in time to have smoke till the bounty spawns. But instead of using it like instantly. Okay, both smokes now break. I feel like neither team, I don't know if you commit to this. Like, both are pretty scary level 1 if you don't have full information.
Well, we'll see what they can get done here. DM in a lot of trouble, throws the brew to try and slow them down. With the Treant, it's probably going to be enough. A second blood grenade comes out. They really want to punish this brewmaster for being here, but it's going to be very difficult with his innate. He is a very fast boy. But, I mean, does Yamich just chase him all the way? No, okay. He just TP's top.
Alright, with that chase, DM's burned a lot of regen, but otherwise is okay. And I believe he's got the lane to come back as part of everyone being a little late to lane chasing him. So not a bad trade-off. And if you don't punish Brewmaster early, he does reach a point where he's just like really hard to kill due to Drunken Brawler. They're doing some creep dragging to make sure he gets to that point. These are two
How do you feel about them? Yeah, I was like, how do you feel like overall about the move of this lane, like this lane swap?
I think it'll benefit MOUZ a little bit more just because of how hard it is for Treant to play without trees. Like, otherwise, Treant TA is a very formidable lane, so is Razor Clockwork. But one hero, you can see Treant is like back there, you know? He's like, every time I walk in, it's going to be really obvious. And in a 1-to-1, Clockwork destroys Treant because of Battery Assault. Once you have it, you're still level 1. You know, don't get too crazy here. But that's my worry for Yandex here.
I think I like it as well, because initially my thought was like Watson was going to have a pretty free game, which his game is not going to be bad, but now it's not free. And during the lane stage, the Razor will definitely come out ahead. It's the mid-game, late game that you don't want to have to play heads up, like TA versus Razor if you're the Razor. So I think, yeah, super heads up for now. Mid lane kind of going how we thought it would go. Mid one is absolutely destroying the puck in CS at the moment.
Yeah, this is... I expected it, but it's not... I feel like it's not supposed to go this hard so quickly. Mid one's just on fire from the last game. That's good for them. We'll see what Yandex can do to deal with this. Treant, the issue is Treant technically is free, right? Because we're looking top and it's like, yeah, I'm not really doing much of clockwork. Maybe I could rotate. But then you're a Treant protector trying to rotate on a Void Spirit. It's really awkward. The most you can do is spam living armor for him. I don't know. Maybe you like go to the off lane and then Soxa goes to the mid lane. I mean, that could work.
Oh, they're gonna look for Malady. Oh, the Cogs just... That was the longest pull-in from the Cogs I think I've ever seen.
Oh, he's dead.
He's dead because of that.
Yeah.
And now Watson needs to be very careful. Okay, he had another refraction coming up. Wow,
it looks
that was
extra
nuts.
funny because Treant's like, he looks like a large hero, but I guess the hitbox must have just been like pixel in to get pulled. So he traveled a really long distance on that one. That is quite unfortunate for him. I definitely would have thought I was safe if I was him.
Yeah, he definitely thought he was safe as well. He was very much playing on the edge of that and thought for sure he was fine.
Over here, despite getting the equilibrium in a good spot to start, Boom on the bristleback has been doing well in the last hits and zoning out DM. We're seeing it happen right here behind your own tier 1, tier 2 tower. You're like too scared to walk forward. That is not a good time. Can you bring the Treant here? Is it too scary for TA? I guess it is. I feel like you can't let that happen though.
Well, with how this game is going so far, like the lanes aren't that bad for Yandex. It's just mid lane struggling and the Brewmaster is going to very much be struggling. If the TA does manage to come out of the lane stage still in a really good spot, I think that's, you know, manageable. But gosh, Boom is going to be huge on the bristleback at this rate.
Yeah, I just worry. At this rate, MOUZ is hitting their timings, and there's almost a solo kill in the mid lane.
That would have been a very big kill, but mid one. Actually gonna kind of pay a price for that one. He's not gonna be in fighting shape for the 6-minute power rune. Soxa is here, but so is Yamich. It spawns bottom.
Keep a wide power cog to get this.
Warlock takes it. It's an invis. Not the most important rune. So with this, Void Spirit will head back to the base. Chrysalis topside is definitely in trouble here with how far forward he is. They do manage to break the static link. We'll have to just kite out this Templar Assassin for now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scared.
Now, DM's not farming, but he's getting a lot of experience. He is just being mostly left alone in the actual lane itself.
Yeah, the nice thing about Brewmaster is you are a very level-dependent hero, so as soon as you hit 6, even with no money, you're often a threat. The nice thing about the Bristle pick is he's one of the heroes who doesn't really care. Even though he's technically the off lane, but due to the lane swap, he's here. So even when the Brew split comes out, I don't know if Boom will really care that much. Celery might care, and Celery's in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, with the puck coming through, this is going to be a very easy kill, but the damage from the Bristle has definitely started ramping. Can he get in place for the Shrine? No, he's so slow. That could have been a repeat of last game if the Void Spirit or even just one other hero was able to make it. But a very worthwhile TP from the puck.
Damn it, Rocket Flare him. Feel it in your soul. Feel it in your soul. You see him one more time. Do it. He's sending it.
He's sending it.
It's level 1. I don't think it's enough damage.
Yeah, it's not. He's got 90 health. Wait. Oh, he has raindrops anyway.
That's economic damage right there.
Yeah, got him.
Worth it. All right, 8-minute rune. Neither mid got it last time. They both have 6s. They're ready to make plays. Who lucks out here?
Nobody. Yamich gets the regen. That's such a big rune to get on either of these mid laners, so. Very nice. Crystal topside in trouble. Saksa, Watson will be able to run him down. And I mean, you swapped into this lane hoping it would go better than it is now, because Watson is having a free game.
I think this is still better for Yandex, at least, since I mean, at this point, mid one was rolling everybody. He already had like 4 kills or something. So the fact that he's been denied runes, even if somewhat RNG based, like he's been there, he just hasn't gotten it. It is very different pace for Yandex, and right now they kind of need that, right? They're just trying to get these levels. They do have them actually. They have like the brew split. So you just force the TP out of here.
Dude. Consume the Grimoire, drop the Golem.
Does he even have charges? There's like no kills.
He has 1 charge. It's not great. Top side.
It's not enough.
Yeah. Hex onto Yamich. The chase down from Watson. They get the kill. This top lane is really starting to fall apart now. And I mean, the bottom tower is gone. I would like to see Celery try and maybe look for plays in a different lane with Golem, but we're just not seeing it quite yet. He'll just hit level 6 casually and hold the Grimoire till later.
Can a mid get a 10-minute rune?
Yeah, let's see what happens this time.
Boom
is here this time. This is a pretty big hero. There's the Golem, drops it onto the high ground. The rune spawns, and Chira Jr. gets it. Will be a shield rune. Full sock the back end with a remnant. Foul play will pop, but they still manage to finish the job. Fatalbund's actually not hitting Chira Jr. They're a little bit unlucky from the Warlock, but with this, they should get themselves this mid tower, especially with the catapult coming.
There's much you can do. Chira Jr.'s trying to draw aggro, they're trying to fortify, but you need a lot more heroes here to protect it. If they're gonna commit, though actually MOUZ maybe backing off here.
There's no way they're actually giving it up with the Golem, huh? Immediate movement top maybe?
Boom TP'd bottom to protect that lane. I feel like if he stuck around a little longer, you could secure mid. I suppose maybe they're just... Yeah, it feels a little bit of a mistake. I think it's okay to tank a little bit of tower damage there to secure mid, but perhaps this tells us that MOUZ not feeling too much pressure yet, like they're okay for a later timing, perhaps the Crimson Guard on the Bristleback.
I mean, the Golem had like fully healed after the fortification, and you still had the catapult. I feel like worst case scenario, you put it in deny range. But yeah, a little bit odd of choice there. Not wanting to risk it. Because that tower, I mean, it's just gonna get healed back up. Like, you're playing against a Treant Protector, you know? Like, I feel like this is specifically a time when you need to commit to kill towers.
I suppose with that said, like, you mentioned, like, putting in deny range. I guess that's also not really a thing versus Treant, right? So it's only, you're putting yourself at more risk, and you're not confident you're going to get the reward because of the Treant, and, like, maybe they're rotating, you don't have vision of them, so they decide to just play it safe. And maybe 12-minute rune will make it different.
Hooked on in, it's bottom. I don't know who's not. So it's going to be DM. Hey, stop. Big coil does come out. A really nice overgrowth there, but the damage from the Razor is stacking up. Chrysalis will maybe get 1 kill, but it's cost him his own life. Chase picking up the clock behind the tower. Now coming in back. Trying to make some space. But yeah, he really wants to get mid one. He will not be able to. You do not have the damage. This is being in for you overall. Another one fight here for Yandex. Oh, they look for the mid tower. No creeps. Got the Vanguard at least on the Bristle. Like, that will help. All right, they commit for it. They will get a goal. That will give them the vision they need of Malady. The Astral Step on through to finish the job. Ooh, that's a decent amount of jungle stack to try and take away here. Boom has done a really good job at playing on this bottom half of the map.
Yeah, he hasn't joined everything, but at least he's trying to like push as much as he can when by himself, which is getting him to that Crimson Guard. And I think with that Crimson Guard, you are going to lose a lot of damage on the side of Yandex.
Yeah.
So we'll see what they can get done with it. I mean, we already saw earlier, like at that 7-minute shrine where Boom was kind of solo zoning 3, and he couldn't get kills because he was too slowed, but already kind of showed how strong this Bristleback is going to be this game.
The Void Spirit is here this time. Oh, they actually do see Malady, but oh, hookshot in. Yamich looking to find the kill onto the tree, and you mentioned this earlier. Very good at isolating this hero. And that will be the double Wisdom Shrine. Chrysalis grabs the other. We mentioned, you know, if mid one showed up for the first Wisdom Shrine, it would have been very different. He gets it this time. Hypnotized mid lane. He's caught Chira Jr. He's forced a coil. He's going to snap it. Has one Astral Step left, I think.
He has it, but it's not enough. It's not enough distance to get it, so he'll just take forcing the puck back. I don't think mid one's gotten a rune this game yet, has he? Come to think of it. Kind of shows how important the runes can be to the mid laners. Like, he had a very similar lane performance from last game to this one, but this time around gets no runes. Can't always guarantee you get side lane kills, like that those opportunities are there. That's why the mid rune matters so much and everyone comes for it. They do get puck one more time. Hookshot will finish the job here. Can they find Watson? Oh, he just picked up the blink. Okay, it'll be really hard to get Watson now. Boom's coming through. He's got his Crimson Guard. He's ready to play. I believe the shard is being delivered to mid one. He's actually got a lot of money. He was kind of saving undecided. He's still at 1,600 gold after buying the shard. Don't have hookshot quite yet. They'll just settle for the tower. No need to push yourselves too far. I thought Yandex was about to try to sneak Roche while they were losing their tower. That would have been really risky. They're instead trying to trade mid. They will. Oh, maybe they won't succeed here, actually. Crimson Guard? Not stronger than 10 Serpent Wards.
Yeah, plus a pull apparently enough damage.
Roche not stolen away earlier, so they're gonna try to clear with the Golem. Trance scouting a little bit, but there's no way you're walking into this. This will be Roche over to MOUZ, which they had a slower start. It feels like they're in control right now, but they haven't actually built up a gold lead. So with this Aegis, they really do need to start finding some fights. Not that their scaling is that bad, actually, so like they have some time, but typically when you have this kind of like Razor carry, Bristle, off lane, you do want to try to find something. Not let a TA just farm up, a Brewmaster who is very annoying in the late game farm up. Currently looking around top, trying to find Watson. He is in a ward. Do they have a smoke? Don't think so. Oh, they had one. They just... I mean, it's kind of weird if you're like in the lane and you smoke out. Too obvious.
Okay. Apologies for the lapse in my presence, you know. I'm sure you were all very sad about it. I think I'm back. We'll see. DM's Aghanim Scepter is still pretty far away on the Brewmaster. This is the thing with
this game.
Yeah. This is kind of like the thing that happens with Brewmaster a lot. Like, they picked him relatively early. He gets countered in the lane, and then it takes a while for him to come online. Mid one does kind of prevent DM from getting active in here. They jump the backline. They find Soxa. Crystallize is there. They immediately take the Shaman out, but Crystallize is really low. He's fallen to the Serpent Wards, manages to dodge out the coil duration, and he's going to be fine, but they get the kill. The Void Spirit, they get the Aegis. They need to be able to get out of here now as they're chasing for more. They want to be able to get the Brewmasters. He's recombining in a moment. Yamich does not quite have the hook shot, but they have the slows. They pull him back into the cogs, and they should be able to finish DM here, surely, after it's all said and done, right? Dude, he's so durable. So much tank.
Well, a lot of the damage at this point is coming from right clicks, and he's on the drunken brawler, so dodging a lot, but cannot get away from 4 heroes, so he does eventually fall.
Crystallize staying alive there was pretty massive. That's a very quick kill.
I suppose you can be happy you burnt off the Aegis, though. That was like half its duration, so
yeah,
that's not too bad. It's also space for Watson, who continues to maintain top net worth, getting pretty rich, working on that Hurricane Pike, which is what he needs so that he can't, like, you can't have this Razor getting on top and just linking him. So he's got to get to the Hurricane Pike before he can really join fights.
It's really smart rotation top here for the Wisdom Shrine, or I'm sorry, for the Tormentor, but there is a ward from Yandex, and they are not really aware of this at the moment. There's no way he steals this, right? Okay, I was like, if Nature's Grasp stole this, this would be insane. Good attempt there from Malady, but Shard will go to Celery. Not the best. I think you'd probably prefer the Clockwork Shard, but it's not, you know, terrible.
Better than Treant Protector stealing it with 65 damage.
Yeah, right?
Nature's Grasp.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
All right, they're at least going to try to trade since they couldn't fight over the Tormentor top, and they know their top tower is getting pushed. They're trying to match it bottom with Serpent Wards, and it's actually going faster since Watson's got the Deso.
Oh,
maybe you can even defend top.
What a pull on the lane here from Malady. He just yoinks the entire lane. Hookshot off the mark from Tier Juniors, so that will be off and cooldown now. But he just stalled the entire high ground, or the entire top lane push.
This is a really nice play. I think he might pay the price for it. If Yamich lands... Oh, he doesn't have hookshot, actually.
Yeah, he doesn't. He missed it onto Puck.
Oh, yeah. Ah, okay, they
Dust?
see him.
They see him now. They know he's in here somewhere. All right, they will eventually get the Treant Protector for all of his nonsense, but so much space made. Not only do you protect the top tier 2, but you get the bottom tier 2, and you force the entire team up there.
And you see Watson's making great use of that. He farms out the enemy jungle for now falling back to his triangle.
Oh, good scan.
There's his Hurricane Pike.
They know this rotation's coming on Yandex.
All you need to do now is wait for the Ags on Brewmaster. I don't think they need anything else. You could maybe wait for Treant Protector to get his... I think he'll buy the Shard before the Blink, play some trees, use that vision to make a play. The other hand, MOUZ. Ag's almost done for Void Spirit. They were trying to find something with that smoke, but I think now you just finish up Ags, Lotus. Like, they have their own power spikes coming in. They're working on a gem on Warlock because they know there's like traps and trees all over the place scouting them. You need a gem this game. How's Crystallis doing?
Almost a BKB.
Okay, he's gonna be pretty strong. Can't Hurricane Pike him then. Well, sorta. You get like the half value.
Yeah. Well, boom, drops the Lotus. They immediately catch the Clockwork though, and this is a huge hero to take off the fight, and they get him. Jump in from mid one. He gets out on the Shadow Shaman. No way. Just has to pop the urn to get the job done, but you've lost two big heroes. Mid one still alive for now, but they want to chase him. They just continue the chase. Yeah, they've got so many heroes that can finish the job, and they've done it. It's 4 for 0 as DM finished Celery by himself. So this is a massive win for Yandex.
Unfortunately, you can't get Roche because it's still dead from earlier. And Tormentor just got taken. I guess you're just farming the map. They didn't even push that hard off of that, actually. I'm surprised they didn't, like, at least move over to MOUZ's side. I guess they're really respecting what Crystallis can do, since he's the sole survivor, but a pretty strong one at that.
Yeah, that is a very painful fight there from MOUZ. Like, losing mid one on the Void Spirit, who, I mean, is really falling behind at this point. He does not seem to have much scaling. Like, we haven't really seen him get super active. He went for the urn instead of the vessel, so a lot less damage coming out for him because he felt like he needed to rush the Aghanim Scepter.
All right, they will have the BKB on Razor for what should be the upcoming Roche fight. Like, you can try to find a pick off first. Otherwise, you just hang around this area. TA will know if she has to hang around or not. We'll find out in a moment together. But this is where sometimes this innate feels like so useless, but you know, at the highest level, I think these are where you have a chance to like outplay the enemy because you're like farming somewhere else. You get like the map efficiency while they're forced to wait and they don't know.
Absolutely.
Okay, about 1 minute. That's not too long.
They have the gem plus the true sight on Aether Remnant, so they actually have quite a bit of reveal to play around.
They're doing a good job of scattering the, well, everything. Wards, trees, and traps. Some are getting cleared out, but there's so many across the map that you at least have something to work with for all your supposed extra vision mechanics. And
I'm surprised they gave up this side of the map. Like, the whole top side of the map was just like taken away, but the Roshan's gonna spawn there, right? So I'm surprised Yandex just gave up that positioning. Shiro Jr. is gonna get a regen rune, quite nice for him.
Where are they
Smoke
close to?
up from MOUZ though.
4 staff
Now
and
counter
blink
smoke
on DM now.
That is a Daedalus. Just finished up. Okay. On the TA. That is a massive pickup.
I have to use it to retake the top half of the map, like you said. Oh, I was gonna get revealed as he clears out the wave, so they at least know that they're dealing with an immense amount of damage from this TA.
There's no way you can do this, surely. You can't force this Roshan, can you? They get the roar.
Kinda.
They smoke up. They're gonna go for the wraparound, maybe. Meanwhile, Yandex doing the exact same thing, looking for a wraparound of their own. But the puck in a pretty good spot here to break the smoke. No, it backs off. They might be able to get onto the high ground. They do. Smoke's gonna pop. Who do they find? It's gonna be nobody. They get the blinks out, but a really good chaser from the Void Spirit trying to find Saksa, but he's hexed up. He's gonna get shackled. He's just dead to start the fight. You committed way too far. The Golem comes out. You lose the clockwork. And Chrysalis on the front line trying to do his best, but Watson has the damage now. It is running out of steam here for MOUZ. Boom might get a kill onto Malady if he's lucky, but it's not even gonna happen. This will be a full team wipe, and Yandex will get the Roshan as well. An absolute disastrous initiation for MOUZ.
I mean, credit to Yandex. That was some fast blinks from Saksa and DM. And because of that, you jump initially. That first jump has to work because Bristleback and Razor, they're technically fast heroes, but they have to run into the fight, right? They're not as fast as blinks, like actual blinks and mobility spells. So when you miss the first jump, they felt pressure to like, oh, we got to find something. We'll do a second jump forward.
No,
with
no,
the
wait, no, wait,
after
no, wait.
Clock.
Okay.
That was almost amazing.
Soxa was ready.
The second step forward means you're way too ahead of your team, so you get controlled up, you get focused down, and you're like, oh, well, don't worry, Bristle and Razor are doing damage in this time, right? It's worth it. No, they're still running into the fight, so you're just totally scattered. Yeah, it's this one right here. That's the first jump. Then he jumps again, but everyone else just has to slowly run in. He's dead by the time they get close. The load is on himself instead of him.
The idea of, you know, earlier when we were criticizing, like, Yandex for giving up this positioning on the map when Roshan is respawning there, but then MOUZ giving up that section of the map and allowing Yandex to get multiple wards down and TA traps down and then to just smoke blindly into the high ground. It, like, I don't know what you expect to get out of that fight, you know?
I mean, I guess they weren't sure what angle Yandex was coming from. Because we kind of saw, like, originally Puck was in a great position, or sorry, originally Puck was in a better position for MOUZ to find and kill, but then backed out. I don't know, it was... I kind of get it. I don't know if you can stay there, because Yandex, like, it was that double smoke move, right? And I think Yandex could have come from a different angle that punishes you. So, like, you felt you had to back out, and then you're like, oh, wait, they're actually in there now. It's just, like, weird ring around the rosy around Roche Pit.
Yeah. It's just, you know, you're going high ground into their wards. And because of it, like, you don't get the vision first. They get the blink out, and your Void Spirit, like, commits straight to his death. And he's not tanky on the Void Spirit. Like, he rushed his Aghanim Scepter, he has no Vessel, he's missing a lot of stats. Doesn't have like a Kaya Yasha or something like that we typically see. Like, this is a very fragile Void Spirit. So diving in that deep gets instantly punished, and really Soxa knows this, right? The second the silence comes off, he's just like, yep, I can full duration shackle you.
Yeah, losing the gem is extremely painful. You can see on the mini-map, as soon as that gem was claimed by Yandex, trees sprouting up left and right, traps all over the place. The vision is so good for Yandex now. It is going to be extremely hard to surprise them, even if you're smoked, because they'll just look at the map and be like, it's really weird, we don't see anybody right now.
Yeah.
So we'll just play carefully. They're in the driver's seat now. Is this
hook shot in, but quick blink out. Yeah, this is looking rough. Overgrowth is there. Crystals with the BKB will chase down Malady. But the damage from the TA is overwhelming. He needs some help very desperately. They're trying to catch him, but there he is. Soxa blinks in, gets the shackles. Celery getting two-tapped from Watson. This game is falling apart here for MOUZ. They're about to get team wiped for the second time. It's a 5-for-1.
Watson was biding his time for this game, quietly farming away, playing the map really well. Like, we saw MOUZ looking for fights. They felt the pressure to do things early and just weren't quite connecting enough. Watson always knew, like, not this one. I'm avoiding, I'm pushing bottom. Oh, they're coming bottom, I'm going top. He kept farming out the areas of the map they weren't at till he hit this dataless timing, and he is now so insanely strong.
Yeah. Okay, Void Spirit does manage to take a kill here, but he might be dead. Yeah. I think he just still dies. He has an orb, right? Yeah. Cheer just kills him. He has a Parasma. There's no escape, and now he's going to look for Yamich as well. Quick, easy kill there from Watson. He's just going to stand his ground here and look for the return. He just doesn't care. He has too much damage. He has an Aegis, of course, to protect him. He's going to have a Silver Edge when he comes back. Maybe look for Boom. Lots of damage. Look, stacking up. He can't get away. The slow is overwhelming. The melt. Can they actually get the kill on the Puck? But it's a triple kill. They get 3 down on the sidelines, and it's just going to be mega creeps here, most likely, as Yandex can look for the mid lane as well.
Can you mount one more defense?
I don't think so.
You'll try, but there is a 30k gold lead. And Watson is finishing more and more items. He's like 3 items ahead of the people on the other side.
And
Fortunately,
meanwhile,
does not have a
Saksa just holding down the Void Spirit here, having some fun. Gonna try and prevent him from making it back to the base, but there's the GG. They know this one is absolutely over, and Yandex will tie it up. We're going to a game 3.
I feel like this one, Yandex still has some steps to work on. I think their laning stage was still a bit shaky. Where they really shined this game was realizing they had a better timing behind Watson later on. So they all did their best stall tactics, right? We saw Malady like dragon creep waves. Okay, they're all top, then they go make use of the space bottom. That was like what won them this game. There was also a little bit of luck because both teams were really trying to prioritize the mid runes. Like mid one was trying to have a repeat performance from game 1. He was winning his laning stage, and then he could not get a rune for the life of him. I think he missed the first 5, either because he got unlucky or the enemy team was pressuring and they managed to grab it. And that really slowed down their momentum. They just could not make use of this Void Spirit winning the lane.
Yeah, I mean, he quote-unquote won the lane. Like, yes, he's like a little bit ahead in the first 10 minutes of the puck. It was only like maybe 500 gold. But my biggest thing is like, last game they played around the early strength of the Ember. In this game, the Void Spirit didn't really seem to want to play around the fact that he had a lead. I feel like Yandex did a much better job of actually like rotating and getting, you know, stuff done in the side lanes. Your top lane that you like leave this Razor here into the Templar Assassin, the goal is to win this lane and slow down the TA, because if you don't, we just see what Watson ends up doing anyway. But Chrysalis dies like twice in this lane, and you're not getting anything out of it elsewhere.
I mean, I think they're trying, but I think that's the Void Spirit weakness, right? Like, he's pretty safe into a lot of matchups because of the tools he has, but he's pretty... You have to use all the spells, like, every time you do something. And that's why I keep going back to these runes. I feel like if you're not getting these bottle charges, you make one attempt, that's it, because you have no more regen. And you're building urn, you're not getting charges. You know, like, he's constantly having to go home instead of going to another lane to make the play. And then he's like, okay, this time the rune will work out, right? Like, no. This time, no. And the whole time, like you said, Watson's farming well into the Razor. DM was struggling, but fortunately Brewmaster's just an XP hero, so as long as he has split, he was able to help out. I think you try to do the same thing next game, but I still think they want their lanes to go a little stronger so that there isn't as much luck dependence on these runes.
Yeah. We didn't really see anything out of Celery early on. Like, the Bristleback was crushing the bottom lane. I feel like you just leave him and then maybe go do something in your other lanes. Like, Celery was, like, kind of backpacking the Bristleback for the longest time, even after the tower was dead. And we just didn't really see a lot of impact out of the Warlock early. I don't know. It seemed weird. I think you need the Vessel on the Void Spirit. Like, I know you wanted to rush the Aghanim Scepter, but I don't even feel like it mattered this game. I never really even saw like a silence into a kill that mattered. I just think he just needed more damage, and it could have potentially helped out. But our standout player, of course, going to be Watson. 16-0, an absolute beast performance on the TA, even into the counter match of the lane. Did not seem to care at all.
No, he did great in that lane. Despite the, like you said, the lane swamp, Clockwork into Treant. They had a lot going against them, but they played it cool, waited for their timing, and capitalized on that.
Yeah. Very good performance this time from Yandex. And if they play similarly in next game and they give DM a hero like this Brewmaster, I would expect it to be another good game from them. You'd need to enable Watson, right? Like we saw in game 1, he really struggled to have an opportunity to get into the game. This time you gave him a solid matchup. Like you saw the Bristleback Razor, you know for sure it's going to be a good TA game. And I think that's what they need to try and set up for him again in game 3.
Yeah, I think that sounds good to me. We will find out, guys. It'll be the last game of today. It's going the distance here on this stream. I guess we had a 2-0 last time, but there's been a lot of long games, a lot of long series. We'll have a quick break here, and then we'll close it out for